Hello, everyone. How are you all doing today? Oh, Jesus. Is the audio sounding weird to you? I hope I haven't fucked up everything. How are you all doing today? I'm not late. I'm specifically on time. I am specifically... Hi, Vermin! Yay! Oh, thank you, Zan. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. We have a fun day. It's peaking a lot more than usual. Okay, I might be able to fix that. Hold on a second. Let's turn this down. How's this? How's this? Ah, that should be better. That should be a little better. Okay, that should be better. That should be significantly better. Okay, so here's the deal. Now, normally, at the beginning of my stream, I would just talk about streaming stuff. That is a bee. You see a bee? Hold on. There is a bee. There is a Rudolph. There are two little mice, a peep, and a squid. Name's Blorch. Yeah, it's the bee. We have a very cute bee. In fact, hold on here. I'll even grab the bee. This is the busy bee. Look at how cute it is. See? It's so cute. It's very round. You want to know where we found this? We found this bee. I love to collect plushies. I love plushies. In fact, we have an entire mountain of cute plushies in the other room, but I don't have enough room to set them up in here yet. So there's going to be more. But this bee, we found this bee sticking its face out of a pile of stuffed animals at a secondhand shop. And we were like, we have to save it. And so we did. And I'm so happy we did. And we've cleaned it and taken care of it. And now we have a cute bee. So yeah. So, normally, again. Oh, hey, thank you so much, Cottagecore Lefty. Hey.
Hope you're doing well, 3.
I like bees. I used to be kind of scared of bees when I was a kid. I should do a side channel about plushies. I could, but I don't have a whole lot of technical knowledge. I just like cute plushies. That's all. Just cute plushies. So normally I would, again, I've said this like 3 times now, but normally I do a little update. But first, I'm going to ask everyone, if you're new here and you're coming from Zan's audience or Vosh's audience, please hit the little subscribe and the bell and the like button. It will help boost my video in the algorithm, and you get the added benefit of enjoying all of my future videos when they come out, which is super cool because I can tell you, you're going to have a lot of fun today. We have a lot of fun shit to go over today. We have a brand spanking new DRAMAMA episode, which I've done a hell of a lot of research for, with much help from our #1 drama correspondent, Silent, our very own. And in addition, I'm going to talk about some little exciting stream updatey things. And then we're going to do Among Us, Murder Monday Among Us. There's going to be a bunch of people involved. You know the crew. If you don't know the crew, you're going to get to know the crew. Some pretty well-known people on YouTube like to hang out in a chungi, as Vermin Hands has said. Yeah, so it's going to be super pog. And then you get a new title every week because you're multi-talented, Silent. That's why. That's why. And then we're going to do some raw politics. You know, the nitty-gritty, dirty, anger-inducing, filthy bullshit that we call politics news. Raw! Yep, it's going to be nasty because guess what? I have some real bad news for you. But Donald Trump has literally pardoned a bunch of murderers. Like, I'm not kidding you. Like, when Donald Trump used his pardons, he pardoned people who are an actual danger to society. So we're going to talk about that. How much COVID doom is there? There's no COVID doom today. We're not talking about COVID doom today. No COVID doom. None of it. Not today. But maybe in the future, unfortunately. So, what was I going to say? Yes. First, before we get any further in, welcome. Welcome to all of you. My name is Demon Mama. If you don't know who I am or what I do, I like to debate a lot. I like to talk about the news. I like to yell about politics. I like to yell about how shitty capitalism is and in the ways that you probably didn't think that it was. And I like to do a lot of fun, random, mood-boosting bloomer fuel stuff. So if you need some bloomer fuel, you always want to come and tune in here because I always deliver. I always deliver. My followers will tell you, this is like bloomer fuel central. Apparently, I've also been known as Destiny 3.0, possibly Vosh 2.0, depending on who you ask. If you ask Destiny fans, I am actually the EX version of Destiny, which is weird because that seems like they're burning their own guy. But that's just how it goes. I think it was, or maybe it was Mewtwo X or something. I don't know. Whatever. They really have it out for me. Destiny. Yeah, exactly. Destiny EX. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Ziggy. I appreciate that. Yeah. So let me just tell you real quick what we're doing. We had a absolutely incredibly successful Christmas stream on Friday in spite of the very, very weird drama that happened. Those of you who were there for the Christmas stream probably remember that about halfway through, some really fucked shit happened to a friend of the stream, Merrick DeVille. And that shit ended up carrying over onto me. So most of the weekend, I have been swatting flies from Tanky Twitter who have obsessively. So I'm just going to go through this real quick because I feel like it's suiting of the mood for us to go through exactly what we were dealing with. Because it was pretty fucking weird. So let me just show you what happened. So here was my original stream. Here was my original thread. I know we're doing the Twitter thing, but it's okay. Whoa, that's not where that's supposed to be. Boopity boop. Swoop. Hey, camera, move on down to where you're supposed to be. There we go. Let's get me a little bigger there. Oh boy, we got a Destiny thing. All right, let's take a look. All right, we'll take a look at this after. Let me save this. Boop. Got to get my notes document open here so I can keep track of everything that's sent to me. All right, so here's what I said. This was right after the Christmas stream. Now, again, for those of you who are new, Christmas stream was a huge success. We did a massive giveaway. There was much holiday cheer. We had a lot of fun. We laughed and did a year retrospective because at the beginning of this year, I was a 4-viewer Andy. And by 4 viewers, I mean all 4 of those people were my best friends, and close people close to me. So, I've grown a lot. And as you can see, hey, you're very welcome. That's why we did it, Jessica Metal, because we knew there were a lot of people who would appreciate a little bit of cash for Christmas and the holidays. So we did the Happy Holidays thing thanks to our mysterious benefactor, the Spirit of Mutual Aid. And there we go. So after that, I made this little thread. I said, I have so many thoughts about today's stream. So much happiness and joy was shared. So much generosity directed to me and others. Among all of that, I witnessed some truly gross and troubling harassment, and I just can't get it out of my mind. I don't have any conclusions yet, but I'm going to be spending a lot of time reflecting on today. There must be a way to break cycles of abuse, to prevent some of the hatred and harm that perpetuates online, because our spaces can clearly be places of healing and thriving. All right, I'll grab that, Posadas John, thank you. The genuine communal care, generosity, and mutual thriving I've seen is breathtaking. I believe it can be nurtured and encouraged, but I think it's going to require us to come up with some wild ideas on how to keep it sustainable and protected from hate. Vermin says, careful with tankies. They act worse than Fash with dox threats. Vosh got a DM this morning from a prominent online tanking say they'd put an FBI tip in with all the pedo clips. They're literally unhinged. Yeah, they are. These people, this like group of like tanky Twitter, and it is distinct Though they are like a subsection of ML Twitter, it seems, tanky Twitter is the worst. And no one knows who they actually are, which is really weird. There's like a handful of them who anyone actually knows, but most of them are just weird, creepy, anonymous accounts. And that's very strange to me. You know, it makes me ask some questions. Yeah, little weird handles. We'll find out about that. Don't worry. I've got some, you know, I'm just keeping track of stuff in my back pocket. That's how I do. That's what, you know, the drama mama. I always keep my receipts. That's how it goes. It's always good. But anyway, so I made this thread, and I got a weird response from it. It's really funny. Here we go. This is one of the people who is involved, who is prominently involved, by the way, in attacking Merrick the other day. And they said, they took my Christmas thing, and they said, you're a leftist who advocates calling the FBI on leftists for Twitter jokes. Wall. Nice. You know what wall means, right? That means you get killed. When we do our revolution, we're going to kill you. That's what that means. That's what that means, by the way. Just so we know. Like, they're joking, but they're joking in the same way that a Nazi jokes about, like, the noose. It's the same thing. Exact same thing. A lot of people followed this person, which is, you know, it's one of those things. It's one of those things where I think a lot of people probably followed them thinking they were some sort of shit poster, and it just turns out they're just an abusive piece of shit. But we're not done yet. Let me just give you. Yeah, Ash follows this person. Interestingly, Ash follows almost every single person involved in this. And yeah, Ash Coffin says that this is their friend. Just a little weird. Very, very weird to me. I don't know what else I can say about that. I don't want anybody to take that too far, but it is very weird because Ash Coffin did call this person their friend, and I find that a little bit weird. Yeah, I can see that, Verminhands, for sure. Ash Coffin was retweeting a lot of this stuff, and it wasn't very friendly. But let's continue. So this was the advocacy. This did not happen. None of this even came close to happening. I never even talked about the FBI. In fact, as we saw on Friday, it was actually them that advocated that. And in fact, in the original threads, which I'm not going to show but have archived, we'll maybe do a video on it in the future once things calm down a little bit, they were just lying. So then they took this clip and they literally proved themselves wrong. Let me just show you the clip. Oh, clip is gone. So that's fine. Anyway, this clip is a conversation Merrick had with me in which I said, given that people are threatening you with a SWAT, I don't know how you feel about the police, but you may want to consider contacting your local police to let them know that you're dealing with online harassment so they don't SWAT you. That's the only thing I advocated. That's the only thing I advocated. I said, please, you know, I don't know how you feel about it, but it might be a good idea to let them know that you don't need, that you might are in risk of swatting. Okay? They said that what I was trying to do was call the police. I was advocating for calling the police on a Twitter person. That's not what I did at all. In fact, it's the dead opposite of what I did. And even in my advice, I said, I don't know what your comfort level with the police is. So I even kept the good old lefty position there. But it keeps going, of course. So I responded saying, yeah, where did I say anything about the FBI? I was very clearly giving her information about what's available to her after you and your buddies on the internet accused her of an act of terrorism. Try harder next time. Oh, this one got deleted. Wonder why they deleted this one, huh? That's a little weird that they deleted this one. Don't worry, I have it archived. And then this was them saying that, not yet. This isn't the actual Drama Mama segment. This is just me and the drama I've been involved in. Drama Mama is for drama I'm not directly involved in, usually. Most of the time. So yeah, this is the drama prologue. This is like streaming stuff, you know, so you guys get to know me and what I've been dealing with over the weekend, stuff like that, you know? So anyway, they were saying, in this tweet originally, they were defending, accusing Merrick without any evidence, using doctored photos, I'm not kidding you, using photoshopped photos, to accuse her of the Nashville bombing, which some of you may have heard of happened over this weekend, or happened last week on Christmas morning. What do you think happens when you accuse someone of terrorism with doctored evidence and people actually tag in and advocate contacting the FBI? Literally probably close to a dozen people were actually doing this. Damn, looks like your joke was significantly worse than anything I advised her to do defensively. The Fed was you all along. Then they said, sue me. Oh, wait, you're trying to. And I said, actually, talk about a victim complex. No one is suing you, you irrelevant Twitter clown. Get the fuck out of here. Tell your poll op buddies to try harder next time. Then we had them, look at this. Hey, look, they made more fake shit. Like, obviously, this is pretty low effort. But they did this one, and I was just like, nice meme. Nice meme. And then I said, this is the last engagement you're going to get from me before a block, but you can literally watch my or Merrick's footage to easily prove you're an idiot, a liar, and probably a stalker. And they kept going, by the way. Other people came involved. A lot of them, interestingly, deleted all their tweets. Isn't that a little strange? The part that really worried me was seeing a 3%er taking the joke as fact and asking for more information about Merrick. Yeah, little weird, right? That actually happened. I have an archive of that happening. Really weird how these lefties on the internet were willing to engage in whipping up right-wing groups to hate on a random female sex worker that they don't like. And why don't they like her? There's like 20 different things they'll randomly say. It's pretty fucked. Actually, you know, it reminds me of an event that happened relatively recently. An event called Gamergate. Anybody remember that? Little weird there. Little weird. Yeah, almost like they were doing the exact same thing they all got mad at Destiny about. Kind of weird, huh? And then somebody else came up and said this, and I was like, do I look like Merrick? Maybe if your little circle hadn't engaged in harassment tactics out of Gamergate and the alt-right playbook, you could ask her yourself. Anyone interested in what can happen can easily watch my stream and find the facts. Blatant misinfo is really sus. I got a lot of comments from this. And then we got this person in here, another person. I, for one, hope the police bring swift justice to these dangerous ML, Juche, Nozbol, 4chan, alt-right, Gamergate criminals before another moral individual is harmed. By the way, this is one of the people who was involved in the original harassment. And I said, oh, hey, remind me who started this wave of harassment by faking a video and encouraging people to call SWAT and FBI and Merrick? Oh, wait, it was y'all. These lies and obsession really make me wonder what your motivations are. And then they said, oh, I think they should be put in prison, referring to Merrick. I'm like, oh, how leftist of you. Please leave me alone now. They didn't leave me alone, by the way. So, yeah. So that's what I've been doing over the weekend, just so you know. I mean, I've been enjoying myself also. I've been playing video games and working on stuff for the stream. I spent about 3.5 hours last night trying to upgrade stream audio, failing miserably, and now, but making some progress. And then, yeah, so that's been mostly my weekend. So that's what I was talking about when I was talking about the drama and the drama fallout from, yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. And, yeah, I've been pretty, you know, I've been pretty fucking block happy when it's necessary. But it's just very weird to me. There's an increasing number of these, how do I put it? Like, people who unironically engage in something that I would, like, that it resembles, like, the tortured dreams of the right wing. It's almost like there's probably a whole bunch of anonymous accounts who are actually right-wingers who have infiltrated lefty spaces, and probably a lot of them came in the door via some of those no comrades under 1K kind of things, and we might be getting, you know, sort of 4chan opt. I don't know. You know, I mean, also, yes, I agree with you, 404. I agree with you. So yeah, thank you very much, by the way. Thank you so very much for the gifted tier 1 sub. Thank you so much, Reza Sutra. Really appreciate that. Thank you so very much. And also, I think I missed one earlier. I will go check it later. I'm sorry if I missed one. Sometimes my brain just goes, whew. She said sexual mutual aid. It's really funny that, I mean, we already went over that when we had Merrick on, but their evidence, the evidence they have for anything against Merrick is trash. I mean, there's nothing. They've got nothing. And keep in mind that this harassment goes up to some of the biggest accounts that are associated with ML Twitter. Not kidding. I have all of the archives. I have all of the fucking receipts for this. It really sucks. There are some really big people who are involved in trying to ruin Merrick's life, and it's really fucked. Yeah, that's literally it. That's all that it is. It's just your typical, it is your typical misogyny and reactionary bullshit. Yep, you've nailed it. It's 100% true. So yeah, we've been dealing with a lot of this shit. We've been seeing like a fuckload of this. And yeah, there's a lot more haters now coming in, but it's all good. So also, now that's the negative stuff, right? Nonetheless, can you explain this tweet you made? Oh boy, here we go. What's this? Is this going to be like... I mean, I don't need to explain this. Excuse me. Oh, what a sneeze. I don't need to explain this because it's the truth. I do love meatball. I love meatball.
Why do I get so much carnal joy out of cleaning dirt from underneath my fingernails?
I can probably answer that question, Somniostatic. It's because monkeys developed at some point, apes developed the grooming urge, and we kept it. There you go. That's how. Anyway, I love meatball. I don't gotta explain nothing. I don't gotta explain shit. Bam. Return to monkey. Whoa, DSA Racist got your Twitter shut down? I'm very sorry about that. It's meatball, Verminhounds. It's meatball. It's not meat wild, it's meatball. Anyway, yeah, so yes. Not a bad idea in my mind to block that person. I think they are a malicious troll. Nobody seems to know really who they are, which is a little bit weird and sus to me. And yeah, yeah. It's not Stitch, it's Meatball. It's Meatball. It's a famous character from an Adult Swim show. Hey, Dan Starlight, good to see you. What? It sounds like Stitch? Ohana means family. I don't know. It's not. I can't quite do Stitch, see? But I got Meatball down. Anyway. Meatball. It's meatball. Anyway, my goodness. Family means no meatballs left behind. True. No, you haven't missed the Drama Mama. We haven't yet started. We're still in the warm-up, you know? The welcome to everybody, get an idea of what the fuck we're going to be talking about, that kind of thing, you know? Also, I hate to do this to you all, but we have 156 viewers right now and only 38 likes. I would really appreciate it if you could take the time to just like the video. And also, if you're willing, subscribe and ring the bell, because then you'll know when I'm going live again, and I do really fun stuff, but I need those likes to be able to bump up in the algorithm if I want to grow. So I'm going to be tiny annoying. Yes, you can hug. Bing, hug for you. Hug for you. Hey, thank you so much for the gifted sub, Reza Sutra. Deeply appreciate that. Also, I don't know if I said it properly, but thank you, Somniostatic, for the very generous donation. Deeply appreciate it. Yeah! Oh, yes. Thank you, Silent. That's the real way. If you really like what you're seeing so far, join the Discord. Discord GG/Demon Mama. Then you get you don't have to worry about fucking YouTube. You can get the notifications from me. And you can hang out with me when I jump in the voice chat and when I hang around and argue with people, which is super fun. It's really fucking cool. And all right. Now I'm not going to pitch anymore, but I am going to tell you something cool. So Christmas was really awesome this year. The Happy Holidays stream was successful. I had a lot of generosity, and I have decided to reinvest it back into the stream. So soon, I am going to have a new camera setup. I am going to have no more of the shaky bullshit when I shake my leg, because look at, I'll show you. See this? This is my tripod from film school. Oops. I never finished film school, but I did save up and buy myself a delicious Manfrotto fluid head tripod. This was when I was in film school. And actually, I think this one was a Christmas gift, but it was like my main Christmas gift at the time. And I never finished film school because it's too expensive. However, I did have that tripod. And now when I get a camera, I will be able to put it on that tripod and it will be awesome. So that's really cool. I am also putting a whole bunch of work into fixing the audio setup, and I'm also going to be purchasing a bookshelf, finally, at long last. So we're going to have a slightly new backdrop, and I'm going to have some of my figurines that I've collected over the years, more stuffed animals, some books. It's going to be really nice. So I'm making it sweet. I'm making this beautiful. Yeah, thank you, the demons have me. I'm very happy to have you. The demons do have you in this case. Hey, thank you so much, Jessica
Got
Metal.
all
Really
the
appreciate
groceries
that.
I needed, so spreading out the mutual aid.
Yay, thank you so much. It's been really, really cool. Must have at least 500 pieces of flare. I'll do my best. Yeah, we're gonna upgrade, and now this mic is really good, but I'm taking the time to learn audio once and for all, and soon we're gonna have podcast quality audio that you can listen to and hear me talk and yell and shout without ever worrying about it. The purple name is the highest tier of sub. I'm going to be using, I think, it's the tier 4s. But yeah, that's the purple name. There's a few of them. They're very rare, but thank you for all of those who've supported. Yeah, we're going to have nice, clean, beautiful, wonderful audio. I'm going to be, for right now, it looks like I'm going to be using Voice Meter Potato, and a couple of other little things. Oh yeah, if you have a purple name, that's because you're a mod. Do you have a goal for anything you need? Not right now, but I might in the coming month. Right now, I'm doing fine. So, oh, sick. Yeah, it's a lot. I fucked up my entire sound setup last night trying to get it working and had to revert it all back before stream today. I did seemingly everything I was supposed to do, but I missed some setting and I sounded like I was in a tin can, which is sad. I don't want to sound like I live in a tin can. But yeah, I also am thinking about a lot of stuff. So, just a little bit of an update. We haven't done this in a proper update in a while. I have completed almost everything from our last State of the Stream. Almost all of the requests that I with the, suggestions and requests that I had have been done and taken care of, which is great. Yep. Let me just see here. Yep. I do need to work on one thing. I already did that one. Did this one. We did this one. Damn, we're like way ahead. This is actually great. I've been killing all of my things that I needed to do. So, and we're catching up thanks to our wonderful new editor, Danny Fallon. We are actually catching up on editing. I decided to bring on an editor, and Danny Fallon is our amazing editor, and we've been getting a video out every day, which is fucking amazing. So, hell yeah. Anyway, for the new people, this is probably not all that exciting, except for maybe the idea that you are getting in on the bottom floor of something that's going to be great. 2021 is the year of the demons. Demon Mama and the imps and the Hellhorn and all of the other cool people involved in my community. But yeah, other than that, for the regulars, this is the exciting part. But we have some content to do, We got some content to do. Oh, it's going to be better, I'm sure. Oh no, I'm so sorry, Dan Starlight. It will pass in time, thankfully. Thanks for the message. You saw it when watching the VOD. You're very welcome. Just remember, there's a lot of people here who care about you, 404. You're well recognized in this chat. And I know that internet chats can only go so far. No parasocial arena. But internet chats can be supportive. And the friends you make online can become real friends over time. Oh, sick. That's really cool, Rain Tannic. Yeah. So, yeah. Don't forget that. Don't forget that, okay? I know that this year has been really tough for a lot of people. It's been really tough for me, and I feel lucky, and it's still been really hard for me. I feel like really lucky, and it's still been really hard for me. So my heart goes out to all of you, and just know that, there are people who care. There are, and you can reach out. This community is really safe, so if you just need to talk something out, We have channels for that. In fact, we're going to have at some point, we're probably going to have a specific channel for, you know, talking about a little bit of your problems and stuff like that. But right now, we just have a casual channel and people can talk to one another. And if there's people who are able to help, then you might make some friends. That's all I'm saying. Not saying it's going to save anybody's life or anything like that. Just small little things that make a difference. As it turns out, yeah, but the vent channel isn't finished yet. We want to make sure, listen, we want to make sure that the vent channel is going to be a safe place and not a place that gets out of control. That's all. We don't want it to become a place where, like, people are unintentionally, like, getting themselves into trouble or hurting themselves or whatever. We're trying to be as responsible as possible. And, yeah. Anyway. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Dan Starlight. Vent? Sus. Yeah, the vent. Let me vent. Exactly.
NB Furry Gang Uwu authoritarians are bad toxic allies and always will be. A few bad apples spoil the bunch.
I mean, yeah. I have hard sus for authoritarianism. I find that it doesn't tend to be meaningfully different than regardless of what flavor you paint on the authoritarianism. And yes, indeed, MB Furry Gang, rise up. We will be stronger and stronger as this year goes on. Okay, so that's probably the most online sentence ever, but that's okay. So, what is a furry? I will teach you that another time, perhaps. That's probably true, gender not found. That's probably true. Now, cishet, yeah, sure, of course. Demons have me, of course. We don't judge anyone here. Listen, we got some content to do, all right? We got some motherfucking content to do. So, why not we get into it, huh? We got a drama mama. You all came here for content, not just for updates about my silly stream and the shit I'm doing, whatever. We got content to do. So first, we gotta play the theme. Can we play the Drama Mama theme? Written by our one and only, very own Dan Starlight? I think we can. Let's play it. Oops, the audio's not on. There we go. Nice, nice. It's got to get us all ready. Because as always, we do the due diligence in Drama Mama. There isn't yet, Dovahkiin. Not yet. But you got Pompo Jammer. Yeah, absolutely. I won't. So what are we going to be talking about today on this episode of Drama Mama Investigates? Well, we're going to investigate a strange little piece of drama that happened a couple of days of, hey, good job, Dan Starlight. We're going to be investigating a little tiny explosion of drama that happened around an account that some of you may know. Some of you may know this account. Have you ever heard of SocialistDogMom? Anybody heard of SocialistDogMom, also known as Molly Conger or Conger? I don't know if I'm pronouncing it 100% correctly. Okay, some of you do, some of you don't. Well, I'm going to teach you who this person is and what happened. Because, as it turns out, it was some pretty major lefty drama. Any relation to Socialist Yoda Mom? No, that's me. But I do find this account to be rather compelling. Is she good or bad? Well, we're going to find out. I try not to give any takes beforehand. So I want to be clear about what someone's history is, and then we can determine what the takes were, what happened, what the reaction was, and then we do all the takes at the end, after we do the investigation. So, let me tell you about Molly Conger, also known as, on Twitter, as SocialistDogMom. And here, let me just link you. We'll get her account up right here, actually. I'll show you it directly. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Take a look. This is Molly Conjure. Hi, Molly. As you can see, I follow her. And she has some really, really cute puppies. And they're really cute. And mostly she tweets about her dogs. However, occasionally, she does some pretty interesting work. Now, Molly Conjure has been around a while. On Twitter alone, she's been here since 2009. Holy shit, that is an old account. And that's a big account. 94,000 followers. Been around here since 2009. Damn, that's a long time to be on the internet. Oh, Penn S. Main, we're just beginning the DRAMAMA segment, so don't worry. You are just in time. So I just want to talk about a little bit about what I was able to discover about SocialistDogMom. Because here's the great thing. Before this all started, I was not familiar with SocialistDogMom yet, even though a lot of people know who she is. So let me just show you some of the stuff that she has done in the past. She is an anti-fascist reporter and activist. And she wrote this article about a year ago. I lost my job for keeping Charlottesville police accountable. I'd do it again. By Molly Conjure. Damn. Sounded kind of based a little bit. Yeah. Sounded kind of based. Just saying. Naively, I assumed the publication I worked for was committed to unashamed truth-telling as I was. I was wrong. When the editor of a weekly paper approached me about writing a regular column about local politics, the first thing I asked her was, "Are you sure you know what you'd be getting yourself into?" That was in February. I had been live tweeting Charlottesville city government meetings for a year and a half, ever since the deadly Unite the Right rally in August 2017. Entirely by accident, I had created a fairly large audience for what amounted to municipal meeting minutes arranged by a mouthy socialist. Now, just so you know, Molly Conjure still does this. If you go to Molly Conjure's timeline and you scroll down a little bit, you will find tweets upon tweets of her summarizing what's going on in Charlottesville about the politics. She will literally report exactly what's happening in these meetings to all of the people in Charlottesville who are interested in knowing what local politics is going on. That's pretty cool because a lot of people can't actually, here, we're going to link it. Y'all can follow her if you want to. Yeah, here you go. I think this drama is incredibly fucking Pepe mods. Yeah, but we'll get into that. We'll get into that. Don't worry. You're good. So there's SocialistDogMom if you want to follow her, regardless of what we conclude in this drama. Okay? So, again, it didn't take me long to discover this. I scrolled down a little bit on her Twitter and I discovered, wow, this person is summarizing all the meetings of their local politics. A lot of people can't go to those meetings. You know, a lot of people can't go. They don't have the time or whatever, or they're not, they work during the time. They can't go to local politics meetings. And so instead, we have Molly Conjure to do it for us, which is pretty fucking cool. I might be mixing up her name, and I apologize if I keep saying it incorrectly. Though I had never written for a publication before, my concern wasn't whether I could produce readable content. It was whether the paper was prepared to be targeted by two primary distractors of my work, neoliberals and neo-Nazis. I wrote just 6 pieces before the column was canceled, 2 centered on the need for police accountability in a city traumatized by the memory of officers standing by as neo-Nazis beat residents in the street. In a column published in May, I mentioned a photograph taken in August 2017 of an officer with his arms around James Napier, of the neo-Confederate group the Highwaymen, and Tammy Lee of the American Freedom Keepers militia. Lee's caption read, "You should know the police escorted us and worked with us to be there." Remember, we've talked about this many times in the past on this channel. We've talked about how deeply the police have ties with white nationalist groups. Isn't that kind of fucking weird? Isn't it weird that so many of our police departments have ties to neo-Nazi and explicitly racist groups like the KKK? It's kind of weird. That just seems a little fucked to me. And I think it's a good thing, in fact, that we have people who are willing to report on that, like Molly Conger in this case. The image of a Charlottesville officer with his arm around a member of a white supremacist militia was to me a perfect illustration of a department choosing to ignore the community it serves. It was a picture of willful ignorance and complicity, of harm through inaction. The officer could have been any member of his department. I shouldn't have been surprised when I received a letter from the attorney for the local Southern States Police Benevolent Association, sent on behalf of the officer in the picture. One of the remarks the letter quoted and claimed to be odious and defamatory was taken directly from after the action report, commissioned by the city, about police contact that summer. I have not reached out to the attorney who prepared the report. I doubt he received a similar letter. I read the letter. I spoke to an attorney. I spoke to another. I retained one. I wasn't worried. Even with my layman's eyes, I could see right through what was clearly an empty threat. There is a certain class of citizen for whom hurt feelings are the worst form of assault, and the best redress is a demand for an apology on legal letterhead. Naively, I assumed the paper was as committed to unashamed truth-telling as I was, and that it would too take the letter in stride. It did not. I'm not surprised a police officer and former prosecutor would try to weaponize the legal system to silence a critic. I am surprised the paper's owners reacted with such incredible cowardice. What good is journalism that folds when confronted by those in power? How can we trust local media that allows the police union to dictate what is published about the police? True! These are really fucking good questions. Despite the editor's best efforts on my behalf and the absence of any follow-through on the threat of a defamation suit, the paper's owners did not want to continue to run my column. The attorney for the police union got exactly what she wanted. The paper fired the person who wouldn't stop publicly advocating for a strong civilian review board, a nascent body whose failure would benefit the attorney's clients. Damn. I have now spent 2 years carving out a strange, precarious little niche as a local journalist. I crowdfund most of my income, and I spend my days attending city board and commission meetings or sitting in court. I document both the ongoing legal fallout of Unite the Right in 2017 that made my city's name synonymous with white supremacist violence, and the day-to-day banalities of the local government that created the conditions that allowed it to happen. I get so many death threats, I can catalog them by the gunmaker mentioned. I babysit to make rent. But I write for and about a community I love and believe in, and to which I feel accountable. And if I had my short time with a paper byline again, I wouldn't pull any punches. So damn, it looks like this is someone who's really been involved with fighting truly malignant forces and has actually suffered quite a lot of personal recourse for it. It seems weird to me. Yeah, true praxis, actually going out, doing the boring things, taking the notes of the local politics so that we can digest it and understand it, so we can know what's going on, so that we can make the world a better place, so that we don't have another Unite the Right. But there's more we got to dig into. We got to dig into this because there's more. All right? So, Molly Conger recently did something pretty cool. Let me just show you this. And again, this is not me passing judgment on the drama yet. This is just me saying this is pretty cool. In fact, this happened on Christmas Day. Let's take a look. This is Molly Conger. I hope you all will join me in wishing a Merry Christmas to the Prince William County Sheriff Office's Human Interaction Specialist, Deputy Aaron Hoffman, or as he's known on Parler, We the People Warrior. Human Interaction Specialist, Washington, D.C., Baltimore area, aka Charlottesville. Well, the Prince William County, which Charlottesville is in. We the people will not be muzzled with masks, will not be silenced, will not concede to tyranny. We will not be bullied. We the people own this country. Virginia Patriot and the Black Sheep. That's a pretty unique little profile picture. A reverse image search shows that it's actually a custom piece of art purchased 2 weeks ago by Grant Tucker. Excellent work and communication skills were perfect. So here we have Grant Tucker. But who is Grant Tucker, you're probably asking? Grant Tucker is not a real person, but a stage name that Deputy Hoffman uses for his side career as an aspiring country musician. Check out his SoundCloud. It sucks. So, here's Deputy Hoffman. His nickname is Grant Tucker. Grant Tucker bought this art on Fiverr and uses it on his Parler account, and we're going to find out what the fuck this guy does on Parler. Grant Tucker has a Facebook profile, I guess to network with other musicians, but he couldn't help but post a smiling photo of himself in his Prince Williams County sheriff's uniform with his name tag visible. Uh-oh. Grant Tucker. Oh, shit. Hoffman. Oh, we got him. That's the person. He is the person. He's definitely the person who's running this account, We the People, on Parler. Now, you might say, well, he's just using Parler. But he's not just using Parler. He's not. Here's a little bit of propaganda from the Prince Williams County Sheriff's Department Facebook page with Deputy Aaron Hoffman letting a little boy push some buttons in his cruiser. Over on Parler, though, Deputy Hoffman caught the attention of people monitoring Proud Boy Jeremy Bertino in the aftermath of the last violent Proud Boy gathering in D.C. That's the one that Dylan was at. We know what happened there. A lot of people got hurt there. Peaceful protesters got stabbed by Proud Boys. Proud Boys literally went on the offensive, as they always do. Just saying, we have video evidence of this. Anyway, Deputy Hoffman stated he's prepared to refuse orders when the time comes to fight alongside the Proud Boys. Little weird. So all these people who scream back the blue constantly, how do you feel about what happened at the Capitol in Oregon yesterday? The police protected Big Daddy while he decided what rights to give us. I back good police who will protect your rights over their pensions, but don't get it twisted. They will be the first line of defense for the maggot politicians in office. Some will lay down the badge and join us. Others will blindly defend the corrupt politicians who aim to enslave you. To police everywhere, pick a fucking side. This war is inevitable. You will find yourself at a crossroads, and when you do, you will know. Will you follow the unconstitutional orders of your superiors, or will you protect and defend the people? The choice is yours, but it's coming. Oh shit, that's some Civil War rhetoric from a cop. We the People warrior. Some of us will keep our, oh sorry, this isn't from the cop. This is from one of the Proud Boys. Some of us will keep our badge on and enforce the Constitution upon those who attack we the people. I will not resign my powers given under oath. My pledge was before God and to the people, not to a governor, mayor, county executive, or any other commie that thinks the rule over the people. Yikers! There's the cop saying that he will disobey orders in the name of the people, aka Donald Trump, aka the Proud Boys. This is our time to refresh the tree of liberty. Now, if you don't know what this means right here, this means from time, there's a quote. Let me just, I can't remember who said it. Must be refreshed. What is it called? Oh yeah, this is Thomas Jefferson. The tree of liberty must be refreshed from time to time with the blood of patriots and tyrants. So, literally war rhetoric, saying from time to time, patriots have to rise up and kill tyrants in order to lead to liberty. Yeah, Thomas Jefferson. I couldn't remember right off the top of my head. So we can see where this is going, right? We can see where this is going. A lot of this posting, right? Deputy Hoffman isn't interested in marching in D.C., and not just because he can't take his gun. He wants patriots to storm the homes of their local liberal judges and politicians to remove them. Why are we marching again? We mock the socialist libtards for attempting the same failing ideologies country to country, state to state, generation to generation, who still expect a different result other than failure. But we are doing the same thing. Do you really think the communists will stop now just because you wore your Trump hat, superhero Trump flag, and march in the cold? Wake the fuck up. They have nothing to lose now that they're exposed. They will keep going. They want you to brawl with drug addicts and mentally ill pawns in the street. Quit falling for the obvious. Your pride makes you think marching makes a difference, and at least you're part of something, but the reality is much darker. Physically take back your states, not by votes, phone calls, or emails, but by force. Now is the time, and DC is not the target. More, exact same thing, as we can see. Find the homes of every governor, mayor, attorney general, liberal judge, senator, congressman, and every major media, social media CEO. Find them, remove them from their sanctuary. Bring the nightmare to where they lay their heads and kiss their loved ones. Show them that they are not untouchable. Do you realize this is a cop? This is a policeman, a deputy sheriff, who is currently advocating to go and literally kill and terrorize the families of liberal politicians. Yes, thankfully. We'll get there. So as you can see, I think I've given you enough. We're not going to go through all of it. As you can see, look at this. Oh shit, here's his tactical gear he's photographing. Look at how armed he is. Damn, he's got all kinds of shit there. Damn, how many guns does he have? Looks like one sniper rifle and a couple of probably modified weapons. This is wild. Look at this. These are military weapons. Yeah. Be careful out there, Somniostatic. All I'm saying. And he keeps going. He talks about killing nurses. He talks about all kinds of stuff. He talks about murdering the mentally ill. All kinds of stuff. Wow, what a wild guy. Here's some transphobia. And guess what? Early yesterday, our agency was notified about the disturbing comments being made on several social media outlets by a deputy sheriff. Sheriff Hill was notified and ordered an internal affairs investigation. The investigation has concluded, and the deputy has been terminated from employment within our office. We thank the public for bringing this to our attention. Damn! Toasted! Another fucking bloody fascist, too stupid to keep private, owned. Totally owned. Pretty awesome, right? That's pretty good, huh? So this was reporting done by Molly Conger. Unfortunately, there's one other little detail here that I want to give some credit to. And that is that her work, her digging, was stolen by the Washington Post. Antonio Olivio wrote up the entire story and did not credit Molly Conger. No credit to Molly Conger, just so you know. And also this guy didn't even use the worst quotes. He wrote a thing that basically just said, oh, well, he was fired for saying, I will kill anyone that touches my children without my consent. Not a threat, but a promise. This is not what he was fired by. He was fired for everything else. But this guy stole her work and then rewrote an article that was favorable to the cop. Nice job, Antonio Olivio. Nice job, my dude. Sick shit. But yeah, just wanted to give a little bit of a credit there where credit is due. Just saying. Yeah. God damn it, Wapo. Yeah. Thankfully, he got called out. Now, all of this is a preamble to what the drama actually is. It's interesting. So I have a little tweet here, and I'm going to show you what started the drama and why this is DRAMAMA and not something else. Because, drama is incredibly silly and often weaponized to do stupid bullshit. So here we go. Let me just show you. Let me just get this tweet up here. It takes a second to load because it's archived. It was deleted, but we have archives, thankfully. Give me a second here. Hopefully it will actually load. Yes, here it goes. Load, 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 please. There we go. On November 24th, 2019, so over a year ago, Molly Conger tweeted about her experience with what was I going to say? Her experience with some of the people involved in shootings. Oh, thank you very much, Britmouse. Let me just read these tweets. These were the tweets that started everything. This isn't altogether new. Men like Nellen have long been making violent threats and then adding in Minecraft or pretending they were just kidding. But this is clearly explicitly meant as a violent threat to two specific women. He is telling us that he is hunting us. Now, this is her talking about a guy named Paul Nellen who ended up being reported on. We don't need to worry much about Paul Nellen. Here's where the drama came in. I've been very clear about my unwillingness to speak to law enforcement, but I also live every day with the question of whether 11 people would have been murdered at the Tree of Life synagogue if I had reported Robert Bauer's threats. Paul Nellen is going to hurt someone. So, what do you think could come from this? What do you think could happen from this, huh? Seems pretty like someone's talking about their experiences, right? Well, let me just show you some of the stuff that happened. So, following, yes, you got it, SJW, you got it. Here we go. So, following, now keep in mind, this tweet, as you can see, did not even get that much. This is like, this was screen capped very early. This was like, you know, archived very early on. It didn't even have that much traction. Recently, as in a couple of days ago, this tweet was brought back up accusing Molly Conger of having inside information on the shooting that she didn't report. And I know, and we'll get there, and an enormous amount of people tweeted, like, I mean, a lot of people tweeted about this. Now, interestingly, most of the original tweets ended up getting deleted. Are you starting to hear some echoes of what we've been talking about with how internet harassment works? Bunch of people. Now, let me just tell you, if I can see, I don't even know if I have been able to find the original tweets, but here are some of the responses to the original tweets, and I'll show you what we're talking about here. So, right here is Robert Evans responding to a tweet that is now privated and hidden, so you can't even see this tweet anymore, that got a crazy amount of coverage. Molly gets more death threats than anybody I know. I can tell you from experience that law enforcement virtually never takes those threats seriously. You are being a dick to someone who's done more work and risked her skin more often than you can conceive of. This was in response to, yeah, Robert Evans is Pog, by the way. Robert Evans is a very, very well-established Portland journalist who does investigative journalism for Bellingcat and a bunch of other stuff. Really cool, does on-the-ground reporting journalism, really cool guy. But yeah, it blew up on the 26th. So interesting. Yeah, a little interesting, right? So this tweet exploded on the 26th of December. And on the 26th of December was one day after she outed that Nazi. Little strange, right? So what were the accusations? Anti-Semitism. A bunch of what appeared to be anonymous internet teenagers started retweeting the year-old tweet of Molly Conger talking about survivors' guilt following the Tree of Life shooting. And they said that she had information about the shooting that she didn't tell and was therefore an anti-Semite. I'm not kidding you. Now again, a lot of these tweets got deleted shortly afterwards, so it's pretty tough to find the original tweets anymore, and all the accounts have now gone private. Little weird how that works. And yep, they attacked any Jewish person who stood up for her. It was really bad. Now, it gets a little bit weirder too. Because as it turns out, that's not even close to the truth. Molly Conger did not have any information about threats made to the Tree of Life. She had threats made to her. The guy, Robert Bauer, who ended up shooting up the Tree of Life synagogue, had threatened her personally, and she chose not to go to the police because she knows that these people do this all the time. But as it turned out, this specific guy ended up actually doing something. But some people bring up a whole bunch of good points. Let me just show you real quick. I've got a couple of other little pieces here. Let me see if I've got the link here. One moment. Here we go. This is a really great thread done by a friend and supporter of Molly. Molly, like everyone else who read Gab in 2017, knew that any number of people who wrote the post she read were capable of murder and that it was just a matter of time. She and a lot of other people tried their hardest to shut down Gab. Yep. I mean, that's what it seems like. Here's the linky. If you see him, if you're seeing a post she wrote and thinking, well, why didn't she report him? It's because Bowers hadn't made any specific threats. I mean, he did end up making threats to her. His entire timeline, like those of dozens of people on Gab, consisted of nothing but the vilest threats and debasement. Bowers interacted with Daniel Jack Corbin McMahon, currently in jail for cyberstalking a Charlottesville City Council candidate, and oddly enough, not for the hundreds of threats of rape and debasement he made at any woman even remotely connected with Seville anti-fascist activities. The signal-to-noise ratio there, like it was on Discord and Telegram, and afterwards and on Parler now, was absurd. She and others were snorkeling through, I think they meant to say cascades of rat shit, hoping to find and stop the next murderer. That she continues to work to expose fascist activities in America as opposed to, say, walking in front of a Mack truck is a testimony to her commitment. That she does it with such humor and good grace and genuine love for human and beast is testimony to something greater. Floating around the internet is a dump of every Gab post made up until perhaps 2 years ago or so. Bauer's posts are not hard to find. I read his posts. There was nothing to differentiate them from anyone else's. If there's a villain or two in this story, it's Amy and Andy Torba, the leaders of Gab, bad faith merchants who profited off of hatred, anti-Semitism, and racism. It's okay. We're not talking about it anymore, Dan Starlight. Don't worry. That's just the context, okay? That's the context. We're not talking about that specifically anymore. What's Gab? No, Gab was a Twitter-alike. Gab was like a Twitter clone for right-wingers. And it's down now. It failed financially. Like, they ran out of money. I'm very sorry, Dan Starlight. But yeah, go enjoy dinner. Yeah, I think Gab got nuked. Or either that or it's just like... Yeah, it was Parler before Parler. I don't even know if it's still up. I don't think it's up anymore. Oops, sorry. Oh, I guess it is still up. I don't know. I think it got bought out, though. Yeah, it's Nazi Tumblr, basically. Yeah. I think it still exists, but I think it's been, like, rebranded and, like, the people aren't involved in it, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know. I don't follow these things anymore. I don't follow Gab anymore. Yeah, that's what I thought. It got rebooted. Yeah. People archive Parler? Yes, they do. Yes, they do. And guess what? It got so out of hand, in fact... that guess who ended up reporting on it? All of this talk about Molly Conger secretly being a anti-Semite. Guess what? Guess who got involved? Nope, we got fucking the post-millennial. Just as bad, honestly. The post-millennial. You know, Andy Neo's mag? Damn. Antifa apologist journalist arrested for participating in Richmond riot. Damn. So this got reposted. Now, they'd already written this about her, and little supporters of the post-millennial ended up reposting this to try and make her look bad and to send this to her employers. And as we know, remember, Molly Conger has already been fired because of this. So she's lost money and lost opportunities. Doesn't that sound like the real cancel culture? The real cancel culture? Little strange. Anyway, so post-millennial followers were reposting this and sending it to people. Molly Conger, a journalist and communist activist who has argued that Antifa is peaceful, was arrested for participating in the riots in Richmond, Virginia on Monday. Police say the violent Richmond riots were instigated by white supremacists. Madeline Conger, aka Molly Conger, or SocialistDogMom, a 30-year-old activist from Charlottesville, was arrested and charged. Conger is a communist activist and writer. Andy Neo cited in this article. Conger responded to Neo's reporting of her arrest, accusing him with no evidence of placing her on the neo-Nazi Atomwaffen Division's kill list. Guess what? There's evidence of that, and that did happen. Wow. Andy Neo knows full well his followers will threaten to shoot me in the head. That's why he posted it. He loves making kill lists. True, he does. He's been caught with it multiple times. Andy Neo knows full well his followers were threatened to shoot me in the head. Oh, I just read that. Oops. This isn't Conger's first dispute with Neo. Now keep in mind, weird thing about this, Andy Neo writes, and if I'm not mistaken, edits for the post-millennial. Huh, seems like there might be a little bit of a conflict of interest in this story, huh? A little weird. She has repeatedly called him a threat to our community, a grifter who provides kill lists to Adam Waffen. Well, he does do that. Nyo? I think it's Nyo. Yeah. The Antifa community she's talking about parroted the violence in Portland, setting fires, smashing windows, and assaulting responding police officers with rocks. Interesting that they don't mention, interesting that you get one little mention of, oh yeah, this was instigated by white supremacists. Literally, even the police admitted that the Richmond riots were instigated by white supremacists. Weird how that works. Even the police couldn't cover it up. Anyway, Conger was among the 20 rioters arrested. A self-proclaimed communist, she was charged with misdemeanor trespassing. Damn, talk about a buried lead. Misdemeanor trespassing. That means you were actually, this means you were just this is like, oops, I was accidentally standing in a public park after hours. Literally nothing crime. Also, guess what? It was dropped. Whoops. Which is slightly more serious than treason, she tweeted. What? What does that even mean? Actually, I was charged with misdemeanor trespassing, which is slightly more serious than treason. Nice. Communists are everywhere. There could be some standing near a public park in your town right now. She's got a good, I will say. This is funny. She has said that most anarchists she knows spend their organizing energy feeding people and writing letters to the incarcerated. Hey, same thing for me. Damn. Oh, okay. No? All right. Sure. Yeah. Damn. She had said that most anarchists she knows, hey, that's true. It's true. That's what they do. It's weird. They do that here, too. She let former Vice President Joe Biden know they're actually pretty chill when he advocated for their prosecution. Conger also retweeted a claim defending Antifa for stockpiling contraband. Agitators were just eating beans when officials posted their cache of confiscated weapons. Interesting. There's that beans and cans thing again. No, this is so sad. Anyway, you can see where this is going. So this was then spammed at her and attempted to further damage her her career. Hey, look at this. More disinfo. Now, this is just a tiny account, but who really gives a shit? Madeline Molly Conger has an arrest record and was fired from her job as a reporter. Gee, wonder why? Well, guess what? Interestingly, we know why, because here on DRAMAMA, we always do the digging. We always find out the bottom of things. So, there we have it. That's the summary of the drama. Now, it's kind of weird. Actually, there's one other thing I wanted to show, actually. Let me show you one other thing, because Molly Conger talked about this. Let me just bring these up real quick. These ones I didn't save, but now that I'm thinking of it, I'm wishing I had, because let me get them. Here we go. Lots of kids posting screenshots of the block as if it's some kind of proof of malice. I am simply blocking all the teens I find so as to avoid accidentally cyberbullying them. It's for their benefit and safety. I'm not going to engage with this any further. Contrary to a series of wild allegations, I do not actually have any control over what people post. Furthermore, if you can't stand to be corrected, I suggest not engaging in a vicious smear campaign. Please remember that this is an internet full of adults. If you believe you need to be protected online because you're a minor, I suggest you keep a locked account where you safely interact with other minors. Good advice. I am not responsible for the posts of others, but you are responsible for your posts regardless of how fully formed your frontal lobe is. I would earnestly request that all non-cops take a day off from the frenzied posting to consider the way they've handled this situation. And just so you know, this one, now of course they're all deleted, but this one was also accused, because she said this, of ableism. Now, it's very hard to track the thousands and thousands of comments of random teens on the internet, but as you can see, this tweet alone has gotten a fuckload of attention. Oh, I highly doubt that. We're not that big, Red Dog. They tend to be mad. I don't know. Maybe we are. Who knows? I'm sure I'm on some list somewhere. Yeah, here we go. Take a look at this. Here's a photo of her look at this. Here's a photo of her activity over December 25th to December 26th. 14.7 thousand replies, 2K1 replies to individual posts, over 523 replies per day, all because of the average of this one. Yeah, I'm probably on that enemy list. Yeah, that's true. Aw, thanks, Brent Mouse. Appreciate that. Yeah, this is very, very strange. So, as you can see, a fuckload of attention. And all of this happened after she outed that Nazi. So now we have to talk about something else before, yeah, I probably am. Oh, actually, funny fact, this is a little tidbit for the future. We might be having to do a chapter 2 on Mike from Redacted. Cause, uh-oh, looks like he's been stepping in the shit again. Yikers! Who could have seen that coming? Oh well, we'll find out. I'll wait. We'll wait. Yeah, he's been unbanned. Yeah, he's unbanned. But anyway, regardless. Oh, he's not a drama magnet. He seeks out the drama. Like, he causes most of the drama, to be completely honest. Yeah. Anyway, let me just talk about something now, because there's this thing that I keep seeing happening, and I want us to become aware of it. I think it's really important that we fucking figure this shit out and fix it, okay? So let me just give you a little bit of a summary of how this works. Actually, you know what? I can do a drawing. I haven't done a drawing. I haven't done a shitty version of the what's the thing? The draw streams. I suck at drawing, but sometimes I think it's necessary to do. So let me just bring this up. Let me just bring up my little Krita here, and I'll show you what I'm talking about. I am terrible at drawing. I'm miserable at it, but I think I can illustrate nonetheless some cool things. So let's see here. Here we go. Okay, create. All right, take a look at this, okay? Where do we go? Let's go with something like this. Let's go with the red. So, here's what tends to happen, okay? You have, let's do random person. Here we go. Here's random good person on Twitter. Wait, let's make them blue, because blue is a nice color. Here, we'll make them like teal. Here's random cool person on Twitter. Brink, brink. They're happy. They're tweeting. They're doing something productive and cool, right? Like, they've got their little phone here. They're tweeting. They're doing some cool shit. Maybe they're teaching you something. Maybe they're exposing fascists. Whatever, right? Maybe they're just a musician, okay? Now, this person draws the ire, of the fucking Nazis. Here we go. We got a little Nazi over here. We'll give him like this. We'll give him a little thing like this, and we'll give him a little black armband. Here we go. He's got his little armband here. Bam. There you go. See, we got a Nazi over here. Very unhappy. So, they draw the ire of the Nazis. Okay? I drew you, Silent. There you go. So, here's the Nazi. The Nazis are very angry. They're extremely mad. So, you piss them off, often rightfully. Give them the shitty stash? Yeah, I'll give them the little mustache. There we go. There's the little Hitler stash. Okay? Yeah, we gave him the Nazi mustache. So then what happens is, watch this. There's the magical process that happens. So these people who hate them say, okay, what are we going to do? So they're mad. They go like this, and then they get together with their other Nazi buddies, and they go on poll, Twitter, or Gab, Parler, whatever you want to say. Gab. Wait, here. Actually, it's poll, Telegram, Discord, whatever. Wherever they go and they tell all their friends, and they get real mad. And then somebody comes up with a post, and it usually looks something like this. IRC is still big in Nazi circles. Yeah, because it's secure. And then you have your little poster here. Bing, Hold on. Let's give them properly colored eyes. Boop, boop. And they go, blah, 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 accusation. Boom. Now, this person will probably be anonymous. They'll have a, I don't know, maybe a hammer and sickle in their bio. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Maybe a little, oops, didn't mean to do that. There we go. Oh, why did it change color? Fuck, I didn't mean to do that. Here we got a little hammer and sickle in their bio, and they'll have like 5K followers, okay? So you'll see this kind of thing happen. So they're mad at this. They go to Disc Poll Telegram. They have their little anonymous communist poster, and then this person spits it out to everybody else. Oh yeah, you could have roses. There's a couple of variants. And they go out like this. Psh, 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 psh. And then it gets interpreted by a little thing called internet teenagers. Here we go. We're going to draw them up. Here we go. There's lots of them. Bing, bing. There's tons of them. And they're all anonymous, and none of them know how to use the internet yet. Some of them might be Nazis. Some of them might be lefties. But this post is framed to get the lefty social justice concerned ones. Why do they look like middle fingers? Well, there's a reason for that. We have all of this army of children, which together, all together, let's circle it up, is like X 100K. So they might get 100,000 people. That looks really horrible. That's like literally not even readable. Here we go. 100K. Bam. And then this times 1,000K shoots fucking a million lightning bolts at one person. And some people would call this cancel culture. Some people would call this all kind harassment campaigns. Well, it is a harassment campaign. Some people would call this a lot of different things. But it doesn't matter, because at this point, nobody knows who made the original accusation. Nobody knows what the original accusation was. And in this little process here of going from this post over to this, we have the things that Contra talked about, you know, essentializing, the essentializing and the hyperbole, etc. So the original accusation is like, yeah, this is like the Contra stuff. This is the cancel stuff. Happens in here. Quote unquote. We'll put little quotes around it because I don't like that term at all. But let's call it cancel. And then all of these people get involved. And the thing is, you can't do anything about all of these people. And some of these people here are very convinced. Most of these people here are very young, and they're convinced they're doing something correct, right? So these people over here think they're acting in the name of social justice. Is Anon a Nazi pretending to be a leftist or just a five-head? Does it matter? I'm just trying to say there's a very good chance that this one is the same person as this one, especially when you don't know who it is. Especially when you don't know who the fuck it is. Yeah? It's kind of weird, isn't it? And you suddenly have thousands of children who you can't do anything against, who are calling you an anti-Semite, who are retweeting things, misinformation, and then they private their accounts and they delete it, and nobody can keep track of it. And sometimes this has really, really, really negative effects. Like, for example, what happened to Merrick, right? How many waves of harassment have been, oh yeah, and I forgot, there's another step to this process, which is that all of this can recycle infinitely, because one element, one time of being canceled provides further justification for being canceled in the future. Because then in the future, people go, yeah, well, wasn't this the bitch who was wasn't this the bitch who was an anti-Semite? Oh yeah, I remember that. And then it repeats again, and it repeats again, and it repeats again, and again, and again, and it gets worse and worse every single time until somebody leaves, or somebody hurts themselves, or they lose their job, as already happened to Molly Conger once. Really weird how this works, isn't it? So let's review real quick. Let's go back through the process. We got anti-fascist does something to piss off a Nazi. Nazi goes and runs and tells all his friends. One of them maybe, or, you know, one of them maybe is connected to a anonymous left-wing account with relatively large following who's able to get this baseless accusation with no evidence, usually formed like propaganda, sometimes with literal fake information, out to an army of children on the internet who are bored and looking to be social justice-y. And those children, and it's not all children either, but it is a lot of children. It is a lot of children. I'm sorry, it's just true. It is. They go in here and they bombard the person and they get it out there, and then the other effect, yeah, children like kids. Yeah, children like kids. Yeah, there's a lot, as it turns out, there's a lot of teens on the internet. There's a lot of fucking teens on the internet. Did you know that? And they're not on Tumblr anymore, where this shit used to happen. They're all on Twitter. And here's the weird thing, because when it doesn't matter that it's children retweeting it, it doesn't matter that it's children repeating the accusation, because they're signal boosting it. They're giving so much signal boost to these accusations that it goes everywhere. It gets to your family, it gets to your friends, unless you're really, really sneakerative online, unless you're nice and sneaky and you keep your everything down on wrap. Other than that, and keep in mind, again, this isn't like shitting on teens. This is just a fact. There are a lot of teens who don't know how to use the internet, and there are a lot of them on the internet. In fact, that's most people on the internet. Well, yeah, but that's the hope, right? Silent? We'll talk about that. We'll talk about that. Yeah, sneakerative. Yeah. Well, we did that the other day. Here, somebody put up one of the mods put together a vote, and we'll do a little demographic study. We'll do a little quick one, an anonymous demographic study. If you could put together like one of those age bracket polls, those would be cool. Yeah. Privacy and security, yes. Privacy and security is really important, and that's something I'm going to be looking to build up in our community, is to teach people to be safer on the internet. I know that sounds really lame, but it's actually super important. But anyway, that's aside from the point. We'll talk about that after. I will absolutely be doing that, 404, 100%. So, again, this process reinforces itself. You see? Remember what I just showed you on the screen here just a couple of minutes ago? Remember I showed you, where'd that go? Ah, fuck. I put it aside here. Let me get it back up. Look at this. This is just a small example of it, but this happens on a much larger level. And I actually talked about this in my video. On my channel, there's a video where I talk about Twitter, and I talk about this with regards to ContraPoints. But let me just show you this. So here, this is a story from a previous cancellation cycle being used to justify the new cancellation cycle. Now, this is obviously a right-winger, and they're trying to get in on the fun, but they're hardly the only ones involved. I mean, what? We saw with ContraPoints, for example, an example of, with ContraPoints, we saw people say, oh, well, she's repeatedly engaged in NB-phobia, and now it's across the line because she had Buck Angel do a voice in the video, which I agree was a mistake. Nonetheless, you see, there you go. The cancel justifies itself. Even if they're not really connected, and even if the first accusation isn't really true, and there wasn't any NB-phobia going on, it becomes true, and then it gets used to justify the next wave of harassment. This happened before, by the way, a lot. It's happened many times, but let me just give you an example of it, a very specific one. Does anybody know about Gamergate? I talk about Gamergate a lot because there's a lot of Gamergate shit that's still going on. In Gamergate, people got really mad at a handful of female devs. Notice that almost all of them were women. Multiple of them were trans. So they're already vulnerable, which makes it easier. We can talk about that after. I'll actually save that question, nuts. And then they were targeted. And their lives were put to a repeated cycle of hyper-analysis, where it was like, oh, so like, here's an example. Zoe Quinn was one of the developers involved. She was accused of essentially fucking, it was called Five Guys. They accused her of fucking people to get favorable coverage for her game. Now, that wasn't true. That wasn't true at all, actually, as it turns out. The people who she was with didn't write about her game. In fact, they specifically removed themselves from the process. But it stuck. And that justified later harassment against her, which then brought out other things that they could stretch for and say, oh, well, she's actually part of a secret SJW agenda, and it goes from there. Yeah, the game was a free game. She didn't even make any money off of it. Yeah, Five Guys, Burgers, and Fries is what they called it, because she apparently fucked Five Guys to get favorable reviews. That wasn't true, but it stuck, and that justified more harassment. And then they found other things, like, for example, say, imagine this. Imagine a situation where, put yourself in the shoes for a second, everyone. Oh, shit. I didn't see the results. Oh, fuck. Anyway, I didn't see the results. Shit. But thank you. It's all good. Somebody probably saw it. Yeah, the game was free. It was a free game. Okay. Yeah, do it again. Let me see the results. I want to get an eye. Vote again and vote accurately. Don't lie. Sorry, I didn't see it. I was being distracted. I'm sorry. Bwah. Bwah. One gang. Hey, we got a lot of Zoomers in here. Hey, Zoomers are cool as fuck. Listen, I'm in the 5 category. 5 gang. All right. There we go. Here we go. 51 voters voting. Thank you. Thank you. I will keep an eye on this. This is good to know. All right? We have a pretty good distribution, all things considered. Gotta say. Well, maybe different people voted. All right? Listen, thank you for that. Now, I want to ask you all real quick. Let's put the vote aside, and I want you to put yourselves in the shoe of someone online who's been accused of something. Imagine thousands of people accusing you of something that you know isn't true. So, let's say somebody accused you of fucking your mother, right? And you know it's not true because you've never fucked your mom. But there's thousands of people who believe that that's the case. And then you get tired, and one time you say, fuck you, I hate you people, leave me the fuck alone. Or maybe even worse, maybe you actually have a breakdown from how much pressure you're getting. Not everyone can handle that much attention. I mean, and I don't blame them. Maybe you freak out and you start posting shit, but then it just brings more people on and more people. And then people say, look at how they reacted. Look at how they reacted. That shows. Right? And then that justifies even more harassment because there's more evidence of you being who you are in their minds. That's pretty fucked, isn't it? That's pretty fucked, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't either. But a lot of people do. And a lot of people will. Now, that's a pretty vicious cycle, right? You know? That's a pretty vicious cycle. Yeah, and on Twitter, it's especially, I mean, again, we've talked about Twitter extensively. We've talked about Twitter extensively with regard to this. But it's pretty bad. You know? It's pretty bad for this. And there's an interesting thing that happens, just to build off of that, there's an interesting thing that happens on Twitter especially, which is that Twitter is really hard to follow. Have you ever noticed how hard it is to find something on Twitter, like after it's been posted, like after a day has passed? Even your own posts sometimes can be hard to find, right? You got to scroll down your timeline. It's really fucking hard to find shit on Twitter, isn't it? It's really weird. And it's also really easy to delete, to private your account, and make it impossible for people to find those things. If you didn't archive it while it was live, you're not getting it. You're not getting it unless somebody else did that. It is an amnesia machine that makes it impossible to determine the truth. But nonetheless, it enables an incredible amount of harassment, frequently towards women, trans people, and minorities. Other minorities, I should say. That's kind of weird. And a lot of times, these things have some pretty sus starting points if you're ever able to find them. Like, for example, let's compare what we've been talking about with SocialistDogMom to the Merrick situation, which many of you have been here for. It's very strange, isn't it? Isn't it weird that a bunch of anonymous Marxist accounts with a lot of followers, a lot of people here admitted they didn't even know they were following these people. You probably followed them for a shit post, right? Or something in the past. You probably don't even remember what you followed them for. And then all of a sudden, they're able to get these words out, and they're able to get these accusations out and start a shitstorm that actually harms people. Did you know, just so you know, now listen, I don't know how, besides what Molly Conger has told us in this situation, I don't know how much negative effect this has had on Molly Conger's life. But we do know some other people. We know ContraPoints. ContraPoints, as a result of these like multiple cycles of harassment, has stopped using Twitter entirely, and has also admitted to self-harming and becoming addicted to alcohol as a result of how much she was trying to escape from the sheer and endless hatred that she was receiving online. Merrick has talked to us, our chat, we talked to Merrick about how much of an impact it's had on her. It's pretty bad, the situation that we find ourselves in right now. A situation of mysterious accounts that nobody really knows, that could be anybody. Yeah, Merrick's doing okay now, yes. She's been struggling with a lot of stuff, but thankfully most of it has blown over. I'm going to talk to her again soon. I talked to her a little bit yesterday. So, mom rad. Yeah, that's me. I'm the mom rad. I'm rad, and I'm a mom. A mom in a way of speaking. I'm trans. I don't actually have kids, but, you know, I have my imps. So, yeah. So this is a cycle we keep going on. I do have Yoda. Yoda is my, yeah, it's true. I am a dog mom in that way. I'm the mother of demons. That's true. I'm an ideological mother. There we go. I teach people ideas and people grow from them, hopefully. Hopefully. Yeah. So I guess it's time for the conclusion, right? It's time for the conclusion, right? Have I been able to verify the truth behind the accusation that Merrick's husband harassed Ash Coffin? It seems sus to me. Actually, yes and no. From what I can tell, indeed, now this is not related to the current drama. From what I can tell, Merrick's husband tweeted at Ash Coffin a couple of times, but I saw nothing that would be categorized fairly as harassment. Now, it's possible things happen behind closed doors, but at the exact same time as that, Ash Coffin has been repeatedly tweeting at and about Merrick and literally signal boosting other things. So I don't really think that that's a fair accusation. I'm sorry, but I just don't think that that's a fair accusation by Ash, especially given that Ash herself has been engaging in a lot of boosting of this stuff and is friends with a lot of the people who massively boosted this stuff. Yeah. See you later, Pandas Main. So yeah. Anyway, Let's concluding. Currently working on my emblem to de-tankify my USSR Ushanka. Oh, that's cool. Boob stream today. Yeah, booby streaming today. I'm booby streaming. Yep, that's me. Anything could have happened in DMs, but Ash is deciding to perpetuate a cycle of abuse in public when she could wipe her hands of it. Yes, and I said that to her myself. You can see my literal tweet if you want to. Hold on. I got to check up on something real quick. Let's see. Hold on. Oh, shit. Let's see. Okay, so it looks like we are going to be playing, hold on one second. I just got some DMs. Sorry. Before we do the concluding. There we go. Anyway, let's conclude. Let's conclude. Yes, I could do that. Silent, I can definitely do that. I will play that after. Yeah, some secret memes. We're working on some stuff. So let's do the conclusion. The conclusion is the left, the online left, that's all of us. Or at least we hope for the online left to win. I think that even the libs in my audience can agree that the online left is better than the online right, for sure, right? We don't want the entire internet to be poll or 8chan or anything like that, right? And if that's the case, we got to do a lot better, and we got to start thinking harder. And there's a couple of ways, and especially on Twitter, we need to be careful about the things we're saying, the things we're accusing, and the way that we digest this information. Now, the first thing, of course, is the IMPS code. Anybody who doesn't know the IMPS code, well, guess what? You now know it now. There you go. Immediately stop discoursing. Don't discourse on Twitter. You should discourse with people, not on public with weird post-it note system. Don't discourse on Twitter. 2, use Twitter to meme and cream. Have fun. Be careful with your memes. Make sure they're actually memes and not harassment. There you go. Yeah, some people have said the simp code, which we might have to revise it in the future because someone suggested adding stop spreading misinformation to the code, but I haven't decided yet. I have to think on that more. 3, promote yourself and your friends. Always good. Twitter is very good for promoting things. Your art, your videos, your friends' art, your friends' videos, etc. Very, very good for it. And 4, slaughter your genuine opponents in the arena of ideas. And what I mean by that is if there's right-wingers and Nazis, use Twitter to take them down. Use Twitter to dunk on them. Just don't engage in discourse. You can talk to people about your lefty ideas elsewhere. If you want to put out a hot take and leave it at that, go for it. But don't discourse. Don't get pulled into stupid year-long discussions in the comments. Yeah, we're talking about the IMPS code. Oh, yeah, I couldn't say it on Twitch panels. That's true. We'll think about it. So, yeah. But that's only the first part because we need to go better. We need to go bigger than the IMPS code. We need to get better at the internet as a whole. And I mean this, all of the lefties. We have to get better at the internet. You all realize the internet is like the future, right? Imagine if lefties, well, we don't even have to imagine. Look at what happened to radio. Look at how radio was taken over by right-wingers. Like, I mean, completely. I talk about this all the time on my channel. The radio and television, to some extent, got completely taken over by right-wingers. Television more so by neolibs. But radio, far right. You listen to talk radio, there's like a 90% chance that you're going to be listening to a right-wing talk radio show. Because they saw that controlling that field of information control was incredibly important. And look at where it's landed us. Rush Limbaugh. Fucking roast in hell, motherfucker. Yep, I did too, Kel Dodge. Yep, I grew up listening to 2 of the most vile right-wingers you can imagine. The internet is the future. So we need to take it seriously. We need to figure out how to be good at it, how to post effectively, how to not just repost misinformation, how to not contribute to cycles that look like this. We need to beat this shit. This has to be beaten. We can't do this. These guys, the Nazis, are taking advantage of well-meaning but otherwise uninformed people to cause great harm to anyone whose head manages to lift beyond the, like, rat shit surface. Listen, remember, it's not a moral code. The IMPS code is not a moral code. It's a code for usage. It helps you use it better. There might be a time when breaking the IMPS code would be important. You're not going to be morally judged for that. It's a code to help you use Twitter better. Now, you got to know the code to be able to break the code. But it's a code of practice. It's like how to use a hammer. How to use Twitter is the IMPS code. If your morals are meme and cream, well, then it might be a moral code for you. But the code is really important. IMPS code, fucking important. The code be more like guidelines. That's true. It do be more like guidelines. I agree. Our media needs to dwarf theirs. Well, guess what? We have an advantage right now. But we got to keep pushing. So, yeah. As far as that radio thing didn't happen in Israel, I don't know about that. I don't know about the history of radio in Israel. Some places have robust radio, radio communities and culture. In America, radio culture is right-wing. Radio, especially talk radio, AM radio, is right-wing as fuck. I mean, Rob Noor has a radio show in America. Rob Noor. The wait a minute guy. That guy has a radio show in America. What the fuck? Our radio, yeah, I'm not kidding you. It's local, but it's still a radio show. Yeah, it's wild. I know. And he goes on that radio show in the morning and streams about how all lefties are cultural Marxists that want to invade and mind control your children. I'm not kidding you. The arms dealer. Stop taking Twitter seriously. Smoke a blunt. Be immoral and unchristian every way possible. Read Marx and make plans with your co-workers to drop bosses off the rooftop. Well, I mean, listen, we do not allow and do not support discussions of violence in our chat. So I'd appreciate if you would not do that. However, I do agree that I don't agree that people should take Twitter less seriously. I think they should take Twitter differently. We should look at Twitter differently. People need to use Twitter as a promotional tool. It is not a social media. You understand? It is not a social media. They tried to make a left-wing radio network in the 2000s called Air America. It failed. It's where Rachel Maddow got her start. Yeah, it's also where Sam Cedar got his start. Sam Cedar was a huge part of Air America. In fact, Sam Cedar has a whole episode where he talks about it. Let's see. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. Okay. Yes. This is indeed a very funny meme. I will agree. This is a very funny meme. And this isn't an accusation. This is an actual meme, okay? That's a funny meme, okay? No, not Fat Ian. No! Oh, shit. Good meme. All right, so the conclusion. SocialistDogMom does a lot of good work. And the sheer amount of hatred and vitriol that she received on social justice grounds, that she's an anti-Semite for something she didn't do. She didn't do. In fact, she did the opposite. Is pretty fucked. And we've got to get better at this. That's the drama mama conclusion. We've gotten to the bottom of the drama. He hasn't, but he has tweeted, so maybe somebody's running his account. Yeah. But what I'm saying is that SocialistDogMom doesn't appear to have done anything wrong here, and certainly doesn't deserve the backlash. And it is very interesting that the backlash occurred exactly 1 day after she successfully outed a violent, Civil War hungry Nazi from a local police department. Very, very weird, huh? Isn't that strange? You've used the IMP code for all platforms? Yeah, well, okay, the IMPS code is designed specifically for Twitter, but there's probably applications for other platforms as well, especially Twitter-like platforms like Tumblr and other ones that are like timeline-based. It probably doesn't work for Facebook, but Facebook, I don't even know. Like, Facebook is totally compromised. I don't know that Facebook can be won. And the reason why I don't know for sure if Facebook can be won is because it's so deeply non-transparent and no one has any control of anything, and all they do is sell your data. Oh, none of those can be used. Well, I mean, you might be able to use it there. I don't know. Yeah, Facebook is a mess. Yeah, it seems like a lost cause. Yeah. This will sound conspiratorial, but I don't think it's wild to think these harassment campaigns come from powerful people. We talked a lot about Gamergate, but it's important to consider how a lot of it was manufactured by Steve Bannon. Yes, it was. Now, here's a funny thing. We have to go to Among Us in a few minutes. However, I want people to remember that while Gamergate started as a Reddit-based, started as like a Reddit harassment campaign in 4chan, like 4chanV and Reddit were the two that were largely involved. Guess who got on the scene very shortly afterwards? Milo Yiannopoulos. Milo Yiannopoulos, who was working for Steve Bannon at the time at Breitbart. No joke. I'm not kidding you. This is real. That actually happened. And Milo Yiannopoulos even talked about it, how he believed that Gamergate was an opportunity to win people over to the right. This type of harassment, these cycles of harassment are not good for the online left. They're not good for anyone, and they're easily compromised and capitalized on by right-wingers. So we got to beat them, and we got to get better at using these websites. Bothers me beyond belief that this is what these people take from that atrocity. It makes my Jewish self so uncomfortable. Well, remember, Dan Starlight, I agree with you, but most of these people aren't actually taking that away. They're mad, they're outraged, and they're misinformed because they don't know how to use Twitter yet. They don't know how to engage with the internet in a healthy way. Oh, yeah. Don't worry. I got that, Posadas John. I think I lost the other one. Can you send me the second tweet, Posadas John? Because I think I got the first one. I got the Know Nothing one. Oh, I know this one. Oh my God. Yes, I'll read this when I come back. I need to go to the bathroom, and then we're going to read a really funny meme, and then we're going to do Among Us with a bunch of really fucking cool people. So far for Among Us, we have, let's see. Wait, 8 p.m. EST, that's 5. Wait, okay, hold on. No, I can't do that. Oh, shit. All right. I am going to hit the restroom. None of you go anywhere. I know. I'm talking about a different thing. Somebody invited me to a panel, but it's going to be at the exact same time as Among Us. So I want to play Among Us first. But I'm going to go hit the restroom. All of you, if you haven't liked and subscribed, please like and subscribe. Also consider supporting the channel. I can only do this with your support. This show is 100% viewer supported, besides the money I put into it, literally. So yeah, I will be right back. Like, subscribe, and I'll see you in just a second with some funny memes. For 1 minute. Chair stream is over. I've returned. I've returned. Hello, everyone. Hi, YouTube chat. I'm checking on YouTube chat right now. Hi, YouTube chat. Hello. Oh, shit. Don't 614? I won't. Don't worry. Someone should make a Twitter profile for my chair. You can. You're allowed to if you want to. All right. Oh, shit. God damn it, tanky chair. It's all right. I crushed the tanky chair under me. So it is ultimately, listen, tanky chair, yeah, tanky chair gets owned by me sitting on top of it. Here we go. Here's the second one. All right, let's watch some funny memes before we go do some Among Us. All right. Uh-oh. Here we go. From /r Destiny. Should I debate my girlfriend? My girlfriend said anybody who isn't a communist just hasn't read enough theory. This is the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Destiny destroys every leftist he debates. I've been learning debate tactics recently. Should I test them out on her next week when we see each other in person? I'm pretty sure I could destroy her brain-dead lefty arguments and intellectually dominate her, but she is also an emotionally fragile, unlike me and Destiny, so she might break up with me. Is it worth it? Uh-oh. 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 We got a lot of votes. Was it worth it? Let's find out because we have the follow-up post. We got the follow-up post. All right, I'm going to read this one in the Destiny door-to-door knocker voice. Here we go. I debated my girlfriend and I think she broke up with me. Holy shit, I'm literally shaking right now. I once told my GF once and for all to meet up at Wendy's for a debate date. With all that Destiny had taught me, I knew that I would easily destroy her leftist delusions. Capitalism vs. communism in the marketplace of ideas. The first thing I did was bring out my iPhone 11 and show her the Wikipedia article for the Holodomor. I started counting the casualties. That's when she brought out her completely packed bag and started pulling out really thick books of theory. Marx, Engels, Lenin, and a bunch of Russian and Chinese names I can't even remember. My hands started trembling with anger as I continued to scroll down the Wikipedia page of the Holodomor on my iPhone 11. She basically said that it was all capitalist propaganda and exaggerated, and that communes like Catalonella or something were really successful. She kept quoting these books and shoving pages in my face. I told her to stop pivoting and gish galloping, but she just kept going. At this point, the people at Wendy's were pointing and chuckling, and someone went, "How's it going, sport?" with a smirk. No one understood that she was acting in bad faith, and she was nitpicking and clearly biased. She hadn't really responded to any of the points my Wikipedia article was making. At some point, I started stammering because I was so mad at how illogical she was being. And she went, "I think I've won." Nice gaslighting. She asked if we should end it there or if I wanted to try at another debate. I smiled a confident smile and said, "Do you think incest is inherently unethical?" She said, "Obviously," and I asked why, and she couldn't come up with an argument because she went quiet for a few seconds. I continued, "There's nothing inherently wrong with being attracted to your sister." I'm not, though. But then a guy next to us at Wendy's broke into really loud laughter and basically said, "Why are you with this dweeb?" The guy had a really broad build and was wearing a rose t-shirt. He had a really thick, sturdy beard and a masculine ponytail. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That sounds... Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Who's that? You're clearly more intelligent and hot than this guy. Take a look at this. He showed my girlfriend something on his Twitter and she giggled. I think it was a stupid commie meme or something. She basically ended it there and went with this broad and sturdy guy. On the way out, I tripped on the doorstep and everyone laughed. She isn't responding to my text and this was like 5 hours ago. What the fuck should I do, debate gang? Help! Uh-oh. Shit. Shit. Masterful. Masterful. When you can't debate yourself into a happier relationship. Oof. Sucks. Oof. Oh yeah, I gotta unhorny the chat. Well, now that we've read that horny tale of cuckoldry, I better unhorny the chat. You're right. I need to unhorny the chat. Let's definitely unhorny the chat. I think this will succeed. Let's just real quick. All right, everyone, get ready. Get ready for your unhornying. Prepare. Prepare. Here we go.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Hold on. Are you all? I was not looking at chat. Are you all actually talking about fucking this? Stop it. Stop being horny. I don't even care. I will nuke my chat. All right. Stop. No horny. How many of you actually paid attention to the hypothetical? I'm sorry.
Stop, horny police. I'm happy to see. I'm very happy to see that Riley is having a lot of fun with her latest upgrade. I guess would it be right? Well, she likes it, so it's an upgrade. Yeah. There you go. This doesn't affect me. New hardware. Yeah, or new what do they call it? New wetware? What's it called in Cyberpunk? New Cyberpunk? All right. Sick. That's because you were mildly dissociating? Oof. Cyberware? Wetware? I don't know. What do they call it? Hey, welcome back, Vermin Hands. Welcome back. We read a funny meme. Did you know? Listen, Vermin, according to our destiny, someone who's emulating either is Vosh or is emulating Vosh stole one of the debate lord's partners. Holy shit. What panel? I'm not going on a panel. We're about to go on, let's see. Wait. Prime is a Twitch partner, so you should not what? Hold on a second. Hold on just a second here. We're about to go do some Among Us. Are you ready? We're going to play some Among Us to calm down, and then we have even more stuff to do afterwards. Among Us. I was invited to a panel 20 minutes ago, and then I responded, and then they said they're full. So, oh. Well, I guess I'm not on there. Whatever. I don't know. Sometimes, I don't know. Whatever. All right, let's figure this out. Let's see what's going on. Okay. Oh, it looks like it's been delayed for a few minutes. Okay. Among Us is... Okay, I'm getting in the waiting room. Let's just get in the waiting room. Hey, how's it going? We're the first ones here. Hello, hello. I'm streaming, by the way. I'm probably gonna deafen until some more people come in, but I figured I'd let you know and say hello.
Yeah, thanks for letting me know.
Yeah.
I was gonna start, wilding out.
Oh, sick. Well, yeah. Feel free to while out, but I'm gonna deafen for now, so I don't. I can talk to my stream or whatever. But I'll talk to you very soon.
Hell yeah.
Yay! No, that's Atlas. That's Atlas. Riley is great. It's great to see her not being dogpiled. The internet is really getting better for trans peeps. Yes, it is. Absolutely. Also, Riley keeps a cap on her community really well. I don't know who's going to show up for today. We have, it looks like we have 9 players or 10 players, but I don't know who all it is yet. So we'll have to see. Yeah. Yeah, and then we'll go from there. And then after that, we got some politics to do. Remember I said we were going to do some motherfucking politics? Well, I got some motherfucking politics. You know what? I bet that clip... Do you all think that clip was funny enough to turn into like a TikTok-y thing? Did I do a good enough job, or was it not funny enough? I feel like I should probably make it into a TikTok clip. I'm trying to get better at it. I should do it. Yeah, TikTok clips. TikTok... clips. Approximately 2 hours into Monday. I'm trying to get good at this shit, but I don't know. I have a hard time. So here's the thing. I have a hard time figuring out. Oh, you did? Oh, that's really cool. Ready to be a space pro? I'm ready to be a space pro. Listen, I'm really good at it. I've gotten really good at it. But yeah, also, I don't know what makes a good clip yet on TikTok. So, like, I bet you all do. I bet you all know. Yeah, okay, I'll do that. I'll do it. I think that reading was pretty good. Plus could be a lot of fun. I'll edit it up and then we'll see. Well, the thing is, no, like, the thing is, you all, it's not about you being old or young or anything like that. It's just that I don't know, like, I don't always know what a good clip of me is. But you all like to watch me. So you probably know, like, oh shit, Demon Mama just went off. This could be good. And if that's good, you could always recommend it to me or remind me because, yeah. Has to be snappy enough to get people's attentions. Yeah. Yeah, I gotta do it. All right, we'll see. We'll see who shows up. It's 5, and we don't got many people in there. If there was a floss or two, well, I could add some editing things on it. I could do that, you know? I could do that. But yeah, if you ever think something's funny or that, that was, like, great or could be funny, I could probably turn it into it. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Any big names? Yeah, we got some pretty big names. Let me see who's showing up. I think Denims, Merrick. I know Conyer and Vermin can't make it this week. But provided everyone shows up, then we'll have multiple people. I don't know if Zan is making it. I know Zan said he wasn't going to play. Dylan is going to be here next week for it. We'll see. Nobody's joined yet, though. Nobody's joined yet. Uh-oh. I guess we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. The clip where you showed us the one vid? Hold on, let me check. Hey, thank you so much.
Loving the stream. Trans rights and authoritarians suck.
I agree with you. I agree. Authoritarians do. Oh, yeah, this song. That would be good. Oh, my God. You're right. That would be a great one. But I don't know where that was from. That would be a good-ass clip, Nuts. Nuts, if you can find me where that was from, I'll put it up on TikTok. I will do it. Yeah, 100%. I just don't remember where that was from off the top of my head. If you remember which stream that was from, seriously. Also, let's just take a look. Just got to keep an eye on things. Okay, so we don't have enough people yet. We don't got enough people yet. Do I have any panels or debating coming up in the near future? None. I have none locked down or scheduled yet, but I'm quite sure there will be one. I'm quite sure there will be one. I just haven't been invited to one yet. The panel scene is slowing down a little bit around the holidays. There's only a few people doing panels right now, so we'll see. Yeah, I mean, if we don't have enough, I can certainly put out some feelers for sure. We'll see though. I don't know. Okay. All right. Looks like everyone's gonna be there in 5. So. Wait, what?
Chat has decided to riot.
Riot?
Give us poll.
Why are you rioting? Thank you for the very generous $2, Bricks. Thank you so much. What are we rioting about? Hello, Spectre. Hi, Ivy. Hello, everybody. What are you all rioting about? What are we rioting about now? Huh? Oh, does YouTube... It doesn't show up. Well, it does. It does show up to me, but I can't see it as easily. I have to go to a separate window, so I try to check in with YouTube chat every once in a while. Yeah. Give us a poll? What do you mean, what poll? I can't poll. There's no poll. You can't do polls on YouTube. You can't do it on YouTube. It doesn't, there's no tool for it. I'm sorry. There's no tool for it. I would do it, but I can't. There's no polls. Oh, I could do a straw poll? Okay, well, while we're waiting, I'll do a straw poll. All right. All right, look. I'll put together a straw poll, okay? Look, I'll do a straw poll, okay? Hold on. Okay, here we go. Wait, oops, hold on. Shit, I fucked it up. Okay, well, whatever. Listen. If you're in the group here. Hold on, let me share it. All right, here we go. I'm sharing it to you all. Okay, here we go. All right, there we go. All right, I didn't put a 35 plus, but if you're older than 35, just vote in the 30 to 35 category, okay? Let's look at the results. Let's see what the results are. I'm not seeing anything yet. Y'all gotta vote on it. Vote, vote, vote. Vote, vote, vote. Vote, 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 vote. Yes, nuts. Okay, I'm gonna keep this. Here we go. I know, that's all they got. Listen, it's not my fault. Okay. Okay, excellent. Thank you, nuts. I'll look this up later and we will make it. We'll make it happen. The poll is in YouTube only. This is for YouTube. We're discovering what YouTube chat's all about. All right. Damn. Okay. All right. Sick. Okay, cool. We got a lot of Zoomers in chat. In fact, we actually have a tie. Oh, the Zoomers have taken control. The Zoomers have taken control. Damn. Nice. Thank you for all your votes, YouTube chat. Appreciate that. The Zoomers have taken control. Here, I'll show the results. Let us take a look at the results. Ready? Here we go. Look at that. Here's our results from YouTube. So we have a pretty solid amount in the 25 to 30 category, but in the 15 to 25, which is the Zoomers, they actually outnumber. Damn. Damn. Interesting. But yeah, this is the most concentrated, like 25 to 30, we have a pretty solid amount of people in there. Interesting. Very interesting. No, it's between 0 and... My goodness. How old are we? Okay. We're going to get this one again. Oh, we got another one for this one. Only radlibs use YouTube? I don't know about that. I think people on their phone usually use YouTube, to be completely honest. All right. Let's see. Damn. All right. 18 to 21. So we got a lot in the 18 to 21 category. We got a lot of younger folks here. Cool as shit. Well, but remember, the audience has probably changed. There we go. Whoop. I didn't mean to vote for that one. I accidentally voted one myself. I am not between 17 and 25. Hey, excellent. All right, well, I have that info. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Let's take a look and see who's in here yet. We don't have anybody in yet. Nobody's in yet. I mean, well, me and Atlas are in. We're still waiting. Rigged recount. I don't think it's rigged. I don't think it's rigged. This is silly. Oh, you just joined and feel bad for SocialistDogMom? I do too. We gotta fix this. We gotta fucking fix this shit. I agree. Well, I'm not very... I'm not that young. I'm 30. What do you mean? I'm not that young. Are you joking because I accidentally voted one? Yeah, okay, yeah, I'll ping everyone if they don't show up in the next few minutes. I know some. Do I have a Discord server? Yes, I do, my Bluebird, and it's amazing. Bam, it's amazing. It's our Discord is fucking awesome. It's fucking awesome. I'm 30. Yes, I'm 30. I know. People think I'm way younger, but I'm only 30. Rigged the election. Zoomers rigged the election. I see. I see. This is why you could never trust electoralism. You just can't. Yes, of course. And number 3 is a real good option too. I agree. I'm gonna lean on that one. I'm gonna participate in this election. I've got interest in it. Who would vote for Biden? What the hell is going on in here? Okay, I know this has to be... Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I just saw something on Twitter. What? This has to be a shit post. This has to be a meme, right? This has to be a meme, right? that this has to be a meme. DaScrubKing, my dude. What the fuck? This has to be a meme, right? Every hot take. No, he's serious. He's serious. Oh my god. What? What the fuck, dude? My dude. No. I do like this comment. Sounds like a literal fedora with arms wrote this, but okay. Using guys for friends is just as psychologically damaging as using girls for sex. Wow, the word using is doing a lot of fucking work there. What the fuck? Oh, hey, we got people. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Oh, shit. All right, looks like we're going to get people. But anyway, let's talk about this meme while we wait for everybody. What the fuck is this meme? What the fuck is this meme? What the fuck do you mean? Okay, let's try and figure this out. All right, let's try and figure this out. Using guys for friends. What does that actually mean? Let's unpack them. Let's do a meme overthinking. What does it mean to use someone as a friend? How do you use someone as a friend? Is that like when... Would that be, oh, I mean, yeah, that's how I read it. I read this like, oh, if someone's your friend, but they don't fuck you, that's using you. But wait, but like friends are for social interaction. Okay. So if I was to be as charitable as possible to this take, using guys for friends could mean like not reciprocating friendship, right? That could mean that, right? It could mean like, oh, I'm going to take friend stuff from you. I'm going to like, yeah, like I'm going to like splurge to you all the time and never give you the time of day. That could mean what it means. They're talking about beta orbiter shit. Yeah, see, that's what my impression was. So then what the fuck are you talking about? How is the OP correct here? Is this like a Destinyism? Listen, I know DaScrubKing is like a massive Destiny fan, but is this like a Destinyism? Is that what this is? Is that what this kind of thing is? Is this like like it's emotionally and psychologically bad? When guys use you for your body, it's just as bad as when you don't let them use you for your body. Yeah. I think Vermin might be right here. I think it might just be that. A Destinyism? I don't know. It's like when I say a Destinyism, I mean it's like when like somebody hears a take from Destiny, because I know Destiny has talked about like leading people on in the past. Like Destiny believes leading people on is really, really bad. And I can understand a certain degree of where he's coming from. But when I say a Destinyism, I mean it's like that, but you water it down and it becomes like something else. It's Chud DGG is basically Chud Reformation in progress. I don't know. How much reformation is actually occurring there? I don't know. To like have an unhealthy relationship, like dumping a bunch on someone and not helping them? Maybe. Okay. So is that the same as using someone only for sex? Is that really? Is that really as psychologically damaging? A lot of young men genuinely do not think of women as something other than to court and fuck. It's like how they see their friend group as the boys. It's no girls allowed shit. Yeah, I mean, that is true. It is a, like, objectification. Like, people think of objectification and they're like, oh, what do you mean? Like, girl Spider-Man having a big butt? No, objectification is when people literally refuse. Like, a lot of men refuse to see women as people. They see them as objects. They see them as things to be used and traded like a commodity. And that is a true thing. I feel like that's probably what this post was saying, but it really weirds me out that, like, DaScrubKing would think this is correct. I don't know. This seems like pretty much like beta orbiter shit. Oh, we're getting a lot of people in here. Oh, look at this. We're getting everybody in here. We need to get the last, there's like 2 missing people. We're almost there. You've gotten incel vibes from DaScrubKing before, but see, there's a lot of weight. There's how far that can go. Damn. Maybe I should invite DaScrubKing on to debate about it. Would that be fun? We could do that. That might be fun. We haven't done anything like that. Look, you know what? Let's do it. Let's do it. You know what? We're going to do it. We're going to do it. Let's do it. No. Let's see. All right. I put out the feeler. Let's see what happens. We may have some extra content lined up for tonight after all. Yay! Okay, it looks like we're about to get everybody. Hold on. Let's see.
That's fine. I'm just gonna.
Hello.
Snacking. Hey, what's up?
Hello.
How many people do we have
Hi.
all together?
We have
then?
7 with Raz.
With Raz, that's not enough. Do we have?
What's going on? How many people
Did anybody message the Twitter group by any chance? Because I know there's a lot of people who check the Twitter group but who don't check this Discord.
I can.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm
Yeah,
just-
that'd be
I'm
great.
fishing right now.
Because we're
Poke
pretty
them and
close.
let them know we got 3 spots.
Yeah.
Excellent.
How was your guys' holidays?
Actually,
nice,
pretty
man.
good. Yeah.
Wait, Jade and Demon, you guys are in California, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
How'd you like that storm?
I don't feel it. I don't go storm.
Like
What?
asleep when it hit.
I've been
Dude,
just
that shit was wild. It's still raining here.
Really?
Yeah.
I've
Yeah,
been
but
just
we don't go
building a
outside.
kitchen.
We're fucking. We do not go outside. We're like always cooking inside our house. We literally don't leave. We order groceries through. We just don't want to catch COVID. Last time I went for like
Yeah, I feel
blood work, I got sick for like a week and I thought I had COVID, so I had to go get tested, and it was just like a sore throat. It wasn't COVID. I was just terrified.
Yeah. We've
man,
been
those
pretty
respirator- or,
quarantined this year too. I mean, we
those vaccines
definitely
are
go out
coming
for
soon.
groceries and stuff, but. Sorry, what was that?
Careful.
Vaccines are coming soon, right?
Yeah, it's kind of hard to tell where they're going to be available and when, but yeah, they are on the way. So
It's like a priority list too. They have to distribute them to who needs them most and how like best
Yeah,
to stop
technically
the
we're on the
spread.
lows.
Yeah. Yep.
Yep, politicians get them first, and oh shit, that's right, that's their priorities, not real ones.
yeah, I mean, they literally got like the first ones, but I mean, I guess there is some value in having like very public facing people get them first, so it encourages everyone else.
There's
But
a shit
Yeah.
amount of anti-vaxxers.
It's also
shit. Like,
really pathetic when your world leaders actually die of coronavirus.
yeah, exactly.
thing is, it's like genuinely there's so many people that think like this is some Bill Gates population control like vaccine, and it's crazy. So like it
Well,
is really good.
I don't think it's that many people. I think people are just worried about side effects.
No, dude. there's, like,
No, there's a whole conspiracy group
So,
that's just dedicated
there
to the
always
shit.
is. I just
You
don't
are
think it's
right.
that much.
No, Atlas, you're right when it comes to typical vaccinations. It's only like 1 to 3%. With COVID specifically, like half America said they're probably not taking it, or only half said that they're taking it.
To be fair,
It is really out of
So-
control. Like I've even seen that stuff on my family's Facebook pages. Like a lot of people's families have gone like full conspiracy theorist over the last like couple months. It's
Well,
actually
it's-
pretty spooky.
again, to be fair, it's not necessarily conspiracy theory. All of these vaccines have been rushed through the trial process. There is technically a slightly higher risk of side effects compared to
Than
normal
current-
vaccines.
No, I
Well, yeah,
agree
because
with-
there's been
a
what?
9/11 amount of people every day to coronavirus, so it's probably better to take the vaccine.
No. All
Yeah.
of that I agree with, but the like average person who doesn't like absorb like this in like a nuanced way is just thinking this is like, oh no, this is a rushed vaccine, it's gonna be horrible. So I'm saying it is a really high number of people that like are really skeptical about it.
That does seem to be the case in my experience. Yeah.
the one thing that I do find that's interesting, because I see this a lot in my comments section, is a lot of them that appeal to the Bill Gates thing keep on pointing out the single quote that he said where like vaccines are going to be for
So
population
stupid.
control, without realizing that the context of that quote was that vaccines allow countries to develop more with less people dying.
It was the other way around. Yeah.
And as a result, when you get countries that are more developed, their population rates go down because they don't need to produce as many people because they're not dying as fast. Like, context is a thing that these people don't seem to understand.
People
Well,
are just
also
scared.
like people are people who have like steady access to sex education and contraceptives and stuff like that are less likely to, you know, have like what we would consider like an unwanted pregnancy or an unexpected pregnancy.
Yeah. Trust me, as somebody living in Georgia, I am in one of those red zones where they're taught abstinence for the most part here, and I've seen the end results.
Yeah, it's wild. Yeah.
It doesn't help that humans are stupidly bad at recognizing like when patterns don't matter. Like for example, my grandpa is like 85 years old, survived COVID. My dad asked me today, should he get vaccinated? The answer is
100%
basically
agree,
always
Vermin.
yes, right?
100%
But
agree.
in his head, it's like,
So bad.
well, he already survived it once. There are risks with the vaccine. What if he just gets it again and survives it again, right? It's like, well, maybe you don't want to do it that way.
I'll turn my own audio up a little bit. There we go. That should be a little bit better. Sorry about that. Yeah, it's just I'm trying to fix the audio levels
Did I
for
kill the lobby? What happened?
No, sorry, I'm having some issues with my own audio. I was gonna reply, but I was having some issues.
I'm eating carrots.
Hell yeah. We had garbanzo beans.
There we go.
Falafel.
That should be
Hell
better.
yeah.
I think that should be better. I hope so.
We had some sushi.
There we go. Kakarot. I haven't had dinner yet, but I'm gonna eat something at some point. So
Food is
That
good.
would kind of be the hope.
yeah, I mean, I'd probably die if I didn't, right?
Eventually. I mean, it takes about 30 or so days, depending on your body makeup.
Yeah, I think I could last a while. All right, so we're still waiting on some people. I mean, if we want to fill, I could probably invite a couple of my mods, who are pretty chill, and trustworthy, and not gonna mess up the stream or anything. Or, if we have other friends, that might be worthy as well of inviting.
Let
People that we
me
can trust?
see.
I think
I-
Roman and them said that they don't want to make this Discord like super big. They don't want to invite everybody and everyone. So
Yeah.
I'm not gonna invite anybody personally if we can't get anyone.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah, it would be nice to not make it super big.
Yeah, because if it gets out of control, it'll mess up.
Well, and
Well,
it always takes one idiot starting some kind of drama.
Exactly, yeah. When you have like 25 people, people stop typing stuff in the general channel.
True.
Also, we're okay to be streaming, correct?
Yeah, I think so.
I'm streaming right now, so yeah, I would hope so.
Okay.
I try to let everyone know, but some people may have joined since I last announced it.
Is anybody not here that said that they would be?
Let's see. There was a poll. Let me go check it. Oh no, the poll dropped down. It was originally 10 people in the poll. Now there's 7 in it.
Oh, okay. Mike said he would be here. Did he?
Mike from
cancel?
PA.
Question mark?
Oh.
Not certain. Though if we get a game with 7 or 8 people, all we do is just drop the imposter count down or add some other advantages, and it should be fine for a bit.
Yeah, we can probably do 9 without a problem.
There's also I could probably reach out to a couple other content creators I know who might be available. And yeah, because I don't think I've invited anybody here. But
I already DM'd Mike, but yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, to what you were saying, yeah, maybe. I wonder if it's worth it to. Fuck, I want
Conyor's
to
not
make a new
available.
server.
Making just a new backup server for when we've got to pull extras in.
Yeah.
Probably not a bad idea.
The
It's
backup
it's
server
definitely
to
not
the
a bad idea.
backup server.
Is this the backup server?
No, I was just trolling.
Oh.
Unless.
Yeah, unless. He just doesn't want to leak the main server.
If you know, you know.
Let me see.
Hey, if we shave off, let's kick Denims out of here, and we can all play League of Legends.
No, God, no.
I
I
would
mean,
something like that.
I'd bust out Lulu.
I might be able to get Chud Logic.
Fuck.
Chud would be really fun to have on.
Chud's good. Good as a content creator. I have no idea if he's good at Among Us.
Oh, I don't know if he's good at Among Us either, but Chud's a good person. I've spent a lot of time with him, so. Okay, yeah, he can get in. Let me invite him.
No, see, what we do is we get some of the most controversial left tube figures in just to make things spicy. No, I'm kidding. Don't do
Oof,
that.
That would turn bloody real quick. Wait a minute, we've already got most of the most controversial people in here, to be completely honest.
Yeah, but I'm saying we
Wait,
get
who?
we get the people who hate them.
We've already got some.
we just
I was gonna say.
invite Thought Slime and Peter Coffin in is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
No, let's not do blood sports.
Yeah, it's not a good idea. We're already riding the line with a couple of our members, but so far the peace has been kept, which is good. It's a demilitarized zone.
You can only fight if it's in character in Among Us.
All right, don't worry. We'll get this up and running. Don't worry, everyone. We'll get it running. Don't worry. We'll get everybody. We got Chud coming in. Chud's coming to join us. That's going to be fun as fuck. Let me see who else I could get. There's probably someone else I could get. Let's see. Chud Logic is really fun to play with. Let's see. Who else could we do? Oh, Vermin. Chud is really fucking cool. He's really hilarious, and like Chud really helped my channel grow, like on Twitch. Chud's awesome. He used to do a panel show, but he's been like mostly focusing on his own stuff. Not right now, Dan Starlight. We're trying to see. We might, but I gotta just, we gotta be careful with invites. But I know. Don't worry. I get you. It's just, listen.
Okay, so Chud makes 7?
Chud is pretty base. The
Chud
thing
would
is,
make
we
8,
can't just add
once Raz is done with her game.
Like, I would love to add every person, but we can't because that's not how you
Go
can
for an
stream.
ETA real
9.
quick.
Don't worry though. Like, it's nothing
Hello?
personal.
What's up, Pi?
Well, hi,
Hello.
hi.
What's going on?
Not much. How's it
Hello.
going?
Hello.
I'm big chillin' like a villain.
Vibing, bro.
Big vibe, man.
Also, Jade, I don't know if you can hear.
But,
Watch out for Pi.
wait, what do you mean? Wait, last time I
Yeah,
got
it's Dunham's.
caught
We
every
got
single
Dunham's.
time, so I don't know what you're talking about. I wish I played this game more because I feel like I haven't played Among Us in like a month. Other than that, like one time.
Yeah,
I think-
you and me both.
The last time that I played, I almost ruined Conyers' game because I was imposter with him and my shit just screwed up.
Oh,
I was
no.
playing on
Oh, no.
tablet.
Oh no.
I can do
I'm
crewmate
sorry,
on
it's
tablet.
just-
I cannot do imposter
It's more than
on
several
tablet.
dozen. There's like
That is the
thousands of
worst
viewers
feeling.
here. It's a lot of viewers. Oh. Yo, that's so cool, Socialist Roman. That's cool as fuck. That's cool as fuck. Hold on, let's see. We should almost have enough. Let's see.
Demon Mama, do you still want to be host?
Oh, I don't know. I'm no good at the hosting, so I'm just trying to help find people that can get on. But I can host if necessary. I haven't had much experience hosting Among Us. I've only played it like 3 times.
It's all good.
I'm sorry.
I can set up stuff for us. What map do we want to play on?
I think we've always played on the default one. I'd be okay with playing a different map. I've only ever played on the default one.
I think the default one and Polis. I don't like the last one.
Mira
Yeah,
HQ.
Don't do me.
Like
Pretty
the problem with Mira and the reason I fucking hate Mira is that there's so much travel time.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
haven't
it's
even seen it, so.
Weird.
Like, so Polis and Mira both have a decontamination chamber that lets you get to certain areas of the map. But the way that the decontamination chamber works in Polis is that there's 2 entrances and 2 exits. In Mira HQ, there's only 1, and it's a long-ass hallway. So half the time, you get to the end of the hallway, and then somebody reports a body, and you've got to start the process for going on again.
That sounds frustrating.
It just makes the map painful to play on. So you're incentivized to do the worst stuff first, like go through the decontamination hallway first, but then it's like going and doing electrical first and Skeld. You're basically just going to get yeeted.
Oh, you know who I might be able to invite onto here? Vadim, Creationist Cat?
Oh, Vadim would be good.
Yeah, let me see if Vadim wants to join.
It's been like, fuck, how long's it been? I think it's been a year since I've streamed with Vadim. Shit.
Oh, Vadim's on the panel? Oh, Vadim might be on a panel right now. Damn.
That is terrible timing.
Yeah, I got invited to the panel like 20 minutes before this, and I was like, I can't. I've already got something. And they were like, never mind, it's full. I'm like, oh, shit.
All right, just put the code in there. I'm going to set up the game.
All right. I think we got enough to play.
Hello.
Now.
Hello.
Hi.
Oi.
Oh,
do we-
yeah.
oh,
Wait,
you
Merrick
made a
was
lobby?
going to come. Let me see if I can get a hold of Merrick, too.
All right, I think everything should be good.
Are we doing 1 imposter since the numbers?
We've got 8 people right now, so I have it set up for 2 imposters. Betting on us getting a 9th.
8 people will get fucked up by 2 imposters. 9.
Yeah.
That could work.
We would have to do 1 imposter for 8 people.
Yeah, probably. Or we could raise the kill timer to probably like 50 seconds if we're gonna do 8 people.
Yeah, right now it's set to 30. But if we end up sticking with 8, then I'll up it to 45 or 50.
Yeah, probably 45. 45 probably sounds better.
where you're not just sitting there like, okay, he's been in electrical for 50 seconds exactly.
Yeah, we got it. We got it. What the? What the? Shit. Shit.
You see, so what I do here is I hit the start button with 2 imposters and 3 crewmates.
Shh. Nobody look at it.
That'll be a good game.
Oh no. I hope
Get your
I hope nobody
tasks
saw it.
done, but on
Look,
hard
nobody
mode.
saw it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Be respectful.
There's a really
please.
fun thing to play.
I didn't mean to.
If you get like a
Please
bunch
don't
of
make
people.
me
You don't need
embarrassed.
10 for this. But you get one imposter.
Everybody hide it.
And yeah, it's called hide and seek. You get one imposter and you turn off the light, like their
Doesn't
vision
you have a
completely,
similar
so they
accent
can't see
though?
anything.
I can understand that much.
And they basically have to run around killing people, and you set the tasks to short, and you set like you set the speed to 3, so everybody's like zooming around trying not
For
to
a
get
fraction
killed
of a
while they finish
second,
their
I
tasks.
misclicked.
It's really fun.
Oh, and the imposter's just basically blind running around murdering.
Yep.
Can I invite a friend as well? It's like a streamer, like a lefty streamer.
Also, it looks like Merrick's gonna be able to join us too. So yeah, Merrick's here.
Yeah.
Oh, Merrick's here.
Yeah, Merrick is in.
God damn it, Merrick stole my cyan. She'll be hearing from my lawyer later.
I don't control whether people can or can't come in the server.
There we
I
go.
do know there
All
was
right, I think we
conversation
got it.
earlier about keeping
Don't do
everything
it.
as small as possible, but we did just get Chud in, so.
Hey guys.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, I don't know. I think Vermin and Connor run the server. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think Chud should be here soon. He said he would be. So that should give us a full party. This will be Pog.
Rez,
This will be Pog.
Yes,
Pog.
you should join.
I am here. I am Terror.
Oh. Why are you our
I'm
cat?
excited if I'm excited if Chud's able to join us. I think he. I think
Because
he said
fuck
he
you,
was
I
able
wanted to be.
I need a pet. I need to buy a pet. One of these days, I'm gonna get one of these. One of these pets. I kind of like this one.
I can change my name if
I
you
like the
need me
baby
to, though.
one. I like the baby. I like the baby. Look at this baby. What a baby. The UFO's kind of cute.
I was just
too.
informed by Lazy that they are abandoning me.
I like the baby. Well, I'm
Lol.
sorry. It's not discrimination. It's
Come
for
to the dark
pragmatic
side,
reasons.
lazy.
Yeah, Chud Logic's gonna be fun as fuck. The baby Peppy. Yeah, true. The baby. I want to get the baby. I think I'm gonna get the baby next time I play. Here, I could go like this, and I could just get it now.
Hello?
I'll get it.
Hello.
Hey, Chud.
Whoa. How's it going? What's happening?
We're just getting the game all set up. Had a couple last minute cancellations, but it's worked out all right.
Okay, cool. Let me get loaded up and are we good to go?
Chud's getting loaded for this one. All right.
No drinkerino, okay? Who knows what might
Not-
happen if I start drinking?
Not today.
Then you
Not
might go
today.
hog wild.
Yeah, exactly. Start saying some gamer words, you know?
2020 is like, check this out. And then
What's up,
2021,
lazy?
2021 is like, hold my beer. And then Chud's like, hold my beer.
And then Chud asked to rescind that because Chud needs the beer more than life does at that moment.
We got 10 now,
True.
then, Starlight. We got everybody. We got a full team. It's going to be nice and bloody.
I don't know.
That's what we're hoping for. We were looking for a bloody game.
I keep accidentally hitting my push to talk key, and I'm stupid.
That doesn't sound correct. That sounds like a really harsh judgment. I think you just have a fat finger, maybe. Baby funds. Okay, I'll
I
get
got
a
one of
baby.
them thick boy fingers.
All right, I'm getting the baby. I'm getting the
Okay,
baby.
I'm ready
You
to
know what they say
join.
about
Oh yeah, I'll
Okay,
have to do that. Hold
Chud,
on.
I went ahead and
Give
put
me
the
a second.
code in.
I'm getting the baby.
Did I just
Wait.
hear someone mutter, you know what they say about thick fingers?
Yeah,
I feel like I just heard someone mutter that.
you did.
Oh god, okay.
So, sorry, where's the code?
The code is in chat here. I'll link it one more time.
USD ZKF. Here, I'll put a button on Discord. There you go. Here's a screenshot.
Oh, there we go. Got it. Okay, cool.
But we're streaming.
Give me a second here. Hold on, I gotta turn down.
Why do I have 200 ping?
Raz? A couple. It's kind of hard to
Well, you
balance
see,
audio
Among
sometimes
Us
on here.
takes more resources than Cyberpunk does, and the bandwidth allocation
Hey,
is massive.
Look at this. I got a
That's
baby.
crazy.
Baby.
Really? Why do I have 200
Wait, where's my baby? Why can't I cook the baby? I got the
All right,
baby.
I got 134, which is high for me. I should be sitting
Baby.
at 50.
Baby. Hold on. Here we go.
It's not. 'cause
It's
we didn't
baby
change it.
time.
Yeah,
Look,
I have 187.
baby.
Maybe it's just a bad server. I don't know.
I have a baby.
It's all
Baby.
my fault.
Thank you
feel
for
like
the
it's a pain to
baby,
remake now, but I don't know.
Windleby. Thank you for the
No,
I'll go ahead.
baby.
I'll go ahead and hit the start button. It shouldn't affect much.
Baby.
Is everybody ready for me to hit the button?
I'm ready. Let's do this.
Yep.
Murder
I was
Monday
already.
begins.
Hell yeah. Okay, good luck.
I got an imp. I got an imp
Why'd you say
baby.
that so,
True
like, good luck?
vermin.
Like you just want to kill us all.
Baby.
Good luck.
Definitely the imposter.
I'm ready.
Okay, I'm always good.
Holy fuck, you scared the shit out of me, Alice.
Okay, I found a body. It was just to the right of the dropship opening.
Who ate the pie?
Wait,
Did anybody else see?
wait,
I
really?
was
Anyone
Wait, what do you mean by
looking at
just?
this
Wait,
map. So does anyone have like a picture of it? I usually
Yeah, I
put-
was actually about to look for one.
what do you mean by just outside the dropship? Because I just walked into it and I didn't see a body there.
Okay, so hang on, let me get a map up real quick. Sorry.
I found one. I'm posting it in chat right now.
Let's go.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
2 demons.
I think this one
Hey,
also has the
guys.
vents.
Hey
Yeah.
guys.
Yeah.
I may have been watching someone's stream and seen who the imposters are, so I have to recuse myself from this game. I'm sorry.
Ooh.
Oh no.
Sure.
Is there a way to drop out?
No, just
So
what
I
you
think
could
could just
do.
leave,
Oh,
right?
sorry. No, you don't have to do because it'll finish her tasks. You could just kind of like finish your tasks and not be involved in like the debate process as if you're dead, and like just don't vote, skip vote every time.
Okay, cool. I'm sorry. I didn't realize that could be a thing that happens. I'm so sorry.
Don't worry,
It's
it
okay.
happens.
It's all
Okay,
good.
it
Okay,
happens.
so the guy that
Okay.
found the body, where is it?
Okay, so the body was, it's just outside the dropship to the right, between like dropship and laboratory. Okay.
I literally just walked past there and there was no body there, so I think it's you.
Wait, what?
Oh shit! Hard sus and chat already.
What the fuck are you
wait,
talking
so
about?
I walked.
Okay,
Sounds
I
compelling to
walked
me.
from lab and I scared demon.
this is fucking bullshit. I went and did my task in the dropship. I came out and the body was there. It's not fucking nothing to do with me.
This
Why are you
is so
accusing
good.
so quickly on the first round?
Holy shit!
I just
Chud.
told you why.
You're being super defensive, so it's a little bit weird.
I just told you
Yeah,
why.
I'm getting accused of being a fucking imposter straight away. I'm going to be fucking
Alice,
offensive.
Alice,
Holy
what's
shit.
what's your reasoning for accusing him?
I just told you. So I walked out of laboratory and walked up to you, demon. Right?
Yeah,
you
yeah,
saw
I
me.
saw that. Yeah, I
so
did see
I
that.
walked down the path that he's saying that he found the body in. I was just there. There was no body. there.
I'm voting Chud. I'm sorry. This is weird.
I'm not voting. It's way too
I'm
early.
skipping.
There's no reason to vote. It's way too early.
The
I'm
only
skipping as
person
well, I
saw
just don't
during this
understand.
round was
Oh, we
Soren.
have this on. We can't see who's voting. Okay.
I also just want to put my 2 cents in that I'm vouching for Atlas. I saw them walk out of lab as I was walking into lab.
Oh no, Frucala. Damn.
Yeah.
I didn't see who killed her.
Where was the body?
Next to the oxygen tanks. I walked into the oxygen room. I saw Denims to my
Okay, this
right.
this
like
can't
right
be
outside the
Chud
room.
for this specific kill because I was on top of Chud. We were like walking together, so and we were really far away from that.
Okay,
area.
what's everybody else up to?
So I just finished all of my tasks. I passed Chud and Jade on the way out from fixing lights. And I also would say that it's probably not Chud either, because Chud could have followed me into the dropship and nobody would have ever found the body, and he didn't. So
I mean, it could also be that Chud was the first imposter, right? And just didn't do this one. Because I did see, like, Chud was being wild, mad aggressive around me, like, chasing me around. Now I'm over by weapons right now, and I don't know. I'm still pretty sus from the first one.
I mean, I was just in my tasks, okay? I got nothing to add on this one.
Has anybody seen Merrick?
I saw Merrick once, but it was a while ago.
Where are you right now, Demon Mama?
I was right by weapons.
Merrick was in laboratory.
Going to go finish off my task.
Who said? Wait, who said Merrick was?
Wait, we have 2 people dead. By the way, it's not just Terror.
shit.
We have Denims that's dead as well. Did anyone see anyone around Denims?
Who fixed
Wait,
lights?
which body was reported?
Terror.
I reported the Denim's body.
Oh, Denim. Sorry,
was-
then Terror is missing.
So
I was
then,
there
wait,
fixing lights.
Wait,
yeah,
you
Cirrus
said
and I fixed lights together. I think it was twice, wasn't it, Cirrus? I went the first time I did it alone. You came a little bit after me.
I didn't see if anybody was there when I went to go fix the lights, but then again, it would have been kind of hard for me to anyway.
Where are you right now, Jade?
I think it's storage, just one that has like the oil tank, like the gasoline one.
Did you see anybody around that area?
I
Where did you
really
come
wanna
from?
vote.
Did you come from the left or right?
All this information's
Shit.
useless.
10
I came
seconds,
from
10
left 'cause we had
seconds.
just finished the lights together.
If we don't
So
vote
you-
now, oh no, it's too late. I
I'm pretty
think.
sure Jade is an imposter, but that's meta.
No, I'm not.
Why, Atlas?
Why do you say that though?
I'm skipping.
Yikes.
So
What happened, Source?
we have a body above and to the right of office, kind of. I'm not 100% certain of exactly where it was there because I can't see. But I did see the report button, so I went ahead and clicked it.
Chad, where are you right now?
I haven't seen Chad.
I'm up in laboratory.
That would have put you right past office, right?
No, laboratory's in the top right.
Yeah, because I
Office
passed
is in the
you.
middle.
Yeah, office is in the middle. You would have had to go up to the top right, right? Because I passed you in the middle.
I want to kill Chud.
Yeah, I think Chud's
You
want
to kill Chud?
I've done is done my
Chud. I'm so hard.
All I've done is done my fucking tasks all game.
Yeah,
What
it's
the
just
fuck
really
is this?
weird. Like you were right near the first one, and now you're right near where this one is.
Wait,
I wasn't
hold
even
on.
that fucking close to it. What are you talking about?
Is it-
These wild accusations are not helping us. Okay, it's nothing to do with me. I've been doing my task all game.
Why are you so fucking?
I don't.
Don't you? Shouldn't you have an alibi? Like I don't know. It just
Yeah,
seems
the-
weird.
For the sake
I
of
don't
the
know where the
meta, I
fucking
really
body
hope
is.
you're not imposter right now.
I've got no fucking clue what's to. I've just been doing my tasks. I've seen nothing. Okay, this is absurd. This is fucking absurd. Have you all voted for me? Have you fuckers all voted for me?
What's weird for me is that you said you're not even close to it, but that doesn't make sense because if you didn't kill the body, how would you know where it is? All that they said
Because
was that
someone
it's near
fucking said it's
office.
by office. Because someone fucking said it's by office, and I knew where I fucking was. This is ridiculous. What the fuck? Have you voted for me? Have you all voted for me? I need to fucking know. Have you all voted for me?
You'll find out when you vote.
I guess you're gonna find you're very defensive, Chud. Holy shit.
I'm defensive because I'm getting fucking accused of bullshit. It's just fucking ridiculous. What the fuck? You're gonna kill me? You're gonna fucking kill me? I'm not even the imposter. Well, do you know what?
I really.
Do you know what? Fuck you all. Fuck you all. Good luck. Good fucking luck, motherfuckers.
God, I wish we had confirmations on that.
Holy shit. Oh my god, that was so good.
GG's, Demon Mama.
I fucking knew it, dude.
GG.
I knew it, dude.
Chud was
Jade-
innocent the whole time.
Absolute fool.
I
Poor
knew it was
fucking
Jade.
Chud.
I wanted to save you,
Sorry,
Jade. I'm
Chud.
sorry.
You got.
I got it. I've been learning from the
Jade,
best.
You're way too good of a player to be that quiet on.
I'm sorry.
I felt
on-
so bad for
on
Chud.
time.
I felt so bad
Chud,
for
I
Chud.
tried to stick up for you in the first round, dude.
Thank
And they
I
fucking
appreciate it.
iced him. Also,
they
Alice,
got
the
me
third
back.
imposter the fuck out of Chud on the first kill.
Where was the body? Can you please show me?
It was on the weather node below lab.
That was so good. This is so
So like if
great.
you go outside the right side of office, you go up that weather node.
Okay, so I didn't pass that area.
No, you didn't.
I've finally gotten good
Chud,
at
you're
this
gonna
game.
hate me, but will you trade colors with me?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's no problem. I, honestly, that was so annoying. I was just doing my task like a good little fucking Among Us player. Okay.
Okay,
I'm fucking ridiculous.
so not to
feel
not
so
to meta,
bad.
but when you react like that, I think it makes it really hard to believe you. But also,
It
so
is
I
infuriating,
I
though.
fucked up. I fucked up, but also you fucked up because
For the record,
the location you gave, I passed right above it.
for
I
the
did
record, I
walk
voted
right above the
every
location you gave.
I think it was just the non-American accent. Sorry, buddy.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
the British,
shit, the
the British
discrimination.
guy's the fucking bad guy.
Fucking
Typical.
Anglophobia over here.
Anti-British
The
racism. Typical.
whole time. Racism
Typical.
with real imposter.
All right, here we go. Anglophobia. Oh shit, I don't even know how to do most of these things. Shit. Interesting. Oh, these have different games. Oh, that's fun. That's so much fun. These are different ones. I don't know any of these. I'm still gotta relearn my. Oh, okay. So this one's the same. Okay. Oh, I think Chud wants revenge. Oh.
Hi, sorry, not to talk while the round is going, but I don't know how to do a specific task.
Which one?
The power one. It's like a sliding red knob. It says return the power or whatever.
I think the
Oh,
one you're
you
talking about
mean
is like a
Wi-Fi?
maze.
Do you mean the Wi-Fi one? Are you in?
I'll look
Is it outdoors? Is it outdoors?
I have no idea.
Did you figure it out?
No, I'll just Google it next. I'll YouTube it next time.
I got
So
killed.
you just
I got
you just
murdered.
pull it down and then you walk away from it when it says please return, and then it'll have a little timer by your taskbar, and it'll tell you how long it'll take.
Space Prole. Back to being
then
a Space Prole.
you come
Dead
back when it's
once
done.
again.
God.
Dead once again. I've been killed yet again. Never trust Jade. Jade's so good at this game. It's actually wild how good Jade is at this game. It's terrifying.
Hey, what happened?
Holy shit.
fuck.
Oh my god, there's 3 people.
What the
People are
fuck?
dead.
3 dead? Holy
Okay,
shit.
so tell us what you
Where's
found.
the body?
I found the body bottom right. I didn't even see the body. I just saw the
Bottom-
report thing. Sorry, not bottom right, bottom middle. The one where you do the maze one, the maze
Ooh.
task. Yeah,
Yeah.
I found Cirrus there.
Where's everybody
Holy
at right now?
shit.
I saw Terror. Terror was around me by the power
Yeah,
thingy.
I'm next to
So-
Sarah right now.
Yeah, I just
top.
walked into weapons. I went from the right side of the map down through spec and then over to help you and then down into weapons.
Was
Who
that you
just
who I
left
saw,
weapons?
Rouse? Who was inside? Like, there was someone on the other side of the door with me, and I don't remember. Who
Yeah,
it
I was
They
in
disappeared.
specimen. It
Okay,
was
that
me.
was you, Pi.
And then
Okay.
I saw you in the other door and I was big scared, so I
I
ran
literally
away.
got scared
And
because I was
stopped
stuck
because I
inside the
literally ran
door.
to the door. I was like,
I was like, "Fuck, Pi's gonna kill me."
I was like, no.
Oh my
But
god.
if
I
the
got so
body
Wild
is
scared.
shit.
there, it could
Task
be
Ghost
Jade,
back
'cause she's
again.
coming from that direction, but I don't know.
Wait, where is the
Holy
body?
shit, this is
It
so
was
scary.
outside of office
Jade
doors
is
on
so
the left side, is
scary.
what I'm
What the
saying. Like
fuck?
underneath where the water wheel?
What the fuck?
Or
No,
no, you
I
said
didn't see
node,
the body.
right?
I saw
It's
Denims before I
directly to
walked
the
in,
right of
though.
weapons.
Yeah.
I passed Denims on my way to the door, so she probably would have thought that it was me or
Could
something.
either
Does
be Denim self
Merrick have
or
anything to say?
Jade. I don't know.
Wait,
What's
you're
that?
saying it's either
How's it
Denim
going,
or
Merrick?
Jade?
Where are you?
Jade and Demon
I'm
are
making
scary
my
good.
way over to the laboratory. I just came
We're
from
missing
where the
Conyer for the
electrical stuff
ultimate
is.
players. This game gets more
Interesting.
intense.
We're in the middle of a meeting.
The better
so how are
people
you
get at it.
walking?
Oh my
I'm,
god.
I'm not.
Has anybody
Nice.
seen,
Trolling,
has anybody
I'm
seen Merrick?
trolling.
Wait.
Oh,
Pi,
Okay,
we're,
Denim's
Because
a
my
little
Pi
loud.
is,
I'm gonna adjust Denim's
yeah,
levels.
Denims.
I'm a little soft sus of Pi, I
am
think,
too.
because Pi and I were like from specimen room and then we walked over and then I took decontamination out, but then he just
I
stayed
stayed
there.
in because I literally haven't left decontamination.
I
Like
skipped,
the
by the
majority
way.
of the game, so
I got my
I
neck
It's
saw
snapped.
kind
can't
of
be me, and
sus.
I'm sus of Jade only because
Sorry, I'm turning
she's coming
down
from
the
that side
desktop
of the
audio.
Oh, Pi, Denims,
But I
and
saw
Jade.
Denims before.
Sorry, I'm trying to
and
just
she
make
would
sure
have
the audio
accused me,
levels
and you're
are
the one who
mixed,
accused
but
me.
unless
Discord's
you're
so
both
difficult to
the
do.
boss. I don't know.
Me and Chud are both dead. Chud. What am I supposed to do with this? What am I supposed to do with this? What? Oh. Oh. Okay. Oh, okay. That's kind of cool. Oh, I like these. These little mini games are great. I figured it out. I didn't really know what I was doing. The specimen room. Oh, this is like a themed thing, it seems like. There we go. Hey, I did it. Look at that. All my task ghosts. I am such a good task ghost. I love this. The little matching. Look at these little specimens. Hello, specimens. Hello, friends. Where'd my baby get left? Did my baby get left by my body? Yeah, I love these tasks. These are such cute tasks. I agree, Vermin. These are fucking great. They're so good. Look. Oh, look. There's the baby. There's my baby. It's okay. Mama's with you, even in death. Look. See? Now I watch over my baby. Get away. Stay away from baby. Eternal watch. Attack ghost. Wait, but look. Their future is bright. My little baby's future is bright. No crying. They're just sitting there. Well, but they're thinking. They've become very thoughtful. Oh shit. This isn't good.
Okay.
Hello, gamers.
Thank you, Pi.
I have a question. Or unless you wanted to say something, Pi, because you called meeting, but...
No, you can go. You can go.
So I'm looking at, like, the chart, and what does it mean when it says, like, DC? Does it mean, like,
It means they're
disconnected?
dead.
So
No,
they
no,
had
no.
already been killed, or...
Yeah. So like because I checked vitals and I know you were right there, but when they're
I'm making
when
this
they're, like,
sadder
red, that just means
unintentionally.
they're
I'm
dead.
sorry.
And since I knew we had 7 last round and 2 died,
I'm sorry.
that means
I'm making
the
it sadder.
possibility one killed.
I
'cause
have
one
something.
voted,
I have
which is why
something
but-
I have to contribute. It's kind of
Yeah, that
important.
makes
I'm
sense.
thinking
for it.
about it. So I was walking right now. I was in the room, like the admin room kind of area. Not the admin. I don't know. I hate this
Hey,
one.
Pandas, man.
Anyways,
We're
I
playing
was in a
some
room
Among
and
Us.
I don't know
Chungus.
if Jade was in there prior or not.
clungus.
But I see her. I didn't see her come out of a vent, but I saw her where a vent is. But she could have been, because I have like no vision. She could have been just in that hallway.
Blood for
I
the
didn't
blood
get to
god,
see.
yeah.
I kind of like.
I
tried
won the first
staying on
match.
her,
I
saying she
finally
was gonna
won one
kill
as
her,
an
but
imposter.
I don't know. I have
Yeah.
no idea.
I just have a
I don't
cool.
know.
Among Us. Yeah, Among
Yeah.
Us.
Was
That's
that?
a good
Were
one,
you in that
Windleby.
room before me?
I
We
love
have
it,
to double
Windleby.
vote.
The problem is there's 200 ping, so I don't
Yeah,
know.
No.
kind of don't. Kind of want to vote Jade. Is
Yeah,
kind
okay.
of what
I
I'm
don't know,
leaning towards. I don't know. I
Okay,
just
I want to
wait.
kill Jade. I don't know who else.
Yeah, wait. So Jade, that round when you
on,
came in
this
the
doesn't make
bottom.
sense.
No, I know. So with the round we came in the
Baby's
bottom
reading
doors,
theory.
where did you
Yes,
come
true.
from?
Which bottom doors?
DK. Sorry.
You mean
Like
the last
underneath
round?
office. Yeah.
I had come through, oh god, I wish I knew this map. Okay, so specimen's right here,
Oh,
right?
it's probably
Yeah,
Merrick.
So,
it's like
okay,
the-
so I had
Oh,
come
shit.
through admin already. I was inside of admin. I saw
I'm
Jade,
sorry,
Merrick.
quick.
and
American
then I
Demon.
walked in through
Oh,
and did
true.
decontamination.
Rain,
American
good.
Demon, will
and
you
I
vote
saw you.
Jade?
Wait, why are we voting me? When Pi was
Just
the one who
wait,
was
wait.
suspicious last
American
round, and now
Demon,
he's
will you
blaming
vote Jade?
No, because I wouldn't button here because I was just gonna like kill and win. So I think
Demon
that
had
clears
Wait, what
me.
is our
Demon had
evidence on Jade?
She was coming kind of near the body, and
my
I don't know.
fucking
She's
luck.
just giving me
I
bad
think that it's
vibes. I don't know.
Pi. I
I'm
think it's
voting
Pi.
Jade.
I literally think that it's
And
No,
I
Pi.
you
think
did.
you
He
take
Don't
the
worry,
was
test
for
Dennis.
a while,
and
I'm not
and
alive.
even
I really
dead.
wanted to suss out
Dennis
the
and
other
I had
imposter with an
agreed,
answer,
yeah.
but since nobody's answering, I guess I don't know.
No. I will say Jade and Demon were next to me on vitals
Sneaky.
before I pushed the button, but I don't know if they were walking together or not.
They got her. Oh my god, they got her. We're gonna win. We're gonna win. We're gonna win. We can do this. I know we can do this. I think we're gonna win. I think we're gonna win. Yeah, Space Pros win. Tonight is the night of winning. Last week was the night of losing. Tonight is the night of winning.
All right.
Well,
Okay.
we didn't
What are
lose.
we?
What's up? I was
How you
AFK.
feeling, Atlas? You feeling spicy or
I
what?
have no clue.
I don't know which one it is either. Coin flip.
Fuck.
No,
Hold
no,
on,
no.
don't coin flip. Don't just
You want to
vote.
eeny,
No,
meeny,
no.
money, mo?
No, no, no.
No. Listen. I think what we could do is try to, like, the taskbar is relatively almost full.
Kill Demon. Get him out.
Please don't
Oh,
do that.
he's
What
stalling.
if
He's
you-
stalling. No, I'm kidding.
Please don't do that. Don't do that. Atlas, are you trolling, Atlas? What the fuck are you doing? What the fuck? Hello?
You still
Merrick,
have a-
what do you think?
You still have a.
Wait, I don't
Roll
know.
call,
We're
right?
saying that it's
I
Alice?
have a what?
No. We don't. It's.
Alice. Oh,
I'm
wait,
pretty sure
wait,
Alice
listen.
is clear, and I'm clear if we voted out Jade and we didn't lose.
Wait,
So it's
okay.
either you or Demon in my eyes.
Okay, so
but
don't throw, because if there's
Mm.
4 of us, she has to kill 1 more if it's her, and if assuming that it's not
Demon
me
is
because
a
I'm
fri-
not
is a
imposter,
friend
right? At the
Okay.
very least,
I
we can
don't know.
tie the
Of-
vote. Listen, Pi, skip and tie the vote. Please don't fucking throw.
Denims, I
If
think?
you kill me and it's not me, and then she kills one of you, then we lose.
True.
Demon's getting sus
What the
here.
Okay.
fuck?
Okay, well, Merrick doesn't speak, so this is really difficult. If
Okay,
you want
well,
to
I'm
trust
Wait, no,
speaking-
Merrick
Demon,
was talking earlier.
It's not about trusting.
Wait, sorry, what
Demon.
am I supposed to say?
I don't know.
Are
give
you
us
a
their
crew or
info.
imposter?
Yeah.
It's really
What is
difficult to
your
like.
name?
We basically have to
I don't
accuse
know.
you blindly,
Eric,
but
what do you
we're not
think we
talking
should
about
do? So we voted Jade out, and the game didn't end because there aren't enough imposters to like.
If they kick out the
crew
wrong
ratio.
one,
What do you think we should do?
no,
right now?
they will
In your
almost
opinion?
lose. Well, yeah, they basically lose. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. Do we have anything to go off of right now?
It doesn't matter. What do
No.
you think we
Other
should do?
than
There's four of
that,
us in
kill
there.
it's
demons,
probably
screw it.
not green and it's probably not blue. So it's either light blue or red.
Alice, you're
If
throwing
it's
so hard.
if
It
it's
might be-
Wait,
not
is
you,
Demon the person that's been talking a lot this whole time?
Yes,
yeah.
because I'm not trying to get voted off. I'm getting voted for literally no reason. Oh, I should say what you're doing. You are actually the imposter. It's either you or Atlas.
Kill demon.
Atlas,
Get him out.
Atlas, please don't throw. Look. Maybe you did a really good job and got Jade out. Don't throw. Pie, fucking skip. Trust me, skip. At the very least, I'm buying
Kill
another
him.
round.
Get him out.
If you vote me
they
out,
think
she
it's
has to be
Demon.
the one.
Kill him.
If you
They're-
vote me,
they
she has to-
think it's
You guys are
Demon.
so- You know what?
I'm
That's
yelling.
good. GG's. I'll get north.
No,
Did we win?
I don't think we won.
they're
I'm
fucked.
scared.
No.
They're fucked.
It's so unfair.
They're fucked. They're so fucked. Oh no. Oh shit. Ghosts. They're so fucked. They're so fucked. They're fucked. I got all my tasks done. I'm done. Why would they vote? I don't know, because they were angry. Because anger ruled. Anger ruled. Listen, sometimes anger rules, okay? Sometimes people let their tempers run too high. Baby's still there, keeping the spot warm. Ghost kiss for baby. Kiss for baby. Yeah.
You
Yeah.
guys are trolling.
Alice, can you stop throwing? Alice,
Oh
stop
my
throwing.
fucking
Okay,
God.
hey, do you know what you do to people that are silent? You murder them. But Merrick would never get to play, okay? So, like,
Listen, Alice, to
Holy
be fair,
shit.
I had a really good strategy.
I'm gonna
Maybe
blame
we
that.
play out-
We
maybe
were
wasn't
so close and you sus Demon so hard.
There was no reason to sus me. Like, I don't blame him for, but the only reason we could have just kept playing in one-off tasks.
I sussed you literally
was a
because you
terrible,
spoke and she
terrible
didn't, and it's
play.
not fair because she should have to defend herself. And
I'm
she should
not
be
gonna
murdered
lie.
for not doing it.
Favorite part about that whole interaction. Merrick was the one who killed me down at Node. So this is
I
me
killed
speaking-
so many of you.
damn.
This is me speaking as somebody who wishes he were avenged. But the favorite part of that whole interaction was Merrick just going, "Well, what am I
This is
supposed
so
to say?"
good. I can't believe it. I
So
can't believe
I'm
it.
such
have
a
to understand,
bad
right?
liar. I'm such a bad liar that it's so much easier for me to just be like, oh, I don't know what's going on.
So, like, I've played a lot of con games. It's so effective to just kill people that don't talk. It works almost every time. But Merrick would never get to play the game.
I should have
That was-
skipped. I blame Atlas. 100%.
That was terrible. That was one of the worst plays I've ever seen on this fucking game.
Oh
You're just mad that I
shit!
killed you.
Oh
You're just
shit!
mad that I got you killed.
Ooh, let him know.
Oh, okay. Space, pearl, space, pearl, space, pearl.
I'm orange.
What was that? Chad did nothing wrong. He's just dishing out the shit talk. Oh. Okay. Login. Gotta go over here. Oh. God damn it. God damn it. Insta-murdered. Insta-murdered. Still getting killed all the time, but that doesn't mean that I can't win, okay? Every time. Hey, look, they found my body. They found my body.
So I don't know how the fuck all of us like walked past it. But I was with
92
Denims
pound,
the
a heavy
entire
ghost.
time in
Heavy
lab.
ghost.
I was first with Jade and then with Denims. As the lights come on, Demon Mama is dead in front of the scanner in lab.
Raz, were you with Denims right now towards the end?
So Denims ran past me. I went to lights out of lab, and Denims ran past me to the right.
Oof, that's a lot
meeting
of
I was
F.
you,
with-
presumably.
Oof.
I was with
Oof.
Jade and the lights went out. Jade and I were on telescope. I tried to
Oh,
stay near
shit!
Jade, and then Denims walked in, so I stayed on top of Denims that entire time. As Denims went to walk out,
Look
Chud
at
was
those
with us.
Fs!
Chud went up into rocket area, and
Windleby,
I went
you
back
killed
into
it.
lab because I was like, "Oh fuck it, I'll do spec."
Windleby, you murderer.
Demon Mama's dead right in front of the scanner.
Jade stole my color.
Wait, sorry.
I'm
Where's
missing mine. Alice has mine.
Avenge
scanner?
me. Avenge me.
In
Are you
lab.
talking about the medbay
Over on
lab?
the
They must
up
avenge
in the
me.
upper right.
I never
I
made
never
it
went
to
to the
scanner.
right side. I did the telescope one with someone else. Who was there with me? Was it you?
I
it
was.
you, Ralph? Okay,
I was doing the
telescope,
telescope.
and then lights went out, so I went to the left.
I'm vaguely concerned this is a self-report.
Me too.
Denims,
because
I
this
was
is-
with you the entire time lights were out.
I literally made a right, did maze, then walked over. I saw
Yes,
Atlas
you
was
were-
doing
Do
the
it for
ship. I
baby.
thought I had to do
Do it
ship.
for
No, I just
tiny
had to do
baby.
node. I did node, and then I did telescope.
Do it for tiny
Yes,
baby.
and I was with you the entire time you were on telescope.
Baby,
And
avenge
as you
baby.
walked out of lab, we met up with Chud, who then walked out with us. But instead of walking out,
I was killed by
Chud
Wait,
jumped
Denims
into
is lying.
I was
rocket.
killed by Pie.
Denims
I'm
didn't-
literally not lying. What?
Denims didn't see me. You
I
only saw me
saw
when the
you.
lights
You
were
were
out.
on the ship. Didn't you do the ship?
When the lights were out.
No, you did them literally at the beginning.
You're muted.
Denims, did you ever see me? I have a question.
I don't remember. Where were you? I don't really pay attention to people the
We
first
got
round.
10 seconds.
I'm really.
You
sus
guys
of
are
Denim.
literally throwing. I didn't
I
do
was
anything.
11.
I'm
I'm not
pretty sus of
voting
Denim.
on this one. We've got plenty of people.
Yeah, there's literally no reason to vote, by the way. Even if you suspect Denims, just skip Denims.
No,
Yeah.
I'm just hard
So we give
sus.
more
Uh-oh.
clues.
I would like to point out that I was not sussing Denims or Jade. I was clearing both of them.
I'm
We're just gonna get them.
super sus on Raz. Holy
That's
fuck.
why I'm sus of you, Denim.
How?
Oh shit.
Look,
Okay,
Jade.
no, we're talking.
Sorry.
we're talking.
Gotta flip it and scanning time. Look at that. Look at that scan. Look at that beautiful scan. That was a perfect scan. Look at that. Look at that perfect maze work. I have the power of a child that can draw in a coloring book. That's what I was able to do. I was able to do a children's maze at rapid speed.
Yo, Pie.
Denims, why were you following me?
I
Just
need to
in
clear
case-
my name, dude.
Wait. Just in case I pull the button. Just in case I die, I kind of want to put something out there. I'm
Beautiful
not sure,
scan,
but
right?
Pie,
It's perfect.
you went to the same task that I went, the
What
little
was it?
laser ship.
Yeah,
Space
asteroids,
Pro.
yeah.
Yeah,
I have the power of
asteroids.
Satan
How
and
did you go
anime
off
on
it?
my
By the
side.
time you
True.
were 1 second, like half a second ahead of me. You hopped on. By the time you hopped off, I had only shot 10 asteroids and I didn't miss a single one.
Yeah.
How did? Yeah, what happened? Why'd you stop?
It's
You either
it's
stopped the
because I
track-
ended last round on asteroids, so I already shot 11.
Damn, this is
So I
an
only had
aggressive
9
game.
more.
I don't know.
Yeah, it does.
It does carry over, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's
then if
why.
it carries over, then okay. Then
Yeah.
actually,
No, I just saw my your sus, but like.
that's okay.
yeah.
We can clear Pie now. He's innocent if this is true. Actually.
Well,
Big if true.
Big
Yeah,
if
but no,
true.
no, because if he actually just carried over, I don't know. That makes sense because if he did
Mm.
11, the one before it corresponds to like him getting off in 10 seconds because I had 10 by the time he got off.
No.
I think
technically, you can time how long the tasks take. And
I guess.
True,
but, I mean, sure,
Penness, you're
yeah,
not
We don't fully
wrong.
know, but yeah, sure.
I'll take the soft clear because Atlas is a. He doesn't
Did you
believe.
say he hopped on before or after you?
He hopped on before
You brought
me, and then he
balance.
finished-
Yeah,
It only
'cause
takes
I-
one
finished,
to
he hopped
ruin.
on before me by 1 second, and then he finished like.
It only
by the
takes
time I
one
got
to
10,
ruin,
He
though.
already finished. I was like, wait,
The
there's no
act
way
of
he did all
ruining
8
is a
seconds.
greater
Yeah.
act.
It's all about
I
asteroids.
did 11
It's all
before.
about
Yeah.
asteroids or what?
Yeah,
You
yeah.
did 9. Okay, that makes sense.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's fine. So who's clear, do we think?
I think
Dennis, can you
Atlas.
stop following
I'm
me like
sorry.
a
I think
madman?
Pi is clear.
I
I'm
would
kind
think
of
this
sneaky.
clears Demon and this clears
I
Pi,
think-
if this is
I
the
think
case.
because Denims has such a vendetta against me when I tried to clear them, I'm gonna
I'm gonna
rescind
I'm
my
gonna have
clear.
to use this to my
Wait, you
advantage.
literally accused me.
No,
Oh,
I didn't.
I'll
None of
use
this
the
said that
aggression
I
and
was
grudges
clearing
from
the
everyone.
entire
Clearing you.
time.
Wait, that was the
Holy
opposite of
shit.
clearing me. You literally
Everyone's so
accused
mad.
me.
No,
I said
that's
that
not what
I
happened.
was clear time.
Bloodbath!
Raz
that
was
I was-
clearing you. Raz was clearing you.
Raz was saying that they were going to the whole time.
That's
Oh,
what's going
sorry.
on
Then,
right
I'd
now.
like
oh,
to
sorry,
point
sorry.
out-
Then you guys should totally vote me out. Sorry about that.
What?
Wait,
I'd like to
all-
point
all
out
I'm
that
gonna say-
Merrick has been silent.
I'm skipping.
First one dead
Merrick
again.
has been
Yep, law
silent the
boy.
entire game. so
Listen,
if
I
she's
won
the
one match
imposter,
though.
we will
I
lose.
did a good ass
I'm
imposter
really
match for
sus
the
of
first
this
time
Merrick
ever.
guy. Seems
I'm
kind of
learning.
like an asshole.
Yeah, Merrick kind of crazy with the kills too. We have to be really careful.
Shit. Shit. This is getting wild. They're fucking turning on each other. This is like fucking, this is the thing. We're on the thing map and everybody's behaving like they're in the thing. Yep, fitting end of the year. Indeed, Vermin. True. Holy shit, this is so good. This is so fucking wild. I know, we need practical gore effects. It's alright. Windlevia, it's so good. I love it. I love when people get wild playing this game. It's fucking fun as shit. I gotta say. Oh, look, Chud has a ghost helping him. Alright. My tasks are done. Can check vitals. Me, I'm a ghost. I'm a ghost. Is Chud dead? Did Chud just die? No, Chud wasn't dead. Chud was alive. Chud's not dead, he's surely alive. Living on the inside, living on the outside. Chud's not dead. Like, you know, God's not dead, but Chud's not dead.
Merrick, what was your path thing right now?
Chud's not dead, he's surely alive.
What was your path thing right now?
Living on the inside, living on the outside.
From you know that little pole thingy outside of the lab?
I think so. I think the head baby is gone.
Which one?
The other baby isn't.
It's like right outside of the lab. If you go off, there's
except
a
for maybe
path that
Zan.
goes up
I think
and there's a
Zan got
giant
really
pole
bad
that
last
comes up.
time, Vermin. Zan uninstalled
Is the
the
body
game.
in lab? Can I ask?
Yes, it's inside.
Or so I've heard.
I'm pretty sure it's Merrick and Denham's.
I want to kill Merrick on principle.
We probably should have given Zan some hugs afterwards.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, I was with the yellow. We were looking for the body.
It's true. It's true,
Wait, how did
Vermin.
you
Though.
know
This
there was a
group is
body?
great.
We checked vitals.
Jade is scary.
And then
though.
there's
I am
two
terrified
blips
of him.
in.
Yeah, Vermin.
lab, and I
No,
don't know where
as
everybody
far
else was, but-
people were watching Zan's afterwards. They said he
Did you come up
uninstalled
from
the game.
Specimen, Jade?
Oops.
Where did I come from? No, I never came out of specimen. I came from the left side. I came like towards like.
Oh, you just went through lab.
I just went through it. Yeah, because the
Also,
Ooh.
the way Denham's is moving, it didn't seem like
see what Dead
she
Chat's
was
up to.
following any clear path to do tasks. She was just kind of trying to hunt people because I saw her like triple back like 3 times.
No dead. No
and
dead
it was
chat.
really
No dead
weird.
chat.
And not only
She
that,
can vote me.
Jade.
It's literally not me, but you
Okay.
can vote me. That's okay.
As
I'm
soon as lights go out, I see
It does have a
Denham's,
bopping
like, running
beat, that's
away
true,
from
that's
lights,
true.
and I'm like, wait, what? And then she like probably like figured out like, oh wait, there's no one down here, and then she doubled back.
I didn't
and
know
tried to go
that,
back and
Vermin.
fix
That's
lights
funny.
with me
I
playing
literally just didn't. I just literally
When you
fucked up
suss
my
them so
path,
hard,
but it's
they
okay.
uninstall.
It's
Wait,
literally
Jade,
fine.
what
You guys
about-
are totally valid in thinking it's me. You guys are totally valid. So I'm not gonna get upset, even though I'm
I
not
want
an
to vote
imposter.
Merrick.
Okay.
I want to vote Merrick
I think it's
because
Merrick.
I'll go for Merrick.
Wait,
Merrick, yeah.
Jade, are you
down
alone?
for Merrick.
Oh
I was
shit! It's
following
Merrick.
her.
Oh
I was
no!
behind
Is
her.
it Merrick?
and I saw you coming out of that right area.
Yeah,
Merrick.
I saw you come out, Merrick,
So
and I
it's
was like,
Merrick
oh my god, if
and
there's a
Pie,
body
right?
right
I'm voting
there,
Merrick.
it has to be her. Unless someone literally vented around you, that just
Or it
looks
could be
really,
Jade
really shitty,
lying really
I
hardcore.
don't know. If it's not you, I feel bad, Merrick, but I just don't see it not being you.
It's for the greater good.
Okay, I understand.
American Pie. American Pie. Hey, that's.
Goodbye,
Oh
friends.
shit! Everyone.
To the left.
Most video games don't make me angry either, except for League. I think League is one of the few games that has made me truly angry in the past, and also the final boss of Bloodborne's expansion made me pretty mad. The greater good. Yeah, League, Omega LOL, I know. Crud, I have to go to the bathroom though. But this is so funny. I need to go to the bathroom though. I drank too many sodies. I drank too many sodies. This turned into Animal Crossing? This isn't Animal Crossing. Well, I mean, I guess it kind of is now. Yeah, I play League from time to time, but I don't know. I haven't been playing it as much. I used to. Oh, yeah, that voice. Yeah, it's Animal Crossing now. Darkest Dungeons? Okay, I can understand being mad at that game. Yeah, alright, I'll be right back. I'm gonna hit the restroom. You guys can all watch. Have fun. I'll be right back.
Hey, Pi, what were you doing by that vent down there?
I was hiding for my life because the reactors were going off, and I saw space doors open.
So you saw the reactors were going off and you were hiding?
Yep, because I am done my task, and there are a bunch more people alive.
Am I dumb or did somebody die?
No, we just voted on Merrick.
Yeah. Demon's dead.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Oh, Demon's hiding a body. Nah, I'm just playing.
So I don't. Wait. Before anyone says anything, we can vote me off this round. Please vote Pi off next round. We can vote me. Just vote me. I don't care. So we can move on from this because this is dumb. I'm pretty sure it's Pi. He was literally standing right next to the vent.
No, I literally was just hiding.
Yeah, that's extremely useless to me. Not only that, but the reactor had gone on for so long. You would think anyone who was hiding at that point. Me and Chud were standing on top of the same one, and it was going on for so long. I got scared, and I was gonna go to the other one when he stayed on that one. Just
the
to
entire
make sure
time?
we
It's
didn't lose.
because
Not
I
the
was
entire time,
checking
just right now.
admin table, and I saw someone come out of space, so that's why I was just hiding.
Look, you can look, Jade.
But
let
we
me
could've
explain to you. Wait.
easily lost,
You
that's what
were
I'm
in
saying.
bottom right, Jade?
I was like on the right side, yeah, because I was doing like lava tasking. Like
I don't know who it was that passed me, but someone had passed me who was on bottom right.
Mhm.
I was doing literally the 3 tasks. The Simon Says, which I fucked up and then I had to do it again. I don't remember what the second one is, and then the one where you match all the stuff.
Okay.
Again, so as soon as I made my way to the left, Pi was just standing next to that one as I was making my way up to reactor. Again, if you guys want to vote me and then vote Pi, that's fine.
Real quick, I was with Terror almost the entire time, literally just following. If you think you can clear anybody, then we have like Pi and Denim, I think.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
It's a
This
bit
doesn't
meta,
make
but
sense
like
to
if Jade
me.
was imposter, we would have more dead.
This doesn't make sense to me because why would you be hiding when we have the reactor going off for so long
Yeah.
that I literally
I'm
had to
voting Pi.
separate from Chud? I think
I'm voting
that's fine,
Pi. I'm
too.
voting Pi.
It's
Yeah.
extremely weird. And the fact that Denims is
Who
pushing really
checks
hard
that
on
vent?
this,
Denim?
I hope we were right about Merrick because then we just won. I really hope.
If we weren't right about Merrick. Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
Yeah.
Good
okay,
shit.
Oh,
Nice.
My question is, why would your story be I'm hiding from the imposter near the exact place where an imposter would
Like that was on the top of the vent, so I was like, I don't know.
No, because like
I
the
don't know what my
imposter has
story was.
extended vision. I don't know how nobody said like, why would you hide there? Because that means they saw you too, you know.
Well, no, you can see the doors through fog of war.
Yeah,
But-
no, I'm saying, but imposters have like extended vision. So like, if you saw the imposter, they
thing
would've
for
seen
my,
you for sure.
That's true.
It's the thing
I
for
don't
my
know.
Okay, you know.
I got caught.
this.
Who has my red?
For my tripod.
Yeah,
Alice,
who's
you wanna
stealing the
try?
colors?
It goes in on the
Big
tripod.
thing.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Denim, why did you check there? Did you see my name?
The right one.
I
And then
saw
also
somebody and I
the
was
dummy
like,
battery
who the
for
fuck
a
is
camera.
that? Who the fuck is that? Because I almost walked past
I'll ban
you and then
chair,
I saw
don't
something
worry.
in the
I
corner
saw
of my
you-
eye.
Yeah,
Denim,
because I
you
saw you
were
walking,
so
and then I was
sus.
like,
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, dude. This is
Denim.
what I heard. Wait. So for the record, this is what I heard at the very, very beginning with Raz. Raz was literally like, "You were the only person there," and then suddenly Demon Mama is dead, and I'm like, "What? So are you saying that I killed Demon Mama?"
No, what I was trying to say was that at first it was me and Jade on Telescope, and then Jade left and you showed up, and I could account for you the
Old
entire
chair is a
time. So
hippie
I was
liberal.
Like, yes, this person.
New
is
chair
clear.
is
and
a
then you were like,
tanky.
you're accusing me, and I was like, bitch, don't.
Okay. Literally,
No, it's the other
from
way
my
around.
understanding of that, it was.
Other way
It
around.
sounded like you were accusing me.
Yeah, red
Because
chair
we
was a
talked-
lib.
we
It was like an old hippie lib, like Marianne
the
Williams.
fuck out of me! What the fuck?
I know. I was
Holy
so sad
shit,
because
Pi,
I
I'm
thought I
so
was like clean.
Insane.
Yeah, because I killed Lab and then I vented down
That
to
was so
I swear to
weapons. and that's
God.
where
Turning
I
down
did it.
Demon a little
God.
bit. Demon's loud.
Wait, what
louder
happened?
than
That was
everybody else.
very confusing at the start. There was a lot of shit going on that I didn't really understand what was happening, to be honest.
Hi, this is me. If you check general, this is me like trying to put together how many asteroids you did and how when
Yeah.
you hopped on with
This is-
Demon.
I
I
know.
was gonna say
I
that
mean, it
Among
was
Us.
good timing. God
What
bless.
saved Pi was the fact that that specific game has like a carry.
Crystal ball?
Yeah. Well, yeah, because I knew that.
Tanky
So that's
chair.
why
This
I,
one's
like,
tanky,
I lied
yes.
about someone in the middle. Because
But-
my alibi last one was that I was weapons, so
Jade the Jaguar.
so I knew that like I had
Jade
to
the Jaguar is a
like,
Twitch
half
streamer.
fake it. But I still got caught. Sag.
Who is it? Is it me? I'm a crewmate. Yeah, Space Prol. Space Prol.
I'm just kidding. I didn't mean.
All right, tasks time. Time to go do my tasks and maybe get murdered first. There we go. Yeah, that's true, Frukala. They were just misguided. They're not bad. Red chair. Red chair. Yeah, we could do a poll. Go for it. If you want to do a poll, go for it. Old chair was misguided, got lost in liberal individualism and smoked a lot of weed. But the new chair. No! No! What? That was like a homing missile. It's like a homing fucking missile.
Ooh.
Oh, it's painful, Ryan. It's so many.
It's on vitals, and I was walking up and the doors closed, and I want to say saw somebody, but it might have just been the red blood spatter.
Well, while we're playing,
or it was
look,
demon. I don't think it was demon.
unboxing.
I think it was just the blood.
Why demon?
I'm unboxing.
I saw red before the doors.
Oh, that's okay.
closed.
There's like
When I get my new camera.
So I think it's just blood.
There should be mods that should be able to
Yeah, I just passed them.
Oh,
this.
then,
Yeah.
then
We're
it's
all in
probably not you. Then
laboratory.
it's probably
we're
just the
all in
blood.
lab.
Yeah, we're
like,
all in laboratory
so
time.
that's
Okay.
4 of us. So that kind of
Look
like
at this.
narrows it down to Denham's logic.
This is for my new camera.
Atlas chair.
They
Is
want to
next
know
Terra?
who
We're
wins,
on
old
the
chair
left
or
side,
new chair.
So we're nowhere near that.
It seems to be a joke to kill me first every time. I always get killed first.
Logic did the kill and Pi.
But people don't know. That
Wait, I
helps them
just saw
because I get
Chud.
my tasks done like that.
Yeah.
We left.
I
I'm
saw-
the best one to kill first because I'm the
Yeah,
best
I
and
saw
hardest
Jade.
working
I
pro.
was moving to electrical to do the turn the lights
But you
back
never
on, and I
made
saw
it
Jade
in.
doing it. No, because you were doing it, and I was like, okay,
Yeah.
and I thought, well, that kind of clears Jade for me. So
Look at this.
Jade,
That puts you right by the body, doesn't it? Where's
See?
the body?
where's the
Unboxing.
It's
body?
in vitals. On
Wait, where's
vitals window.
vitals?
It's the card
Oh, it's
swipe and the
admin, right?
boarding pass. Yeah.
We're gonna go
Oh,
together.
so it's a little bit further.
So
I
it's
will
Pi?
say the door
And then,
closed
when I
like
get
right
the
as I was
new- when I
approaching,
get the
so it
new
was either
camera-
like good timing or somebody saw me, and I know
I'll be able to
Denim was next
do
to
this.
me, but
which is fantastic.
I
Yeah, I
don't
was
know.
doing the lava temperature, whatever.
Yeah, we also were. You get some moves. You were. I feel like you didn't know where you were
Some
going.
moves.
Yeah,
Just a move.
I'm very bad at this, at moving at this map. That should be
You're
pretty
good. The right
obvious
one.
from the last one. Okay, so
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
really bad at
It's
this.
pretty big, isn't it?
Yeah. I don't know. I feel
Okay,
like they
so who are we
just
sus-
died in the
Well,
It could
Merrick
be a
hasn't
suspect.
I went
spoken,
ahead
so
and
can
skipped.
we kill
I
Merrick?
went ahead and skipped.
I saw Merrick in by
I'm
lab.
just
See if
kidding.
this is
I'm
the right
sorry.
one. Hold on. Let's
Yeah,
It's
I'm
on
where the
America
little
Lab.
rocket thingy
no,
is.
this isn't the right
I
one.
didn't see American Lab.
I
This
saw her,
isn't
I
the
saw
right
her. She went
size.
after you.
Who?
Oh,
I saw Dennis
no.
at the beginning. Who
This doesn't
she
fit.
was doing the rocket ship, I think.
Oh,
and then
no, this
I
is the
made my
wrong
way.
size.
I was gonna head over to fix lights. Lights ended up getting fixed, so I started walking back down to do the
Uh-oh.
lava temperature.
Oh, no. I think I got the wrong one. Yeah, this is the wrong size. Aw. All right, I'll have to send this one back. I got the wrong size. Shit. Well, that stinks. Okay, I'll have to send that back then. Oh, well. Oh, well. Wait, who won? Was it old chair or new chair? Lib chair. Holy shit, people like lib chair. Wow, people really don't like tanky chair. This is for my, it's a plate for my camera on my, tripod, but I got the wrong size, apparently. I thought it was the right size, but apparently it wasn't. It did have the model listed, so I should be able to send it back with no problems, but sucks, unfortunately. It's all right. I'll get it. I'll reorder it after the stream. And I'll send this one back. It's okay. It just means I'll have to wait maybe one more day. Yeah, I can't fix it myself. I have to order the right one. Oh, this is so cool. Whoa, this one's cooler. Look at this. It has an animation for the guns. When you're shooting, it shoots the... Oh my god, it actually shoots the guns. Look at that. It goes pew, pew, pew. That's so cool. The guns go pew, pew, pew. Whoa. That's... Did you see that? We know it's a yellow. Add nutrition, lower the radiation, increase the water. If you love that, oh, I've heard of this game called, oh, there's different cameras. Whoa, cool. Guess size does matter.
Yo.
It
Who
does
has
in this
American
case.
Lab?
I think Merrick's
Actually, I
the
might be able to
boss.
order it right now.
Okay, well, no.
We'll see, we'll see,
So
we'll
I
see.
just found. I guess this is Atlas. I just found them. Hold on. Wait a minute. Who just accused me?
Me, Demon. Do you know why?
I'm okay. Go ahead.
Sure. So when the crisis went off and I seen Jade heading there,
It's
I
not.
was
It's
following
Saurus
Jade
and
after
it's
that.
Saurus and Terror.
You just did kind of by like the lava thing, didn't do anything like the temperature thing.
Demons off
When
on
the
this
reactor
one.
went off, yeah, that was weird.
And before
Demons
that,
off on this
you were
one.
also just kind of wandering
Terror
around.
and
Oh,
Saurus.
when we were in the first room, like the admin room, you were on the card swipe, and then the bar didn't go up, and then you went on the next
True.
one, and then
Got some
that
base
also
takes in
didn't go
chat
up,
right
so it
now.
kind of seemed like you were faking tasks.
Bar
Wait,
doesn't
what does
go
that-
up until
hold on.
meetings.
What does that mean the bar doesn't go up?
Oh, is that a thing? I thought it goes up in real time.
No,
yeah.
we set it so that way it only would go up on meetings.
Oh, okay, that's okay then. So I guess those.
Demon, I've got a question for you because I walked into weapons and you were stood
Wait,
there.
hey guys, I have
and
a
the door...
body that I just found. Are we not
Oh,
concerned about the
wait.
body?
Oh, sure.
Yeah, I'd like
That's
to know.
why
about it.
yeah, that's why this meeting is happening. So, okay, I guess it's Atlas because it's the orange person, or maybe it's
Mhm.
Denims, I don't know. But
I think you've reported
so I was
orange,
walking
yeah.
out of the specimen room and I came up because you know there's 2 decontamination things, and I guess the
Mhm.
specimen room leads up to the. I think it's the lab. This is only like my third or fourth time
Listen,
playing
there are
this
some
map.
people who are
But
obsessed
so
with
I
size
walked out
and
of
some who
there
aren't.
and I couldn't get into it at first because someone else was using it, and then when I got out of it.
It's
There was
okay.
Atlas.
If you like size,
so
it's all good.
if any of y'all saw
We love our
someone
size
walking
queens
out
here, right?
of the laboratory area, it was probably them.
Can I just point
would've
something
made
out?
Me and Chud innocent.
Wait,
because
let
Chud
Chud
was
talk.
Yeah.
He has a
no.
question.
Okay.
Let's talk, Chud.
Right,
Water.
Demon. I walked into weapons and you were just stood there doing nothing, and then the door
Everybody's
closed behind
hard
me.
sussing
What the
each
fuck
other.
was that about?
Yeah. So I heard the door close. I didn't see who walked in. I didn't hear who walked in. I was doing a download in weapons. So even if you did walk in specifically,
Okay.
I didn't hear you, but I do believe that you specifically walked in. I did hear the door close.
I know
I
it
don't think I
him
need to
because I
buy
saw
a
him.
third chair. That
I
seems
saw
overkill.
Chud on the outside of the door as soon as they had closed
Oh,
inside
okay,
of
yeah.
weapons. And I was
So
walking out. Yeah, I was like
okay,
walking
I
right
was
past.
I was doing a download. It
What
takes
about
10 seconds
size?
to do
Oh,
So that's
people were
us
talking
being
about whether
innocent,
size matters
which
or
would
not.
make Terror Pie.
I was
Saurus.
on
I don't
cams.
have a
I saw
valid.
Chud on cams.
Look at this. I can just float around and do whatever the fuck I want. Look at me. Whee! I'm a ghost. I have no responsibilities now because I died early and now I done all my jobs. So I can just float around. Woohoo! And my baby's alone, but has 2 computers. Look at this. My baby, I may have died and left my baby behind, but my baby has 2 computers. So they have enough to do fun things on the internet. Yep. I left my baby. Look at that. Double monitors and everything. And look, the Wi-Fi is right here. The Wi-Fi is right fucking here. And little figurines and a sody pop and a tree. Well, I know, but I'm
I
dead.
found a body. It is in comms. Can I ask where people
Yeah, baby
were
has
like
game on phone.
3 seconds ago?
True.
I was
In the
just
week.
doing lights with Jade.
I just saw.
Oh, we're on a
yeah,
planet. We got
I
Wi-Fi
did
here.
lights
Wait, no,
with
Jade was
Victor.
in the laboratory with me.
I just went to laboratory.
Also, we'll have
after the
Wi-Fi
lights
in the
with
future,
Merrick,
I'm sure.
yeah.
There'll be
I
some.
did
They'll
lights
figure something
upstairs
out.
and went over and I saw American Lab.
I was Bio 2 doing the leaf clearing.
Was there someone with you, Chad? Or was it just you and O2?
It was just me. I couldn't see anyone else near me.
I was in storage, and I'd like to continue my thought about seeing Chud. I don't want to say that I'm framing Chud. I just wanted to say that to prove I was on cams, I saw Chud entering admin last round on cams.
Framing Chud.
So, just so everybody knows.
Framing
Was he
Chud.
entering
Gotta
the-
careful with those
the right
words
side?
there.
He was entering admin.
Keep in mind, we know
and
Tara
then
is one of the
left
murderers.
Admin entered from the right, left on the left.
Okay, I want to
So-
say something. So since me, Merrick, and Saurus were together for like the majority of this round,
Yeah,
I would say that
probably.
makes
I
us
don't
3,
know.
like,
I'm
at
sure
least
there's
for
ways
this
to
kill.
do it.
So
Mhm.
because of that, for
They
this
probably
kill,
just
it
gotta
has to
come
be
up with
either
some
Pyso for
creative
Flaming,
way of
Terror,
like
or Chud.
sending signals faster.
So let's just
I-
Venom
I
and-
was in storage doing gas.
We can already
I
get
was-
internet in
Then
space.
you-
It's just really fucking slow.
No, I didn't see anybody.
Because it's all transmitted via
will-
radio.
Most likely say that is false because I checked admin and there was
There's all
nobody
kinds
in
of ways to transmit
storage, but
data
it
over long
could be bad
distances. It's
timing.
just slow as
Okay.
Because
fuck.
I saw
because-
2
We gotta figure out how to
comms,
make it
electric,
fast.
102.
Yeah, you
And
enter
that was
storage
after-
to fill up the gas,
Where's the
and then
body
you
again?
go.
It's in comms.
Communication? Isn't there a
Yeah.
vent that goes from comms to storage?
It's right outside comms, yes.
And there's a vent that goes from comms to storage.
Yeah. Because basically what I did was I checked vitals and one was dead, so I checked admin to see where it was in.
Max,
That's why
I
was
just
like,
saw
it's
your
either
comment
comms or
in
electrical,
YouTube
because
That
chat.
makes
two and
Terror
two.
extremely sus.
Finding Dory made me cry so
Yeah.
hard.
Okay,
Like,
no, if you
ugly
sus
cry.
Me, that's fine,
So-
but like, why would I spend almost an entire round on cams if I'm an imposter?
I thought you just said you were in storage.
Yeah,
How would you
Finding
be in
Dory
Cam's?
made me cry
No,
so
Cam's
hard.
around
Like,
for
ugly
a while.
cry. For like 2 hours.
I was in storage this round because I spent
I
my
I
last
didn't
round
expect it.
Oh, I
I mean,
said
if you're
terror. I
looking
said
for
terror. I
people
said
to
I think
terror.
kill,
I
Cams
said
would be.
terror. I said terror, not Merrick. I said terror. I think it's terror.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just weird because it vents.
No.
GG, I'll finish my task dead then.
It's Terror. Terror was one of them. Terror was one of them. We saw Terror standing over a dead body as a ghost. Looks like we might be able to win this. Space Pros might be able to win it. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Here we go. Here we go. Let's follow Pi.
So I guess we were right. Oh, I don't know. I was scared of them killing, but
Or wait, was it
I guess
Saurus or
since
Pi?
It was a bad
Chud,
reaction
why are
from
you
them,
following me?
Probably not.
Was it Saurus or Pi? I can't
Hey?
remember.
Chud, why
I
are
think it
you
was
following
Saurus
me
actually,
around?
not
I
Pi.
finished all my tasks, so
I
I
think it
didn't
was
really know where
Saurus.
to go.
Yeah, it was Saurus who killed me. Yeah.
That's weird. Don't follow me around.
I
Don't vote here, you guys, because there's 5
Yeah.
people. So
Making me nervous, sir.
We
wait,
do need high
Merrick, where
speed rail.
were
It's
you?
true.
Were you in like electrical area? Or
Yeah, I'm over in electrical.
okay.
who
Because
did
I know
other reactor?
Stalker
did.
Chud logic.
Dark
Stalker
Graded, yeah.
logic is more like it.
Okay. Hmm.
I don't know. I was just scared, but I think we got it right. So probably not
I think-
Jade.
I don't think it's Jade. I think Merrick's okay.
I think it might
I'm
be
okay.
Chud.
I think it's
Okay,
Chud. Yeah,
I
maybe.
and Saurus, remember?
It's not me.
Chud is
Was
a
it-
bad
was it- who
liar.
was it?
Oh
It was
no.
me-
I know it's not
it was
Chud,
me,
but he
Merrick,
always
and
susses
Saurus.
himself
Remember
by
us
accident.
3? We kind of ended
No,
up
Chud,
together
don't
for
suss
rounds
yourself.
because of
No,
fights
Chud,
and
no.
because
He's
someone
sussing
got
himself
killed.
again. Also, there's some Anglophobia going
So
on in
I
here.
think it has to either be
Always
Pi or
blame the
Chud.
Brits.
But okay, remember the first round? I came over
Okay,
to
but Chud
electrical.
is following me, y'all.
Yeah, did you see him? He was like by the node,
vote
and then he
that,
was
just
like.
saying.
I
moving.
finished. Okay, I
Yeah.
finished all my tasks. Okay, I didn't really have anywhere to go.
Uh-oh.
also
Uh-oh. Oh no, Chud. Oh
Jade,
no, Chud. Oh
remember
no.
the first round? I
Fuck.
came over to electrical to do the thing, and you were there, and you saw me, right?
Yes, yeah.
I was coming to electrical, but you were there, and I thought, okay, Jade's fine, right?
Mhm.
That's how it happened the first round.
Okay.
Other than that, I've just
It
been
was
doing
Saurus who
tasks,
killed me.
and I haven't really seen anything. I've not seen any bodies. I've just been doing my tasks.
But I remember
okay?
the body was somewhere near you after we had
Chud's
separated.
gonna
That's
get
why I thought it was
launched.
weird.
I'm so
Do you
sorry.
guys
Okay.
remember how mad he got when he was innocent, but yet now he's really calm?
Oh fuck!
If you thought
Yes,
that I
I'm-
was fine,
Oh
why
shit!
did you just say
Merrick, what the
innocent?
fuck?
Chud.
I
Merrick
didn't
hard
accuse you. I didn't
sussing.
accuse you at all. I said you're fine. I said you're cleared in my
It's
mind.
Chud
That's
who's
fine.
British,
before
yeah.
that,
Chud has a
though.
British accent.
I
You
never
had been
accused you at
accusing-
all. No, I haven't. No,
Okay.
not at all. Is that
Oh,
it?
Chud's dead.
Am I out?
I mean, I skipped.
No,
I
Chud.
skipped. Uh-oh.
Chud is alive.
Wait, did he die? Oh, it was a tie. Oh, phew. Okay, good. All right, he's good. He's good. Oh shit, he lucked out. He lucked out. Oh, the fucking DVD. Oh shit, there's a DVD menu that never hits the corners. Oh fuck. It hit the corner. It hit the corner. What? It hit it again. Holy shit. It's an unrealistic DVD thing. This is how you know it's a game. You know you're not in a dream. Wait, you know you're in a dream because it's in the corner. It hit the corner. Holy shit. Corner tapped. Uh-oh.
Where's the body?
Ooh.
Okay, it's right outside of electrical.
Yeah.
Oh no.
I did see dark green right next to him.
Can you
Is
say
it
right out?
Surius? Are you opening
It'd
the
be,
door
it'd
right
be
now?
Saurus.
Don't vote Chad.
It's
When you
Saurus.
said right outside of electrical, how far away from the door? Because I was trying to get the door open.
Yeah, it's literally right next to you. I assume
Right,
you
we're
opened
right
the
on
door.
the door.
So I know it's not you. I know America's running around it.
What?
and
They
I
just
didn't
cleared
see
Saurus. It was Saurus.
black, but
I mean, I just walked
Chud.
up to it and reported it.
oh, but I got the report. I might just be quick with fingers, but
Oh my god,
Okay.
no.
because America's right
I-
next to me.
I finished my task. I was in security looking at the cameras. Got nothing else to do.
Oh no. Oh
Are these
no.
cameras on?
Don't do it. Don't vote
Would
Chud
have
off.
been kind of hard to see with the lights.
Can you
Yeah.
Can you verify that someone's using cameras? Is that a thing you can do?
Yeah,
Yeah,
there's
'cause
usually
you-
a red light going on.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think it's Mare because I was right behind them, but I think the body fell over, but I'm not
Holy
sure.
shit.
Well, I mean, I've also been
No.
cleared at several points throughout the game, but by the time I got there, the body was already fallen over, and there was someone next to me who was green, but I don't know if it was light green or dark green. I think
Oh,
it's.
fuck.
It brought
All
both
three of
them
us are
right next
here.
to me. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like all 3 of us are confirmed here.
I still think it's Chud, but I'm down to skip.
Oh,
I mean, I think
no.
it's Chud too.
Okay, I promise you, it's not me. Okay, I got a bit heated last time in the last game. I promise you, it's not me. I think it's possible. I mean, I don't know. I very difficult to tell.
We
But you're
can
saying
win.
it was green that you saw. Is that right?
Well, no, yeah, I mean, I saw green, but I think me and Cirrus and Pi are all standing together at
Yeah,
this
we're
point.
all literally in the same place.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I've got a fucking clue.
I'll skip. I'm scared. I don't want to throw
I'm
like a without this.
skipping, yeah.
I'm scared.
Holy shit. They didn't
I
vote.
know
Just stay
it's-
together and do the tasks. Stick together and do the tasks.
Oh,
It's
somebody voted for Chud.
100% not dark green.
We've
though.
nearly done the tasks.
Yeah, please finish your task. I don't want a 50-50. Just kill me.
Oh, no. Pi's dead. Pi's fucking dead. Oh, fuck. 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 Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. I'm following Cirrus. I gotta see the action. What's happening? Oh, wrong area. Wrong way. They're gonna win. We're gonna win! We're gonna win! We're gonna win! We're gonna win! Yeah! Wait, YouTube's having a real one? What's happening in YouTube? Oh shit. YouTube. Uh-oh. What the fuck is going on? Hello. Fuck. Whose tasks aren't done? Somebody's tasks aren't complete. Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh
it
no.
wasn't?
Cirrus, you sloppy motherfucker. I
Don't die,
just saw
Spectre.
that.
Don't die.
You saw
Oh no.
nothing.
Oh yeah, I literally just watched you kill Chud.
You know, I should be defending myself. I really should. I don't think I can.
You can't. You fucking can't. I just
can't.
watched you do this.
Oh fuck, sorry. Website chat went down. It'll be
No, I
back
want a
momentarily. Don't worry.
50-50.
It'll be back momentarily.
Okay, so remember, I've been
Oh,
cleared at
no.
multiple stages of this, but we've already suspected Cirrus of it. I just watched this
Sus.
happen.
No, I think Jade cleared both of you.
Site chat
two,
should be back
if I'm
momentarily.
not mistaken.
Site chat will be
I
back.
mean,
Don't
maybe
worry.
they got cleared once, but I've been cleared at multiple steps throughout this,
think
and
we're back.
just watched this
Yeah,
happen.
we're back.
They did this
Yeah,
shit
we're
right in
back.
front of me,
Site
and now I
chat's
feel
back.
really bad for Chud, because I was
Sorry,
kind of a
everybody.
dick earlier.
Just a brief outage.
Wait, what did you see? Serious?
We back. We back.
What did
Or
I
did you
see?
see anything? Yeah.
We're
did you see
back. Like the
anything?
movie. That movie was actually pretty
I'm trying
decent.
to get
That movie's
reactions
actually
all.
pretty good. Honestly, not gonna lie.
Are you pushing?
kind of a
Where are you
weird
right
movie, but
now?
it's good.
Yeah, where are you?
Where?
Ray?
Wait, where's?
The boys
I'm
are back
under
in
the
town,
seismic
and the
reactor on the
girls and the
right-hand side of
NBs
the
are back
map.
in town.
And
How
where's
did
the
you get that
body?
far in that little time, seeing as how you just killed Chud Logic over by I guess office or wherever it is that I
By
am?
using my
Not
tiny
yet.
little feet.
I think
they
it's
run
just a
quick.
small bug in Crade.
Or venting?
I will be honest. Whether I am crewmate or imposter, I have not used a vent all game.
No.
That's
I mean, you
sus as
did kill
shit.
Chud Logic in front of me, though.
No.
Well,
I got your ass.
that is hearsay. Does Pi believe the hearsay? That was the question.
I don't know. Do I?
No,
know, do you?
Pie,
I don't know,
no,
do
no,
I?
Pie, no, Pie. Yeah, the dinosaur movie. It was fucking good
No.
with Dr.
Where's
Screw
the
Eye
body
and Dr.
again,
Good
Mac?
Eye
Sorry.
and
Oh,
the Brain
okay, let's see.
Game. It's a weird movie. Very
I think
weird
it's
movie, but
by
good.
is it office that lets you go into the area that lets you go to the
You gotta
specimen
vote,
room
Pie.
and lab?
Pie, you gotta vote.
Or
Pie,
is
you
that-
gotta
what
vote.
is that?
Vote,
Alright,
Pie,
I'm fine.
vote.
Oh my god,
No, Pie.
Fuck.
I don't know how the fuck
You
you
fucked
did
up.
that.
Oh my
Fucked up.
Pie, my. Oh.
How could you fuck it up so
Oh God!
Done.
Pie!
badly?
No!
Why? What the
Here's
fuck?
how you
What?
did that. I'm gonna give you a kiss.
Come
It
on!
is so great.
Are you kidding me?
Oh, I'm
This
done.
is
Fuck this.
this is whorephobia. This is misogyny. Fuck them.
I was gonna say,
Why? What the fuck?
I didn't know you were sexist, Pie. Like,
What the- No.
Eric got cleared like a billion
Dude,
times for that
for me,
fucking.
I didn't even say that whole time. I didn't deny killing Chud. I just said that
He
it's
literally was laughing.
Oh my
was
God!
fucking
He was
obvious.
giggling.
Oh my god.
That is absurd. That is
It's okay,
fucking
it's
absurd.
Pie, we can't be
I
friends
hope you
anymore.
never-
Oh,
I
Chud
no.
is
you
so
never
mad.
get on a jury.
Honestly, true.
Straight just because of you.
I should be
This is
defending
literally
myself right now.
Get on a
It was
jury and
fucking
convict the judge.
Listen,
Mm.
the judge
Bro,
goes,
I
okay,
think-
here's the murder weapon. He just killed 15 people. We have him on video proof. I was like,
What the
"Ah."
fuck? My face is
Merrick
hurting.
spoke for the first time in like
I know that's why I wasn't
25
sure, 'cause I thought
games.
she was. Oh,
That's
no.
God,
Okay, because
my
I
face
saw
hurts
it.
from
I
smiling.
saw it go down in front of me.
Oh,
And
okay.
like seriously, so
I thought
Chud,
you- I don't know.
Chud
Holy
walked
shit,
in,
this is so
and I
good.
didn't expect them to. I didn't expect somebody to be there, so I killed Chud.
I hope I get to
walked
play as
out of the
imposter.
room, saw
This
Merrick,
is gonna
and
be
went,
so much
well,
fun.
I'm out of here. I hit the
closed.
button.
I closed the
Sorry.
door
Sorry,
after
you didn't
you
even
left.
defend yourself. You were
Oh
just
my
giggling
God.
the whole
This is
time.
so
You're
good.
like, oh, should I defend
It was
myself? I
so
shouldn't."
obvious.
Oh
They
my.
literally said I should be
Unbelievable.
defending myself right now while laughing.
I know. That's why I'm confused as to how the fuck that worked.
Debate
Hi,
is
what
gonna
the
be
hell?
after we're done with
Those
this.
are-
Should be like
We can't
maybe in like
listen,
45
we pulled a
minutes or so.
genius move earlier with the like rocket ship thing.
With the
Okay.
asteroids. He has to
Yeah,
divvy it
I
out,
thought-
you know?
He's one
Yeah,
for one now.
exactly.
He has
He's
to
one
make
for
it
one.
even. He has to make
Right,
it even.
Furman? I
One
know.
for one
Straight
now.
up
I'm
looked
just
past that one.
chaotic,
What the
folks.
fuck?
That's all good. Listen, high pressure. It gets to us all sometimes. It's all good.
Something I want to
But
know.
I am really
something
sorry
I
that
wanna-
I was like so hard on you earlier.
Chud has been accused
That's
every
fine.
single game.
Chud,
No, it's fine.
Chud's
I
being
was
mad
actually-
sus.
Yeah.
But I
No,
finished my
not
task.
bad.
What the fuck do I do now? And
You
then
know
I
what's
thought,
really
okay, I'll just
funny
monitor
though?
Security.
Here's a small
Forgot.
piece of data that's kind of helpful. Both of the actual imposters unintentionally outed themselves as imposters, both by saying Terror said, "Oh, I don't want to frame Chud, but," which implies that if you're framing Chud, well, then why it's got to be a false crime.
noticed
And then
that.
later on, Sura said, whether I'm the imposter or not, I haven't
Yeah,
vented this game."
Even Mama, did you see me? I typed that in chat. I was like, wait.
Yeah,
he
I
literally
saw
just
that.
admitted it. I was like, he
So
just admitted
bad.
it.
I'm
That's
too
so
little
good.
brain. That's my bad. I leave because the round before too, like Merrick was like running around when Sirius was opening that door, so that's why I was like, oh, maybe it's Merrick if it's not Chud.
Chad.
I don't
Oh
know.
no, I just don't know
true,
that.
the
I'm
true
just running
five
around
head
like
the
an
true
idiot.
five
No,
head
you're
play is
good.
just to admit that you're the imposter immediately and nobody will vote for you. So
Somebody
Tried
just
my
said that
hardest
this
to
is-
lock Merrick and Chud together so many times.
all right, I'm a crewmate.
Just
All
kill me
right,
first.
crewmate. No one kill me. No one kill me, okay? Fuck. Oh shit, I gotta do this shit. I'm gonna get killed immediately. I know I'm gonna get killed immediately. We know I'm gonna die immediately. Every single time. All right. All right, okay. Yes, that actually happened, Snips. Yes, that did actually happen. Yep. I'm dead. I'm so dead. There's no way I can even get out of here. What the? Did I fuck it up? I fucked it up. Fuck. There we go. Okay. All right. Shit. I'm dead. No, fuck. I must live. I don't want to get sussed. Oh no, shit. Oh fuck. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Wait a minute. Hold on. Who's in here? There's somebody in here with me. Oh shit. There's somebody in here with me. Who the fuck is in here? Where'd they go? Who the fuck is in here and why?
I swear to God, if you'd interrupted my upload, I'm going to be very upset.
So I was just in admin, and the lights went off, and I looked on the admin table, and it showed 2 people in the room, and I was like, wait a minute. How can there be 2 people? I don't see anybody. And then I opened the door that goes to the decontamination bay or whatever that area is over there. And then I found Atlas's body sitting there. So I don't know who did it because the lights went off right before I went in.
I don't think it was Demon because Demon was with me doing upload.
Correct. No, I was doing that fucking... I don't know how to do that task, dude. I still don't know how to do it.
So
I'm gonna go pee, but I'm in the lab.
Comms.
No, it's the one where you were at, Cirrus. How do I do that task?
Oh, if it's the router one, it's a 2-stage it's a 2-stage one like the one.
The baby did it. Yeah, it could be.
Oh, the router? You have to drag it all. It's like
True,
it's like the
Ryan.
med bay, the sample. You drag it all the way down and then come back in 60 seconds, and then drag it back up.
Gotcha. Okay, I keep fucking that one up. Where's everybody else?
So Jade is also dead. Did anybody see Jade?
Yeah.
No. Oh wait. Jade was doing like.
Yeah, Denims. Remember we saw her on.
Yeah, I was doing like the canisters, and I think she did like the thing that you pull down the whatever and you clear it. The other O2.
Okay. Because I saw Jade. I was passing above the what's the map? Fuck, I need to look at the map. I was passing above office and I saw her through the window in office on the inside. I was on the outside. I walked around through and into admin, and then I found Atlas just south of admin in the thing that connects to the specimen room. So that means probably both of the murderers would have been located in the area of admin office and or could have fled to the specimen room. So if anybody saw other people in that area and can remember it,
that's relatively fair. I'm curious. Chad, where were you like this round?
I was doing tasks. I ended up in communications doing an
I'm
upgrade.
gonna skip. We don't have much time.
Terror, where were you?
I went back up to finish my download because it had canceled earlier, and then I did wires right next to it up by electrical.
Damn,
and then I was headed to
sneaky.
do lights as the meeting
Damn,
was called.
sneaky.
Okay.
I just didn't want to get camped
Later,
at
Lefty
fucking
Queen.
lights. I've had that happen.
Thanks for coming by. Where's electrical? Wait, why are the lights out again? Oh my god, the lights are still out. What? This isn't the lights, is it? No, this isn't the lights. Where's the lights? Did somebody fix them? Okay, somebody fixed them. This could be hard. This could be challenging. Oh, did Blue just pop out of a vent? I swear to God, Blue just popped out of a vent. Blue popped out of a vent, didn't they? Oh, shit. Blue definitely popped out of a vent. Okay, should I call that? Oh my God, I probably should. Fuck. Hold on. Hold on. I don't know. Should I? I probably should. I should probably do that. Yeah, I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna go call it. Hold on, let me go do this. That's not, yeah, that's dangerous. Wait. Fuck. Okay, I was just returning to press the emergency button in office when I found this dead body. Now, which is Cirrus. Now, I'm quite sure I saw Merrick coming out of a vent, right below laboratory.
Merrick this whole time, Demon Mama.
Wait, but,
yeah, I'm with Demon.
Okay, but that could just mean that you're both that could just mean that you're both the imposter.
How long ago did you say her?
This was like literally probably 20 seconds ago. I saw Merrick come straight from the hole.
Demon's been with
Hold on a
us
second. Wait a
longer
second.
than
I gotta
that.
finish. So I saw Blue come straight away from where the hole was. Now, it is possible that Merrick could have been doing the little Tesla thing. And then I circled up and grabbed a task, and I was contemplating, like, should I hit the emergency? Should I hit the emergency for this? Or should I wait? And then I decided to go hit the emergency and found a dead body out of there. So Merrick could have been in the area and would have vented around that time.
No,
I'm
I've been
hard
with
sus on Merrick.
Demon.
And that
Demon,
makes me
you've
sus on
been with
Demon.
me.
Okay, so here's my thing. Listen, so Demon Mama, I wouldn't vouch someone this hard anyways, this early if you accuse them of literally venting, because this like makes me sus.
Sure.
There's one thing I can't corroborate. What are you saying that she came from like the lava area?
It would have
Like,
been like below, just
the
below.
vent-
There's like a vent next to a snowman and next to a Tesla coil.
Okay.
Yeah.
I saw her walk in to the room of like the laboratory area, but I did not see if she came out of it. I would not. She could have came out of a vent and walked in, but for the last 20 seconds, I saw her walk into the lab area and then we stuck together. So it is still possible that she came out of a vent, went into the same room with me, and we stuck together because my vision like only lets me see so much. So I only saw her walk through the door.
Okay, so this is funny because I was going to ask you, Demon, why you've been following me. And I really wasn't expecting Demon Mama to suss me immediately. But now I'm kind of wondering if it's actually not both of you at this
So
point.
here's the weird thing. So okay.
Wait, sorry. Who are we voting? Wait. Sorry,
No,
what are we?
We're skipping. It's
Okay.
fine.
The
We're
thing is,
skipping.
I'm voting. I have
Eric,
hard
you would've-
sus right now.
You would have already accused me from the start with that. Not now that like I'm not just saying.
I
oh,
like to press a button and talk.
Yeah.
more
Well, yeah, I mean, I was just going to
without
ask. I
some
thought it was weird.
information.
I see. Okay. Well.
I'm staying away from Merrick and I'm staying away from Demon. I think Merrick and Demon are in cahoots and are covering for each other. I really think that's the case. They won't kill me though because they want me sussed. They want me sussed, but I don't trust them. Yeah, I knew it. See? They're going right here. They're going to try and kill me right here. But that's okay. If they kill me, they know I can't be sussed. So I should be invulnerable and able to do my tasks right now. Yeah, that's right. That's what I thought. Hey, look at him standing right on that fucking thing. Huh. He's flexing. He knows. He knows. He knows. He fucking knows. Yeah, that's right. Fucking... Yeah. Okay. 100% Demon and Merrick. Yep. 100%. 100%. He's flexing because he knows that I'm sussed now. And so if I go hard on them, they're going to try and frame me. I'm going to have to try and convince them. Holy shit. This is actually wild.
I am just going to start off by saying, Merrick, this looks really fucking bad for you because I just passed you an admin. Pi is dead on the button.
You could also be framing Merrick, trying to like drive a narrative.
Okay,
No,
listen, hold on.
I walked in past them. I don't know if it's them or not, but I walked in from comms because I was trying to do my upload.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying you could literally be using the fact that me and Demon Mama were talking in like Merrick in a certain way to like try to frame her.
Okay, but
No,
here, wait,
like,
here's the thing.
yeah,
Wait,
I actually
hold
really-
on,
where's
hold
the
on a
dead
second.
body?
I have something
I don't know where
important
the
to say
body
here.
is.
I have something important to say here. Okay,
What is it?
look, Demon, hard protecting Merrick. Merrick, hard protecting Demon. Hold on a second. I just went up into laboratory with both of them, and fucking Demon was standing on the hole and like on the hole over the vent, just fucking flexing there.
Wait,
and guess
you know
what?
there's
They
a-
couldn't kill
you know
me.
there's a
Wait.
test there,
If
right?
they killed me, I would have been sussed. You know, then it would have cleared my sus. They want you to suss me
Demon Mama.
while they cover
Where
each
we're
other.
literally making this
100%
Where is Merrick?
Merrick and
Merrick.
Demon.
Wait,
Yo,
this is
Merrick,
this is
Where
irrelevant.
what's
are
up?
you?
Wait, let me defend myself. I just got accused. Listen, Demon Mama, last time you did this shit, you threw. Listen, there is a hole there, but right where that hole is, there's also a task. I was doing a task. I saw you there, and I literally walked out, and I left you alone. The lights were off. I could have killed you. I could have.
Yeah,
killed
you
Merrick.
could have, but if
Merrick
you
was
killed
also-
me, then they
Merrick
wouldn't be
was
able to
also
suss
in
me,
that
which is what you and
That's not
you and
So
Merrick were
both
setting me up.
Demon and Demon Mama started following me afterwards, and I thought that you were
We
trying
are
to revenge
literally
kill me.
throwing. We are literally throwing Demon Mama. Let's focus on everyone
No,
else's
I'm very
location.
sure. Listen, I don't
We
know
don't
about
shit
you,
about Dennis,
but I
we
know
don't
that
shit about
I'm
Terror,
quite
we
sure
don't
it's
shit about
Merrick.
Chud. Can we
I
at least-
literally just said that I was locked in comms doing my upload. Lights got fixed. I wondered why Pi didn't fucking call the button, so I walked to admin. I passed by Merrick, who is in admin, and I walked to the button, and Pi is dead on the fucking button.
Also,
Wait a minute.
Also,
no.
listen.
There's
Oh,
no fucking body in. Wait, there's no fucking body in admin. I just walked
Yes,
through
there
admin
is.
to get out. No, that's not even
Pi
where
is
you
on the
are.
fucking
You're like in
button.
That means you
office
left
or
the body.
something. You're not even in admin.
Wait, that's a self-report from Terror. If Merrick didn't
It's
see the
not.
I just fucking
I
okay.
literally
in-
said-
hold on. I might
Demon and Merrick are
I mean,
covering
unless
for each
I
other
have
way
the
too
rooms
much.
Wrong, but I don't think I
No.
do.
Who are we voting?
I literally just fucking
This is
walked
just
in,
a
and Pi was
disaster.
on the fucking
This is a
button.
fucking disaster.
Oh my god, why are you guys throwing? I literally just said Pi was on the fucking
Demon
button.
and Merrick are 100%. It's Demon and Merrick 100%. It's 100% Demon and Merrick. They just double voted and tried to suss her just enough. Holy shit, we're so dead. There's no way we're gonna win this. Nobody's paying attention. They're covering each other's ass completely. They're literally covering each other's ass completely. We're gonna lose so hard. Fuck. We have to go do that now. Shit. Fuck. Oh my god, they're all open. They're locking all the doors. Shit. We're dead. We're so dead. There's no way we're gonna be able to do this. Fuck. I gotta go to the other one. Okay. Shit. Fuck. Oh, this is so bad. This is so bad. This is so bad. Oh shit. This is so fucking bad. I gotta go do my scan over here. I gotta finish my scan. It's definitely, I'm so sure. Wait, they can check me.
Okay, let's talk about last round. It seems like terror. Well, actually, no, we have a lot of people. It wouldn't have ended anyways. My bad. There's more people than I thought. Never mind. I'm just gonna skip. My bad. I thought we had a lot less people that were alive. Wait, hold on.
I just find it really weird that basically Demon and Merrick have been playing defensive on each other the entire game, and all wait, and then I was talking. I know you're talking over, but hold on a second here.
Okay, go for it.
Listen. All you had to do, three people voted to get Terror out of here. Terror, I have highly doubt, was the imposter. You only needed to convince one of us to vote for Terror, and it succeeded. So you two were able to both vote for Terror, which is a little bit weird that there would be just that many. It seems almost like you two are playing hard cover for each other.
Why would I point the finger at the other imposter?
Listen,
That doesn't make
if
any
nothing
sense.
else, I think we can safely launch Merrick out, and we might be able to safely launch Demon out. But
holy shit, you're trolling, right?
if you want to, hey, if anybody wants to,
you do this aggressive stuff when it's you. The last couple of rounds you've been in,
except I was literally just getting scanned, and I know for a fact that Denim's watched me getting scanned. And guess what? You could see when I'm getting scanned.
I don't think it's her. Stop accusing each other. Hear me out now, Demon Mama. Okay, listen. At the start, I did vouch for Merrick because literally for the 20 seconds, we were in the lab. We were on the right side together, and we were following each other when the lights went off. And then, if you remember, I stopped and I was like, wait, can you tell me if you were talking about from the hole outside by the snow area? And then you're like, yeah, probably. And I was like, yeah, she could have actually vented and walked in and stayed. And we stopped.
No, I agree with you. Okay, wait, I have an idea. So wait here. If that's true, there were only two suspects that could have killed Saurus, which means it was either Merrick or it was Terror. They were the only two people in that area, and it was their word against each other. If that's correct, we're on 5. Wait a minute, we're on 5. We're on 5. If that's true, you and I can both vote for Merrick, and that will be safe, and then we can suss out who the last one is.
Or let's hypothetically say that we actually got, let's say Terror was.
If you're not the imposter, you should be voting for Merrick here.
No, this is because if somebody vented and we throw.
We have 5. We have 5 left. It's safe to vote somebody out. You should vote Merrick off.
I've been with Merrick the entire game.
Yeah, weird. So that would sus you as for the next one.
There's no way you guys voted her out.
Yeah, this is not me.
I was right. Either way, one of them's out. Either way, one of them's out. Either way, one of them's out. I was right. I know I was right. I know I was fucking right. I know I was right. I had a feeling. Now, I don't know for sure, but I'm pretty fucking sure. I'm pretty fucking sure. I'm pretty fucking sure. Now, I need to go get the fuck out of here, but I'm stuck in decontamination, so let's see. Could be Chud. It could be Chud and not Demon, but I don't know. It was very weird. How much time do we have left on this? Okay. If it was Demon, Demon could have just killed me right then and there. I have to do this scan and then I'm done. If I can get this scan done, I'm done. This map is really good. I love this map. I like this map more than the other map, I think. It's much sneakier. Oh, this is a game of manipulating people and being sneaky. Alright, now I can devote to sleuthing skills. If Chud's dead, then it's Demon. If Chud died, then it's Demon. Chud's dead, isn't it?
Before we throw, I just seen Denims and Chud together. I split up from them because I didn't know which one of them could be the potential imposter. I kind of waited like 15 seconds. I shaked around. I did it like a U-turn and I searched 3 different rooms and then I found Chud's body on the report button.
So I'm like 1000% certain it's Denims. Demon Mama, please don't throw. We've already you got your vote with Merrick. So wait. Can you hear me?
Wait, did you do the did you set off the reactor?
No, it wasn't me. It was either Denims.
I
or
was
Chud.
literally the one who took the reactor down.
No, it was either you or Chud, and then you killed Chud after. Demon Mama, wait, Demon Mama, you saw me standing at the right one, and then when I saw you there, I went to go do the left one. So my story, at least from
And you
that
could have
part,
killed Chud over there by yourself. Denims, what do you have to
Holly-
say for yourself here?
I literally went over, did a reactor, and I've just literally been running around in circles because I'm done with my tasks and I'm waiting to get done. The one thing that I will say that was weird was that when I went and finished reactor, you came over to our reactor and then you saw that there were 2 of us and then you left.
Wait,
Yes.
so did
You know
Demon
why? Yeah.
did Demon do the other reactor, Denims?
No, I did not.
No.
Okay, I am gonna hard sus Demon on this one.
Do you know why I
We
didn't
can
do
literally just vote.
Wait. Hold on. Who?
Yeah, sure.
Wait.
Defend yourself.
Wait, Demon Mama, listen. I was at the right one, ready to do it. I literally was holding it down. It said waiting for other player, and then I saw you come. I saw nobody was doing the left one. I left you to do the right one.
I have a way to
hoping
solve
that-
this. I have a way to solve this. Provided that all of the ghosts have actually done their things, which tasks do you have remaining?
I have 0 tasks left.
So if all of us have 0 tasks remaining, then that somebody's lying because we should have won
Okay,
already.
Yes, somebody's lying. But listen to me. I'm telling you, I left the right reactor with you because I was hoping you'd do it while I go.
What
to
was the
left
last
one.
task you did?
I don't remember, honestly.
All right,
no,
you're
no,
out.
no,
You're
no,
done.
no, no,
You're
no,
done.
Wait. You know I've been done with tasks for like 2 rounds. There's no you actually voted me.
You've literally been running around sussing people, but you somehow are done with your tasks?
How does some Demon Mama?
I
you
am
threw that
crying in
whole-
real life.
Demon
I
Mama
can't
said
even
that was
believe.
actually the worst thing
I
I've
am
ever
in
seen.
awe.
I'm not
Can I
gonna lie.
interrupt? Can I interrupt for like 5 seconds?
Damn.
That was so bad.
You
What the
ran. I even have the screenshot from my
Damn it.
stream of you running away from Pie's dead body on the button. Even if I were crewmate,
No!
100%
It wasn't
would
Merrick.
died there.
It was
because you were
Denims and
right
Terror.
next to his dead body.
I think that was the worst.
Okay,
third
I just didn't know
impostering-
what room was what.
Hold on. I think that was the worst third impostering I've ever seen in my life, and I have played over thousands of games. That was
Also
actually
good game,
awful.
Denims.
What
Wait,
the
what is
I
that?
think-
What is third imposter?
Demon Mama literally threw that whole round
single-handedly-
single-handedly. Holy shit.
Demon Mama
What?
single-handedly bust 5 crewmates.
How do you throw that hard?
Demon Mama, I love you so much. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, but
Fuck you. You didn't say a word.
You-
listen,
went first.
everyone was fucking lying so hard and immediately started covering one another's asses and not even trying.
I walked into the other room. Denims literally has her hands down her pants the
I
entire
don't. What
game.
the fuck? I'm literally enjoying my
Hands
chamomile
off
tea.
the keyboard.
Okay,
Didn't say a
Alice,
single
cringe.
word
You're posting
all
cringe.
game.
All right, guys, I'm out. I'm
Yeah.
gonna
I think
play
that
a
was
different
enough
game.
We're
stuff.
both
Sorry,
gonna get some
Tara.
sleep.
GG's. Good job, Terror and Denims.
Wait, so are we done?
I feel bad. I just didn't know what room was what. I feel like a dickhead now.
No, you're fine.
It's all good. That was a very confusing game. There's a lot of accusations being slung around, and it was very confusing.
It was.
Listen, that
Me and-
map,
me
I
and
love
Raz
that
both
map.
got some
I don't
sleep.
know. I don't know if I had any ghosts following me.
Listen,
I swear
Chat
to God.
Logic, I'm sorry about that first game.
That's. I mean, look, it was all good fun.
Yeah, of course. I don't know if I had any ghosts following me.
Wait,
but
so
Demon Mama,
who's
I
are we
literally left my
continuing more
post.
or are we not?
I'm down to continue if you have people.
Okay.
Yeah, let's go.
Oh,
Someone,
wait, I think
so
Mike said
someone's-
to add him
Oh,
if.
yeah.
Oh,
I'm
So
good
let
for a
me
few
just
more.
act Mike.
and someone's gonna need to remake because me and Raz are both heading to bed.
Oh, okay. So wait,
and
we're
since,
losing
and
like.
since I'm host, somebody's gonna have to rehost.
Wait. We have
We're
one
done,
more
we're done
person.
then. Well,
Yeah,
if
we're
Sarah's
out.
leaving too, we'll just dip out for the day.
Okay, we'll call it good.
Okay,
then.
yeah, let's call
Listen,
it.
good game.
Plenty of
Sorry for
people.
third impostering so hard, but I
It's
was
okay,
so
it's okay, it
sus.
happens. It's fine. It happens. Don't worry about it.
Listen,
Okay,
thanks
good
for the
night,
game. That was
guys.
good
Good
fun.
night,
Thanks for the
everybody.
game.
Have a good one.
GG's, guys. GG's.
All right, looks like we're done with that.
GG's.
All right, that was fun anyway. That was really intense. I liked it. I guess I did really bad that match, but listen, that's what happens when I get killed all the time. You know, you got to stop killing me first. Got to stop killing me first, and I won't be so sus. It's all good. Had a good time anyway. Sucks everyone's leaving, but whatever. Hey, good night, Merrick. I don't know if Merrick disconnected or not, but let's disconnect ourselves. Boop. All right. It's okay, Denims. It's all right. That was so sneaky. Denims, that was perfectly fine. Well, give yourself a little bit of time, Dan. If you've been moving around, it might take some time. How many times we get to even see you on the end game? Yeah. That was really fun. I love that everyone was so down each other's throats this game. I love it when it gets bloodthirsty like that. It's fun as fuck. It's fun as fuck. Now, wait a minute. Let me see. When did we do the thing? Because DaScrubKing wanted to come debate. You all want to see some debates? Y'all want to see a debate? But I've also been re-invited onto the panel. So one way or another, we're going to have some debate content. So stick around if you want debate content. When did I say this? Let's see. This was 1 hour ago. Okay, so I've got an hour. I can go on the panel for another hour. All right, let's do it. Let's go on the panel for an hour, and then I'll talk to DaScrubKing. Okay? Let's do this. Let's get on the panel. Let's see. We got panel and debate. It's going to be wild tonight. Everyone wondered when the next time was going to go on a panel. Well, we're going on another panel right now. There you have it. Well, presuming they still have room. I don't know who's even on it right now. Prime. Wait, but I'm not supposed to be... Okay, so I can't show Prime on this one. I'll have to... I don't know. We'll work it out. We'll fucking work it out. Because Prime's a partner now. So I guess you're not supposed to appear on YouTube or something? I don't know. Let's see. Let's see. Here we go. Looks like I'm on this one. Let's see. Here. Let's go into the whereby. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. Can I get in? Let's see.
Well, what else would you want to edit? What else would you edit, though? What else would you want to edit?
Pest-resistant crops?
Mama?
Hello.
Well,
embarrassed. It wasn't last month, but it was about 3 or 4 years ago. I mean, it wasn't that long. It was online that I did it. I did it in a charity.
All right,
stream.
we're in.
Okay, and how old were you at the time?
Well, you never ask a gentleman who is
Let me just update on the topics.
Anywhere between the age of 29 to 76. So somewhere in between there.
So 29 to 76-year-old males should not run the country. We got it. We nailed it.
Go ahead. You can respond. Sorry, Doobie, did you want to say anything? Because I haven't had a chance to jump in a while.
Well, it is I have to say it is a fact that men do tend to have more significant cognitive decline as they age than women. So I'm okay with that.
Okay, all right then. Nothing we can do. Let's be a hard no on males. Actually, I might be able to get behind that. Seriously. Doobie, did you have something you want to say before we go back to Fanatic?
Well, like I said at the start of this, right, I'm very torn on this topic. I've heard good arguments on both sides. So there's violence on both sides of my head right now, right?
Yes,
so I'm just kind
is.
of absorbing it all, hearing everybody out. And so far, I haven't really heard anything that I just like flat out disagree with. Like I said, I'm not like an expert in like brain functions, so I'm going to defer to Anna for that. And the rest of it, like I said, the only other good arguments that I've heard against age limits and against term limits are all about the experience of the legislators. Junior legislators aren't really sure how to work all the buttons and knobs in their government, like their office, might be susceptible to influence by lobbying groups, right? That would come in, write policy for them, and these junior legislators who haven't had a lot of time to figure things out might get taken advantage of. That could be bad, I guess. But then you have the argument on the other side where, again,
I don't know what the topic is yet. We're gonna find out.
Dinosaurs who are there forever, who don't go away. But that's
don't
like
worry.
Drew said. That's an
figure it
issue
out.
with like democracy that we can't get into right now. So yeah, I'm torn. I'm
Fanatic's
on
here.
the fence right now.
All right, cool. So we'll go back to Fanatic. But after that, make it quick because I wanted to get to Demon Mama, who just popped in. Hi, Demon Mama. She's very kind to jump in at the last minute to help us out. Go ahead, Fanatic.
Okay, so I wanted to say really quickly, like we should have just a
haven't
way
been on a
of
panel in a
determining
while, I
like
guess.
mental
Well, I guess I did the other day.
capacity, and if we know already scientifically
Okay.
the pre I can't even say it. There we go. Yeah, I've been saying it, but I've now it's gone. I can't. Anyway, yeah, you're right. I'm an old man. I've said it all the time. But yeah, when we recognize that that's not developed by 25, then that would be a good barometer. But then there is no, we can't use a barometer for just the age limit because it's like just chance 50%, and then at that point you'd be excluding certain people who have the capacity. But we do have actual tools to determine the veracity of, or the capability of people being able to do that, and it doesn't make sense for us to try to create some arbitrary thing when we have actual tools to determine. So it just seems like ludicrous. It's like, oh, you should change your tires every time when we can just check to see if your tires need to be changed or not. Like it sounds a little bit ludicrous. Furthermore, I wanted to make a point really quickly that there was a show, an amazing show, by the way. It's called Who is America? And I think it very clearly demonstrated on the very first episode the fact that he went to all of these various politicians and asking them to say to support something that was absolutely ludicrous. It was just atrocious and egregious. And he went to the first guy, very young dude, and he was like, wait, I'm sorry, you want me to go and say I support giving guns to children? And the guy goes, yes. And he says, yeah, politicians don't just vocally support something after they just heard about it. And then immediately it cuts away to all of these significantly older guys that look like they weren't even all there, saying all sorts of nonsense about how it starts in the Rita Ora and goes to the Cardi B artery and all this nonsense reading from this script. And these are actual sitting politicians.
The real Chud Logic is here, indeed.
Senate and,
happy to have you, Chud
Congress.
Logic.
And it was just mind-boggling to me. But it very clearly demonstrated to me, like, wow. So the one young guy there had the wherewithal to recognize like this is like this should be suicide, but American politics is retarded. But then the older guys had no problem, and they just went ahead and said it. It was crazy.
So let's go to. You want to say? All right. So we gotta go to DRAMAMA. I want to get click a pin on this, and then I'll pop back to you, Upholer. So DRAMAMA, you're jumping into. Jumping into another primecays panel, so you should understand what that means. So what
got
we're
my pocket
about,
sand at the ready.
Is whether we should have age limits on politicians. We brought up Dianne Feinstein in her recent apparent cognitive decline. I'm arguing that we should have age limits. The rest of them are wrong. So DRAMAMA, are you on my side? Or are you experiencing decline? Go ahead.
I mean, with regard to age limits, I don't think that like hard age limits are a particularly effective way of determining whether someone is like capable of holding office or not. I think we should have other things in place for that. And I don't know, like there's arguments to be made on both ends. I think for like, you know, young people may not have their brains fully developed or whatever, and also old people might be experiencing some level of cognitive decline. But the fact of the matter is that this isn't really like, we don't actually have a whole lot of consistency with these numbers. These are like broad averages. When people like sort of pull out their colloquialisms about like, oh well, your brain doesn't grow until your brain doesn't finish growing until you're 25. Well, these are just averages. There's plenty of people who actually do mature much younger than that. So I think we should be careful about.
Do you have evidence to support that?
I mean, not offhand. I just jumped in, but I probably could drum up a bit. If I'm not mistaken, like most of that information is literally based off of averages and has never claimed to be anything else. I don't think there's a like a hard line for that.
The data is very certain that it's like, I mean, it's 24 to 26 around that age.
Yeah. Oh, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there is like a literal line where when you hit that line, you suddenly go like boom and you're active and then you're good and can. But I would be like, I'm very sus of that without you providing the evidence for the claim that 25 is the hard line. But if
no, it's not 25. It's 20. She just said 24.
24 or 26. I mean, nonetheless, then would it not be potentially an injustice to put a line at 25 if there was a perfectly like what happens if then you put somebody in 1 year early? Yeah. Likewise goes for older age. Like there are people who are perfectly cogent into like their 90s and really, really intelligent, and then they get sick one time and then they lose it. There are people who are in their 60s who are just off their fucking rocker. We need to have better standards than just random numbers to throw out there and draw lines like this. I think that type of policy making tends to be woefully inadequate, and also gives people a false sense of security, like, oh, well, they're 25, that means they can't make any bad decisions, when in reality there is variation between from person to person. So yeah.
Yeah, Apollo, you want to respond to something that I think Donata said, so I'll give the space.
I was just gonna say, can we chill with the R slurs? I had to say it. That was pretty cringe. Yeah, that's all. That's all I had to say.
All right, so we'll just do final statements on this, and then
Actually, I do have something to say. Is there any way that we could continue that conversation on term limits, or is that not possible?
on term limits. You mean?
Next time.
So do you want to do it? Are you saying you want to do it now?
Yeah, I heard some. There was some points that I could address, some interesting points, and I wanted to address those. But if you don't want to, that's completely cool.
It depends. What do you guys want to do? To the rest of the panel, do you guys want to have a discussion on term limits? If not, then we can move on to the other prepared topics. But it's your choice. So go ahead, Vadim.
I'm all for hearing what Polar has to say. I don't know if I want. I think I don't want to have a long conversation about it, because I think that we're pretty in agreement on this topic for the most part. So that's my 2 cents.
Wait, for real, Pendus? I don't know anything about her. I've never seen her before.
Oh, do you want me to post the research thing on how the prefrontal cortex is fully the development of it is fully accomplished at the age of 25?
Sure, but I actually want to answer the question. Do you want to?
Sorry, I think I wasn't paying attention.
Cognitive decline. All right, so we were asking, do you want to have a short conversation on term limits? Now.
Not related to age. Or
Not related.
To age?
Just term limits. Just term limits in general.
Okay.
Yes.
Sure.
No. Okay. Great.
Sure.
Counter.
I wouldn't mind doing that as like a separate topic on a different night, so we could literally attack it full on without without using our last slot. I was kind of looking forward to the foreign policy debate or the Nashville Christmas bombing debate. So.
Okay.
What did she talk to Destiny about?
My vote is for the bonus topic. I
We're
think
both
that
the same.
If we wanted to have a discussion on term limits, I would actually want to study it more before we went to a full blown heat conversation on it.
Sure. I see where this is going. Doobie.
I agree with counterpoints and True.
Okay. And Demon Mama.
Yeah, I'm fine with talking about whatever. I'm a guest here, so if we want to talk about term limits, I'm cool with that. If you want to move on to the last topic, I'd be more than interested in that. And to answer Anna Frill's thing, if you've got data that proves there's a hard line and that the answer to that would be to do, put an age limit at 25, I'd be interested. But I'd be surprised if there was any data that explicitly said that.
Well,
Sure.
I have it right here
Sure.
for you.
Yeah. Is that? Can I see that real quick? Because I would love to. I'd be super fascinated to find out how they came to those conclusions.
We'll just do final statements on this while that's happening. Okay. Final statements. And then we're gonna move on. So, Vadim, final statements on this topic.
I don't really think I'll just pass it on to someone else. I think I've either said everything or other people have said it, and I just don't want to recapitulate it and waste time.
Anna. Anna.
Yeah, I don't care. Whatever. I'm indifferent.
That wasn't the question, but that's fine. So cognitive decline. All right. So maybe women aren't equipped.
Wow, thanks.
Counterpoints.
Yeah, so I think the term limits is a more elegant solution. I think assigning an arbitrary age is probably not the best solution. And then also, I like my scientific, studied, peer-reviewed, backed standard of if you have ever dipped your balls in any kind of icy hot or tiger bomb or your nipples, then you should be excluded from public political service, which does eliminate me. It eliminates me and Vadim. But I'm also saying should, and need I remind the audience, this law is not in effect yet, so both I and Vadim will likely be future political leaders.
I actually do really quickly want to say something that I totally forgot about. Did anybody notice about 5 minutes ago when I got up to get my cat some food and I tripped over my headphone wire and bailed on the floor? Okay, I just wanted to make sure somebody saw that. I didn't want that to go to waste. All right. Anyhow, that's all I had to say. Sorry.
Hopefully, my army here clipped that. All right. So that we can all share that wonderful moment. Next, Drew.
Yeah, I would just say that once again, I think that using diagnostic tools for this is the best solution, insofar as there's like an exception to the rule at either age limit, whether that's young or old. If it turns out to be the case that we have a tried and true way to test brain development, I don't really think age is the best way to do this. I think that examining the particular person is the best, and also using diagnosticians also makes it so we don't have to talk about the mental health of public figures in speculative ways, which is unhealthy and bad. And I think that's it. Yeah.
Okay. Polar.
Yeah.
You're muted. You're muted now.
Hey,
Can't hear
Wolfgar.
you.
How you doing, Wolfgar? Hope you're doing
I
well.
mean, buddy. Okay. Oh man.
Can you trust this young man to run the world?
Okay.
Okay, you're having an issue.
Oh, okay.
Hey,
Sorry,
buddy,
I may have
buddy.
misunderstood. Sorry, I'm a little bit
It doesn't
disoriented
seem
at the moment.
like looking at age, like a representative will end up acting.
Hey, welcome
Stop.
back.
Polar, we can't hear you. Can't hear
How
you.
is this possible?
So
now you're good. You're good.
Now I hear him.
Cutting in and out. I don't know. You're cutting in and out.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh,
No,
it's
I
my
think you're right.
computer.
I think you're right.
That's
I
the
don't disagree.
distraction.
There's not like
So,
that. There's maturity
to
level.
reiterate my point. Okay, my point is that there seems to be a stronger correlation, right? Or to rephrase, there seems to be a weaker correlation between the age and the way that I would say the cognitive ability of individuals in Congress in comparison to actually looking at the diagnoses and then their cognitive ability. That seems to be a much more effective goal, because what we care about, right, is making sure that they have the cognitive ability to act as a legislator, right? That's the main point to be presented, and it seems like that's much more effective than just looking at age, which may not do the thing that we're even looking out that we sought out to do.
If you think this kid is not fully capable of running this country better than our last 5 presidents, then I think you shouldn't be a voter yourself, because clearly you have bad decision-making skills. All right, thank you for that. Moving on, we'll go to Fanatic.
Okay, so yeah, I think the thing is, we got to recognize that when we have these kind of conversations, I mean, I guess it's really, really simple, because social media and things like that kind of limit our ability to truly engage in this, and we're used to giving these like little short.
Hey, thank you so much, Wolfgar. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
When you limit things based on something arbitrary, it just, I mean, I feel like we should have learned historically that we've been doing that for quite some time. We've like evaluated women's ability to be leaders based off of their sex. At one point, there are plenty of people that would want to evaluate, like the potential of individuals based off of their race. You obviously have all the, the white nationalist groups. I think they just said over 54% of Trump supporters believe that blacks are intellectually inferior.
Jesus
and things
Christ.
like that. So like
That's
this idea that we would like try to base it on something arbitrary.
I would love to
it
see
just
that
seems like
number
it should have been
for
a lesson
sure,
we've
but
learned
holy
by
fuck, if
now.
that's
Over
true.
the history of this
Oof.
country and how people were like literally trying to deny humanity over the skin color of someone. It just seems so ridiculous that we would now then say, okay, it will no longer be about skin color, but now we'll just make it about age, or now we'll just make it about like any of these things that people can't control. I think the best thing is to try to find some diagnostic way of looking at people's capability and capacity in anything that they're performing, so that we don't end up making and repeating the mistakes of some of our forefathers, not mine, anyway, just some of people's forefathers, and start marginalizing certain individuals. I just think that's a terrible idea. Like, obviously, diagnostics.
Yeah. All right, Doobie.
I agree with everything Fanatic just said. Yeah, I think my position has shifted a little bit. I started out, kind of unsure as to like whether one side was correct or the other, and I think I'm firmly on the side of
Just
no
remember,
maximum age
there are
limit,
plenty of masters psychology students who don't know what the fuck they're talking about politically.
Are capable of performing their duties. No.
Yeah, I agree, Sussy Sinister.
We did it, Doobie. We moved you. I love you, brother.
I move sometimes. The fuck?
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I'm willing to be charitable too.
Move closer to the gates of hell, I think. But all right, moving on. Thank you, Demon Mom. Do you have something else to say on this topic?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I think that there is all kinds of interesting like biological facts that we can discover about ourselves. But we should be very careful when we put those things into law. I mean, especially on something that's so hard to quantify as like leadership ability. Like, I mean, people joked about it, but it's like, I mean, what's to say that like an 18-year-old with like a 75% developed prefrontal cortex isn't a considerably better leader than Donald Trump, right? Like, who probably has a fully developed prefrontal cortex. Like, in reality, there's all kinds of things that go into cognitive decision making other than just like the skull measuring, like brain size measuring kind of stuff that goes on. So I'm always very sus of like biological essentialism being wrote into law. Instead, it would be just as easy for us to be informed by whatever data we can find about like human development and build a law that helps test people for that. That doesn't just say, oh, we're going to just put the line here and then call it good, because you could be missing out and or excluding people who could otherwise do a lot of good. I mean, wouldn't you, if you had like a, or here's another example. What if somebody has like 80% of their prefrontal cortex developed, but they've just like devoted their life to understanding like, I don't know, like domestic policy or economics, and they're just really, really good, and they could actually fix some serious problems, and we rule them out because, oh, their prefrontal cortex, according to these studies, is not actually there, so we're going to cut it off at 25. Same thing goes for somebody who's older. You throw somebody out who's got experience who could actually be doing good just because they hit some random age limit. I think this is ridiculous.
Yo, for that person that has that 80%, I can't wait for the next 2 years when they finally hit the age group where they can finally run our country and do some really good stuff.
Goddamn right. But and if you're talking Polar, we can't hear you. So moving on. Moving on though. Just so you know, I do think we should have something better than simply a hard limit, right? Because I think my man Bernie Sanders I should certainly still have a chance of running if he so chose. But I needed fucking conflict here, so I'm more than happy to fight it myself. And I wanted you to justify your positions because I think it's an interesting topic, one with the other. Moving on. So I heard some disagreement as to what should be our next and final topic here. Drew, you wanted it to be the which topic you said?
I like the bonus topic about the bombing and terrorism and stuff. I think it's more.
Okay, so I'll put it up to a quick vote, guys. Yeah, yay or nay for each one, right? So just tell me topic 3 or bonus topic, okay?
Let me just take a look
so
what
we
these
can figure
topics
this out. I'm going to quickly read both of them, and then we'll decide. Topic 3: the Trump foreign policy has long been criticized on the left for being incoherent. But are there any parts of it that you agree with? Has Trump's stance on North Korea been beneficial? Syria, Turkey, Prussia, Israel? What about Trump's overall stance to starting armed conflict? What aspects of the Trump policy should Biden continue with? All right, that's topic 3. The bonus topic is, on Christmas Day, a bomb was set off in Nashville in an apparent act of terror. The response to this act was swift, but some may see a difference between this and how America reacts to attacks with a perceived Islamic extremist connection. Should the response to an attack be any different depending on its source? Are white nationalists, Christian extremists, or Islamic extremists attacks all equally a threat to America's national security?
This is a good one.
All right,
like
this is the question provided by Counterpoint. All right, so you tell me topic 3 or bonus topic, right? Down the line, Vadim.
If we had a lot of time, I'd want to go for the first topic, but since we don't, I think the second one is more suitable.
Got it. All right. Bonus. Go ahead, Anna. Bonus topic or topic 3?
Sorry. Fuck, I wasn't paying attention.
Mental decline. Moving on. Counterpoints.
I'm sorry. I'm still looking at my research.
I seriously, I love both, and I think I could have a good conversation about both.
All right. Filthy centrist. Completely unhelpful. Completely useless, as always. Polar.
Topic 3.
Topic 3. All right. Split. So we're going to Drew has already voted. He says bonus topic. So it's 2-1. Fanatic. Can't hear you. Pro streamer.
There's one that had Christian in it. I want to go with that one so I can go and pop off again.
Oh, boy.
The what? Which one? Sorry, the
one that had Christian extremism or something.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's bonus topic.
Got a bit of a bias there, my
Go
friend.
ahead, Demon Mama.
Yeah, I'm feeling the bonus topic, honestly.
All right, Doobie, everyone gets a vote.
Bonus topic.
Actually, no, fuck it. In your system, specifically, not everyone gets a vote.
I still get a vote in my system. What are you talking about?
Oh, yeah. Okay, all right. So we'll do our bonus topic. I'll read quickly.
Wait, did Anna make some good points? Wait,
hey,
where?
Dylan, we would
To our
love
own
to have
chat?
you. Dylan, if you're still there, we would still love to have you. You can still jump in. Okay, so the bonus topic is if I can.
Yo, that's weird, Stuck.
All right.
Yikers.
A bonus topic
Yes, he
is
did
once again for
rack
the
us on.
audience.
Unironically, he did.
On Christmas Day, a bomb was set off in Nashville in an apparent act of terror. The response to this act was swift, but some may see a difference between this and how America reacts to attacks with a perceived Islamic extremist connection. Should the response to an attack but be any different depending on its source?
Yep.
Are white nationalist, Christian extremists, or Islamic extremist attacks all equally a threat to America's national
but he
security?
did. He said at the very beginning.
Our guy Counterpoints for providing this. And quickly before we move on, I just want to say thank you to Gringo Guapo for that 1,000 bits. Thank you so much. That's how we keep this show powered. That's how we keep going, right? If you can, please sub to this channel.
Likewise
please
for
gift
me,
subs
y'all.
if you can. Please gift bits. All of that. Also, you have a PayPal button below that helps keep this going. Follow if you haven't followed before. We have these conversations all the time. All right, moving on. Vadim, your answer, your introduction statement.
Wow. Thank you for, I don't know, picking me first every single time.
We just go by the order in the screen.
Okay, no, it's because I'm special. But
Here, I'll move myself down so you
gosh,
can see.
I would
Vadim.
actually like to hear more of what others have to say. This is something that I didn't have a chance to consult the numbers on. I do believe that there is, at least since 9/11, significantly more either I don't know if it's Christian extremism. I think it's more
Maybe?
under
I
the
don't know.
banner of white
Doesn't matter?
nationalism and things like that.
I didn't find
But
the argument super
I do
compelling.
believe that it supersedes or is greater than what we've had in terms of Islamic terrorism since 9/11. So you know what? I think that when we're saying when we're talking about rather the response,
Yeah, we can give her a benefit
we
of the
should
doubt.
not just factor in the response
I agree with you.
that the
I think that's
government
fine.
itself has. We should also be talking about how are the media responding to it. Who is sensationalizing these events, because that in itself can also be detrimental, often is. So I guess since it's just a 1 minute opening statement, I guess I'll just leave it at that and expand more later.
All right, Anna.
I'm sorry, I wasn't paying. Call in someone else, damn it! I need to read this again. I'm sorry.
All right.
I'm arguing with people in chat over research methodology.
I can argue with people. You're here to argue with the people here.
Anna,
right here.
Anna, the questions are in the Discord for
Yeah,
the
I
group.
know,
So
I know.
okay.
Just like calling me last.
All right, Connor.
Yeah, so I'm gonna try to be on my best behavior for this, because often what happens is I get fucking triggered and then fucking make shitty arguments, and then I get straw man, then I get pissy, and then I have to make a fucking 20-minute fucking response video talking about the nuanced version of shit. So I already have a 40-minute response video about Islamic terror, and basically it's called Islamophobe. You should go check it out. And there's a reason why we respond to jihadism different than we do white nationalist terrorism. There's a reason why right-wing terrorism is an umbrella term that includes like anti-governmental violence, white nationalist violence. Like it literally incorporates like so many different kinds of terrorism that it's nuts. If you actually matched it per capita since 9/11, not including 9/11, and you made the Muslim population of the United States equivalent to that of the white population of the United States. I understand there's a difference between religion and race, blah, blah, blah. We can get into it. It would be equivalent to about 4,000 people a year for jihadist terrorism. So there is a real problem with jihadist terrorism. And the reason why I get pissy is because we play this game of hide the ball, where we just pretend that this ideology doesn't exist, or we pretend that it's not relevant, or we pretend that it doesn't affect our world. We can get into how
this is
American
so stupid.
foreign
Oh, this
policy
is
or
going to be
how
so good.
American
I'm going to tear
geopolitics
into this
affects
guy.
these issues. But jihadist terrorism is real, and there's a reason why we talk about it fucking differently.
Jihadist
specifically when we're
terrorism.
talking about
Watch.
the Christmas bomber, this guy who probably was
I know he
worried
was a
about
cop.
5G
Yeah.
internet or whatever.
He's an
He literally
ex-cop.
had an intercom system warning people to get away from the bombing site. There is a different morality in play in this specific terrorist instance that isn't in play in jihadist terrorism. So I'm looking forward to getting into the nitty gritty.
Me too. Me
Okay.
too.
Um,
Yes, he's defending
next
them.
we'll go to Polar.
I just Counterpoints made some interesting point about comparing like jihadist terrorism in comparison to the amount of, I think you said, Muslims in America, but that's not necessarily what we care about. We care about the threat that these groups actually provide to America, right? Not in comparison to the people here. I think that's a very odd and weird comparison to make. I don't think that's the goal of how we should handle counterterrorism. I will say that, like,
watch this.
Like, empirically, it seems like there's a greater threat when it comes to
he's already getting mad. Watch, this is gonna be so
right-wing
easy.
terrorism,
Watch this.
but that is broad,
Watch.
and that's probably something.
Get ready, everyone. This is gonna be fun.
Account. So that first one was a little odd, though. I have to be honest.
Okay. All right. Counterpoints of suspect. All right. So FBI, get a handle on him. Drew.
Yeah, so I did a little bit of research on this today because I actually wasn't sure. And what I looked into, I couldn't find any differences in like the way we treat like particular types of incidents, but I just looked up like terrorism across the world to try to answer the question of like what's the biggest threat to America's national security. And it seems like the most active, top five most active terrorist groups in the world are all Islamic extremist groups. And it's like the greatest, like the worst terrorist attack in the United States by far was 9/11. I looked at a study. I guess it was like a collection of
I love
data.
this is going to be so much fun.
I think it was the Anti-Defamation League about like right-wing terrorism, and I assume some people will get into that. So I have some points to address that particular data.
I'm so ready.
Terrorism is
this is
going to
be great.
To me, this is purely an empirical question. So if I'm wrong about it, it doesn't really make a difference to me. But it seems that given
so
that
ready.
the most active
I'm so fucking ready.
Groups in the world are Islamist extremist ones, it seems to be the case that we should consider them most in terms of national security, given that national security isn't just domestic; it's just national security general. So yeah.
Next, we will go to Fanatic.
I'm ready.
Okay. Wow, that's crazy. Whew. So yeah, there's no possible way you're gonna sit here and be on this panel and then do some like legit mental gymnastics and be like, well, look, if we take the numbers and then alter them in a way so that these populations are equivalent, that we can end up determining that these people are more of a threat. Like, that's so ridiculous and uncharitable. Like, we have numbers for the actual attacks that are taking place, and the vast majority of them are white. Sorry, Drew, the reason why when you look up terrorism and you're finding these numbers and finding that they're all Islamic is because anytime there's a terrorist attack that happens to be from a white male, which is the vast majority of them since 9/11, they won't label it as a terrorist attack. Instead, they will label them
Actually,
as
he's right on
a
this.
lone wolf or
Yep,
an
we're on a
independent
team with
thinker,
Fanatic
or
this
whatever
time.
they
Oh, I'm
can
ready
to
for blood.
dissociate that, which is
You
something
get
we've
ready.
talked about in these panels before, where it
I'm
seems
fucking
like
ready.
anytime
I'm
it's a person
thirsty.
of color, that person of color's actions tend to defame the entire group.
Fanatic gets a good one
whereas,
once in a while.
to the contrary, whenever it's a white person doing something evil or nefarious, we look at them as a lone wolf. So we'll look at Dylan Wolf, or any of them. Not have to name any person. Literally all of them. They're never. There seems like there's as many mechanisms as possible to dissociate those individuals from the group with which they ally, and so as a result,
I'm
we
ready.
never,
I'm charging
it's
up.
really hard to get these numbers. Thank God that
charging
the
up
FBI
my
finally
hyper
start
beam.
releasing this, and we recognize the biggest threat to America right now happens to be white neo-national conservative retards.
True, it is kind of.
Ridiculous people. Yeah, I did it for you, Polar's World.
Second one.
Good save.
Okay, so
see,
go ahead,
I'd rather team
Demon
up
Mama?
with the Okay, so wow, there's a lot of stuff to address already here. Besides the terminology used, I find myself agreeing with Fanatic, but for a couple of different things. So okay, so first off, the definition of terrorism is a huge problem, and in Counterpoint's intro, there was like a lot of really obvious, like I understand why you get emotional about this, and it's because you clearly have like a really big emotional attachment to the issue, and I get it, I guess, but it's pretty obvious that it's biasing you, like saying that like, oh, right-wing terrorism doesn't include far-right Islamic groups. That's a little bit weird to me. The groups that are involved in terror among Islamic groups are usually very far right themselves, which is a little bit interesting. But the other thing too is that like there's this implication that's been said in this conversation that like people pretend that it doesn't happen have you been living in an alternate reality? You do realize that like racial profiling has been rampant in our country, like to the degree that literally children's Muslim children groups in New York had federal agents embedded in them. This is a matter of public record. So yeah, it's not like anyone's pretending. In fact, we're extremely obsessed with it to the degree that we're actually being really weird towards everyday Muslims. It's really pretty fucked. And then there's another thing that I wanted to address, which is that it's a second sort of part of this whole idea of what the definition of terrorism is. Terrorism is literally one of the hardest things to define, in fact. On an international level, there's been no consensus. It's been frozen up in the UN for some time. I did an entire debate on this particular topic. The definition of terrorism is really hard to work out. And it's really funny. You can make it look like basically anybody in the world is the #1 worst terrorist group, depending on how you define it. Like, for example, what do we consider it when a nation invades another nation unprovoked on false charges and ends up destroying the entire economy, killing millions of people, using a lot of remote tactics, literally employing mercenaries who shoot people in the head? You know, is that not really like a form of terrorism? Is carpet bombing other countries or using napalm or all of these other things that the United States regularly engages, is that not a justified form of terrorism? Well, as it turns out, if you get to define what the term terrorism means, you know, you can get away with just about anything. So I find this conversation to be always very frustrating, especially when engaging with members of the right who will do basically anything to justify the actions of large states that they agree with, while ignoring any of the negative outcomes of those actions. So yeah.
Okay, thank you.
yeah.
Anna.
Yeah, so from my understanding of what data suggested, I pretty much agree with Fnatic that it seemed like the
See you for now,
biggest,
Sumner.
like,
Thanks for coming by.
The most significant threat to American civilians.
Is the
at
audio
least
too low?
within the
Sorry, I'll try and
last,
turn
what
her
was
up.
it, like
Give me a second.
4 years or something is white nationalist terrorism. It's but yeah, I mean, it is true that it tends to not it's kind of just recently
Is that better?
we've, defined them as a part of a terrorism.
Okay, there we go.
It was usually just people, well, Muslim mostly. Yeah.
Yeah. Fix it.
DB.
Or should have.
I think Demon Mama kind of touched on most of my point, but I think you could expand that further to violence, right? So because a lot of people use like the FBI definition of terrorism, which is like unlawful violence meant to I'm going off the top of my head. Something like unlawful violence meant to like stoke fear or to coerce one to intimidate like a populace or a government for like political objectives, basically, right? Now that's just off the top of my head, but it's something like that. But
would love a candy
if we use that definition, which is what people tend to use, you, like Mama said, you can call just about anything terrorism, right? So we need to be very clear about what we mean when we say terrorism, what we mean when we say violence, right? In this context, and beyond that, like the rest of it just seems like
that's
an empirical question.
This
you know,
person right over
which
here.
of these things is the most
Doobie?
Are we at most risk of dealing with the United States?
It
We
does
just look
miss
at the
white
numbers,
people
see which
happy. I might
groups are
wanna
the
add
most
that at
active
some
and which
point.
groups are committing
White
the most
people
terrorist
happy is a
attacks.
good one.
I don't know if I agree that it's like a racial issue. It could be. I'm not really sold on that idea yet. But yeah, that's my sense right now.
And for those of us just joining us again, Doobie is represented by the green monster on the side of your screen. So that's in case you're confused as to who's talking. All right.
I'm sorry. Can I add on really quickly? I'm sorry. So I just want to point out that the majority of the terrorism in the world today is coming from cultists and nutbags that we should not be tolerating. Thank you.
Fair enough. All right, open to the floor.
Yeah, really quick.
I can go.
Hold on, really
To
quick.
make a clarification.
The numbers are here. From 2009 to 2018, the far right has been responsible for 73% of domestic extremist-related fatalities, according to a 2019 study. FBI Director Christopher Wray told Congress in July that a majority of the Bureau's domestic terrorism investigations since October were linked to white supremacy. So
Okay,
it really sucks.
seriously, dude? Okay, it really like you're giving me heartburn like a motherfucker.
Oh, he's getting triggered again as usual.
Let the heart burn, bro, because the numbers. You know, Ben Shapiro said it. Facts don't care about your feelings. I got you. Okay, got you. So if the data shows that 73% of all domestic fatalities tend to come from white nationalists, the idea
Can I respond to your point already?
Okay, when I finish my point, the fact that you would ignore the 73%.
Oh
God!
Oh my God! Fuck! It's called per capita.
Calm down. Impulse control. Let him finish, please.
It's okay. They're there. The fact that you would focus on the minority who represent the minority of
Okay.
Hold on. If I can finish. So you're never gonna let me finish your point. So you're never gonna let me finish your point.
Finish and
Yeah,
then
sure. Say the same thing over and
then
over
after
again.
that we'll go to Polar. So Fanatic, wrap it up so we can.
I've been trying to. He just keeps over talking.
Just go ahead. Go ahead.
Anyway, so yeah, the idea that you would want to
Counterpoints is dead. Counterpoints is
when you recognize a certain individual that. Oh my lord! When
I'll
you recognize
be back
mute,
when you know
mute. If you can't control yourself. Anyway, the fact that you would try to focus instead on a per capita basis, when you recognize that someone represents a hyper minority, it seems a little bit charitable to yourself, and it sounds like extreme bias because we recognize that this hyper minority fixing that issue still wouldn't fix the vast majority of cases. It just seems like you're really, really biased, and you don't want to actually deal with the fact that people that look like you are the biggest problem.
You're freed.
Okay, we'll go to Polar in lieu of counter.
Okay. Sure. So I think there's a very important distinction to be made if we're going to talk about domestic versus international form of like terrorism, because our goal here is we need to clearly disseminate whether we're trying to talk about threats to American citizens or we're trying to talk about threats to American
He's such a baby. It's
interests,
actually unbelievable.
quote unquote. That's something that's very important, right? So are we going to talk about like the DHS's like a definition of what's going on, how they're characterizing it, or are we going to talk about, for example, ISIL in places like Syria and Iraq, like bombing like American interests, right? That can also be considered terrorism. Is that what we're talking about? Or are we talking about threats to American civilians?
Okay.
Yeah, top right's the
love of God. It's so annoying for fucking like Fanatic. I love you, Demon Mama. I respect you, but like it's so annoying to act like the simplest of fucking information is somehow controversial. Literally,
are you just
the
gonna
magic.
cry, or
Shut the fuck up, Demon.
Wait, really?
Seriously,
like you just screamed
I'm
over
going
Fanatic like 4
real
times. I don't really
slow.
feel like I owe you anything.
Okay, so don't owe me shit. Give me 10 seconds. Seriously, to act like per capita is some magic number that I pulled out of my dick hole is ridiculous. We use per capita in conversations all the time. Not just that, but if you're looking at internationally, it's pretty clear that jihadist terrorism is a problem. And Demon Mama, you obfuscated the fuck out of this conversation where literally we're talking about the definitional difference between jihadist terrorism and white nationalist terrorism or anti-governmental terrorism, which all falls under the same branch, by the way, of like domestic right-wing terrorism. And then you just say, oh, well, it's all right-wing.
Thank you very much.
How does this contribute to the conversation? How does this help us with definitions?
Wait.
How does this help us narrow down the conversation and actually talk about like ideology or immigration or global policy or any of that kind of shit? Like you literally took a fucking like a nuanced and deep conversation. You took a fucking shaker bottle and you just went like this. And you're like, it's confusing now. No,
wait, are you just crying about how your like if you actually analyze wait, you just got to talk and it's my turn to respond, you whiny baby of a human.
Attack you personally because I'm about to attack you personally.
Please try. It would be hilarious.
You just talk about molding instead of talking about the
you
subject.
actually, but it's actually. Wait, this is actually pathetic, my dude. Like you.
You're pathetic. You.
Wait, come on.
Impulse control. Come on.
Stop it. We're stopping it now. Hey, everyone, we're stopping it right the fuck now. Thank you, Demon Mama.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah. So I don't really know. None of that was like complaints of substance. As it turns out, being able to actually know what you're talking about when you're talking about terrorism, a definition that has been utilized by multiple governments to you know, frame certain groups as worse is actually super important. It's actually so bad, again, and I brought this up originally. I know you don't like listening because you get your emotions in the way, but I brought this up in the very beginning that it's actually very difficult to determine what the fuck terrorism actually means, and countries haven't agreed on it. There's actually been a huge literal what's the word, stagnation, what's the word when you, an impasse that's been reached in the UN for years over what the definition of terrorism should actually be. Because if you're very broad and you say, oh, it's violence for a political end, well, that's most violence is for a political end. Does that mean that every country is going to be so yeah, I don't know what you're getting all mad about, but it's like, it seems like you're mad that you can't just bend the terminology to just fit your ending. Like, you can't just go like, oh, I hate Muslims and we shouldn't let them in, or whatever it is that you want to rant about. But that's what it sounds like to me, because nothing that you just said was of substance whatsoever.
Okay, can I address this, because it's literally just like, it's personal attacks mixed with bullshit.
You address it, and then I want to go to a polar, then Vadim. All right.
Okay, talking about per capita, like terrorism, it's this nebulous definition. We have no idea what we're talking about. You know why terrorism is kind of a nebulous definition? It's because there's armed fucking militias in different fucking countries that different fucking governments all fucking fund, all at the different time. Like, so for instance, the fucking narcos in South America.
What does any of this mean?
And all that.
What does any of this mean?
Yeah, sure. But whenever somebody walks into a fucking public place and starts executing civilians, and it's not the fucking government, generally speaking, we all mutually understand this is bad, as not something that we want to replicate, as something that we don't want in our society. So to just say,
is all feels.
Oh, well, you know, basically, like, we don't even know what the fuck we're talking about. You're the one who's making this conversation difficult for no fucking reason, because most people understand what I mean when I say the fucking word terrorism.
So
Most
wait,
people
would you
fucking
consider?
understand it.
Wait, would you consider? Hold on, quick question.
Oh,
Quick question.
hey, it's
Wait.
my turn.
No,
No, no, no, no, no, no, no, no, no.
Hold on. Go ahead, please, Polar.
So, yeah, counterpoints. You made a specific point about like, hey, you're like, it's too broad to call out like just right-wing terrorism.
Feels.
So, for example, if we look at like white extremist terrorism, we also realize, like, looking at like a DHS's like most recent data. I don't know if you've looked at it, but like, I'll link it in chat. They did a clear like data representation of terrorist attacks posing a threat to life in the United States. You may have already seen it. But white supremacist extremism poses the most threat. They've killed the most in the year of like 2018 to 2019.
Can
You're
I
also
ask you a
mentioning
follow-up question?
Sure.
So what's the number? What's the number?
It looks. From my looking, it's 38.
Okay, so let's take 38 and let's seriously, like, I get that we get to draw this arbitrary thing where like 9/11 happened in some fucking long ago. It didn't. It happened when I was a fucking teenager. So saying that terrorism attacks post 9/11 are their own fucking statistic to count, I have no idea why. It's an arbitrary decision on the behalf of fucking people who talk about geopolitics to exclude 9/11.
What is
if
he
you
even
fucking averaged
talking
out
about?
38 fucking homicides related to fucking terrorism in the United States, and you divided 3,000 by it, how many fucking decades does it take to fucking catch up to 9/11?
Oh, that's a really bad way of looking at this, counterpoints, because the goal of this is to, and I'll go into it, right? So the goal of this is to understand the future threat, right? Why do we specifically look at past data? We try to look at it to determine the threat in the future, right? This is a massive.
So let me ask you another question.
Sure, go for it.
So let me ask you another question. If we broach this outside of the continental United States, and we start talking about international terrorism, what happens then?
Nope. That's not
why not, Fanatic? Why not?
This is the counterpoints from Vosh's channel. Yes, he's a sad.
Holy shit. Hey, everyone stop. I'm in charge of this.
Wow.
I decide who talks. No one else. So I say Polar now. Go ahead, Polar.
So our goal is to determine the threat to American citizens, right? When we look at, for example, ISIS, when we look at, for example, like whether for like the Quds Force is funding like terrorist groups, these are in the Middle East, right? We specifically want to look at the threat that's posed to American citizens, specifically domestic citizens, because they're not the ones who are engaged in any military warfare. They're not engaged in any of these things. And I would hope that most people on this panel, as I mentioned earlier, you were gone, counterpoints, but I was specifically talking about how we should differentiate between domestic terrorism versus international terrorism for that reason.
Okay, then.
So we gotta move on. People have been waiting. So we gotta go to Vadim, and then we'll go to Drew, and then we'll go to DRAMAMA. All right.
So I'd like to explain why I am more concerned about white national or terrorism that stems from white nationalism, and really just white nationalism in general. To tell you the truth, even though that of course I care about any legitimate act of terrorism, or I realize that's a poorly defined term, but incidents in which people receive like bodily harm, of course I care about that. But I actually think that there are more serious reverberations of white nationalist thought that occur within the American zeitgeist, if you will. And
this is going to be good.
Like, for instance, I think that a lot of white nationalist rhetoric echoes, and it convinces more people that we need stupid things like the border wall, things that are. I'm sure that there's several other things like the Islamic. What were they calling it? Oh my God! Sorry guys, I'm a little off today.
Muslim.
ISIS.
Yeah. When they were trying to ban Muslims coming into America early in the Trump administration.
Okay. Mochi, yummy. This is primecays. I got on at the last minute. They needed somebody, so they brought me in.
Through legislation that people are trying to put through, in my opinion, I think we can see kind of like the footprints of white nationalism within our
brought in the big guns. True,
America,
Chud logic.
Whereas at the same time, jihadism holds absolutely. It's in terms of the laws that we're going to implement and whatnot. There's absolutely no threat whatsoever. They have no hold within our government. I don't know if somebody who's insane could say Ilhan Omar. I'd say you're a fucking lunatic if you say that. But yeah, so I just my greater point here is that just that there is more than just attacks that white nationalism in itself the threat that it represents to our democracy, and that causes us to make really bad choices in terms of the laws.
I would love to have one of those mochi ice cream.
So I mean, that's something to think about. I know that it's a little.
This
different
is
than
primecays panel show,
definition
Reverie Roundtable based on Red.
Of what terrorism is, but I really do think that white nationalist rhetoric does have this effect, and kind of like just exacerbates paranoia, makes people more xenophobic, and just leads to really bad outcomes. So for that reason, I think we need to be far more vigilant of it and take it more seriously than at least the Trump administration did. The Trump administration, as far as I understand, completely just wrote off.
I love mochi. I get it from time to time.
The stats on all of this, and it's just like, this isn't a threat. We're just going to focus on Islamic.
Yeah, that's true, Sussy Sinister.
I think it's a really bad idea.
I don't know if we're ever going to actually get to that conversation.
The Biden administration sets us on a better course when it comes to.
Okay. All right. So we'll go to Drew, and then we'll go to Demon Mama.
Sure. I appreciate Demon Mama actually bringing up the difficulty with defining terrorism. I actually agree it's an important thing.
Me too.
I would say, number one, I would like Fnatic to link me the data he's referring to. I'm happy to take a look at it. Additionally, I think that one of the things to think about, and once again, I said this is an empirical matter to me. If it turns out white nationalists are the most that I don't like white nationalists. I don't really care if they end up on top. Fuck white nationalists. In terms of, I'm not sure deaths is necessarily the best way to measure which is the most threat. So and just to demonstrate what I'm talking about. So there was a congressional baseball shooter,
not intentionally,
years ago, where a guy who was perceived to be left wing by some people went and tried to kill a bunch of Republican congressional baseball players, right? And he didn't actually have a successful attack because luckily there were people there to stop him before he killed a bunch of people. But I don't think that means that he wasn't a serious threat just because the number next to his name is 0. So I think it's important to evaluate how many attacks are happening and the severity with which they approach the situation. Because if it's the case that there's like 50 attackers on the right that have AR-15s or something like that, and then once every decade there's 2 planes that run into buildings, that's a problem. Now, I'm not saying that's going to be the case. I'm just saying the severity is really important, and the number of attacks is really important, not just how many people they happen to kill in the attack. I think that's really important to consider when we're talking about how much each type of thing is in terms of a threat for terrorism.
Okay. All right. So we'll go to D-Mama, then we'll go to Fanatic afterwards.
Yeah. There's like a lot of like, again, there's so much that goes into how we determine terrorism, and I'm glad that you brought up like that there are terrorist acts that are thwarted in the process. Another such example being the attack, the planned attack on the Islamburg, the town just north of New York City, which was the target of a fuckload of like right-wing attention, and then a priest or a pastor decided to make it his mission to slaughter all of the people in town, including their children, and that was written in his manifesto, and he was stopped, thankfully. Really, really good that that's the case. But the fact of the matter is that, again, you know, we have like the definition and how we define terrorism and what we want, you know, what we want to talk about is actually really important. And I'll bring up an example for this, and you can feel free to pipe in on this if you want to, counterpoints. But I think the example you used was like a person goes into public and kills someone in like broad daylight, you know, in like a really horrific death. I would respond to that by saying, wait a minute, that happened a whole bunch, including this year. It happened to George Floyd, and we didn't call that terrorism. We don't call it terrorism when the police unload, you know, tear gas and flashbangs on peaceful protesters 7 times, verified on video, across the course of a week, so bad that people are choking on tear gas in their own homes. We don't categorize that as terrorism, and yet nonetheless it is absolutely, by the definition you've used, an example of terrorism, and it certainly isn't Islamic or jihadi or whatever the terms you're going to use here are. It just seems to me like you have a very specific bias and a very specific angle you're trying to get to, and anything that doesn't agree with that angle, you get mad about. And that's something that, you know, the U.S. government does that too. It's weird. George Bush used that to start a war. Pretty weird.
Okay, so
Yeah,
go ahead.
really
Fanatic, and then we'll let Connor respond to all of that.
Sure. I think it's really insane that Counterpoints is accusing Demon Mama of obfuscating the conversation when in reality it's written inside the freaking question. It says, what was it? What was the question? Are white nationalist, Christian extremists, or Islamic Islamic extremist attacks all equally a threat to American national security? But instead of us focusing on that, you then instead want to start talking about global terrorism and Islam, the Islamic threat on the rest
Interesting
of
how
the
that
world.
works,
And
right?
it has nothing to do with the attacks on the United States. And it's really easy and it's really obvious why you would want to do that, because if you can start focusing on global terrorism, then we no longer have to focus on the threat that's literally affecting Americans' national security, which happens to be white neo-nationalist, far-right extremist conservative people. So that's one of the issues where it sounds like you're really obfuscating and being really selective, for that one right there. Secondly, I do think we have a really, really simple definition that's the FBI uses, which I think really very much applies here, where it says violent criminal acts committed by individuals and or groups to further ideological goals stemming from domestic influences such as those of a political, religious,
I don't know much
social,
about that prospect.
racial,
Sounds
or
interesting.
environmental nature. Those happen to be what it is. So that way we don't end up getting confused from terrorist attacks and random acts of homicide.
Yeah, in this moment,
gang
yep,
violence isn't
wild.
necessarily going to be a terrorist
This is
attack.
actually
Or
hilarious.
Some guy wanting to carjack a nigga, and all of a sudden that's considered a terrorist attack. We have definitions and they fit for a freaking reason. Unfortunately, you would like to focus on, again, the super hyper minority. And the reason why this is so absurd, let's go ahead and create an analogy of it, right? And let's see how these numbers, why this would make no sense to do. Say you have a society of 100 people. One of these people happens to fit one, I don't know, fit one class of thing and happens to be a major a part of a problem. Whereas literally one of the rest of the society happens to be,
I agree, Rain,
you know,
but they won't
be the problem. You can't then say, well, 100% per capita of this individual group is a problem, so we need to deal with that. When I don't know, or if 30% of society is doing another problem, and you're going to try to
agree
focus
with
on that
Fanatic on
1%
this.
as opposed to the
Yeah.
30%. It seems selective and it's so obviously ridiculous. And one more thing that I think is absolutely absurd here is like you're actually a freaking cop and you can't even hold a freaking conversation where somebody's literally just trying to express their points and you don't have any kind of self-control whatsoever. And then like that's supposed to inspire hope from the rest of people. This is insane. Lord Jesus, you're pulling me over. I literally fear for my life just I fear for my life if it was specifically you now. Jesus.
Okay, go ahead, Connor.
Okay. I'm going to go really low and slow. I'm an ex-cop. You don't have to worry about me. Screaming at people on the internet has nothing to do with what I deal with on a day-to-day basis. And the reason why I get so pissy is because we're literally just mixing a whole bunch of bullshit and acting like we're making coherent points. Yes, Demon Mama, especially you. So I'll go ahead and try to address these. Nice try.
Yeah, you
Okay.
tried. You're trying.
Yeah. Okay. So let me explain it. So the reason why demography matters, the reason why per capita matters, the reason why breaking down information into analyses matters, the reasons why definition matters, is because we want to deal with information that's actually useful. Just going, hey, did you think that maybe cops are terrorists too? It does nothing to further this conversation. It makes it more difficult to have. Did you say, oh, did you know that white people do terrorism too? Yeah, I did know white people do terrorism too. I also think it bad.
Yeah, they do a lot of it.
So I'm following on that. So the whole reason why this is pertinent to the entire conversation is because we're not just talking about terrorism. We're talking about religion. We're talking about ideology. We're talking about jihadism, which definitely does have a religious component. And I would like to see anybody's citation that it doesn't, because unlike most of the people here, I've actually read the fucking Quran. I would like to... Oh, and the reason why international terrorism... No, I don't give a fuck. It's my turn. You guys talk for 20 fucking minutes and I had to listen to your dumb shit. You can wait for my fucking dumb shit. So the reason why this is pertinent to the fucking conversation is because there are statistical differences. So for instance, you were saying that per capita is ridiculous to bring up because you're only talking about one person. I'm not talking about one person. I'm talking about the entire fucking world. I have put in your chat right now Pew Research polls that analyzes views in the entire Muslim world about suicide bombing. And guess what? It's frankly alarming. I have Muslim friends. I happen to think that based off of a very loose definition of Islam, I'm technically Muslim. I believe in God, the last day, and doing good works. So from the loosest fucking definition of what being a Muslim is, I'm a fucking Muslim. But at the same time, we can't pretend that jihadist ideology doesn't have a root in the Quran. We can't pretend that it's not a major problem on the fucking world stage. When Demon Mama talks about a global interventionist war that killed hundreds of thousands or millions of people, do you think the United States of America personally bombed hundreds of thousands of people in Iraq? You're fucking wrong. You're so wrong that it's triggering, because the vast majority of deaths inside the war in Iraq were inter-militia homicides, you self-righteous dipshit. The fact that you can be so confidently wrong is what's infuriating to me, Demon Mama. You have a face like, oh, he's an idiot. He doesn't know what he's talking about. No, I do know what the fuck I'm talking about, because I've seen fucking evidence, and you just say shit while being wrong publicly.
You're
wrong.
really... Are you okay? Like, are you doing okay? Honestly, like, I feel like it might be... Wait, counterpoints. Wait, counterpoints. Listen.
You have one
Listen.
You have one
Hold on a second.
Thanks.
You have one...
Demon Mama respond. Then I want to let in Doobie and Pooler. They've been waiting very patiently.
Yeah. Before I go any further, I want to give counterpoints the option to, say, oh, I'm not having a good night. I'm going to step out here, because it really seems like you are actually not doing okay right now. And I'm being dead serious. No. If you aren't, please step back. It seems like you can't keep your head cool even in the slightest.
Okay, then yeah. I would like...
That was your opportunity, by the way. If you continue going now, like, just know that... Okay. Yeah, just wanted to make sure my ethical responsibilities were out of the way.
Sure, thanks for that. So I will ask you a question. Rather than saying, you mad bro, ?
I mean, you are mad, though. It's clear.
Okay, yeah,
it's
I'm mad.
Clear. You're like screaming and you're like making crazy faces.
I'm angry with you because you're wrong.
What am I wrong about? You've literally not. In this entire conversation, you haven't brought anything of substance to the table except for saying that everything is. Wait. No. Let me explain to you.
Okay, please stop it. All right, I will start muting. I will. Thank you. All right, go ahead. Demon Mama, finish what you got to say.
Yeah.
Quickly though, because we're all running out of time.
Sure, I'll try to do my best. I mean, all I'm trying to say here is that, like, the idea that when it's somebody I don't like, that like when it's somebody that like counterpoints doesn't like, that he can just attribute it to like this vague idea of like jihadism, as if there isn't like very obvious Christian and American supremacist views that have informed the way that we engage in war around the world and the style of war that we engage in. I mean, have we we just all like collectively forgotten like that Abu Ghraib existed, that we literally were like waterboarding and torturing people, that we literally had people stand up in hoods with with car batteries tied to their arms, and they were pissed on by American soldiers because as it turns out, most Americans are Christians and believe that they are superior and righteous to those other people. Of course, ideology has has a shitload of importance in what we talk about. But what you're trying to do is you're trying to pretend that the only negative ideology in the world is one that you typically don't like. And yeah, you know, I'm not gonna lie. More and more as this conversation has gone on, it really does just seem like you don't like Muslim people. And it's really funny because you brought out the whole, I have Muslim friends, I could be a Muslim too. It's almost like, I mean, literally, like, it's kind of like the sort of thing that you would do when you confront like a KKK person, and then they're like, well, my grandfather might have been black, who knows? I can't be racist. Yeah, okay.
Okay. So
Can I go, please?
bad. Okay, wow. There are lots of people want to jump. Polar has been waiting the longest, so Polar, and then Drew. After that, we'll go to Fanatic.
Yeah, this is hilarious. This guy's hilariously mad.
Go ahead, Polar.
So I have to address a couple of points that were made. So Drew did actually ask a really good question, right? He asked,
Jesus
you know,
Christ, this guy.
like even if like white supremacist like extremists have like killed the most people, have they committed the most attacks? Well, they've committed
down. They don't care anymore.
The same amount of attacks as all other domestic extremists combined, like homegrown, like combined. That was a good question, and I'm not saying that like you had like an intent. Like that's a really good, genuine question because we're trying to determine threat, right? Secondly, ISIS, and when we talk about like terrorism, for example, it's not as like ideological as we may like to think when it comes to religion, right? So, for example, one of the major concerns of the EU when they had like Syrian refugees come was like, well, what about like the terrorists that'll come there and like do all this bad crap? And what they actually found was that the most common reason why these individuals even engaged in terrorism was by the environment that was provided by their new nation, right? Whether they accepted them, whether their communities were accepting and allowed them to thrive, or if like because the way that ISIS, for example, will work is that they'll push out a lot of propaganda about the Western world, right? If these refugees come to the country and they realize that like, oh my God, ISIS was right, the Western world hates me,
I
right?
agree with Polar on
That's
something,
actually one of the
really cool.
largest. That's like probably the largest reason why so many young people actually get involved. It has little to do with religion, like less to do with religion than most people will think. And then next, ISIS is highly geopolitical, right? So when we think of terrorism, for example, and we like, oh, it's just like jihadism, right? And jihadism does play like into effect, but a lot of it has to do with the geopolitical situation. So the collapse of the Syrian government, or the collapse of Afghanistan initially in the 80s. It's not as like religious as we like to think it is. It's highly, highly, highly geopolitical when it comes to the grabs for power.
Okay, so we'll go to Doobie, then Drew.
So you were talking about this Pew Research poll you posted. And I just want to point out that,
that's what I said.
as Fanatic said at the start of this
gang,
is
the police,
about the threat to American national security. So you posting this poll, which is about Islamic extremism in the Middle East.
Doobie is talking right now.
No camera. Not America. Is a pretty obvious attempt to deflect from the fact that if we stick to the question that we've been asked, the topic, the reality is right-wing extremists, white nationalist extremists, are the greatest threat to American national security today. Now, if you want to talk about the Middle East or whatever else, that's not what we're talking about right now. And I think that, to me, I mean, it seems pretty clear to me. The only reason you'd bring that up is because you have like some kind of like knee-jerk reaction, right? Where you just don't want to talk about the fact that right-wingers actually commit a lot of terrorism in the United States. Because I can't see any other reason to just throw up, Muslims. Muslims in the Middle East. We're talking about the United States here, right? And I just got to agree with Fanatic. The lack of impulse control you've demonstrated here just, again, makes me really happy you're not a cop anymore. I can now understand why you call the Goon Squad on people.
Okay. Drew.
Okay.
I tried to tell him.
So
I told him he
there's a
could
couple
leave,
things
but he
here.
wouldn't.
I would say,
listen, no
first
matter
of all,
how bad he's
Polis, I
doing, he was
appreciate
given a
you,
warning.
bringing that out. I would note that I didn't just say number of attacks. I said severity as well. Not in terms of like deaths, but also like what type of attack it was attempted to be. That's important too. I would also appreciate if everybody made statistical claims. If you could link your
it was Doobie who said that,
so I can actually evaluate it. I would appreciate that.
Doobie.
And as much as I don't want to hop in on the dog pile, I kind of feel like obligated to defend Connor a little bit here.
You don't got it.
I wouldn't. I really would be really careful about assuming people's motives here. Like I don't think like this is a difficult conversation to have. I don't think that people should jump in and start assuming he doesn't like Muslim people or anything like that. And I think that also I think per capita data is important. And if you think that we should value like raw number data over per capita data, I think that that's a discussion he's willing to have. But I think that the issue was like initially it felt like there was a lot of hostility immediately out of the gate about the per capita thing, even though we can talk about this in a manner in which we're not actually attacking Connor specifically. And I don't think Connor would have an issue if someone said, yeah, per capita data is important, but we should consider raw numbers in this way because we're talking about the actual effect on the. I don't think he would be upset about that type of thing. I think that what's happening here is there's something else going on here that isn't like. I think there's a lot of talking past each other here. So just yeah, that's what I would say about that.
Yeah, no, wait, no, hold on. Because he said I was next. He did say that earlier. I just want to throw this out there really quick. Just so we're really clear here. It's not a matter of us all talking past each other. Like and you want to say like, oh man, I think if we just kind of like talk calmly, whatever, but this guy already admitted before the conversation started that he was going to be freaking triggered, and then clearly demonstrated that he was very, very, very triggered, and then cut me off literally the entire time while I was talking. Like it's been happening this entire time.
He does it every single time.
To completely obfuscate the conversation and start talking about all sorts of things unrelated to the topic, and then cut off so and then started like making personal attacks like this. No, that's not just we're all talking past each other. We're talking about a topic that's been very clearly demonstrated that I've then reread, and then he proceeded to immediately afterwards go and start talking about extraneous nonsense. And I get it. When you're triggered and you're frustrated because everybody's ganging up on you, I can't really expect you to genuflect in a situation and admit that you're wrong, but it's very obvious that you're wrong. The numbers are there. We've been listing them clearly. As I said earlier, I read the definition of terrorism. I told you that 73% of the terroristic attacks happen to be white neo-nationalists, and then you wanted to start talking about per capita. And I understand why typically you want to talk about per capita, but it doesn't make sense to talk about per capita here because we're literally just talking about number of attacks. If we're going to be talking about number of attacks in this specific situation, and we recognize that these people, it's not like the per capita numbers are changing dramatically. It's not like there's some insane.
He looks like he's going to die.
Muslims entering the country.
Okay?
So we need to recognize per capita what the ramifications are going to be. If the numbers are pretty static and pretty stagnant, then at that point, just focusing on the amount of terrorist attacks that are going to be happening makes the most sense, and that'd be the most sense in trying to deal with terroristic attacks.
Awful.
So, like the idea, it's literal just over and over and over, obfuscating the conversation. It's really, really, really simple. White neo-nationalists are the largest threat. We have it directly from the FBI director. We have all the data and statistics on it. I linked the freaking study. I linked the quote from Director Ray inside of the freaking channel where we all discuss stuff. So it's there. He knows it. That's literally what it is. I'm tired of like entertaining the notion. And one more thing, don't sit here and say that you got Muslim friends and then the same token go in and say, yeah, I mean, I'm basically Muslim because I believe in God too. That shows such a lack of understanding of what Muslim faith is in the first place.
True.
Use that as an argument. That's like basically saying, I got plenty of black friends, and I mean, I'm basically black too. And then starting off total unrelated nonsense and then trying to use that as an argument. It shows such a lack of understanding.
Dude, you guys have been going for 20 minutes. Can I please?
It's absolutely insane, bro. You're dishonest as freak.
Okay, all right. So respond to that. And then
Jesus Christ.
I know, Polar. Look, I know. Don't be mad at me, please. Respond to that quickly. And then we're gonna go to final statements.
Okay, I seriously recommend, because this is what's so frustrating about this entire conversation, is you guys are acting like I'm coming from a position of ignorance, and I'm not. It's something that I've studied. Has anybody else here read the Quran? It's a 14-hour audiobook. I suggest you read it because it's very straightforward. Okay, so would you agree with me that the first half of it is pretty consistent, that in order to be a Muslim, you need to believe in God, the last thing, and do good works? Would you believe in that? Because if you don't believe in that, I don't think you read the fucking book. Would you agree with me that
Christianity? That's not.
No,
it's
not in your fucking line. You're fucking lying. What? So shut up.
Because I'm the entire Christianity is lying.
You're wrong. We're out of time. We can't do this. So finish.
Okay, so
finish your point.
This can be my closing point. Okay, so I have no idea. So Demon Mama, your two fucking memes when it comes to me is you're mad, bro, and you didn't make a point. So I'm going to articulate very specifically the points that I made. So hopefully you understand them and maybe you can address them rather than just saying you mad, bro, and you didn't make a point. So here's a few of my fucking points. Per capita does fucking matter. When we live in a globalized society, when we're talking about mass immigration, we're talking about basically probably one of the largest movements of human beings from different countries to different countries in the entire world, per capita matters. Their ideology matters. Jihadism is not just something that affects the United States, it affects the entire fucking world. So while you individually might say that in the year of our Lord 2020, white nationalist terrorism is disproportionately affecting fucking society, the Muslim population of the United States is only 1%. And yet they're probably kicking up about 40% of the terrorism attacks on an annual basis. So if you significantly increase the amount of people who are here, who are sympathetic to jihadism, like I fucking linked you in the goddamn study that you're ignoring, then basically you're increasing the chances that jihadist terrorism is going to happen in the United States. And even if it doesn't happen in 2020, by 2025, 2030, 2040, 2050, it's still going to have a fucking effect. So to ignore that is obnoxious, and you're wrong, and being loudly wrong doesn't make you more right.
Hey.
So fucking no, I'm not done. Thank you. I listened to you for fucking 20 minutes. Ignoring the link between religion and ideology is dumb and naive. Seriously, like if you have 3 hours a day to talk to random people on the internet, seriously, go to audible.com, download the Quran, listen to it, and then you and I can have an informed discussion about what the second half of the Quran is. Because frankly, Fanatic, you kind of just proved to me that you didn't read the fucking book. All right, finally, here's another point. In the war in Iraq, we didn't carpet bomb hundreds of thousands or millions of people. You're fucking lying, and that's a point that you said, Demon Mama. And it was a point that I said you were wrong on that you failed to address. So while you can huff and puff and fucking scoff in your fucking front of your chat and shit, it's a point that I made that you failed to address. So no, fuck you. I reject your fucking perception that I didn't make any points. It's obnoxious and it's stupid. So finally, with Polar's world, the material conditions do matter. This is why
Polar was like,
when people aren't saying dumb shit in front of me, I am thought of as the sensible right-wing person because I care about material conditions.
What?
I care about geopolitics. I care about international interventionism that causes misery on the entire planet. And I would like it if we could all be a fraternity of men on the face of the planet, not killing the fuck out of each other over fucking bullshit. So you can strawman me, you can say I'm a fucking Nazi, you can say that I'm a fucking white nationalist sympathizing piece of shit, but you don't know who the fuck I am. And frankly, that's why I get pissed off, because you don't listen to what I'm saying, you put words in my mouth, you put perspective in my mouth, and then you are loudly incorrect. And it's frustrating. So no, fuck you both.
Okay, here's what's gonna happen. To my audience, right? What's gonna happen is these are going to give final statements, right? And then after that, we are going to roll on to our walk-on panel, right? So the stream will not be over. We're going to roll onto our walk-on panel right after they give final statements. And that walk-on panel, audience members like you, yes, you, can be a part of the discussion, right? We can talk about everything that's happened here and then other topics as well, right? So we're going to talk about all kinds of things. So if any of that interests you, we have these conversations all the time. Please give me a follow. There's a lot of new people here. We're up to 290 people, which I never happened on my own without a raid. So that's great. Thank you all for being here. But if this interests you, please give me a follow. We do this all the time. 6 days a week we give
it's
content,
his
right?
camera.
Tomorrow we'll have
camera.
Amazon Lily, where we'll have a all-woman panel in which we'll talk about issues focused on women, obviously, I guess. And then I guess that's pretty obvious. Then on Thursday, we'll have our all black everything panel. If you can't figure out what that's about, then don't follow me. And then on Saturday, we'll have our Popless panel. But then also 6 days a week, we have a walk-on panel where you can be involved. So if any of that at all interests you, please give me a follow. It's interesting. We have a really good time. The walk-on panel, yes, can be crazier than what you just saw here. If you don't know about that, oh man, you gotta stick around because you'll find some nonsense coming out of people's mouths. So thank you all for being here, and also
don't worry, we're still doing stuff after this, so there's lots of content still to come. We're gonna talk with DaScrubKing and maybe even with Chud Logic if Chud Logic is still around.
This content coming your way. Please donate bits, donate subs, or use the PayPal button below. That's what we need. To keep me fed, honestly. So we're gonna do closing statements now. But again, the stream is not over. We will be doing the walk-on panel next. Thank you. All right, Vadim,
We had an American president who was helped quite a bit, more than a lot of people either acknowledge or recognize, by white nationalists. Steve Bannon had very close ties to them. Milo Yiannopoulos, it's been, that there have been emails exposed that where they were talking about ways in which they could use effective memes to
Vadim is a lefty.
Make
Vadim does CC,
Trump,
but
kind of that
CC
hip
is retiring because CC is
thing
getting old.
for kids and
Creationist, the
and
cat
young
is
people
actually
and
getting old,
whatnot.
so they're not.
The reason why I
yeah.
bring all this up
It's
again
it's
is
Vadim
just
now.
because I know we didn't talk about it much, and maybe it seems far-fetched because we're talking about mostly bodily harm and incidents in which people are just
Thanks for that quote. Actually, that might
die
actually be
as a
useful
result
here.
of terroristic acts. But I just do think that there is a greater, how can I say, impact that white nationalism and rhetoric that you often hear with what white nationalism has on the world.
I'm going to use that quote,
our country specifically. And there are a lot of people who I wouldn't necessarily say are diehard white
creationist cat,
who say will hear certain things that, I don't know, Lauren Southern, Stephen Molyneux might say on Dave Rubin or something, and go on and
eat hot chip too. Don't
listen
forget
to
staring blankly ahead.
even more radical people than them, and they'll get some really bad ideas. And those really bad ideas kind of very often lead to people voting for the wrong people,
It's
for
just a
people
joke.
condoning or actively
somebody made
trying
a post
to
about
get
women,
legislation passed that
and
is
it was so
backwards,
memey that it spread.
that is expensive and just wouldn't fucking work, and is xenophobic at its heart. So I think that when we look at the threat of white nationalism, we should not just be asking how many terrorists are committing, like heinous acts. I think we should be looking at kind of like a more like holistic picture. I mean, it's hard to determine really what that impact is. I won't say that that's easy, but it's something that I think that we should be doing more of, because it has a really a horrible toll, and I do not see that toll. It is not existed. That's sure. That same. But my point is that same effect. We're not seeing that as a result of Islamic jihadism in this country. They do not have a hold within our governmental structure, and yeah, I guess I'll just leave it at that.
Okay. Next, we'll not go to Anna. She's told me not to do that. But
You can now. It's fine.
okay, fine. We'll go to Anna. and before that, quickly, I said the All Black Everything panel is on Thursday. It usually is. This week it'll be on Wednesday because of New Year's. But yes, this week we will have that on Wednesday, just so you know. All right, go ahead, Anna.
I pretty much agreed with what Vadim said. I mean, I'm still kind of I'm still gonna kind of go with like what empirical data is showing in terms of what is our just like the most significant threat to the American civilians. And also, yeah, I mean, our last president had a lot seemed to bring out a lot more white nationalism as well. So I think it's pretty rational to think that that's more of a cogent threat.
Don't feel depressed. Don't worry. We're going to talk about stuff.
So, yeah.
Okie dokie. All right, next we will go to counterpoints. There's going to be a lot of stuff coming your way, right? So I will let you have another point. Yeah, at the very end, because people are going to be responding to you. So I'll let you have another shot at it. All right, next we'll go to Polar. Did we go to Polar yet? No.
Yeah. So I think this conversation could have been a lot more fruitful. There were a lot of interesting points that come with this. And so when it comes to like per capita, for example, counterpoints did bring up a point like, well, the Muslim population in comparison to terrorism, right? So if we increase,
Yeah, I know,
you
right?
should see an increase in terrorism. Well, as I mentioned
don't know what he
earlier,
did. I don't think
this
so,
this is a
Alfox. Maybe,
correlation,
though.
but there doesn't seem necessarily to be as strong of a causational effect as we assumed, and that's for the reason that I mentioned. It's much more complicated than just like religion and ideology. That's why I brought up the other material condition stuff, right? So, for example, when we only just say, well, we're looking at the Quran, like it says this to do this, and like, oh, they're doing this right now, that's correlational, right? But when we actually look at the reasons why terrorist groups, specifically like jihadist groups, actually spring up, it doesn't have as much to do, as I mentioned, with the text in and of itself. A lot of it is geopolitical struggle. A lot of it's with who's in power in government. A lot of this is like deep-seated, and it goes back all the way to the Cold War. So I think we're oversimplifying this heavily. And when we think about, there are like 7 billion people in the world, right? But when we think about like what the U.S. government should do to protect its citizens, obviously we should look at the domestic aspect of it, right? If we want to look at like international terrorism, that's on the side of like, hey, what's the military? What should the military do? Because most of it is coming from places in, more specifically relating to the U.S. is it's going in the Middle East, protecting U.S. interests. So this conversation, I think, could have been a lot more nuanced. I think this really delved into something, but counterpoint, if you ever want to have another conversation about this, I'd be definitely down, because I think it's an interesting one, and it's something that probably shouldn't be taken with like a shout fest. So
I agree. So, and this for anything, right? If you feel like we were arrived on the conversation and that the panel was not the best place to do it, that's okay. We have one-on-one debates or 2v2s, right? So if you ever want to dive deeper on something and outside of the confines of a panel, which has its restrictions,
Watch
right?
this.
Then we can do that as well. So I love counterpoints. If you would be interested in doing that, I'd love to have that, and maybe we could have something a bit more fruitful. All right, Drew.
Yeah. So I guess in closing, I'm Drew. You can follow me on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube at Drew Welty. That's DREWWELTY. That's 2 W's in the middle. In terms of the stuff with Connor, I would say something that people like on the left like to say a lot. I think that just because someone's upset, it doesn't necessarily mean they're wrong. I think that it can be frustrating as someone who exists on the right to feel consistently mischaracterized or misunderstood. So maybe that's why he came into this conversation a little bit like on edge, ready to like get mischaracterized.
Yeah.
I'm actually going to go, I might actually end up going through the VOD afterwards to see actually what specifically happened, because I don't actually remember who did what to start things off. So
yeah, it was him.
Maybe that'll interest
It was him. Remember,
video about it.
He's crying a little bit.
I also want to say at the end here, thanks everybody for talking. I really appreciate it. I had fun with y'all. And also, please support Prime. This isn't a normal type of panel. I think he's exceptionally good at this. He's a great moderator and really good. So please support him. I want this to keep going. He's great.
Thanks so much. Do appreciate that. Thank you. That's really kind of you. All right, we'll go to Doobie.
So yeah, I don't think Counterpoints ever responded to the fact that the stats about the Muslims in the Middle East and all this sort of thing. It's really a non sequitur, right? It's a red herring that was thrown out to, I think, distract from the actual topic that we're supposed to be discussing, which was the threat of terrorism in the United States. And I think that given, to answer the question, right, whether or not Islamic or Christian or white nationalist terrorism is the most something that we should be worrying about. We have a president who is who's not stepping down, who's not conceding his election. We have about 70% of the Republican Party who do not accept that the election was free and fair. We have a very volatile political situation right now, right? So I think it's pretty likely, given just that, right, and the fact that we are before this, prior to this, the majority of the terrorism in the country was already coming from the right wing. Going forward, we should expect more terrorism from the right wing. I think that's a pretty safe assumption. Yeah, my name's Doobie. I hang out on the politics Discord server, discord.gg/politics, and yeah, thanks for having me on.
Okay, absolutely. And I was going to give you a chance to I'll make sure I give you all a chance to give yourself a shout out. So that will be happening. All right. Next, we'll go to Fanatic.
We're being safe right now.
Yep. Computer freezing up. Okay. Yeah. So, oh man, it's really crazy having this conversation with this guy and next cop talking about he's a Muslim dude. It's kind of ridiculous to me. And I think you were a cop in the great state of Florida. Like, it's really interesting to me because there was this one case I remember reading about where like police officers in Florida were using mug shots. I think it was in the North Miami Beach Police. They were using mug shots of black people as target practice for the police officers. That was kind of crazy. But yeah, I totally believe that you're Muslim. Anyway, so yeah, if we want to start talking about numbers here, right, and we want to start talking about what's the greatest threat here, it's really simple. We break things down into numbers. So we look at like, okay, how many white nationalists are in the country, and we recognize that there's people about 11 million, I think, were some of the estimates. And then we look at the total number of Muslims in the country, and we find 3.45 million, and we find that yeah, so if white nationalist ideology tends to be pretty violent, and we're starting to recognize that their intolerance and violence tends to be pretty pervasive, and then we start deciding that we want to try to get rid of terrorist attacks in this country, it really makes sense to deal with the largest threat, which they are a larger part of the larger portion of the American population, and they happen to do more terrorist attacks disproportionate to their size of the population in comparison to Muslims. So when we have that data out there, even if you want to start talking about per capita, it still doesn't make any sense unless you're biased. And I don't know, maybe at your freaking police station they use Muslims, as target practice. I don't know. I don't know where this is coming from, but it sounds absolutely absurd to me that you would want to focus on Muslims as opposed to white nationalists when we recognize, even from our own
Fanatic can be fun
director,
sometimes. We had a bit of a spicy battle in the past. You can see it on the YouTube channel if you're interested.
It
was real intense, but
insane to me. I just don't know where you're getting that from.
Okay. Next Demon Mama.
Yeah. Yeah, it's, I don't know. I feel like this conversation has been really taken off the rails mostly by counterpoints, and I appreciate that Drew is doing the best to, give him the benefit of the doubt, but there's a couple of things that bother me about this idea, which is like, I mean, at the end of the day, every opportunity that counterpoints was given, besides like getting angry and going ham on me and Fanatic or something, which, he does that all the time every time I'm on this show. It's funny that like all of this has been talking about like immigration and letting people in because they're a high per capita. And then I'm just sitting here this entire time and I'm just thinking, wait a minute, there's a big problem with this narrative, especially given that counterpoints wanted to include 9/11 in this. Do you know who did 9/11? It wasn't American immigrants. It was citizens of Saudi Arabia largely. So what the fuck are you even talking about? You don't even know what you're talking about, my dude. And it's really funny that you think that you want to erase that the Iraq War happened and you couldn't even remember what I actually said, which was that the American government waged a war and that we have, in another conversation, in a later sentence, I talked about carpet bombing, which was a reference to Laos, by the way, not to Iraq and another period of time. But I know it's hard to like keep those things separate when you're really not like listening in good faith. But yeah, you don't even know what you're talking about. Like you're literally just mad at immigrants and you want to find whatever things you want to justify your brown people hate. And I really don't like it. And the thing is, yeah, maybe some people will say that's in bad faith, but I don't know. Every single argument has broken down after 2 seconds of prodding, and at the end of the day, you just fall back on screaming really loud and saying, I'm mauling, I'm screaming, I'm gonna break things, which is like, again, yeah, I gotta say with this one, I happen to agree with Fanatic. I'm pretty happy you're not a cop anymore, and just seems like, whew, maybe it's a little telling about the state of police.
Wow. All right. So, Connor, you're going to be able to respond to all that. I don't know why we had to come at each other's necks, everyone. I don't see how. All right, I don't see how it had to happen, but
I got it.
But Connor, you can take your time and respond to all of that.
You missed quite a conversation,
so
Blue.
If we wanted to have a conversation about white nationalism's broader effects inside society, I'm very happy to have that conversation. As a matter of fact, I think it's an important conversation. But that wasn't the fucking conversation we were having.
Actually, it was.
It's, should the response to an attack be any different depending on its source? Are white nationalist,
never answered that question,
Christian
dude.
extremists, or Islamic extremist attacks all equally a threat to America's national security?
Yeah,
that's literally the question. So you guys invented your own question to answer and to say I didn't answer. I have no idea why. But whatever, we'll move on. Anna basically asked the question, which is worse, white nationalist terrorism or jihadist terrorism? Guess what? They're both fucking terrorism. They're both fucked up. That was never my point. Bringing up jihadism or its disproportionate threat or its per capita threat or its threat on the global scale has nothing to fucking do with what's worse. If somebody walks into a public fucking venue and starts executing people, I have this really spicy position that it's fucking bad. And whatever we can do in order to mitigate the ideology and the material conditions that contribute to that fucking attack is important for us to fucking do. And what's really frustrating about this is the fact that we have some of the most disingenuous conversations about this ever. Instead of talking about the root between fucking ideology and jihadist terrorism,
which you didn't do,
Polar's world about geopolitics, material conditions, America's intervention in the fucking world. I'm perfectly happy to talk about all those fucking factors.
Yeah, but you
instead
didn't.
You guys just want to ignore that shit and call me a white nationalist. It's some of the most dumbass fucking strawman bullshit I've ever been a member of.
No one called him a
Demon
white
Mama,
nationalist.
you're almost as bad as fucking Doobie was last week, and you're almost as bad as fucking Mike from PA in general. So
keep crying, baby.
fucking, yeah, that's your two responses. That
I mean, I don't know if you maybe if you stopped crying,
All
it
right,
would we wouldn't have to say it anymore.
Shut the fuck up.
Are you done? Are you done?
I am not done. I'm halfway done.
Done.
All right. So basically, Polar's World brought up whether or not geopolitical struggle or fucking historical struggle, if we were oversimplifying the matter. I completely agree we're oversimplifying the matter. There's actually a 2,000-year history that we could go over that plays into
drink
fucking
his
jihadism
tears.
and the Crusader
Crying.
narrative and the concepts of Kufar and the concepts of Dar al-Islam and Dar al-Kufar. There's so many things that we
He's
could talk
actually
about that are
mad though.
interesting, but
He's
we don't
actually
even get
mad
to it
though. That's
because
the
you guys just
thing.
come up
It
with
works
dumb
if he's
shit that's
actually mad. He's
incorrect.
actually
And
triggered.
being confidently incorrect is dumb. Stop it. Okay, so Doobie brought up respond to obsession for red herring of jihadism. Get fucked, dumbass. You're smart enough to understand what I'm saying. Stop pretending that you're so fucking stupid that you can literally take the lowest resolution of my fucking arguments, and that's your actual understanding of what I'm saying. That's what
Amazing.
frustrates me about you, fucking.
Amazing.
You could understand me if you wanted to. You're fucking choosing not to. Fanatic. Mugshots of black people getting shot in the state of Florida. Really? You're randomly accusing me of being fucking racist and using mugshots for target practice? What the fuck does that have to do with anything on top of that? And by the way, you literally fucking misused per capita in the argument in your closing statement. You said white people fucking commit a disproportionate amount of fucking terrorism, but you used per capita in the previous sentence, almost demonstrating that you don't understand the word per capita. Holy fuck.
Does he think he's
All
coming
right.
off good?
Anyways, Demon Mama, your fucking points are you're mad, bro, and then I gave you 8 points to address. I gave you 8 specific points, and you dodged
You're
all
still
of them. You
crying.
slimy fuck.
Oh my
Like,
God.
If you want to debate, then
finish.
debate. But you have 2 memes with me. You're mad, and you didn't make an argument. I
You
gave
always
7 or
cry
8
like this,
different
though.
Arguments. You addressed none of them. You can go fuck yourself too.
Okay.
End
All right.
of
Great.
rant. Bye.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right, so what we're gonna do the outro for everyone. Again, the stream is not ending. The stream is not ending. Oh God, the stream is not ending. We're gonna roll into our
Likewise,
walk-home
our
channel
stream is
afterwards,
not
right?
ending. We've got more
and that'll
content
be pretty
afterwards.
fucking crazy. It always fucking is. Anyway, quickly, I'm gonna you guys outro. Give you time, space to shut yourself out. If you have links that you want people to put in, like your Twitter or anything like that, feel free to throw them in chat. Also, I'll shout you out your Twitch channel if you want. All right, so we'll start with Vadim.
Thanks, Prime, for having me on.
No, we didn't bully him. He bullied
agree with you.
himself.
I do think I see like this was a contentious debate, but I don't think everyone had to kind of go for the jugular as hard as they did. Still,
Listen.
not throwing any shade on anyone for it. But
It's
yeah,
all good.
I'm Vadim, also known as Hey It's Vadim.
Oh, he's the biggest
I have
baby
a
in the
YouTube
world.
channel called Hey It's Vadim.
He's the
I am not
biggest
currently
baby on the
streaming,
planet.
although maybe I will in the future.
Massive baby.
And yeah, you can find me also under Creationist Cat. If you've ever heard of that channel, I'm now Hey It's Vadim. You can also
Redneck's
find
the
me
only
on
bigger
Twitter under Hey It's Vadim.
He probably
That's
hasn't.
not my @ but if you search that word, you'll find me. So I think that's all I really need to say. Comedy left-wing politic videos that are sort of like akin to shit that you'd see on Adult Swim. Imagine like politics, but like
Long live
through
Vadim.
Tim
Long
and
live
Eric
Vadim.
sort of vibe. That's the kind of shit that I usually do. So thanks for having me. You've all been, well, but you've mostly been wonderful. So.
Do you post pictures of your cat anywhere?
The cat,
Yeah, it's playing the song "Useless Science."
I apologize.
Is the track.
I can go
I
grab
don't
a
think
cat
it's played
while
on the
somebody
Canes,
else-
but it might be.
and
Wait, the Canes?
No, do you post
CC's
pictures?
a little
Yes,
frail
actually, it
these
does
days,
play on the
but-
Canes.
oh,
Yes.
want me to put-
Do
I'll
you
send
post
you-
pictures of them anywhere?
Yeah, what,
I think it is the
look,
Canes
why
property
don't
that it
you-
plays
I
on.
don't
Sorry, I
wanna
was thinking of the
take up too much
Sabarovs.
time here. Why don't you
Sorry.
let's Discord and I'll send you some pics through Discord.
Yeah. We know what it is to make Anna happy. Great, Anna. I'm glad you are happy. Everyone, chill here, but until everyone is done, that'd be great. If you could chill before leaving. But anyway, thank you, BDeem, so much for popping through. I really appreciate you coming through and participating.
He does
in all
look a
that.
bit like Sargon.
Anna, thanks also for coming through and sharing your knowledge. Anna, where can
Thank
people
you
find
for
you?
having me. Thank you for having me, even though I'm the most boring.
No, you're not.
Right, yeah, you could find me. I am on Twitch.
He do look like Carl.
Yeah, Anna Frills.
He looks like
And
an
I talk
angrier
about
Carl. Carl looks more
psychology
jolly.
and
I'll give
also
him that
play video
much.
games. So yeah.
And
All right,
sleepy.
pretty straightforward. Next, we'll go to counterpoints. Counter. It's been a day.
Seems
But
like one, yeah.
Yeah, he
I
looks like
know
he looks like the
you
guy
are
from
more than capable of handling the hot seat. You've done it many times already.
Carl Gunn of
Counterpoints.
Akkad.
Thank you for doing that.
Hey, Wylet.
Thank you for
You just missed some spice, but there's
ruling
going to
with
be
all
more.
of
Don't
this.
worry. We got more content
And thanks
coming.
for continuing to come back despite what you're walking into. Counterpoints. Please tell us where we can find you.
Yeah, so I actually I linked a YouTube thing in the group chat. It's actually a 26-minute, very nuanced video about Doobie straw manning last week.
It's
along
been
with
wild,
Destiny.
hasn't it,
So if
Audrey?
you were actually interested in a nuanced,
We always have a lot of
perspective
fun here.
on police corruption.
I always bring
and
good
police
content.
brutality. Then you can have.
I didn't expect
And
it to be this
actually,
chaotic, to be
if
fair.
you don't want to see me screaming at people, because bear in mind,
Oh,
I
you
don't
missed
like
so
being
much,
in the
Gina.
hot seat. I've had conversations with Fnatic before. I fucking love them. I had some conversations with Demon Mom in the past that were pleasant, but frankly, she's been such a consistent fucking asshole that I'm starting to not enjoy them. So, if you want to see me in a different setting where I'm not screaming and I'm not telling people that they're stupid and we're having very nuanced conversations, because I don't do blood sports on my channel. I do hour and a half long conversations about really deep and interesting shit.
He
So,
does
if
propaganda.
you would like that, please follow my YouTube channel.
His videos
Come
are
on
boring.
over. I promise to
Very
scream a little bit
nuanced.
less over there.
Okay, sure. And I meant put it in my Twitch chat, so that they can find you. But I put the link for you in the Twitch chat. But don't worry about it. Yeah. But thank you.
Yeah, he does
as always,
propaganda, yeah.
you're very much appreciated here. Polar's World. Polar, our superstar. Polar, our future president. If I have anything to do about it, Polar. Thank you for coming through. You're always a fan favorite. Or fuck the fans. You're my favorite. So I'm always happy to have you.
Yeah, they're very boring.
around, buddy. Polar, tell everyone where they can find you.
He's another mediocre man who thinks he's the smartest guy
Yeah,
in the world.
so my name is Polar's World. You can find me at
Oh, shit.
twitch.tv/Polar's World.
It's all right, Gina, I'll update you,
I'm
don't
gonna try to
worry.
get some actual academics on, which is supposed to be really interesting. You know what I mean? I want to skip all the BS. I want to get to the cool stuff. That's kind of the goal these days. But ABEs on Wednesdays, I will be there. Actually, this is really rare because I'm most of the time doing school stuff. I'm gonna be on a lot more panels, all that good stuff. But lastly, okay, if you can, as I mentioned earlier, go to Georgia, okay? Canvas, okay? You really cared about Biden winning, okay?
See you later, gender
He
not
ain't gonna
found.
get nothing if you don't
Bye.
have that Senate. So
Have a
I'm
good
gonna post a
night.
Reddit post in the chat,
for having-
right?
thanks for hanging around.
If you're a fan of Relevant, if you're a fan of IRI, Bastion, Dylan Burns, who was here earlier, Booksmarts, okay, and you just want to go see them and take a photo, man, be there too. But this is a really cool cause. Destiny or whatever, it's so valuable to
Oh,
be up
much
there
love to
canvassing.
you
That's
too,
all I gotta say.
Lumpin' Prol.
All
Don't
right,
worry, we got
man.
lots
My
of extra
man
stuff
out,
coming soon.
Out there doing praxis. Polar.
No,
you're
it's the
always so
other
much-
gender not found.
You're a fantastic
There's two of you.
treasure and a resource to this channel and my community. Thank you so much. All right. Next, we're going to Drew. Drew, a new guy here, but Drew, who is always so goddamn reasonable, which obviously means you don't belong here at all. Drew, where can people find you?
Yeah, you can find me on
Yeah, that's all he
Twitch,
does,
Twitter,
Danny.
YouTube. My name's Drew Welty, DREWWELTY.
I think
Two
I
Ws in the
personally
middle.
think he's
and yeah, I usually just
totally
talk about
unhinged,
psychology
but
because that's
whatever.
actually my in counseling and therapy because that's my area of study in school for my master's. But I also really love
No, they're not
and
the same.
find
They're different people. Bam.
contentious conversation and crazy blowups in conversation very interesting. So I'll probably be talking about what just occurred here. I know that I think me and Connor are going to do some sort of conversation at some point. So
careful.
That's going to be fun. In terms of that, I exist sort of right of center.
I wonder if he'd invite me on.
I try to be super.
That'd be interesting.
Super easy with people. So I had a great time with all of y'all, regardless of the
probably not
crazy,
gonna just invite the boys on
tonight. So y'all are all great. I'd love to talk to any of y'all again.
Yeah, center right
Great.
boys. I get it.
Next we'll go to Fnatic. Oh, Fnatic, thank you. Sorry, I was supposed to say nice things about you. You're cool. Fnatic, I always appreciate your passion. Actually, come through here. Like you're never missing it.
He's also triggered by women. Like he's
always,
literally triggered by every woman. He freaks out on every woman.
Thank you for having me. I found out what was going on. You know, I realize now. I've always said I have like this a super duper low emotional IQ. I genuinely do believe I'm pretty emotionally retarded in general. I'm not using it as a slur. I genuinely believe that about myself. And so yeah, I realize now that's kind of what drives me when I'm in these bad places. But I'm in a much better place now, so life is good. Even though we had this really contentious conversation.
True.
Counterpoints.
Yeah,
I know you probably won't believe it. I actually genuinely do like you. I think we might disagree about some things. I think we probably agree about a lot of things. I probably disagree with some of your takes here. Well, not probably, definitely did. But ultimately, it does seem today was the least open I've ever seen you on this specific topic. I feel like on every other thing I've ever seen discussed with you, you tend to be pretty open-minded.
404. It is kind
so
of. Isn't
that's
it?
Ultimately we're gonna have these conversations. I saw primecays get
Hey,
crazy
cool. Thanks,
animated
Doubled Up.
Time when we was disagreeing on some stuff. You almost chopped my head off. I've never forgotten it. Waiting for those days again. Ultimately, these panels are freaking amazing. We do not all see eye to eye. I love it. When we did see eye to eye, Prime decided to play the heel and make us disagree. That's the beauty of this freaking panel, is that we're gonna actually get conversation and actually have to explain ourselves. That's a really, really great thing. So I truly enjoyed it.
Or you can
Polish
just
World,
waste everyone's
great.
time and rage
Vadim,
out.
first time meeting you. Anna, same with Drew. Demon Mom and I, the first time we ever interacted was awful, but it seems like we've gotten along since then, so maybe things will be better in the future. I'm a musician. That's what I do.
It's true. You all can see why it was awful.
How I make a
I
living.
can tell you.
COVID has kind of shut all that down, but it's all right. Unemployment
Definitely not on me.
But what's really crazy is my song was recently featured on a whole bunch of
I know I'm always
playlists,
underutilized, but it's
some
okay.
really big
I make it work.
playlists.
I make
So
my
I've been
time
getting
worthwhile.
Crazy streams on there. You guys want to check out
People
the
come to
song,
watch
my
it.
favorite song on my newest
Oh,
album.
he kissed up to
It's
Vosh because
called,
Vosh is a stronger man than him.
Muse. There's the
That's
link
how it
to
works.
it. You can check it out. You can.
He was
find
calm
me
with
on
Vosh.
everything under the name Fnatic. Yeah, everywhere. Like my latest album is called Soundscapes. I think it's pretty freaking
Yeah,
cool.
Vosh
You're
chatted
chill,
over
great
him.
for meditation. I'd recommend all of us do that after we.
Oh yeah, it's true. When I get the opportunity to talk, I pop
Casey is
off.
an amazing person for having me in these places, especially because I'll be blowing up on niggas. But ultimately, I love you guys all. Okay, peace.
So, Mr. Fnatic is a fantastic debater. He's a
it's way less
fantastic artist, right? And now he's becoming a much better marketer because usually I have to fucking hassle him to advertise himself. But as always, dude, thank you so much for being here. Really appreciate it. Next, Demon Mama. Demon Mama, who came in last minute. Demon Mama were like, oh, hey, I can join in. And then we're like, oh, no, we're full. And then, like, Dylan, unfortunately, had to drop out. And then we're like, oh, Demon Mama, come back. And she's like, yeah, that's cool. I'll step in and save your asses. And that's what she did for us. Thank you, Demon Mama, for being a part of this. You're always appreciated. I always love having you around. Demon Mama, tell me, everyone, where they can find you.
Yeah, absolutely. The easiest way to find basically everything that I do is to join my Discord, discord.gg/demonmama, spelled just like over here, MAMA. That is where you can get all my notifications. You can find everything else, or my website, demonmama.com. That's the easiest way to find me. I do lots of debate content, lots of political commentary, and all kinds of other fun stuff. Today, in fact, we did a deep dive on some wild Twitter drama, and I've been doing this little series called DRAMAMA that's been very fun, so you can come check that out and see all my videos if you want to. We have a fantastic community. So please come join us. We'd love to have you. I'm going to be doing a debate after this panel. And yeah, it's a real fun time. You can see lots of people get real pissed off at me for some reason or another. It's really funny. It happens like all the time. It's wild. Anyway, thanks for having me on, Prime. Love to come on the show, and always hit me up if you need it.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
thank you for the raid, Daily Blend. It's really kind of you, the 5-person raid. Okay, next, last but absolutely certainly not least, we have Doobie over there, that green monster on your screen.
Because he's freaking out.
That thing peeking behind you, peeking at you from behind the wall, right? When you turn around, you
remember,
think it's gone,
we got
no,
more content after
he's
this,
there,
so don't go anywhere.
lurking. Doobie, thanks for coming through. Doobie is the head of the Politics Discord server. I'm shouting him out for him. But I told you all that our walk-on panels get fucking crazy.
I'm going to be talking to DaScrubKing.
Oftentimes it's because of Doobie himself. And Doobie will actually be doing that bestiality debate that we talked about. Yes, it's happening, people. We are definitely doing it. Fuck it all. Yes, that's happening. This is the logical endpoint of this channel. So, Doobie, shout yourself out.
Yeah, so I'm Doobie. As Ram said, I help run the greatest debate server on Discord.
Counterpoints to stalk
this
my
week we'll
chat,
probably be discussing
I don't know for sure.
A police goon squad.
He can cry as much as he
and
wants
whether
to.
or not it should be designated as a terrorist organization. I know that I sometimes come off as kind of like rude or uncompromising when I'm telling people that their religion's like a death cult or whatever. But the reality is, I genuinely like and cherish these opportunities to talk to you guys. I love all of you more than I can express.
Yeah, he kind. I mean, no, that's more like
so
that's more like President
Discord.gg/politics
Sunday
if you wanna talk to me
Somniostatic, to be
about the
completely
Goon
honest.
Squad terrorist organization.
Not gonna
thanks for
lie.
having me on. Thank you.
Watch my video first.
There is a link in chat, !politics. We'll give you that link, discord.gg/politics. It's a fantastic place. No matter what you want to argue about, you will find someone to argue about it with you in the Politics Discord server. Check it out, right? And also, yes, we're doing the BCLA debate. It's happening. DB is on the pro side, but you're not surprised. I know you're not surprised. But okay, so... all right, so we're moving on. We're rolling on to the walk-on panel. So if the people who wanted to like argue, like Anna, Socrates is going to be within the our walk-on panel. So
All
if
right.
you want to confront him about whatever, you can
I'm
do
gonna
that right
head
now.
out. Okay, so here's the thing.
Fanatic, if you
Our
and
panel's
Polar
still
wanted
going.
to
We
mix
have a
it up,
debate coming, and
about
we got more
the
stuff to
whole
talk about.
tournament thing, we can do that now.
Give me a second.
Or maybe we could do that 1v1, whatever you want. But yeah, so we're gonna roll into the walk-on panel. Anyone here can join us. If not, that's okay. Thank you for spending your time, your energy, and your knowledge with my community. It's very much appreciated. Okay,
I don't think it's happening
bye.
tonight, by the way. I don't think the bestiality debate is happening tonight.
All right, listen,
Just
love
saying.
you guys.
See you later.
Great conversation.
Yeah.
See ya.
Thank y'all.
It's not happening
Thank y'all so much.
tonight. It's happening in the future.
Real quick.
It's not happening tonight. I don't believe. Yeah, no, I don't think so. I don't think that's happening tonight. Oh boy, we got a clip. Oh shit, we got a clip. Oh fuck, we got a clip. Oh shit, let's check it out. And then I got to use the restroom, and then we're gonna have DaScrubKing on, which will be great. It's been frozen up in the UN for some time.
More like lib mama.
Level. There's been no consensus. It's been frozen up in the UN for some time.
More like lib mama.
Who the fuck? Who the fuck called me a lib? For what? Who the fuck is this? Shark 0? Yo, what? Hold on, watch this. Oh shit, them's fighting words. Hold on, let's see. Let's see what the fuck this guy's all about. Give me a minute. I gotta do this.
Yeah, dear mama, you're my favorite lib on Twitter. I hope you know that. He's fighting words around these parts. Oh no. How you doing, Demon Mama? Did you have are you still streaming? Did you enjoy if you're still streaming, did you enjoy your stream? And if you are, hello stream. Did you enjoy your Christmas? Did you enjoy your Boxing Day? Did you enjoy your weekend? Did you enjoy your Among Us? I hope you did. For all of these questions.
Yeah, watch this.
Nice to speak to you. I've never actually spoken to you before. Debating in a minute. I'd be down to contest your accusations against me after. Sure, why not? A real fight in the battle place of ideas there. I'm ready. The intellectual Thunderdome is gonna touch down. Okay. Sure. Let me hit you up. Debate me on my shit bean takes. I don't have bad bean takes. All of my bean takes are good.
Okay. All right. I'm going.
You're just mad. You're just mad that you suck dick.
All right. All right. Yeah, we'll figure this out. We'll figure this out. I don't know what this is all about. I don't even know who this person is. But all right, let me go to the bathroom. Then we got a debate, and maybe we have another debate. We'll find out. All right, Burb. Oh, yes. Before I go to the bathroom, like, subscribe, and consider donating to the channel because you all make this possible, and I need some money to keep doing things. So if you have it and you can spare it, consider donating. All right, I'll be back in a minute. True, but if you've already given, then don't worry about it. I have returned, everyone, and I have a burrito. My lovely partner made me a delicious burrito, so I'm going to eat that, and then we're going to talk. Hello, everyone. Hello, 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 hello. That was an interesting panel, was it not? That was very strange, wasn't it? I feel like that was a little bit weird. Oh, I'm sorry, Somniostatic. I didn't mean to creep you out. I know, he always gets that mad, though. Devious, he always gets that mad. He hates me. Like, he hates my guts. He calls me an asshole and a bitch every single time I go on. Seriously, he's got some kind of problem with me. He's done this like 3 or 4 times. Maldy Waldy. Just simple rice, bean, and cheese. Listen, I know I bring up good points. I know they get mad, not because he's like, oh, you only have 2 things. I totally dismantled his argument. Hey!
Finally able to be here after work tonight. I'm on EST and am so glad for late contact with Mama and the imps.
Thank you so much, Danjo. Very, very happy to have you, and I'm happy to do the late stuff. I've always been a night owl, so it works for me. Big boy, I've talked to him like 3 or 4 times before. He gets really mad because in the past, I've kind of schooled him on multiple arguments, and he's never lived it down. He can't let it go. He just can't fucking let it go. Thank you so much, Danjo. Yeah, he's mad that he was wrong. What's today's imp fodder? Oh my god, we have so much. We've been doing so much. We're also going to be talking to DaScrubKing about his meme. And then we're going to talk to this guy who accused me of being a lib. I don't know what he's all about. All right. Oh, really? Is he cool? I don't know. I'll show you fucking motherfuckers. They call me a fucking lib. You call me a fucking lib. None of us can. I mean, all right, fair enough. That's kind of true. I mean, if you put it that way, it is true. But I don't like being called a lib. I'm only liberal with my content. True. Do they serve burritos at brunch? No. No, they don't. Yeah, them some fighting words. It's true. Lib. Ah! That's true. That'll make me mauled. We live in a lib society. What's the Pepe, the society Pepe? The Joker Pepe? I'm pulling a Hassan now, eating on stream. Yum, 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 yum. This is very, very hearty and delicious. It's got little pigeon peas and spicy rice and beans. It's so good. And when I say spicy, I don't mean like hot. I mean like lots of spices. That type of spicy. Not like burny. Like lots of flavor. No, pigeon peas. Spice. Beans? What bean takes? What are we talking about? What's the bean takes? I don't understand this. Alright. I'm going to finish these pigeon peas, and then I'm going to call DaScrubKing, and we're going to talk about his meme. Does anybody have the meme? Give me the meme. Where's the meme? Oh, here it is. I got it right here, actually. This was the meme. DaScrubKing had, like, this meme. Alright, nuclear take. OP is correct here. And then he had this. Using guys for friends is just as psychologically damaging as using girls for sex. And we thought this was a bit cringe. And so we were going to talk about it. Yeah. I don't know if it's really a nuclear take. It still makes no sense, so we figured, hey, why not talk about it, right? Why not take the discourse off of Twitter and have it in a much more fun and interesting format? Gina, are you still here? Gina, if you're still here, you missed a fun stream, but I think you'll have fun watching the VOD if you decide to. We had a lot of fun stuff. Yeah, that's what I thought. I'm confused. Yeah, you don't discourse on Twitter. You discourse elsewhere. Obviously. D&D is about not doing it. D&D, do not discourse. Is all about not doing it on Twitter and doing it elsewhere. Yeah, I don't get it. But let's just find out. Discourse on Discord. Perfectly fine. Okay. That was a much bigger bite than I was expecting. No, Socialist Roman. Nay. Nay. Don't boil your fucking pasta in the microwave. It'll get all squishy and nasty. Yuck. Yeah, I feel you, Violet. We talked about that earlier today during the DRAMAMA, and it was messed. It was messed up. But we have to get better at it. Twitter's not going anywhere. Twitter is a part of our lives. We can't just abandon... Well, so individual people can abandon it, but as a whole, the left can't abandon Twitter. All right. Let's bring DaScrubKing on. Oops. All right. Give me a second. I'm inviting DaScrubKing. All right, we're bringing DaScrubKing on. Let's do it. All right. Hello, DaScrubKing. Welcome.
Hello.
How are you doing?
Can you hear me all right?
I can. Can you hear me? Ah, can you hear me?
Yep.
Sorry, I forgot I had push to talk on. In fact, let me turn that off. Give me a second.
No problem.
There we go. And I don't know for sure, but I assume because your name's DaScrubKing, use he, him, but
yeah, sure.
Yeah, okay. Alrighty, I'm just gonna, unless you want explicitly to be on video, you can be if you'd like. I can set that up if you'd prefer. Would you like to be up on video? Okay.
That's good.
All right. So.
Oh wait, hold on. Apparently my stream can't hear you. Give me a sec.
Oh, that's a bit odd.
All right, can you talk again?
Yeah. Can you hear me now? Test. All right. And
let me wait for chat to respond. Yeah.
Sure. Go for it.
Okay. All right. Looks like they can hear you now.
All right. Excellent. Well, that's great. So yeah. Good to talk to you. It's been a while since we last talked. Been quite a while, I guess. We saw your meme today. Your meme about using friends is psychologically damaging or whatever. And we thought it was funny, and we all wanted to, like, me and my chat were like, huh? And there was a bunch of thinking emojis in chat. So we're trying to figure out what you meant by it, what your argument is. Because you said OP was right, and we didn't know what you meant by that.
Yeah.
But you seemed like you were willing to defend it. So, all right, we want to know what you mean, what your position is, and if there's anything to debate about. Because who knows? We might actually agree on things. But I felt that meme was very confusing.
Sure. So pretty much my whole thing is that, I think that like using people as friends, and the way I interpret that is like, at least within the context of the meme, it's pretty clear that it means like leading friends on, or like manipulating some sort of friendship that you have with somebody. I think is pretty comparable to using someone for sex, which I would interpret as like same thing, kind of like leading someone on or manipulating somebody's feelings for you in order to get sex out of them. I think these things are pretty comparable in their capacity to do like emotional or psychological damage to someone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, see, like if you're like deliberately misleading a friend or something like that, I could see where that would be an issue of like you know, of problems. But the problem is that I don't know, the way the meme read, it really seemed to be riding on the sort of unfortunately well-worn stereotype of more or less like the idea that like men and women are only friends because when they want to fuck and that sort of thing. So when I read it and when a lot of us read it, it certainly came across like that. But we were sort of wondering because it says, you know, using someone as a friend, like what does that actually mean? And yeah, but again, if your definition of that, or if the way that you read it was to interpret it as like, oh, like this is somebody who's like deliberately misleading someone about the state of their relationship, then I guess that kind of makes a little bit more sense.
Yeah, and I got that because generally when we use the word like using, I don't really know if there's a context where you would say that you're using a person that's not like in a negative way. Like generally we don't really, whenever we say that we're using someone, there's sort of an implication of like exploitation or some kind of negative something there.
Yeah,
I don't
it's
really
just
know like a neutral or positive connotation to the word using there.
Oh, I agree. It's just that's why it came across odd to me in the format of the meme of saying like, oh, using someone as a friend, where it's like, well, a friend is like a friend. A friend is a friend. How do you use someone as a friend? And
well, the way I interpret it is that like the friend part is less isn't the part being used, it's the person that is a friend. So like using as a friend, I interpret it as using someone in their capacity as a friend, the same way that like using someone as a factory worker, right? Like it's not really the factory worker part, it's more using their capabilities that come with being a factory worker that are being used.
Yeah, to me, it feels like the way the meme was written that, I mean, and maybe you can agree, maybe you can see some understanding in this, like where I'm coming from is that, like when I saw that, it seems to play kind of into the stereotype of like, oh, well, using someone as a friend is like, oh, well, like I'm being used by being a woman's friend and not by being a woman's sexual partner. You see what I mean? Because that is something that a lot of people...
You could.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, like, that's something that I've experienced and encountered a lot. Like, that's a common thing, unfortunately, is this idea of objectification. The idea that, like, you're not actually capable of having, like, men aren't actually capable of having friendships with women because secretly, deep down, at the end of the day, it's all about fucking. And that's, like, a big thing that's, like, very commonly used by, like, red pillars and MRAs and stuff as this, like, sort of underpinning assumption. And I think there are actually a lot of men who do look at women kind of like that, but I'm glad to hear that doesn't really sound like the way that you were interpreting the meme.
Yeah, but I would say that like these situations aren't like not impossible, I don't think that's the right word I'm looking for, but like there are situations that like in which women like do hold sex over a lonely guy's head in order to get something out of them. Like these situations do happen. They're overblown as fuck.
Yeah,
by
for
like
sure.
the incel type crowd. But I think that like whenever people like outright dismiss these things as problems, I think that's what like creates incels basically. Is like when you outright dismiss these kinds of like emotional or psychological, whatever you want to call it, these kinds of wounds. I think that's like what creates incels.
I wouldn't go quite that far, but I would say that like you know, blanket dismissing someone's potential pain. The problem, I think, though, is that a lot of people in incel spaces don't have a very realistic outlook on what actually happened in X scenario, and are often, at least in my experience, very likely to conclude that they were being quote-unquote used by a woman when that woman was really just interested in being friends with them. And so I think that's more of, and then this of course becomes reinforced when you then enter a space where everybody confirms your worst fears, which is one of the biggest things about incel spaces, incel and red pilling and pickup artist spaces, is that one of the like most characteristic elements of these spaces is that they they play into the worst fears of the people who are involved in them, and it's the lay down and die, LYAD I think is what it's called in incel spaces, but the lay down and die, or lay down, I don't know, LDAD or whatever, I can't remember how it's spelled.
Yeah.
But
I mean, these
what the
places are-
acronym they use. But yeah, that's this idea that like they're encouraged and the space mutually, or lay down and rot. Yeah, LDAR. Yeah, Eldar. There we go. That's the one. Yeah, it's like this kind of concept I think is like really common in these spaces, and it plays into pre-existing societal biases. Yeah, so that was I guess the thing that like a lot of us looking at the meme were like, what, really? Like you're gonna go down on this one? This is the hill, like, but yeah, I mean, fair enough. Yeah, if you think it's like, if it's a matter of very specifically like talking about like deeply misleading people, or like explicitly playing like playing with someone's heart or something like that, and leading them on like really hardcore, I just think there's a problem of that, like for a lot of women, anything that they do is considered leading them on, you know, like nothing, like anything that they do will be considered leading someone on. And so you can't actually, there comes a point where like women can't be friends with men, because if they're too friendly, then they're leading them on, and then all of a sudden they're blamed for all of this harm that is functionally just happened in the dude's head. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but that harm is still valid, right? Like even if he's putting the blame in the wrong place, I don't think that makes it less psychologically harmful. Like it still hurts just as bad.
Well, true,
regardless
but I mean,
of whether it's intentional or not.
In that same like mindset though, like would that same argument not like justify like a racist person who interprets being hated by like X people, even if that's not based in reality? Like there comes a point where like the feelings could be real, and like, you know, but it might be based off of false premises, you know?
So I think these are a bit different,
okay.
Because I would argue that like a racist who feels like threatened by people that don't look like them, I would argue that like the feeling of being threatened, like the cause is not a valid one. Like you should not have that emotional response to people that don't look like you.
Okay.
The difference is that like having unrequited feelings for someone, I think that's a valid emotional response, is to be like emotionally hurt by that. To put that hurt into like hating women is obviously not an appropriate action to take with that emotional response. But I think the feeling of being hurt is a perfectly valid response to being put in that situation.
You know, maybe I think another example that could be perhaps a little more specific is like Americans who ended up becoming really Islamophobic, right? Like, I mean, some of them were really terrified by 9/11, and they come to the conclusion that they should be scared of Muslim people and immigrants and whatever. And that is they're scared of something bad that did happen, but the premises of their fear is bad. And it
again, but that's a bit different, because Muslims didn't do 9/11, terrorists did. So like even then, I would say like being afraid of Muslims is not valid. Being afraid of terrorists would be.
So then, well, I mean, would then that like not follow that the meme would be like the meme is kind of implying that like their feelings of being like burnt out towards women, or even towards that woman, even if it was based on false premises, would be okay? Like, I don't think it would be. Like, what happens if
yeah, because I think regardless of whether the woman in this scenario, and by the way, this whole argument, you could reverse the genders to make the exact same thing. The
Sure.
relevant here.
Well, I mean, I do actually think it is a little relevant because of historical, like historical and societal.
Well, yeah, like in the real world, this is like the most often scenario. But I would argue that being put in this situation, like having unrequited feelings, I think regardless of whether or not in this scenario the woman is purposefully leading you on or not, I think regardless of that, feeling hurt is a valid emotional response to have, like, period.
Okay, so what about something like this? Let's say we'll build some like sort of preconditions here. So I think we can both agree that there is in our society, one way or another, there is a sort of cultural tendency towards objectifying women, right? Like, I think we can both agree on that. Okay, so that exists. So Also, I think we can argue that there is at least some degree, and I would say a pretty significant degree of women, of an expectation of attention being put on women, an entitlement to attention. Hence why, what's the term? Wolf whistling and catcalling and hitting on women all the time, like really aggressively, is like encouraged in a lot of our culture, even still to this day. Right? We can agree on that, correct?
Sure, but on the flip side, I would say that there is an equally large cultural push towards not really giving a shit about men's emotional needs at all.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, to a certain degree, yes. I would argue that, yeah, that's true. Like the sort of like idea of like the toxic form of masculinity, like what people refer to as like toxic masculinity, like men aren't allowed to cry and that sort of thing. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
okay.
but not just like not allowed to cry, but like not allowed to be like lovesick and stuff. Like expect like whenever there's like a breakup, and we'll use a heterosexual couple so that we get both of them in there. Like whenever there's a breakup, like it's expected that like the girl's probably gonna have like a big group of friends to fall back on. Like it's like socially acceptable for her to be like down to the dumps for a while. You have the classic meme of like stress eating like ice cream or whatever, and like that's all like perfectly acceptable. But like if a guy is broken up about his girlfriend for more than like 2 weeks, like he needs to like suck it up, find a rebound chick, and like move on with his life. Like there's none of this like recovery period allowed for men, like, generally.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I find that one a little bit tougher because in some regards, like, wouldn't that be, I mean, presuming we're talking about like heterosexual relationships, wouldn't that be mostly like the men aren't giving their male friend the room to do that, and they're just kind of like telling him to get back out the door and move on, right?
I mean, it's everyone though. Yeah. Like men generally have more male friends, sure, but it's not like their female friends are going to be any more helpful. Like,
well, maybe. I mean, I feel like that part's a little bit more difficult to determine. But regardless, like, so when I'm thinking of like how whether something is like a valid claim or a valid, like, I think all feelings are to some degree valid. You know what I mean? I think they need, and by valid I mean I think they need to be taken seriously. That doesn't necessarily mean that they're right or that they shouldn't be challenged. I think it's really important to challenge feelings that are really like disconnected from reality. I think it's necessary for people to challenge those things, and also like in general, just across the board, like we should be willing to challenge our feelings that are out of step with reality. That doesn't mean they're not, like, I don't know. I guess it depends on how you use the word valid, but that's the way I look at it. You see what I mean? Like, I think that people are totally justified.
Like the way that I handle it is I try and separate the emotional feeling from the emotional response. So like feeling, or go back to the racist example, like feeling scared that a black guy is walking by, the actual emotion of fear is a valid one and should not be dismissed. But the fact that you are having that emotion as a reaction of just seeing a black guy is the invalid part.
Okay.
That's the part that needs to be like questioned or dismantled.
So by that logic then, like a guy who, like, say interprets a woman as leading him on, even if that's not actually happening, you know, by that same logic, then, you know, maybe he feels hurt when it doesn't work out or when he doesn't get to fuck her or whatever. But it might not be like his reaction to that might not actually be justified or anything, right? Like him feeling negatively towards that person might not even be justified, even if he feels bad, because we can understand, like, it would be, you know, it's bad to be rejected or whatever. It feels bad to be rejected. But if he misinterpreted everything and it's like, you know, it's, you know, she wasn't leading him on, like, then we can also acknowledge that, while it makes sense he would feel bad, his feelings are out of step with reality, right?
No, I think feeling like if you get like feelings of like anger or spite, I think that reaction would be unjustified. But just like feeling hurt, even if the it was unintentional on the girl's behalf, I think those feelings of being hurt are still a valid response, regardless of the intentionality of the situation. Like even if the guy completely messed up, he completely read signs wrong, he was being a real dumb fuck. I think being hurt, I guess, still.
But don't you think that kind of plays in, like, confirming that or saying that like someone like mourning something like functionally an imagined relationship, don't you think that's like kind of more damaging in the long run, in that it plays into the exact types of toxic like masculinity that we're trying to like resist? Because I think in the meme, now of course obviously we're doing meme science here, so like I you know, I'm more interested in getting to your actual ideas than just the meme. But in the meme, it was like the idea was like you know, that it causes as much psychological damage for someone to be quote unquote used as a friend, which we have acknowledged in this conversation is, you know, a lot of men will interpret being used as a friend, given the societal context, as like a little bit, you know, broader like than it should be. And you know, would it not also, you know, what I'm saying is that would it not stand that like that like saying that that's like as psychologically damaging, like that's not just saying like, oh, I'm really sorry you feel bad, but like remember, like, you know, it's okay to feel sad that this didn't work out, but you have to remember like not to take this out on this person. Wouldn't be like implying that as psychological damage or extreme psychological damage give credence to the idea that there's some sense of entitlement there, given the context that we've talked about here?
Well, if it was absent in a vacuum, I might be able to hear your argument. But seeing as how it's being compared to being used for sex, I think it's a pretty valid comparison.
Yeah.
Because these are very, very comparable situations where in both it is somebody expecting more out of a relationship than they are getting from the other person. In one, you have somebody who is friends with somebody and they want more than friends, whether it be romantic or sexual. The other person does not reciprocate that, whether intentionally or unintentionally. And in the other, you have people who have a sexual relationship of some kind and the other person wants romantic, but they're not going to get it from the other person. I think these are like almost one-to-one comparable situations.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, see, I don't agree with that analysis either. I think like in our society, especially here in America, sex is like highly stigmatized, and the like idea that somebody fucking you and getting to that level of physical intimacy is often seen as like something significant, like a significant level of like personal vulnerability, especially for women who, you know, like not all women obviously, but the vast majority of women could become pregnant as a result of having sex or something along those lines. So like, while I will say that like I don't think this is universally the case, I think that it's fair to say that our society puts a stronger emotional impetus on women having sex with someone than they do with like men having sex with someone, right?
Well, yeah, but that's not a valid one. You can't have it like both ways here. Like society says that like men deserve women's attention, but that's obviously dumb. And then society puts a very heavy weight on having sex, especially for women, and I think that's dumb too.
Yeah.
And we like.
Well, but both of those seem to be played into by this idea of equating like a woman saying like of a woman, but by equating those two things, where it is you know, there's potentially, and in many cases, like really big social repercussions for a woman being used for sex. But the social repercussions for a man, like being a friend and having a friend, and then that friend not wanting to have sex, and then him getting hurt or mad about
Well, yeah, we're
it,
not
very
talking
different,
social
right?
repercussions. We're talking about just like how the person feels afterwards.
Well, but I mean, social repercussions are a big part of that. Like, I mean, for example, I mean, women are regularly frowned upon for, you know, premarital sex, for having sex with more than one person. So it seems to me like that's like a common occurrence still in our society. It hasn't gone anywhere. Like, not yet.
I think it's definitely decreased in recent
for sure.
years. Obviously,
Yeah. It's decreased
still
some,
there.
Huge amount of it's still there, yeah.
But I don't know if you can really go that far out with like the damage done. I guess it feels like you're going one too many like cause and effect layers outwards here of like the damage that the person has done to you is like having sex with you and then not having a relationship with you. Like that is that person's fault, right? I don't think you can put the emotional damage caused by any like slut shaming you get afterwards. I don't know if you can add that into the equation.
Maybe.
It feels like
I mean, even if we don't though, like if a guy is like using a woman for sex, the implication there is like that that she's been misled into, you know, having this.
Well, not necessarily intentionally misled, just like the friend zoning situation. Like it could be that it could easily be that the guy had no intention of having any romantic relationship and never thought he was giving any signs of that, but the woman just read too much into things. Like these are, I think these are almost one-to-one comparable situations.
Yeah, I mean, I think I can see certain aspects of it, like when we're talking about sort of the most extreme level of manipulation. But when I'm thinking of like the general application of these ideas, you know, it seems to me like there's significantly more sort of how do I word this? In the situation of someone being used as a friend, quote unquote, it seems like there is a lot of leeway given to what being used as a friend is already in our society. So I feel like there is like, I don't feel like those things are perfectly equated, you know? But I do think in general, I will agree with you in
general. Couldn't we say there's a lot of leeway for what being used as sex would be? Couldn't we say that like a lot of people might like have one night stands with somebody and like get ghosted and like that would count as like being used for sex? Like that happens.
Yeah,
like,
but to what degree does the to what degree is there like an assumption being placed on men to have a relationship with a woman? Like one night stand culture is like pretty well accepted and actually positively like there's a lot of like positive backclapping and stuff like that goes on when men get sexual conquest. That's a good thing. Whereas if women,
I think ghosting is generally seen as a bad.
Really?
Thing.
Do you think that's the case? Like, I feel like I don't know. Like, I don't know. Like, I feel
you
like
might have a few like douchebag like frat boys like fist bumping you, but like generally most people are gonna look at you as kind of a douchebag if you just straight up ghost people.
I don't know. Like sexual conquest has been like a huge part of like toxic what we call toxic male culture for a long time, and people boast about like men boast about like I mean you've probably heard the saying.
But first of all, like male culture has changed drastically over the past 2 decades to the point where like toxic masculinity is like found in like subsections rather than being a universal permeating culture. It's found in specific friend groups.
I don't know about that. Like, I mean, I think there's been improvement for sure, but I mean, we still live in a country where like, you know, 75 million people voted for Donald Trump, like, or whatever the number is now. Like a lot of people, those people like accept these sort of things. I mean, these are predominantly Christian people who believe their wives should be submissive to them. Like, I don't think that it's changed as much. Like, perhaps among like really young people.
Talking about old people now who don't change any of their beliefs.
No, but it's not just old
young men alive today. I think the toxic male culture is going to be found in specific social groups rather than just a universal culture. Absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, I certainly think it's lessened. I agree with you, but I think we can admit that like right now, like in the current state, like we certainly haven't escaped these sort of patriarchal norms, like, right? Like, I don't think that.
But I don't think that they're as universal as you're painting them to be. I think there are still social circles that are toxic, absolutely.
But if most women grow up, you know, being taught by their parents, their dad, their mom, that like, oh, you need to be careful, like you need to be super careful not to give men the wrong impression, and it leads to women, and this is something that young women are still taught to this day, that they need to be very careful about the way that they present themselves in order to not unintentionally give men the wrong image. This is like a discussion that is like regularly talked about, even to this, of course, to this day among women, is like that it's almost like, you know, it's so widespread that like parents talk to their daughters and say like, oh, you need to be sure that you're not right. Doesn't it seem a little bit like what's that?
Well, using that as a metric for how universal toxic masculinity is, I don't think is that valid, because like
I think
that advice is going to be given until like sexual assault stops existing, which is never going to happen.
Well, but I mean, like, the analogy that doesn't change the fact that most sexual assault still happens to women.
Yeah. So, what the analogy I would draw here is that like the talk that all black men get when they're children is police brutality has gotten better significantly over the past decade.
Has
couple decades, probably. Yes, absolutely, it has.
Has it?
But you're still gonna get the talk from your parents because it's still good advice to get. You still need to be taught about it, but that doesn't mean that the problem isn't getting better. Like it absolutely is.
Well, yeah, but I mean, but what we're talking about is the societal expectations, right, that affect your life, and in the context of the like greater conversation around the meme is what is whether the OP was correct in the assumptions that were made and saying that like, oh yeah, it's exactly the same thing. It's the same. I mean, to me, it seems like
I would agree with 100%.
Oh, okay. Yeah. See, to me, the way that I look at it is I see like a society that still teaches women that like I mean, to the degree that like schools have significantly stricter dress codes on women because women are seen as being the like temptresses by default by a lot of our systems still to this day, and that a lot of that hasn't changed. So women have to live under a certain type of like assumptions where their lives have to be catered around men. And I don't think that a man overreading like signs from a woman is and then being frustrated that he didn't get sex is the same thing as a woman getting to the point with a dude where she has sex and then he fucks off. And nor do I think that the social fallout I don't think is the same, but I also don't think that like the emotional like level of societal expectations are quite the same there. So I found it a little odd is all, but I do think it's an interesting discussion to have. Yeah, I feel like there's a certain element of perhaps playing into a pre-existing narrative that is present in this meme that would make me say, well, I don't know if I agree with this 100%.
Well, but regardless of the narrative that could be made, it doesn't change the validity of the thing.
What do you mean by that?
A statement can be true and play into a larger bad narrative, but the statement itself is still true.
Like, wait, which statement are you saying?
I'm saying sorry, can you be a little this meme, for example. I'm saying in general, you can say true things that play into a larger false narrative.
Well, yeah, but wouldn't we want to? Wouldn't you? Well, I mean, it would be something that is true by one particular interpretation, but might not be true in the larger picture. Like, for example.
Well, no, I think you can say absolutely objectively true statements that play into a larger.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like, I mean, there's all kinds of things that are used like that. Like, I mean, like, people say like, I'm trying to think of some examples of like objectively true quote unquote things. Like, for example, one that gets weaponized against trans people all the time is like trans people's rate of suicide, like suicide attempts. And that's an objectively true number that's being presented in a way as to be manipulative. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Oh, yeah. Sure. Somebody brought up in chat black crime statistics is another one where the statistics are true, but the presentation is
black crime.
Yeah. But I mean, I'm just more familiar with the 40% one because I'm trans. So, you know, it comes to that sort of thing comes to me pretty frequently. So that's the same type of thing. And I would argue that like this meme is kind of like that. Like, it might be true indeed that many men get hurt by feeling led on, but in the bigger picture, it might be, and I believe that this is the case, that they tend to feel led on not because of anything that women are actually doing, but because our society teaches men basically to interpret everything as everything other than complete demure passivity from women to be sexual, like a license for sexuality. You know what I mean? I think a lot of women have that experience where they feel like they can't live their lives because everything they do might, I mean, especially women in the public sphere, like streamers and stuff like that. I've had conversations with other streamers that they feel like they have to be very careful and that they're damned if they do, damned if they don't. No matter what they do, it's going to be seen as an invitation for people to become sexual with them, even if they don't want to. And then when they reject it, when they say no, they are treated as though they've done something wrong or that they've hurt somebody, when in reality, they're just enforcing very basic boundaries that are afforded to men, but that aren't afforded in our society to women. Does that make sense?
Sure. But I think if you're going to outright not have the conversation about how there are women on the platform that exploit their sexuality to get lonely men to give them money, like if you're going to refuse to entertain that conversation, I think you do more harm than good.
Well, who's refusing to have that conversation, though?
plenty of people.
Ah, see, now it's coming out. Okay, now we're getting into the meat of it. Okay, I'm interested in this part because this is what I was a little. This is why the meme came off as a little stinky to me, because it smelled like there was some other narrative going on around the meme. But I'm actually interested in this now because I find the conversation around women, quote unquote, using their sexuality online to be like ridiculously toxic, and also like,
oh, it absolutely is.
Totally
it's overblown
based.
as fuck, and
Yeah.
but the reason it's overblown as fuck is because I forget, there's
careful
a
with that.
fancy schmancy university professor phrase for it, right? Where basically, like, if you refuse to have certain conversations, the people who have the wrong take will just publicly give that wrong take, and they'll get really loud, and nobody else will really know how to deal with it because we just never had the conversation.
Do you think that
about
it's
it.
possible that conversation happens, but and that many people are willing to discuss it, but that it's so toxic that whenever the conversation happens, it gets immediately bowled over anyway? Because that's my experience.
I think it's like a chicken and the egg scenario. I don't know if
Really?
you can.
Yeah. See,
I don't know if you can possibly say if the conversation was toxic before or after people stopped talking about it.
Well, I mean, given the context of it, given again, this is where that societal context comes in, is like, I mean, the problem is that men are hugely by and large sexually aggressive towards women in public spaces, and have a huge sense of entitlement for sexual attention, regardless of whether that woman is sexual or not. I mean, fuck, I remember this is an anecdote, not any relevant data, but I think it's kind of telling. I remember watching the release of the new like HoloLive VTubers. You know what a VTuber is, right? Like the
Yes.
anime girl, like, yeah. And I was watching the live chat, and it was just like spamming boobies, show feet, how tall are you, how small are your feet, like hundreds of people commenting this to a fictional woman with a headshot, like doesn't show any body, and this happens even to fictional women, and this, like, it's really fucking weird. There's like a massive problem with this, right? So I would the way that what my takeaway from stuff like that, from the preeminence of like people being really sexually aggressive with women online, is that not that it's like, oh, well, no one's willing to have the conversation and this is why, but rather that the conversation is so deeply toxic, it's so deeply culturally toxic, that talking about it at all is opening the door to an incredible amount of harassment, which, again, in my experience, has been the case. If you've ever watched, I don't know if you've ever watched it, but have you ever seen like any of primecays, Amazon Lily, like femme presenting only panels?
I don't watch enough Twitch. No.
Oh, okay. Damn, you're a streamer. You got to watch some streams. It's good for you.
I do not have time to watch.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Well, just so you know, Prime has hosted a femme presenting only panel a couple times.
Yeah, I've heard about the panel. I've just never actually.
Yeah. Well, one of the things that comes up a lot is how much harassment people get, and I was actually on the panel one night where people talked about this, the incredible anxiety that nearly every female creator has about how they present themselves on camera, something that male creators have no problem. I mean, fuck, I can't even tell you the number of male creators I've talked to who are just like, yeah, I just throw on whatever shirt I want, a fucking tank top, whatever. Whereas female creators are like, oh my God, if I don't do makeup, am I going to get freaky comments? If I do makeup, are people going to like say that I'm being a slut streamer? People call people titty streamers all the time. Like, I hear this thrown around all the time to people who I wouldn't even categorize as like even close to that. So don't you feel like like it's kind of weird to like equate those two sides when it's clearly there's like a cultural issue about harassment?
I'm not equating them. I'm saying that, like,
kind of are.
By not talking about the actual titty streamers, for lack of a better term, it does somewhat fuel the sexist side of things.
I mean,
Like,
does it?
obviously,
Or maybe
absolutely, yes.
Do you think that maybe it should be okay for some women to be titty streamers? And they should
to a
still
certain
be,
extent,
like,
yeah.
they should still be afforded respect and like basic
To a certain
human
extent,
decency.
yeah.
Oh, to a certain extent. Well, because I mean, like, here's the thing.
Yeah, I think there are definitely ways you can be exploitative in the way that you use your sexuality. Absolutely.
Okay. So would you argue that somebody
just sexualizing yourself for money? Go for it, all you want. If you are playing up parasocial relationships with your fans in order to drain them of money, that's probably not good.
I mean, that sounds
Probably
very
less good.
specific. Like, I wouldn't argue that being.
I would
like,
extend the same criticism to non-sexualized streamers that do the same parasocial shit.
Sure, but but then isn't the problem then the parasociality and not the titties? It's weird that people fixate on the titty streamers, and
yeah,
also it's weird
sure.
that people fixate. I mean, when I think of parasocial people, like one of the most like parasocial streamers I can think of off the top of my head is Destiny. And yet nobody would dare call Destiny a titty streamer. But Destiny is Destiny lives his entire life on stream. He eats food. He talks to his partner. Like, he lives his entire life on stream. And people genuinely, I mean, I've gotten, as somebody who's gotten a fuckload of comments from the Destiny community recently after my debate with Destiny. I can tell you a lot of people, they seem to think that Destiny is their, like, personal friend. Like, he seems to.
This is going to be true of every streamer.
Well, not every streamer.
You are always going to have parasocial people. What I'm saying are people
but I mean,
actively like play into it by like specifically like developing personal relationships with their viewers, and well, not even really personal ones, but acting as.
I mean, it just seems to me like there's a pretty obvious double standard here being put towards women.
Oh, there absolutely is.
So then, how is it fair to put?
But that doesn't change the fact that refusing to talk about.
Well, who's refusing to talk about
streamers,
it? That's the thing. Who's refusing to talk about?
Well, I mean, you even yourself said people don't want to talk about it because they'll get harassed for it.
Well, yeah, but that's because of the people who are harassing them. That's not their fault.
Yeah, but
right.
I'm saying that by not talking about it, regardless of the reason why. The fact that it seems to be a conversation that people generally don't want to have, that helps play into the sexist narrative.
Interesting. See, to me, it sounds like that. To me, that sort of approach to it sounds very like victim blamey, in my opinion. Like, it sounds like you're basically saying, oh, well, like, they get a double ding. Like, they get dinged by the people who are convinced that they're like titty streamer, parasocial, whatever, even though they're not doing anything other than any other streamer. They're just a woman who happens to have boobs and maybe likes to look nice, and that justifies them not only receiving like the harassment, but also if they don't also talk about it, if they don't also make themselves further available to constantly explain themselves and defend themselves to the public, that they're also getting dinged for that. Do you see how that's like, it's like doubling down on the people who are already receiving the harassment?
No point did I say that they like need to expose themselves to harassment. I'm just saying, like,
well, if they try to push back on it and they get harassment.
The fact that this conversation is not happening does help play into the sexist narrative. It's not the only reason. Sexism on Twitch is going to be absolutely fucking cancerous regardless. But I'm saying a input into it is going to be the fact that people generally don't, in good faith. The only people, like, I'll put it like this: the only people criticizing titty streamers are going to be sexist people generally. Which
I don't know if that's true, but I mean, also it's like, but what's to be criticized? Like, for example,
okay, when I say titty streamers, I mean like the exploitative kind. Just looking hot and streaming is not bad.
Okay, well, because I mean that's what most people use when most people say titty streamers. That's what.
Yeah, and the discussion gets poisoned by that, because if the only people criticizing the exploitative streamers are sexist, they're gonna treat all hot women the same.
Well, but I mean, maybe do you think that it could also be that like the public treats all like hot women the same? Like, that could actually be the problem.
Well, yeah,
and maybe the right to claim
them. I would say that sexism is probably going to be like the default generally. Some form of sexism is probably going to be the default because the world isn't perfect.
Seems to me like the thing you'd want to push back on then is not the people who say like, hey, like, I have the right to wear what I want to on stream within the TOS. And like, it would seem to me then the correct action would be to defend those people and their right to do it, and not to give in like implicitly to the demands of a group that is inherently sexist.
You can simultaneously say looking hot on stream is all right as long as you're not exploiting lonely people.
Well, it's really funny because like, it's funny you say that though, because like I talk about parasociality all the time and how and I'm like, I mean, literally both in the context of my own stream, by reminding people like, hey, there is the potential for parasociality. Let's try to build actual social relationships and connect with one another. And then also in a larger scale, I talk about parasociality and the manipulativeness of certain structures on these in streaming and other forms of entertainment. I think people talk about parasociality actually quite a lot in streaming, even though it's actually very present in a lot of other industries as well. And we should talk about that more. I mean, celebrity culture is all about parasociality, right? And I mean, that's what the term was originally invented to describe. It was originally, the term parasociality and parasocial relationships was invented in the 50s to describe people having imagined relationships with celebrities who are now on the TV in their house.
Yeah, it's been a thing ever since celebrities existed.
Yeah,
just
it
that
has
the
been.
internet makes it way easier.
Yeah, so I talk about that all the time, but interestingly, like, you would probably never read that as me criticizing, like you said, criticizing this, like the titty streamers. Like you said, well, nobody criticized this titty streamers. Well, that's because the problem is not titty streamers. The problem is parasociality, and I do criticize parasociality.
But I think
there is a horde of people who would criticize titty streamers, not because of parasociality, but because they're a woman who dares exist in public.
But I think there's value in talking about specific forms of parasociality, and one of those forms is going to be exploiting your sexuality to get lonely or horny people to give you money.
I mean, is that exploitative by default?
Yeah, I think that people that are lonely or horny are probably not in a sober state of mind, and I think you absolutely can exploit that.
Damn. Okay, so would you also feel
In the same way you can exploit somebody who's drunk or high.
Oh, wow. That's like, I mean, that, to me, that feels like a massive false equivalency. Like drunk or high,
I mean,
depending on the
how?
drug,
It's
right?
it's hormones in the brain. It's the exact same thing as alcohol or any other drug.
I don't know what, maybe we have very different experiences of being horny. But
well, I mean, it's literally
wait,
a chemical in your brain that's going to affect
so
your
is
thought
everything.
process.
So is everything. So is feeling joyful. So is feeling excited.
Yeah, and we can draw certain lines in certain places, but I think
Right, but
I think you'd be
saying that
pretty out
lonely
of
and
place
horny-
to say that
Wait.
nobody has ever done anything that they wouldn't do otherwise because they were horny.
Can you
I think that's-
explain to me, like, can you explain to me how this is different than saying that it's women's fault for wearing a short skirt because men can't control them? They're not thinking straight.
Well, okay.
How is that? How is this different? I want to know how this is a different argument because it sounds exactly the same.
Because okay, hold on. So when you are sexually assaulting someone, okay, you were going out of your way to do that.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you are talking to somebody and you're super horny, and they get you to, I don't fucking know, go drive to a convenience store and buy them food, right?
Yeah.
Like, these are not comparable situations here.
I mean,
you cannot use the
literally
excuse, I was horny to sexually assault someone because that's.
So if you're horny and you sexually harass someone who you perceive is leading you on, that would be a bad thing, right? And
Yeah.
that would that also be, would you
Sexual
consider
harassment is generally bad.
Right,
yeah.
right. So then, but what you're saying is that the state of being horny means that people that men, presumably, mostly in this case, I think, can't control themselves and can't make any action. Would
To a certain extent, cannot
okay, but
control
then,
themselves.
so what you're saying then is that men who choose to log on to the internet and watch streams are the responsibility of the woman who's streaming to her audience for whatever reason, even if she decides to like show big booby, like. That is not it. You would
Yeah,
agree.
to a
Wait.
certain extent, yeah.
Hold on. You would agree that showing big booby is not inherently an invitation for sexual attention, right?
For sexual harassment?
Well, for
Absolutely
sexual
not.
attention in general. Like even if you have like for example, like right now, like I have a relatively low cut shirt because I think I look really good in this. I don't want any sexual attention. I have all the sexual attention
Okay, well,
that I
okay.
want.
How are we defining sexual attention here?
Well, yeah, I mean, it
What does
depends,
that
right?
mean?
There's a lot of different ways, but the argument you're making
If
implies.
you mean so,
Yeah, the
sexual harassment, I would say absolutely not.
Okay.
But attention, I don't know how you're defining that because to me, like attention could mean literally like anybody finding that arousing, which seems like a crazy standard.
But the way that you framed this originally was that women, booby streamers, that there's a little bit of vagueness on what we're actually talking about, but women are exploiting horny and lonely men,
some women are exploiting some lonely and horny men.
Then those lines become pretty important, and that's what we're trying to figure out here, right? Like, because
Well,
I would
these
argue
lines are gonna be impossible to literally, like, be able to draw some sort of TOS to determine when somebody is lonely.
I don't think we need it to be that severe, but you equated, I mean, this is your own words. I'm approaching your argument here, which is that you argued that horniness and loneliness was equivalent, and you said equivalent in your mind to being drunk or high.
No, not equivalent to being drunk or on
Okay,
drugs,
so you're
but
taking that
can
one
be
back.
exploited in the same way.
Really?
In similar ways.
So you think? Well, see, that seems absurd.
Like,
to me, because,
if you're on like fucking like meth, obviously it's gonna make you.
Well, but I mean,
way
alcohol
more
is an
unsober
incredible
than just being buzzed.
Well, yeah, but like alcohol is an incredibly debilitating drug. Like, I know that it's like destigmatized in our society, but alcohol is an incredibly debilitating drug.
Yeah, alcohol is a pretty.
At least for myself, and I don't know, maybe there is a different issue for people horny, but I don't know. Most people, I think, are have a decent amount of clarity when they're horny, and even when they're lonely. Like, I've been lonely many times in my life. I'm lonely all the time.
I don't know if I would put lonely in the same category, because I don't know if there's like as much of like a physiological state of loneliness.
Well, it definitely is. I mean, after all, I mean, we don't. This is a little bit of a
Well,
side.
I guess
side
like
angle,
with like
but,
depression and stuff,
yeah.
but like
I mean, people take opioids often to alleviate loneliness because opioids contain a drug that that satisfies the same chemical centers that what's it called, like oxytocin is it fills that, and oxytocin is what we get from being near other humans and being intimate with other humans. A lot of the opioid epidemic is driven by loneliness, and people take those drugs because it actually fills those same chemical receptors. So like it is actually a strong chemical, but I would just argue there's significantly different degrees, right? Like I don't know. And again, all of this seems very odd to me, to ultimately put the responsibility on women who are by and large just trying to make a living and have fun doing their profession.
In the same way that you would put responsibility on a frat guy at a party to not bring a drunk girl home with him. Like,
do you think? Wait, what? I'm sorry. Can you clarify that?
In the same level of responsibility of like, if you know that somebody is impaired in some way, you probably shouldn't be like encouraging them to make decisions that you don't think they would make otherwise.
Okay, but if you're a streamer and you're just sitting there and talking about stuff and whatever you're doing, and you got maybe you're a titty streamer, maybe you've got like a low cut shirt or whatever, and there are people giving you money, how do you know
that on its own, with the situation you just described, just looking hot? I don't think that's exploitative.
Okay. So then where do you draw the line? I think that's where we can get to
I think
the
if you're
bottom of
like
this.
actively like talking or flirting with specific people in chat, and like I don't know how to give a specific example, but I think if you're engaging with specific people, I think that's where you can start to enter into exploitative territory.
Okay.
Like sitting there looking hot is not exploitative, but if you're like literally talking to people,
But we can acknowledge that a
actually
lot of
engaging them.
that there's a fuckload of women who are just sitting there and looking hot who get treated as though they're
and that's wrong. But
right.
that doesn't
But that's
change the
really
fact that there are
wrong, though,
women
right?
who
Like, and that's a
don't
lot
just
of
sit there.
Right. But do you think that a majority of women online are like purposely
Not even close
targeting
to a majority.
Yeah.
No,
okay.
obviously
So then I would argue then that, much like we've been talking about this entire time, the pre-existing societal problem would be with a society that normalizes that assumption being placed on women to that degree, which they do. Basically, I mean, I can't even tell you the number of conversations people I've had being angry as fuck about titty streamer. I mean, they put all kinds of people like as titty streamers. I've heard all kinds of fucking people called titty streamers. So I'm just like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
and I'm like
100%.
But you know what I never see? I never see anybody. I never see anybody say the same thing about men who have really parasocial relationships with their audience.
Yes. So sexism is always going to be a much larger problem than the exploitation of talking about. But it still does exist. Like, there are plenty of streamers out there who are hot and who flirt with their moderation team and imply that there's a possibility that people on their moderation team could have a relationship with them. Meantime, they were married the whole time. Like,
this sounds
that
like
kind
a
of thing
specific
is,
example or something.
Yeah, I think I might be wrong with the name, but I'm pretty sure this was Amaranth. I think I could be entirely wrong here, but I remember there was big drama where it was revealed that the streamer had a husband, and like people were upset. And at first, I was like, oh, this is pretty dumb. Like people are just being dumb, horny idiots. But when you actually looked into it, like there were a few people, not like all of LSF or whatever, but there were a few people that had legitimate grievances because she had like kind of led them on in DMs and stuff, and like called people like cute and being pretty flirty with people. Despite
See, I
having
just think that the standards that are held between women and men online are like ridiculous, like obviously completely slanted. Like if somebody will like send a picture of themselves to a woman and she's like, oh, you look cute, haha, bye, then they'll be like, oh, she was leading me on, like I should have been able to fuck her, like she was wanting me, like she was like, you know. And this keeps happening too, like I don't know, like I've seen so many of these, like,
I mean,
right, like I don't know, I feel like this is like, it's so predominant that,
I mean,
like, what's that?
I
wait,
mean,
wait. Do you think that if somebody like hold on, this is an interesting question because like I don't know where you're coming from on this
I
entirely.
mean, that could easily be seen as pretty flirty. Yeah.
Wait, just saying someone is cute?
Okay, literally, if that's the only thing that they've ever said to you, then probably not.
Okay.
But like in a greater context, absolutely, that could be flirty.
See, because I feel like a
Or
lot of
interpreted
I feel
as
like
such.
I'll be completely honest with you. I feel like there's a lot of guys who will take any positive thing that's said towards them by a woman as an invitation for
Well, the
sexual
reason they
action.
do that is because men don't get compliments ever. So, and the only time people are going to be complimenting men is probably if they find them.
Okay, but now this sounds like you're. This
This
sounds
is
like
absolutely. This is 1000% true.
Yeah, but this sounds like. Wait a second. This sounds, again, like you're circling the world into ultimately pinning this all on the victims of their assumptions, and that's what my concern was with the original meme. That's what my concern was.
Well, I mean,
here.
and
it seems like at each
men
point
don't
though,
get compliments, right? Like that's the cause of
that
this
is not.
phenomenon.
Wait, that's not the only problem here. Like
And
that
this
is a
the
part
only
of it
problem
for
I'm saying.
sure.
The cause. So the problem we're looking at is men reading in too much to compliments.
Yeah,
Is
by
that fair?
like not just that, like yeah, but yes, men reading too much into everything with women, like to the degree that like women feel like
men
they're
reading too
imprisoned
much
in
into
their own
positive
society.
interaction, right?
Yeah.
I would say the cause of that is going to be the fact that men don't get positive interaction in general. So anything that they get, they're going to overreact to. I think that's
But in our
that's
society-
the cause of the problem. I don't think it's fair to lay the blame on men when
Oh, I mean,
the
but
cause of
I
it-
don't think it's just men. I mean, I do have a huge critique. I mean, I'm a feminist. I have a very strong critique of the way that patriarchy operates in our society. And I think patriarchy is incredibly harmful to men. And I do think it's largely perpetuated by men mostly powerful men.
And it's perpetuated by everybody.
I mean, it is, but I think that I mean, like, much like systemic racism.
Women aren't giving men compliments either. Like,
well,
to be honest.
But
no, they're not.
Well, hold on a second. Before you get too worked up about that, like there is, like, we've just acknowledged that if women give a compliment to men, they could be the victim of being stalked. This is normal occurrence. Like, again, hold on.
And
Let me finish.
obviously the man is at fault there.
Well, yeah, but you
the
do.
cause
But
of
wait,
that is that-
but you realize though that has a freezing effect on all women. If women know that there's a very good chance that if they pay any attention to a man, that man will take it as license to pursue them sexually. That has a freezing effect on all women,
sure.
and that's a problem that needs to be fixed by men. That's not a problem that can be fixed by women.
This is another chicken and the egg thing.
It's not chicken and egg though, because it is no, it is not. This is a culture that is perpetuated by the people who currently hold
the
systemic
original
power.
Cause is that men don't get compliments. They see
Yeah, but
anything
that's
as a
not the
sexual
original
event.
cause. That's not the original.
No,
Wait,
but
do you
that is
think
it,
that? Do
though.
you think that? Wait, do you think that for all of history, women have never given any attention to men? Because that's simply not true.
Okay, for all of history, no.
Yeah.
But like,
So
generally, men are not complimented. No, that's
yeah, but that's in our society. We have a hyper patriarchal, hyper toxic masculine society that that puts
but
women
the
on.
patriarchy is reinforced by everyone, not
The
just men.
patriarchy isn't, but the patriarchy isn't reinforced by everybody. That's like saying that racism is reinforced by black people. It isn't. That's not the same. That's not how that works.
I mean, It can be though.
Well,
in
yeah,
some
but
ways,
it's not.
yeah.
But it's not. It's not equivalent though. We know that powerful white people in positions of power.
It's not equivalent, but that doesn't mean that it's not a part of it. And also, I don't know if you could compare patriarchy to systemic racism.
Oh,
on
I
a
think you
purely
absolutely
numbers
could.
game.
And I would argue. Wait. Oh, absolutely. Like this is one area where I absolutely think you can. Like women have been like when we're talking about patriarchy outlives nearly every other institution of oppression in our entire planet. Do you know how many societies for how long they've had women in subjugated roles? Like this is, I mean, we're talking like functional slaves, like women, like it's really bad.
Yeah, but we're not talking about like material patriarchy. We're talking about social stuff.
No,
which is
but social, they're not separate. Social patriarchy absolutely empowers. Wait, what do you think keeps women out of STEM? Do you think it's just like women don't like science, or do you think it's the fact that they're not even given the opportunity to ever study science? That when they go into the field, they're treated horribly. That there's so few of them that when they go in there, they have like 80% reporting of severe feelings of imposter syndrome. Like imposter syndrome is literally a massive problem among women in STEM because they're mistreated and talked down to, and they're not treated as the norm.
But for everything you're gonna give me, I'm gonna give you like a thing about like men. Like why don't men go to college? Period. Why are men underperforming in like math and science subjects in elementary and middle and high school?
Wait, that's not.
You can draw these stories about literally everything.
But we're talking about what starts the problem and how it's perpetuated. And when we're looking at how these things are perpetuated, patriarchy is largely perpetuated by those who hold power in patriarchy, aka men,
I don't know about
largely
these
white
specific
men.
examples.
Wait.
Pretty sure that men not being complimented is gonna be, I mean, if not more perpetuated by women not complimenting men, at least in equal parts. Like men not getting complimented on their physical appearance ever is definitely not going to be
who's to blame
something
for
that's
that,
perpetuated by powerful men.
Wait, you really don't think that's the case? You don't think that people like wait, hold on. Let me give you an example of this. I can give you an example that proves you wrong right away. The best example of this is Harvey Weinstein. Harvey Weinstein is a very, very powerful man, a very rich and powerful man, very powerful, rich white man who regularly used his power and strength to do exactly that, to pursue women against their wishes, to literally, I mean, he literally sexually abused multiple people. He is literally the cause of this. He is one of the people who uses that power.
What does this have to do with men not getting compliments?
What do you mean? Wait, it absolutely does. Because if men in power are normalizing using power to make women unsafe, to pursue women at so much as the little drop of a hat, if that's the norm for women, women will learn that they can't say things to men without putting themselves in danger of severe harm. Harm much worse than not getting a compliment.
But not all men are in positions of power.
Yeah, but not all men are like that. But you do recognize that there are, like, for example, women who get a lot of attention are, like, nearly every woman that I know has been either stalked or sexually, severely sexually harassed at some point in their life by a man that they did not feel that they were leading on at all. That they didn't even do anything. Sometimes it's completely unprovoked, but usually you have one conversation and that person keeps pushing, and you can't tell them no because they get angry. That's like a universal.
Okay.
And
well, then maybe don't compliment strangers. Maybe compliment your friends.
Well, but what if it's your friends that do that? Because that's what happens to a lot of people. That is what, I mean, and there we go. We're back to the meme, right? Which is the whole thing about like, oh, well, look at how complicated friendship has to be for women because they might get stalked or harassed. Now, not every woman's going to have this happen, but, well, actually, most women in our society have had some experience of this at some point or another. So it is really, really bad. It's really, it's actually real, and it's an epidemic. Like, it's all over the place. And that's why this whole conversation that we've had has centered around.
Well, yeah, but it's an epidemic in both ways. Like, if you've ever seen any fucking Twitter thread about like, well, hey men, when was the last time you were complimented? And it's just a fucking flood. It's a deluge. It's a fucking monsoon of people saying, well, one time in the 6th grade, a girl said my shirt looked cool.
Yeah. Do you think that if we were trying to take an approach that wasn't just about like you know, blame the WOMs or whatever. Wouldn't we want to look at what actually causes that? And what actually causes that is
and I think what I think
what do you think
causes the behavior of men looking into compliments too much is the fact that they don't get any. I think that's the cause.
So it's women's fault, is what you're saying, and it has nothing to do with the fact that our society has been
single woman's fault. No, do I think it is probably more attributable to women as a class overall? Probably, because
so that's
compliments are generally going to be intergender rather than intragender.
It's interesting you should say that because, like I said, at least especially here in America, I can't speak for the entire world, but here in America, women haven't had rights for very long. Like, women have literally not had the ability to do anything. And in fact, like, I mean, hell, it's actually ridiculous how out of whack it is. And women have barely even just started to attain equality. We still don't even have, like, there's still a pay gap. There's still a huge representation gap. So these are huge parts of our society, and yet it's still, wait, hold on a second. We're getting there. And yet it's still somehow supposed to be, it's somehow women's fault that women as a whole need to compliment men more, and not that men, the ones who statistically, predominantly, like by a large margin, hold the most power in our society, both societally, economically, and in many cases physically. They hold that much power that it's the men who then need to address that culture, that men need to go, oh shit, this culture, the way that we make women live, the way that we make women means that none of us get compliments because all the women are too afraid that we might fucking stalk them. And sure, it's not fair for me as a man to inherit that any more fair than it is for a woman to inherit it. But nonetheless, it is men who have the ability to end this particular cycle, right?
Well,
if they're the ones who've been for all of you know, history within generations, like for generations, men have held all types of power in society. Everything from religious to societal to economic, all types of power have been given to men. So they can use that power. That's what I'm saying. There's actually very big stakes for women.
Well, but I don't think you can like use. I don't think economic power plays a significant
role. Also, why the fuck don't men? Why don't men
compliments.
compliment men? Why the fuck don't men compliment men? Isn't that another big problem too? Don't you think that maybe if men paid each other a little bit more compliments, if they were a little bit more kind to one another, then maybe they wouldn't be so desperate?
No, it wouldn't
and
solve the
stalkery?
problem of men reading into women too much. Because if women still aren't giving out compliments, it wouldn't help that problem. No.
See, this was my concern with this meme, is that I felt like it was betraying a.
Wait, do you disagree with that?
With what? Sorry.
Do you disagree? If men gave each other compliments, that's great.
Oh,
but
I think
it wouldn't
would
solve the problem of men reading into women's compliments.
Oh, no. I think it would be huge. I think it would actually have a huge effect. And the reason why I believe this, and now of course,
think these are completely separate. I think even if every man was to give all of his male friends one compliment a day, literally every day, of every week of every month.
So wait a minute.
Okay?
So
that
wait a
would
minute.
not change. That would not fix the problem.
So
of
it's
men
not
reading too much into women's compliments.
Wait, we've revealed something here, DaScrubKing, which is that it has nothing to do with the compliments. It has to do with attention from women. And my point is that your argument
compliments and positive attention from women are synonyms.
No, wait a second. That's not the same thing.
Yes.
No. What you're saying now, your argument that you're making right now is that it has nothing to do with compliments. It has nothing to do with men having a ego problems or anything. It's that women aren't giving men enough attention. That is what this boils down to, and that was my concern with the meme.
Compliments and positive attention are literally synonyms.
What?
What do you think a compliment is?
What? Wait, I'm sorry, but what is your point with this? They're not like a compliment is when you literally.
My point is that you're framing this in like a weird way where you're trying to say that you're trying to paint me as saying that women owe men attention.
Well, you are saying that's what your argument is saying. I'm trying to point that out to you, that's what you're arguing. Your argument says, because I said I think that it would make a big difference if men aren't receiving compliments ever, then it would actually make a big difference if men who again hold economic, societal, religious power in our society, if men took it on themselves to compliment one another, to build one another up, they would be less desperate for compliments from women. But then you return by it has nothing to do with that. It's from women. It has to come from women. And that means, ultimately, if we're following your logic here, that it is the problem in your mind is that women aren't giving enough to men. Do you see what you're saying?
If
That's
that's how
what I'm
you
trying to
want
point
to
out to you.
phrase it, then sure.
No, wait, that's
The
how
problem
you're
is that
phrasing it.
women
That's
are
your
not
argument.
giving enough positive attention to men in their lives. Not any random man. No man is entitled to the attention of a random woman. But,
No, but
men
that's what
do
that's
not
how it
get
works
enough
out when
positive
that's your
attention from the women in their lives. Yes.
Interesting. So, I mean, it's interesting. What has happened in this conversation has basically been me like illustrating to you how, first of all, the meme plays into these like societal stereotypes and doesn't really say what I think it was going to say. But then from there on, it's been to reveal that at every turn, you take the responsibility off of men and put it on women at every turn, even when it's objectively
If you
true.
think that I do this at every turn,
Well, that's what you've done.
have-
No, wait. I'm just saying that's what you've done in this conversation. I'm not like mad at you or anything. I'm saying that in the course of this conversation,
because
everything is
some
falling
things
back
are
on men.
women's fault.
Oh,
That's a thing. Some parts of patriarchy are perpetrated majority by women.
Wait,
and
like
one
what?
of
Wait,
those,
like what?
I
Like
think
what?
it's safe to say that the fact that men don't get complimented by women ever, I think that is safe to put in the lap of women as probably the largest
Interesting.
contributing cause to that.
So what you're saying is that patriarchy, which is, the rule of men being the predominant members of society, seen as the most important, the ones who need to be attention to, need to be given more
You are
attention.
conflating a lot
I'm
of
not
things here.
conflating
When
it.
I
This is
say
very simple.
attention from women in their lives, I do not mean any random man is entitled to the attention of any random woman. What I mean is men do not get enough positive attention, or as I would put it, compliments.
From
They
women?
do not get those from the women in their lives. Key phrase here is in their lives, meaning
So-
the friends that they already have, or their girlfriends, or their mothers, or
It
their
sounds
sisters,
it
or
sounds to
whoever the
me
fuck.
it sounds to me like the problem is that the stakes at the table are women. If they don't give a compliment to a man, then at worst that man doesn't get a compliment. But if they do, it could be it's quite likely, it's a very reasonable thing for a woman to assume that if she, I mean, you literally said it yourself here that you thought that saying somebody looks cute is flirty. Like that was,
because to the average man it is. That's how
Yeah, but
starved
do you
for
not
attention most men are.
Do you not see where this problem is, though? That this is a problem with men.
not
This is
see
a problem
where-
with men. Men are the ones who are putting women in a dangerous position, which leads to them. It's like saying I'm trying to
Complimenting your friends, complimenting your male friends should not put you in any danger.
But guess
You need
what?
to have
But
better
wait,
friends.
but see, here's the thing. Well, it's funny you say that, but it's really funny that you're that callous to that approach. But the fact of the matter is that most women can't do that because of the way our society
Can't have
is.
male friends.
Yes, that's what we were talking about with all of this.
And that's
But wait,
just the men's fault?
Yes, it is. It absolutely.
Really?
Now I don't mean that like it's all men's fault, but in patriarchy, where men are in control by and large, they are in control of most of society, most of the economy, most of religion. It is up
This
to
is
them.
not how we analyze systemic problems.
Oh, it
and
absolutely is.
inter-
Oh, it absolutely. What do you
individual-
mean? What are you
No, it
talking
is
about?
not. If we were to transfer this to racism, you're saying that every white person is responsible in some. It's like it should feel personally at fault for police.
That's not what I
brutality,
said at all.
Which
actually,
is a ludicrous
that's not
statement
what
to
I've
make.
said. No, if we were to transfer this directly to race, it would be that. Can you imagine if there was somebody who came on my show and argued that black people need to be doing more instead of white people, the white people who are doing the racism? That's what you're
Well, I mean,
taking
yeah,
that position.
there
You're
are
essentially
problems that black
arguing.
people need to work on.
Yeah,
that
but you're
contribute
essentially
to
arguing
systemic
that
racism.
black
Absolutely.
people need to do more. They should just do more things to make white people happy. That's the argument you're making here. That's the equivalent argument, because you're saying that women need to do more things
No, because there
to
isn't
appease
a
the
societal
patriarchy.
problem with black people getting compliments from white people. It's completely
Well,
disanalogous.
yeah, these aren't disanalogous. You made that analogy. You just did that. Like, I didn't bring up the racism thing just now. You did. You said that you drew that parallel, and the parallel would be very
I drew
similar.
it to illustrate how dumb it is to analyze individual relationships through the view
Well,
of
then you were
systemic
impugning your own
problems.
argument.
Patriarchy existing should not preclude you from having male friends. That's
Of
insane.
course not. But it does. But guess what? It doesn't. What instead it doesn't preclude. Most women don't withdraw from being friends with men. What they end up happening is they end up doing exactly the same thing and suffering as a result. So, for example, like I said, And I mean, you can look up the stats on this. The stats are very available on the how common stalking, sexual harassment,
The
sexual
stats are
assault.
also there on how often men blow their brains out because they're depressed.
Yes, and guess what? But guess what? I think that you know for a fact that the suicide rates among men is not even close to only caused because women don't pay them compliments enough.
Big part of it?
No, I don't. Are you memeing at this point?
Yeah.
DaScrubKing. Okay, you are memeing? Okay, that was a meme. Okay.
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, self-esteem issues that stem from never getting any positive attention are probably going to be a big contributing factor to people
Don't
killing
you think there
themselves.
could be like a whole lot else that is involved with that? Like, for example,
Yeah, that's
like,
why I never
like
said it was
fathers,
the only reason.
fathers
That's why
who
I said it was a reason.
Like for example, like fathers who abuse their male sons for being sensitive and thus using their position in patriarchy as a powerful male social figure.
That's not.
It's a huge wait.
What? An abusive father being abusive to their child is not an example of patriarchy.
Yes,
That's
it
age
literally
being the
is.
power.
Wait a second. It
No,
absolutely.
it
Wait.
is
Yes.
not.
Wait. Hold on a second.
The power that
wait.
a-
Wait.
the
Wait.
power
Wait.
that a
Wait.
parent
No.
holds over
Before
their
you
child is
before
not
you go
patriarchal
off
power.
on this, it absolutely 100% is. If when
It's an age
hold on.
difference.
Let me
That-
explain. Wait. Let me explain. Hold on. Let me explain. When you have a society that is patriarchal in nature, that says the dad is the head of the house and he gets the money and he makes the decisions and that he gets to make the calls over the household, which is the household that damn near everyone that you can meet in America would grow up under, that they would absolutely grow up under that sort of structure. I did. When I
Do you think abusive mothers don't exist?
Oh no! I think I know abusive mothers exist. Promise me, I know.
Okay, so
but
maybe
what I'm
the
saying
problem
is,
with
hold on.
abusive parents isn't the patriarchy part, but just the fact that they're older and hold all of the financial power in the household.
Maybe because we're talking about systems, we can acknowledge that a patriarchal system is on a broad level going to contribute to these particular things. Like, for example, if you have a society that by and large teaches women that they are to be submissive to their husband, and then their husband is also simultaneously taught that he should be austere and never show his emotions because he's the leader of the house, and then he reinforces that on his children because he's given the most power in that society, yeah, you're going to start to see these things. And much like with the racism discussion, it is absolutely legitimate to say, hey, those of you who hold power, stop doing the thing. So, like, for example, you might say, hey, white people who have a fuckload of power and are really rich and maybe have inherited money that they from their grandparents who owned slaves, maybe you should consider not contributing to systemic racism. Maybe we should try to fix these problems. But you can't.
But individuals don't fix those problems.
Well, of course not. But we're not just talking about
behaviors
individuals.
will never, ever
Then
change.
wait. Then you're arguing against your own point. Because your point is that women should compliment men more.
As a class, as a group, not individual women.
Well, men as a class would get more compliments.
Men as a class do not stalk and harass women. Individual men do.
Oh, wait a minute. But they do. That's the thing. Men as a class do. Wait a second. You can't have it. Wait, you can't have it both ways. You can't say that women as a class should do X thing, but men as a class don't get to be reflective of the negatives. As a class, men are the primary by a long shot, the primary what's the word? I'm blanking on the word. Not the victim, but the perpetrators. They are the primary perpetrators of stalking, harassment.
And black men are the primary perpetrators of rape and murder. Does that mean it's cool to just discriminate against black people?
No. That's not even close to the same thing.
Maybe we shouldn't be mixing up classes and individuals like this.
Wait, you're the one who's mixing up classes and individuals.
No. I have never once ever said that women individually should feel personally responsible for men not getting compliments.
What? I'm sorry, what?
I have never once said that women should feel personally responsible for men not getting compliments. What I'm saying is the solution is going to require that women compliment men in their lives more.
And is also going to require what else?
I think that will solve the other problem.
You really can't do it. You literally, wait, okay. Can you just be honest with me, DaScrubKing? Do you think that, like, do you actually believe
Do you think it's more
Wait, no,
likely
hold
that we
on.
get-
Wait,
No,
it's my
hold
turn
on.
to
I
answer
just
question.
wanna ask a question. I just wanna ask a
No. Wait,
question.
I was asking a question first. You got to wait your turn.
Sure, okay.
Listen, we're a egalitarian stream here, all right? So listen, let me ask you something real quick. Do you think, do you actually believe that patriarchy exists, or do you not think, or like, do you think that
No, I definitely think patriarchy exists.
Okay, so if that's the case, you acknowledge that there is an as a class, men hold a significant more societal power and ability to
In certain
engage.
areas.
You either believe in it or you don't. Yes,
No,
obviously
no,
there's certain
patriarchy
areas. I'm
doesn't
not
have to be
saying. Wait,
universal.
hold on. I'm not saying that like every single
There are
man
areas
is-
in which women hold more power.
Like what? Just out of curiosity.
I mean, there's the big meme of like.
Damn,
women
you
and
can't even
children
think
first
of
and
it. You can't. Come on, dude.
I'm literally saying it right now.
Go
Can
ahead,
you
go
give
for
me
it.
like
Yeah, go for it.
15 seconds?
Sure, go for it.
Okay.
Mhm.
The easy go-to meme is either family courts or women and children first in disasters or the draft or any of these other examples.
Yeah.
In which women hold more power over men societally.
Do you think they hold
Because
more-
patriarchy isn't universal.
Do you think they hold more power, or do you think that
When the
there's
twin
like a
towers are
marginal-
falling and women get to stand at the front of the line, yeah.
I don't know if that actually happened, but yeah, I don't think that actually happened.
Okay.
I don't
alright.
know anything about I don't think anything happened with the twin towers, but all right. What I'm saying is that like
When there's a phone call for domestic abuse and the
Mm-hmm.
police show up and arrest the man no matter what, that's an example.
oh yeah, that's definitely wrong. I mean,
But you don't think that's an
wait,
example of
wait.
systemic power in favor of women?
No, not systemic power. No, not at all.
How is it
wait,
not?
not
It's
at all.
literally-
No,
wait,
hold on,
what?
hold on. Let me explain. Let me explain this very easily to you. It's actually super easy. Do you know why that's the case? Now, it is a bad thing. It is a bad
Generally,
outcome. I
men
will
are
agree.
going to be the abuser, but is that an excuse?
Wait a second. Hold on a second, my dude. You have to actually understand why this is the case. It is because it is assumed that women cannot defend themselves at all. They are literally dehumanized even in that.
No, I
yes.
think the reason they arrest
no,
the men is
I'm
because
sorry. You're
generally
dead
men are
wrong
gonna
on
be
this.
seen as the
You are
aggressors.
absolutely dead wrong on this. It's because for all of society, women were taught. Women have been presented as completely powerless and needing to be saved at all times. And interestingly, this is
Do you
an
think women
hold
don't
on,
generally
hold
need
on,
to get
hold on.
saved?
I'm sorry. What?
Do you not think that women generally in like
Is this the mask off moment where you just like?
Do you think men are stronger than women?
I mean, like, yeah, to a certain degree.
Okay, so do you think
Yeah,
in
like-
any
like,
sort
but-
of like
but-
threatening situation, like it might make some kind of sense?
You are now doing. Wait, hold on. Wow, this is really fascinating. You are actually proving my point live. You are proving my point that
I'm
you
really
believe.
not. If you think I am, you
yes.
are
No. Hold on a
gravely
second.
mistaken.
Wait. Hold on. Let me explain this to you. You're literally proving my point immediately right
Really?
now.
How?
Yes,
I'm
because
curious. What
you're
point of view am
saying
I
that
proving?
women are fragile and must always be protected to the degree that it is okay. You literally just said it.
Not
It
must
is.
always.
Wait. Hold
I
on.
never said
Wait.
must
Let me
always.
finish. Yes, you just said it is rational for them to assume that men will be the aggressor. You literally just did a toxic masculinity live.
No, I
Yes,
never
you
said
did.
aggressor. I said more of a threat.
That's the same thing. You know that's exactly the same thing, right?
No.
Oh, come
being
on.
More of a threat
That is the same
not the
thing.
same as being an aggressor. Absolutely
Wait, more of a
not.
threat is absolutely the same. Like, if you're saying that it's
As being
rational,
the aggressor?
wait,
no,
wait.
no
If
shot.
you're
What are you talking
if
about?
you're saying
if I'm holding a fully automatic rifle and somebody's coming at me with a knife, who's the aggressor?
what? That doesn't have.
If
What does
I'm
that
holding a
anything
gun
have to
and
do-
someone's charging me with a knife, who's the aggressor?
What does that have to do with anything?
Answer the question. If I'm holding
Do
a
you
gun
think this
and
is a
someone's
gotcha?
charging me with a knife, who is the aggressor?
Well, I don't know. Did you shoot first?
If I am holding a gun and
Yeah.
someone's
Did you
charging
shoot
me
at
with
him
a knife,
first?
who's
Did
the
you shoot?
aggressor?
I'm trying to get more information.
No,
you
I
shoot
did.
him?
I haven't fired a
Okay,
single bullet.
well,
The
then
gun's
obviously
actually
the guy rushing at you with a knife is the aggressor, of course.
okay. But who's the bigger threat?
The guy with the knife who's charging at you?
Really? Not the guy holding a gun?
Yeah. Like, I mean, it depends on the
What?
context, right? Like, it's totally depends on...
Wait.
Yeah, like to who, right? If you're holding a gun and somebody's charging at you with a knife and you shoot at the guy and then the police come back and you have lowered the gun because you shot at the guy with the knife and you go, hey, you're not a threat at all. I don't know what you're talking
This
about
is
here.
insane.
This feels like...
I don't know how
No,
you
wait,
could, with a
wait.
straight face, say that aggressor and bigger threat are the same thing. That's actually
I'm
crazy
just very...
to me.
I'm sorry. Listen, I'm really confused as to what argument you're making. Okay? We were
I'm
talking...
saying that
I
somebody
don't know
being
what
the
you're like
aggressor
pivoting
is
off into.
irrelevant of how much of a threat that they pose.
Wait, but it absolutely... Wait, hold on a second. Okay.
Not at all. They're
What-
literally
okay,
unrelated to each
I just want
other
to get to the bottom.
entirely.
I want to get to the bottom of what you're saying. Somebody being a bigger threat. What does that functionally mean? Like in the context. Do you think that in
Being
the case
a bigger threat, having more capacity to cause harm.
Okay, so do you think then, given in your little hypothetical that you've drawn up here, do you think then that if the person with the knife was charging at you and you shoot at them, maybe you don't kill them, maybe you shoot at them and they back off and the police come in and they shoot you because you're holding a gun, do you think that's justified? Because under your argument, you're saying that because wait, listen.
Whoa, we are so far removed.
No,
I'm just talking about
You're
aggressor
talking about...
versus bigger threat.
No. You
That's
were
all
talking.
I'm just talking about these definitions.
Yeah, because
these
you
definitions,
because you've
okay?
intended, you've demanded to be super hair splitty about these words. When my point,
It's not very hair splitty.
Wait, it absolutely is.
I don't know what you're saying.
You literally brought up this hypothetical. What is your point here?
My point is that it's reasonable to see the man as the bigger threat in a domestic abuse scenario.
Nice
But
toxic masculinity, my dude.
Please let me finish the sentence. Please, there was a comma and there was a but, okay?
Yeah.
But it is not okay to assume that they are the aggressor. Because these are two separate things.
Damn. So what you just said was a non-point. It was a complete non sequitur. What you're saying?
No, it's actually an extremely valid
Really?
point.
Okay. So what you're saying
Because I
is
think
wait
it is
a
unfair
minute.
that
So
in a domestic abuse scenario, the man is always arrested no matter what, generally.
because he's
when
the
they
bigger
could be the
threat,
victim
isn't he?
Easily.
Because he's the
Even
bigger
though they
threat,
pose a
which is
bigger
what
threat,
you
they
were
could be the victim.
advocating for. Your arguments are like a pretzel, my dude.
No, I'm not advocating for that. I do not think you should arrest the biggest threat. I think you should arrest the aggressor.
Okay. So when we talk about why men are arrested all the time,
It's because they're seen as the aggressors.
they're seen not just as the aggressor, but they're seen both
They're
as
seen
a
as
threat
both,
and an aggressor.
but they
yeah.
are seen as the aggressors by default, which is incorrect.
Yeah, but you do realize
But they
that
are
the
the bigger
reason,
threat in almost
you
every
do realize,
situation. They are going to be the bigger threat, but that
you
doesn't
do
mean you arrest
realize though that those things are very closely tied. That people who are
No, not
yes,
at all,
if-
actually.
Oh my God.
Somebody being a threat has literally nothing to do
for
with whether or
real?
not they're the aggressor.
Wait.
Nothing at all.
But it has a lot to do with the perception. When you have low information, if you have an assumption that someone is a threat, I mean, this literally happens. Like, this actually has a direct parallel with racism. This is a direct parallel with racism.
So do you think
Yep.
it's like
Hold on.
good that
Let me
police officers will just arrest the black guy by default?
No! You're arguing
Okay,
that.
so
You are arguing that. Like, you don't even know your own arguments. What I'm saying is that if you have a societal standard that says that somebody else is the biggest threat, and that is accepted, then when people are making snap judgments, they're going to bring those prejudices in with them, and that's going to lead to these things. And what I'm talking about in the context of the original conversation, before you went on this random tangent about some other bullshit, is that the assumptions that men have with regard to all of this doesn't actually lead to systemic power for women in any way. Women are not empowered. Women are not empowered by the fact that men get
Okay, wait. So if one group of people are systemically
you literally didn't even let me
disempowered-
finish.
No. I want to run you through
Holy
these
shit.
little hoops real quick, okay? So like, if you have one group of people, right, and they are systemically disempowered, right?
Yes.
There's some system in place.
Yes.
That makes them have less power, right? Would that make the other group of people have more power?
Yes.
Okay, so then
By
let's
and
say
large.
if,
Well, I
like-
guess it would depend,
So no,
right?
let's say if black people generally,
Uh-huh.
whenever there's a crime, they
Uh-huh.
get arrested more often, regardless of if they're the perpetrator or the victim. They just arrest the black guy instantly. That would be systemic disempowerment.
Wait, hold on.
right?
I'm getting confused.
And then no, let me just walk you through the whole thing, okay? So black people
I see what we're doing
get
here.
arrested by default whenever there's a phone call to the police, right? That would be systemic disempowerment for Black people. And then the inverse of that would be anybody who's not Black would be systemically empowered, right?
In this particular example, I don't know. I don't know that that would actually be an empowerment. It would just be the absence of it. It would more be, I mean, because when we're talking about this, it would depend largely on like whether it's white police, right? As far as whether that was systemic power. When we're talking about women, women aren't granted a systemic power by not being arrested. They're literally seen. Wait, they're literally seen. Hold on, wait. Okay, dude. All right, enough. All right, this is the like fourth time that you've interrupted me when it was my turn to talk. I'm having enough of this, and I'm getting to the point where like if we want to go into the real memes, like I can get mean because this so far has been like an incel whole like rabbit hole. But like we can get there if you're
really.
Yeah, it has been. And if we're gonna start getting into the interrupty, like really like trying to do the donkey thing, I promise you I will beat you. But that's okay. Like I was more interested in having it like an interesting probing into your meme, but as we dug deeper, I just keep finding all these further incel memes. So let's get to the point in this. What I'm talking about right here with regard to this is that women are not given societal respect. In fact, they're seen as too weak to possibly be the one that's wrong. Now, I will agree that in the very micro, in the like individual circumstance, a woman could potentially take advantage of that to her advantage. But that doesn't mean that there's a systemic empowerment, because when we're talking about systemic issues, it actually matters what the reason behind those issues are. And in the example that you used where you're talking about, oh, well, Black people get arrested instantly by the police, that's not even the same reason. The reason why Black people are arrested instantaneously by the police is because we have a racist police force that has justified this type of absurd discrimination. And when we're talking about women versus men, we're talking about a completely different dynamic. So these aren't parallel. Do you see what I'm talking about? Or were you just not paying attention?
To be honest, when you said that like it doesn't necessarily systemically empower one group when another is disempowered, I kind of stopped listening because
okay, all right. Well, I see what's the thing. So let me just summarize. Let me just summarize your argument backwards. Let me just summarize.
If you lower
well,
one
you've gotten
group
to the
of
point.
people,
No, all right, my dude. Listen, you've gotten really fucking disrespectful since you came on here, and this was interesting. Wait, no, it was super interesting because I came on hoping to question you in good faith, and the further that we went on,
you called me an incel.
I just called you an incel after you interrupted me about 4 times, and I'm not gonna lie, at this point it is increasingly seeming like you are more incel-y than I thought originally, because I came in originally I came in with literally 100% good faith, but after interrupting me and now you're doing the smuckling and now you just are straight up tuning out in the middle of when I'm talking to you and thinking that makes you feel good, it actually really feels really fucking weird. And I'm not gonna lie, this is something I encounter pretty frequently. And it does play into that sort of incel-y kind of bullshit, doesn't it? That you would just think that, oh, I'm just going to tune out while I'm talking to this woman. We're talking about gender issues. I tuned out when you did this. Haha, smuckle. And then I'm going to interrupt you when it's your turn. Yeah, that's a little disrespectful, my dude. So, for sure, we can keep memeing like this, but let's be honest. Your argument is more or less that men have no culpability in any of this. You regularly were very, very, very liberal with your you were very I'm still talking. You were very, very liberal with your use of the term titty streamer, and then you backed off like 6 different times, backpedaling on what a titty streamer is. I'm not gonna lie. What it sounds like to me is like you have a problem with women. And you think that it's like the women's place to assuage the egos of men so that men won't stalk and rape them, which is what actually happens in our society at a ridiculously shocking rate. And you're unwilling to say, damn, maybe there's a problem with our patriarchal, male-driven society that men need to address. Maybe if men treated each other with a little bit more kindness, maybe if men didn't taught each other and took the time to teach each other that, hey, you can't just assume that a woman, if a woman says you're cute, that you can therefore fuck that woman. Maybe that would actually solve some of our problems. Maybe if we started breaking down patriarchy among the people who benefit the most from patriarchy, we could actually make some progress. But you wouldn't even be willing. You weren't even willing to go halfway there. In fact, you said that most of this is on women. And so I feel like at this point, your hand has been played. You played your hand a while ago when you were unwilling to even consider the fact that maybe men have a pretty big part to play in this as well, especially considering that in the big picture, women bear the brunt of the blowback of all of this.
Okay, I got a few problems with what you said. One, the only reason I used the word titty streamer is because you did. So it's pretty interesting that all of a sudden I'm the one being liberal with the usage of it when I only used it after you did. And even when I did, I think I immediately clarified that what I meant was people who were exploitative in their behaviors. So I just like to clear that little bit up. As for the rest of what you said, I don't think I've ever said that men bear no culpability. In fact, I think this entire fucking conversation, I have been very careful to make sure to say that these are complicated problems where multiple people can be at fault and some of the responsibility can fall on some parties.
Actually, I believe if we're clear, just to be clear about this, I believe you said that women, the main thing that needs to happen was women needed to start paying more compliments. Just so we're clear on this. Go ahead.
I think yes, the main cause of this specific phenomenon, where we're talking about this one specific area of men reading too much into women's compliments, I think the lion's share of the cause there probably going to be the lack of compliments from women in general.
Damn. Okay.
That's what I would say.
Nice. Well, yeah. So interestingly, my concerns with the meme, as we dug into it, were demonstrated.
I believe this is about the meme anymore.
Well, no, I mean, it isn't really about the meme anymore. But it's interesting that the meme, that like my and my chat's intuition on the meme was very telling of the sort of worldview, which is the assumption that basically, you know, women owe men a fuckload, and if women get stalked and harassed,
No, I don't think I've ever said.
That's actually exactly what you've said. Your argument is implied.
Really?
Yeah,
Can you find me any point in which I unironically said or implied that women owe random?
Yeah, it was
men
literally 5 seconds ago when you said.
Really?
That,
What did I say?
Yep, exactly. When you literally you motherfucking just said it. In fact, we could literally rewind this and play it back. It would be really cool if I had that ability. I don't have a tape deck, but it'd be super cool. You just said a couple minutes ago that when referring to this specific issue, aka when men way over assume what women are saying, because when a woman says, "Oh, hey, you're cute," that they over assume that and assume that entitles them to sexual attention. You said that the bulk of that problem falls on women. So yes, you literally made you literally made that argument. You just made that argument. Everyone just heard you make that exact argument.
No,
and
because I never said falls on. I never said anything.
Yes,
about
you
fault.
literally
I said
did.
Cause.
What?
I did not.
That's the.
I was very.
Wait, what do you mean? That's the exact.
Extremely specific to use the word cause.
Wait, what do you mean by cause? So wait, when you say it's caused by women, that means that the responsibility to fix it would fall on women. Yes.
Not at all. That is a huge leap. Just because something is the cause of something does not mean it is the responsibility of them to fix it. That is a
okay.
huge
Can you square that with what you said earlier, where you said it was the reluctance of women to engage in discussions about their own harassment online, and you said, well, maybe if they weren't so afraid to talk about it, the problem would actually get fixed. See, this is the thing. You're
literally never said that ever.
Oh my
In
God!
Fact, I think I was extremely specifically clear to say that sexism would exist without this, and that it is just an extra fuel source. I think I literally said that.
Straight up, dude. Like, this is at the point where
Like,
you're just lying.
about things that I
No,
said,
you are
though.
literally lying about the things that you said earlier in this argument. We literally have the VOD on this.
I will find you the clip where I specifically say unprompted that sexism would exist without.
Wait, that has nothing to do. That has nothing to do with what we're talking about here. Your position at every juncture of this discussion, every single juncture, has been to put the responsibility for solving the problem mostly, if not completely. No. Hold on a second. Okay, you can squeeze around the words, you can try and massage them and pussyfoot around it. But what you said is that, oh well, if women would just do this, it would solve the problem. What you're doing is functionally.
I mean, it would, wouldn't it?
No, it wouldn't. Not at all. Do you think that women paying men more attention in a world where men already get an incredible amount of attention from women and then also abuse that? would solve the problem. Yeah.
You think men get a lot of positive attention from women spontaneously in a non-romantic way?
Some men do. Yep. Some men do.
Some.
Yeah, but it's rare. And you want to know why it's rare? It's rare because men have
so is it rare or is it a lot?
Nope. It's rare for an individual to have that type of...
No, but you just said it was a lot, though.
Okay, all right. Are you just trolling at this point? Is this like
you just said it was a lot.
No, I didn't. I said certain men do. Dude.
You literally just said the
what
words
is your what are you trying to get at? Okay,
what men get a lot of attention. I will send you the clip right now.
Let's try and do this again, because here's what keeps happening. You keep interrupting me in the middle of points, and then you try to act like you got a gotcha, and then I try to figure out what the fuck you're actually trying to argue, and you're not arguing anything, and it's making me increasingly frustrated, because what it seems like you're doing is being a clown. And if you're being a clown and you just can't like admit when you've exhausted your debates, that's fine. I didn't really expect it to get this intense, but I mean, to a certain degree, like, holy shit, my dude. But on the other hand, it's like, what is your point here? What sort of point are you trying to make? We have a society where men have normalized it to the degree that nearly every woman you talk to, and it's funny, if you took the time to go watch what women are actually talking about and the problems that women deal with in online spaces, you might actually know this. You might actually know some of these things. But yeah, if you took that time to go figure that out, you'd find out that it's a widespread issue that women receive an incredible amount of sexual harassment, stalking for nothing, even when they don't do anything at all. And when they do, they increase the risk of that greatly. And if that's the case in a society that is nonetheless pervaded by patriarchy, then at least we should be able to admit that at least a pretty good chunk of that is going to have to come from men coming together and changing their behavior. So what are you actually saying against that instead of, like, I don't know, trying to get some weird gotchas?
So if I had to condense, I mean, we're kind of on a different argument than the one we originally began.
Not really.
With the tweet. So I will try and condense the past hour or so.
Okay.
No, more like half hour. I'll try to condense like the last half hour into one point, which is that I think that the largest cause of men overreacting to compliments and reading too much into them, I think that the largest cause of that is the lack of compliments that men get primarily from women. That would be my point.
Okay. So, if that is the case, if the largest cause is the lack of compliments, then who is responsible for changing and fixing that problem?
That's a complicated question.
Okay. Are you just going to avoid it, or are
I
you
think
just going to
we
imply
collectively
maybe?
as a society, it's kind of a dumb answer, but like we collectively as a society are responsible, I guess, to like foster spaces in which women feel more comfortable giving compliments to men.
Do you think men have any responsibility in this?
Well, men are part of society, so yes.
Okay, well, what's their responsibility? Because you've told us what women should be doing. You've said that multiple times here, what you believe women should be doing for men. What do you think men should be doing?
Probably help to foster spaces in which, I mean, I'm just gonna say the same thing again. We as a society,
damn, you're so non-committal.
To foster spaces in which women feel safer in order to give more compliments to men in their lives.
Damn. So you're very willing to engage in incredible specificity with what you demand from women, but then when it's time for men, it's like, well, society needs to do this sort of thing. What should men do? Like, come on, put some spine in there and give us some real statements. What should men do?
Okay, okay. The reason I can be specific is because, I mean, all that's required of women is to give compliments. Now, in order to build a space in which which they feel, oh my,
go ahead,
you get mad at me for interrupting. Please let me finish. All that needs to be done to fix the problem of no compliments for men is more compliments. That's an easy thing to do. The hard part is making a space in which women do that more often. That's the complicated part, because it turns out humans are complicated. Sociology is a complicated science, okay? So pardon me if I can't give you specific ideas for how to change culture, okay?
Yeah.
That's why it's easy to give what women need to do to fix the problem, and why it's hard to say what society needs to do. Because
What about
the problem
men?
is a lack of compliments. The solution is more compliments.
What
so
about men?
obviously, it's easy to be specific about women.
You
and hard to
literally,
be
wait,
specific
in this,
about
I just want to
society.
point something out. In this literal last sentence that you said, I asked you, what should men be doing? And you went off on a big tirade about this, that, and the other thing. And you said, well, it's really easy to tell what women should do, but it's hard to do what society. And you never said anything about men. You literally don't have an answer.
Men are a part of society.
Yeah,
Are
but
you
what should
serious?
men do? You're willing to highlight what women should do. What should men do, my dude? This shouldn't be hard. You're like destroying your own credibility live. Like, what the fuck?
What do you mean?
What should men do?
Men are a part of society.
Hold on. Let me just summarize something for you. So you've said that it would be, quote unquote, very easy for women to just give more compliments, despite the fact that
No.
Wait, no.
Oh,
Let me
God.
finish. You literally just said that.
I said that's the easy part. Yes.
Yeah, no,
Which
you
does not
said
mean it is easy
you
for
said
women to
you
give
literally said it was easy for them. I'm sorry, you said it.
I said
that.
it was the easy
Multiple
part.
people in chat are telling me that you did actually say that. I'm not the only one who remembered you saying literally.
Wait, do
do
we
that.
want to trade
You
clips?
literally
'Cause
said.
I think I have a clip of you. The
Please,
thing from earlier.
please.
Do we want to trade clips now?
No, I would just love for you to stop being a weaselly liar, because you are actually being really weaselly right now. You literally said all women have to do is do this. You strongly.
Yeah, I was being somewhat facetious.
Oh my
because
God! Well, now
obviously
you
I
can't have it both
understand that
ways. So
they're-
either be
okay.
facetious or speak your points correctly. If you're gonna get mad about being misunderstood, maybe you shouldn't be so fucking facetious. Now, next, if that's the case, we can acknowledge in this very conversation, in this exact conversation that we've had together, we've talked about how it is indeed a fact that women are often their interest is overassumed, that you believe that saying somebody is, for example, you yourself have demonstrated this. You think if somebody tells you you're cute, that's like an invitation, that's flirting in your mind. And now we know, we've established that this is the case. We've established that men overdo this all the time. So it actually isn't just that women have to pay compliments. It's that women have to pay compliments at risk to themselves. You are asking actually quite a lot of women, and then when I ask you for just a simple thing, what should men be responsible for, you cannot answer. And what that indicates to me is that you have a very clear bias in here. A very clear bias.
I was pretty clear in what men need to do. You just won't accept the fact that men are a part of society.
What does men need to do? Just say it. Come on, it should be really easy for you. What do men need to do?
Okay, so men should help along with the rest of society.
Oh my God,
to
you can't
foster
do
spaces.
it. You literally can't do it. DaScrubKing, this is so sad. You literally can't do it.
Wait, I'm doing it right
no,
now.
No, you aren't. You literally aren't. When you were asked to talk about women, you said women need to do this, women need to do that, and women should be doing this, and I should be doing this. And then when it comes to men, you go men and along with the rest of society. You're doing the Donald Trump thing. Literally. You're doing the Donald Trump thing.
What Donald Trump?
The Donald Trump thing
what?
where he goes like, oh yeah, like all of the bad guys and everybody else, you all gotta just calm down. It's like when people say, hey, why don't you denounce the Proud Boys? He goes, I denounce the Proud Boys and Antifa. And it's like, dude, why can't you just denounce the Proud Boys? And then I ask you, what do men need to do? And you go, and now you're smuggling again, which is hilarious. But I ask you, what do men need to do? And you go, well, men and society need to do this. Well, obviously men are a part of society, but what do men need to do? We've already talked about what you think women need to do. But you can't answer straight, and haven't for almost 15 minutes, 10 minutes now, admitted what the fuck what men are actually supposed to do. You just put it all on women. This is why I said that before, and then you said, no, I didn't. And now I've proven, yes, you do.
Men should help to foster spaces in which women feel safer to give more compliments to the men in their lives.
Okay, cool. How do they do that?
Which is exactly what I said before. Just replace the word men with society.
Yeah, because you can't answer it. How do they do that? How do they foster those spaces?
How do they? You realize this is a complex sociological
question,
right?
Wait a second. Why is it complex and sociological when I ask you about what men should do?
But
it's not complex and sociological when I ask you what women should do.
Okay.
No,
I was going to answer your question.
Go for it. Try.
Okay, so this is like asking the question, well, okay, so we need to lower wealth inequality in America. Okay, that's a thing we need to do. How do we do that? And then getting upset when the other person doesn't have like complicated economic proposals. Okay.
No, let me give you an example of what would be a better and more correct parallel. Let me just give you a quick example. It would be if I said, damn, we really need to do something about wealth inequality. And I was to say, it seems to me like poor people have to work really hard and they get almost nothing for it, while rich people are able to collect a lot of money every year. And then you said, well, no, you know, I think poor people have a lot to blame here. Poor people should do this, this, and this, and they should be working these many more hours. And then I said, well, don't you think rich people should do it? And then you go, well, yeah, rich people and the rest of society should do it. That would have been a more accurate example, because that's what you keep doing.
Okay.
Damn.
A couple problems. One.
Oh, okay.
Never said blame. I have been very careful
Oh
to
my
never
God.
use the word blame ever, because I know that's probably going to be pretty touchy. So
It doesn't. The term blame doesn't matter. What matters here is
no,
is
it
how you
actually does, because something can be the cause of a problem without being to blame.
You are so weaselly. I didn't expect you to be this
No,
weaselly.
this is just how words work.
No, this isn't what words work. This is you literally dodging a question for 10 minutes,
No,
an incredibly
this is-
simple question.
This is how words work.
No, this isn't really that's not what you can't just say this is how words work when you've been
So do you
directly
think that if
dodging.
something is the cause of something, that also makes it that entity's responsibility to fix it?
Generally, yes. Yeah.
Ooh, generally, that's a big word.
Yeah,
It's carrying a lot of weight there.
No, it isn't. It's generally that's the rule. Now,
Okay, but generally implies that there's situations where it's not.
I mean, there could be, yeah. Like for example, I don't know.
Yeah, okay,
Like,
so
here's an
all I'm
example. Wait,
saying-
I got an example for you. Like, here's an example. If an earthquake happens, wait, no, let me finish. If an earthquake happens, it is the fault of the earthquake. Haha, literally, fault line joke. But
I'm not
like,
talking
it's
about a natural phenomenon.
Okay, well, so then there are circumstances in which it doesn't make sense. But in general,
No, I'm not
wait,
talking
in
about
general,
natural
when we're
phenomena, I'm
talking,
talking
in general, when we're talking about people, if people are engaging in something and people are a part of something, a part of a structure or a superstructure, or whatever word you want to use, it is generally, to some degree, their responsibility to fix a thing if they are causing a thing.
Really? Then what's the point of government?
What?
Okay, so my
Wait,
counter-argument
what?
here is going to... Okay, can you let me explain, or are you just going to say what?
Go ahead.
Okay, can I continue?
Can you?
So there are bad things that happen in this world, right?
Yes.
And we would say that sometimes these bad things that happen, it doesn't really make much sense to say that the people that caused those bad things are responsible in fixing it, because we have a government for that. So things like, I don't know, homelessness, right? That's a bad thing. Probably not good that people are homeless. Now, are we going to say that it's the specific landlord that evicted them or the person that fired them? Are we going to say they're responsible for fixing the problem? No, because that's pretty dumb. We're probably going to say it's like the government's responsibility to solve that problem, right? To make it right?
I have no fucking clue what you're talking about right now.
I don't think what I said is that complicated, but I can...
No, I just
run you
don't
through
know how
again.
it connects at all. We're talking about classes.
I'm giving you an example of something that can be caused
So
by
are
one
you
group
saying
of
that the
people.
government should step in and force women to give men more compliments and
No,
also
I'm
protect
just
them?
giving you an Okay, I'm just giving you an example
Okay.
of something that can happen that is bad, that is caused by one person, but it is the responsibility of a different person to fix.
But it isn't though. Like what do you mean? Like okay.
but it is,
Well, hold
though.
on. No, it isn't. Okay, because what you're talking about, you're conflating you're like literally just bananaing back and forth between like fucking boomeranging back and forth between personal responsibility versus societal responsibility. If we're talking about homelessness as a problem, homelessness has many causes. And the reason why we sometimes would say like we would use a government structure to fix it is because the government structure can identify those problems and identify what's causing those problems. AKA, they can analyze multiple sources. Like, for example, homelessness might be simultaneously the cause of a pandemic, the cause of capitalists who are unwilling to give their employees unemployment or benefits, and also could be also the problem of housing groups that are aggressively evicting people. All of these contribute to homelessness, and the government can help determine which one of these is the issue and who needs to be adjusted for that. So for example, the government might come in and say, well, it would be really bad and it would make the homelessness problem worse if landlords were evicting people in the middle of a pandemic. So we are going to say the landlords cannot evict, because if they were evicting, they would be causing a worsening of the homelessness problem. So what you're talking about here has nothing to do with what we were talking about before. Unless you're arguing that like the government should step in and force women to give men more compliments.
No, I think what I was saying before is we need to make spaces in which women feel safer to give men more compliments.
And wait, or maybe we should just make spaces safer for women in general, and then we can also work on what makes men feel so alienated. Maybe we should take the fact that like women already currently live in a society where they don't feel safe anywhere. They don't feel safe doing anything. And that's a huge problem. That's a massive problem.
Okay, so getting back to compliments, what we're specifically talking about, I think that... Okay, I'm going to try to do this again. Okay. So I think women are the primary, not total, primary cause of this problem that we have.
Yeah.
But I think the responsibility does not fall on women.
Except for when they have to pay more.
The responsibility would fall on us collectively as a society, which includes men who do live in a society.
Right.
Along with women.
And as men control and statistically...
Not all facets of it.
Yes, but they control quite a lot of it. Like, quite a lot.
Okay.
Like, on basically every metric you can measure.
This is kind of a weird thing to specify, though. Because if I say we collectively, as a society, have a responsibility to fight racism, it's kind of weird to be like, well, white people control it.
Yeah.
Like, but like, we're talking about, like, we should still do it all as a society,
if white people predominantly, like, I mean, and this is actually, I mean, this is going to hurt your argument, by the way, by bringing this up. Like, for example, in the case of racism, white people control so much of, and interestingly, white men control so much of society and politics that, that it is absolutely on the shoulders of predominantly white men to improve the situation of racism, or for us to disempower those people.
No. Okay. So.
Okay. You good?
I don't even know where to start.
Okay. Well, listen. How about where to end? Because at this point, I feel like we're spinning our wheels, and I think that we've gotten your point, which is more or less, if I'm not mistaken, that the government should force women to give more compliments to men. No, I'm just kidding. That's me.
No, that is actually literally not what I said at all.
I just said I was just kidding. I just said I was just kidding. I just said I was just kidding. I was just poking at you. It's all good. Now, I do think that you... Oh,
it's a good, real fun meme when you got people from your chat coming into mine calling me an incel. It's a real good meme.
Oh, damn.
Real XD funny meme.
Are you okay?
No, I think I'm pretty reasonably upset at the implication or outright explicit saying that I am like an incel.
I mean, I don't know.
I think that's pretty justifiable when I don't think I've expressed any of those views at all.
I mean,
in any capacity.
I don't know. Like maybe
And
it's
in fact,
it's your own audience.
Consider myself like.
I mean,
wait? Listen. Pretty, like I unironically call myself like a proud SJW.
Damn.
Like,
well, I mean, listen. I would say that you could brush up on feminism a little more before you go around calling yourself a proud SJW. Yeah, I actually do think you can. I think I think your ability to argue these points in this argument was not good, personally, and I think that I think you're yeah, I do. I actually think you made a lot of really weird victim blamey approaches in this.
I actually never use the word blame.
I
never
don't
blamed
care.
anyone,
It doesn't
actually.
matter. Like that's very, very weird.
I mean, it kind of does because you're saying I victim blame. That kind of requires me to blame somebody, doesn't it?
You do realize that you don't have to literally say the word blame for your arguments.
Wait.
No. Okay,
But like,
you're jumping
I
over
haven't
again.
actually blamed women for anything. You know that, right?
Okay. you don't have to use literally the word blame for your argument to
No, but you know that I haven't blamed women.
All right,
for
dude. This
anything,
is this is good memes. I know you're like, I don't know what's going on right now, but like this is like not interesting anymore when you're just going to interrupt when I'm trying to say something. The fact of the matter is your arguments.
We both interrupted each other quite a bit.
Yeah, but at this point you're interrupting me quite a lot more. And at what I'm trying to do is trying to wrap this up and get to conclusions. But I don't know, maybe, I don't know. Like, I don't know. Did you came on here, we had a little debate, we had our little discussion. You know, I don't know. Oh wait. Oh yeah, that's right. I should. Listen, I am going to say, I appreciate the memes. It was nice talking with you. I do think you could probably use some touching up on some of these arguments. I don't think that your argument lines up, especially when you're willing to acknowledge that we live in a patriarchal society. But then when we talk about responsibility, you cannot even say that men need to do anything. You could not say that.
No, I think
I asked you like 8 times and you couldn't until I literally pinned you down, and then you said that
like
men
times.
and society
I said
should.
that
Okay.
we collectively, which includes men, need to build spaces in which women feel safer to complement the men in their lives.
Sure.
I said that several times,
I mean,
actually.
again, like you keep doing the same thing, which is that you are more than willing to tell women what they need to do, but you won't even say what men need to do. You'll bring it up as like a weird thing of like men and society, which by your terms would include women in what men need to do. It's a little weird that you would do it that way, but all right. It was a nice meme. It was nice talking with you. Did you have any other last minute memes you wanted to drop before you go?
Oh, there's too much.
Oh boy.
There's too much.
Damn. Really? There's too much?
I guess the highlights of tonight for me were personally, when you said that somebody charging someone with a knife wasn't the aggressor.
I never said that.
I think that was pretty cool.
I literally never said that. That's really funny that you would say that.
I think the bit where
all
you
right, dude. All right.
didn't
All right, this is
understand
getting
where-
really stupid. The highlight for me was when you played your hand way too heavy and you just came off like a giant incel.
What
All right,
hand
it
is
was
that?
nice. Have a nice day. Hope you get your government mandated compliments soon. Okay? I'll talk to you soon. Bye-bye. That was a nice meme. Yeah, I tried. Listen, I tried to end it as peacefully as possible, but I literally never said that. It's extremely hilarious to me. Oh boy, here's fuel for the drama fire. I don't know. Do we need more drama today? We've had so much drama. All right, Dylan Burns, let's take a look. Oh my fucking God. That was actually embarrassing. Oh my fucking God, that was embarrassing. Fucking Socrates Steve fans. The amount of pointless, irrelevant, self-defeating, purity testing, clueless, nitpicking dunderheads do nothing but waste every time with empty political commentary. They have ideologies that change like hats, not normal hats either. One week you're wearing a top hat, the next week is a pirate hat. One week it's Maoism with Titoist characteristics.
What a delightful debate. Have a meme.
Listen, I feel a little bad about calling him an incel, but at the same time, he also fucking interrupted me a million times. Let's see. Debate, power level, Vosh, Destiny, line of typicality, Hassan, streaming stamina, outlier zone, Demon Mama. Woo! This is a good-ass meme! Thank you! Thank you very much, 8D5D2D Derek. Appreciate that. I like that I'm just slightly lower than Vosh in the debate power level, but I do have the streaming stamina. It was a pivot Roddy.
I just wanted to say how happy I am that we have Booba now. I've had to use Otta for the past 20 years, and I like Booba so much more.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. It's true. All right, let's see what Dylan's thread is all about. All right, Dylan. Wait, Chud, are you still here? Is Chud Logic still awake here, or did Chud go to bed? Because I said I was going to talk to Chud, but if Chud's... I might just have Dylan on. Let's read Dylan's thread. Dylan, are you here? You haven't been on in a while. Yeah, I mean, I don't think I'm owed them, but if you want to throw more donos my way, I always appreciate it. There's no way. Hey, Dylan, let me read your thread, and then I'll bring you on and we can talk about it, all right? Time to get something I've been thinking about. All right. The amount of pointless, irrelevant, self-defeating, purity testing, clueless, nitpicky dunderheads who do nothing but waste everyone's time with political commentary. Yeah, I'm almost at 9 hours. They have ideologies that change like hats, not normal hats. 1 week you're wearing a top hat, next it's a pirate hat. 1 week it's Maoism with Titoist characteristics, next it's anarcho-communism with a hint of syndicalism. I understand that you're still growing, but if you're still growing ideologically so rapidly with sharp turns in what you believe, maybe wait a little bit before starting that Twitch channel. Most of your ideologies that you're treating like fads are irrelevant anyway. Another thing, get over yourself when it comes to what you expect a politician today to be. These Puritans want politicians to be their friends who agree with everything that they think and not agents of change. Voting is a tool that should drag us closer to that world that we want. Those agents of change will often be extremely flawed, but you should never give an opportunity to achieve movement in the right direction or prevent movement in the wrong direction. Of course, voting does not give you warm fuzzies. Lives are at stake. It sucks. That's true. Also, stop your fake outreach when activists work with people you don't like in pursuance of goals, like certain Senate elections that benefit working people. If it helps achieve meaningful progress, then I will work with problematic streamers all the way up to Joe Manchin. We are in a recession, a pandemic, all during a climate crisis. We don't have time to wait for your perfect candidate, party, or activist. We have the people around us right now, and we should put them to good use. I'm not interested in joining your party of one. True. None of this means that you cannot do direct action. You can do both, you dunderheads. Doing both direct action and voting is necessary. Fully capitalize on your political activism. You can volunteer at food banks, work with unions, and vote. Amazing, right? Yet those who talk of direct action and getting active or give you this commentary online seem to be those who do these things the least. No volunteering for food banks, voting in national and local election, running for office, helping out at campaigns, etc. In fact, the ones that always spitball those who are doing this are the ones doing it the least. Or they're the worst organizers on the planet who could not win an election where only their mom voted. Stop kneecapping those who are actually trying. Also, I'm sure you're reading this right now. Oh, Dylan's talking about me, not them. Really think about if I'm not talking about you before you come to any conclusions. Armchair activism out. Nice. Uh-oh. Oof. Oof. Damn. Oh shit, you're adding them all. Holy shit. Holy shit. The most intellectually hollow person I ever spoke to was Angie Speaks, and she did not only have anything of value to say on the burn your bus topic, which she joined in on the side of before renouncing it, she somehow had nothing to say, but also took up the most time. Oh, and she was obviously also so wrong on the Joe Biden not winning as well, lol. I don't care what she thinks. She blocked me anyway and was disrespectful with everyone's time. Kiara Husk was the most armchair activist on elections as physically possible, while also spitting on anyone who actually wanted to have an impact on conflicts like the war in Yemen. She's gone now from Twitch and online commentary, so whatever. Don't think they're all lefties either. Drone Tech was so insufferable in DMs around his Russia purity testing and would not say it to my face after I asked to talk to him when he kept pushing it that I really don't have a good reason to talk to him anymore. Don't get me started on trying to have a working relationship with Redneck. Hilariously, out of the people listed, the easiest to deal with mentally. I remember Pinko the Bear wanted to cancel me because I had American flag in the background. I think Carpe Pax was onto that too. Lol, purity testing to the max. I could keep going here with some names I could throw out. I can only deal with so much heat at a time though. It is what it is. Excited for moral outrage-fueled responses. Whoo, boy, Dylan. Jesus Christ. You're not taking no for an answer. Holy shit. Holy shit. All right, Dylan, I definitely want to have you on. Dylan, I want to have you on to talk about this, okay? Can you wait like 10 minutes for me to have a quick conversation with another streamer who I said I would have come on? Can you wait like 10 minutes? I promise it won't be that long. Oh, actually, okay. Never mind. They're not available. Dylan, get the fuck on here. Come on in. I want you in here. Dylan, get the fuck in here. Where the fuck? Dylan. Get the fuck in here. That was a fucking wild-ass stream. Babies! Babies! Oh my god, they're so cute. Pigeon. Oh my god. Oh my god, Pigeon and Artemy. This is fucking sick. Definitely cooling me off after that conversation. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Listen, you know what? That was a heated conversation. Got a little dumb at the end, but such is life. Dylan, you are here. Dylan chillin'. Dylan the Burns. How are you doing? You are muted.
Hello, how's it going?
Hello. How are you?
I'm doing okay.
Putting
I'm
your
doing
name
pretty
up on
decent.
here real quick. Dylan Burns TV. That was a fucking wild ass thread. You did not take any fucking. Well, you did take names. You did take them down, actually. To be fair.
I actually did and I have a list right in front of me of other people I just haven't said yet out loud.
All right, listen. Call me out. Get it out of the way.
I'm not saying these names yet because I want to think about it first. Okay.
You got but call me. You got something for me? You got something to say to me? Come on, say it. Let's do it.
Demon Mama, 1 second. It's pretty long.
Yeah, bring me up the laundry list.
Let me go through all the pages quick.
Ooh, yeah. Now that's a rap sheet. Whew.
Yeah. Let's see. So it starts with the Demon, you can't mute me when I'm trying to say it.
Yeah, it's my clinical dunderheadedness. That's what's going on.
Yeah, Demon Mama, if you keep muting me, then obviously I can't out you for all of your scummy stuff in chat.
Yeah, exactly. Damn, don't make me put Discord on the screen. What the fuck is a dunderhead? Donald Trump, you are a dunderhead. That's what a dunderhead is.
Yeah, if you don't know what a dunderhead is, you are actually just a dunderhead.
True.
Honestly.
That's true.
100%. Confirmed dunderheads in chat. But what would you expect from Demon Mama's community?
It's true, exactly. We have a lot of dunderheads here. It's true.
Exactly.
Wait, do you want to be on video? I can put you on the screen if you want to be on. You don't gotta though.
It is. It's 2:30 a.m.
Oh, is it? Holy shit. Oh, it is 11:30. I didn't realize how late I'd been streaming. Holy shit.
Yeah. So what do you want to ask me about?
Oh, no, I was just going to talk to you about it. Like, cuz I mean, you may have seen, I don't know if you've seen any of my content recently, but I've been doing some of this little DRAMAMA coverage, which tends to be the intention of fucking dispelling hearsay and bullshit and get to the bottom of it. And we just did one today where I talked about pretty much exactly that, like that, you know, people use titles and badges of like identities and tendencies and whatever as a way to like signal, but they don't always necessarily mean those things. And if we just take everything at face value and we look at not at action, but at just words, it can leave us really vulnerable to being co-opted, as we've seen, you know. I don't know if you're looking at the screen right now, but here, let me show you. If you look at my Steam stream, you will see my drawing earlier here today, and I can explain this to you real quick. I think you might appreciate this. Can you see the drawing?
Yes. Is the one on the right a self-portrait?
Yes. This is me. I am very much a Hitlerian red Nazi with a mustache.
I mean, if you have redneck.
Yeah. I mean, true. Oh boy. Listen, let's not reignite that here. I don't think I need any more of a session from that fella. But let's take a look. So here we have the based tweeter who's doing cool things on Twitter, like for example, reporting honestly on, you know, a Nazi police officer who was advocating for civil war on his pseudo anonymous account while serving as a sheriff in Charlottesville. Yikes. So we have this person, and then the Nazis get real mad, and then they go to their Discord, their poll, their telegrams, and somebody in there, whether it's a fake or a real person, the anonymous account that nobody seems to know with about 5K followers has a hammer and sickle in their bio. Maybe it says, you know, anarcho communist blah blah blah. Maybe it says ML. Then they type out a thread that has a big accusation, and then a bunch of kids, like 100,000 kids and other people on the internet, all see, oh, well, this is a communist telling me this or whatever, or somebody who identifies with my ideology, and then they retweet it, and then they go crazy on this person, and then that controversy, no matter how true it is then used to justify the next wave of harassment and controversy. And we've had like 4 or 5 people that have had this happen to them. It's very weird to me. But yeah, I figured we should establish and draw out and put a very scribbly name to this process that we have happen. So yeah, I feel like your thread is a little, hey, damn, it's a little timely, huh?
Maybe a tiny bit.
Yeah, we're on the same wavelength.
So basically what happened today is I was streaming, and then I'm pretty sure I was DDoSed because I tried to my internet went out like 4 times in like 30 to 40 minutes, and but like at one point it was like I'm introducing myself on the round table, and that's exactly when everything cuts out and slows down. It's like a slow turn down though. It isn't like immediate. It's like a slowly, before it crashes, everything turned red. So it was extremely frustrating because it was my first stream back from the holidays, and I was excited to be streaming again. So it was very frustrating to have that happen. I don't know if I'm gonna have to invest in a VPN now and all this other stuff, and it's been quite frustrating. So I was like, man. So it looks like my first day back, I did not have the type of stream I wanted. I'm kind of upset a little bit. I'm upset, and I would also like attention because when you come back, you want to do it in in style. So I said like I'm upset and I want attention.
And you went.
I got an idea. I was like, you know what? I have some things I've been meaning to say. Let me just. Yeah. Oh yeah. And you know what? I decided to type those out, put them out there, and I think most of my takes are pretty milquetoast here, honestly.
Yeah.
I don't know why it's catching fire so quickly.
I don't know. I couldn't imagine how.
I don't know why.
Let's see though. We can put you on trial right now, right live.
Sure.
Look at this. Let's go take a look. Let's see. We got to go to your profile real quick. We got to look in your tweet and replies. All right. Okay.
Wait, did Jack Saint reply to that?
Jack Saint did, yeah. Jack Saint did. Here, hold on, I'll go back. Yeah, Jack Saint said, honestly, I'm just outraged at how many times you killed me as an imposter and got away with it. Hey, that happens to me too. I get killed all the time. Me and Jack Saint, comrades in arms, getting killed all the time. All right.
I didn't see that.
Let's see. Okay, let's see. All right. So far, easiest to deal with mentally out of the list. Okay. His friends are irrelevant. Okay. So are you engaging in okay. Are you engaging in discourse here, or are you dunking?
I'm trying to engage in discourse, but I'm doing it in a very edgy manner by just being on the edge constantly.
Oh no. I think Dylan Burns has better hair than a hypothetical being with perfect hair. Yep. Oh, okay. Well, all right. So far, only one instance of you engaging in discourse, which violates the IMP's code. Not bad. Not bad. You're doing pretty good for making a inflammatory thread that mostly dunks on people. You've done very little engaging in the discourse. That's good.
Yeah. And
all right, everybody, give Dylan in chat. Give Dylan the ahegao face. Give Dylan the demon ahegao for successfully mostly sticking to the IMP's code. There we go.
The IMP's code?
Yeah. Do you not know the IMP's code? Wait a minute, Dylan. You have to. I've been hawking this shit for like months.
Oh.
All right. Look, I even have a command. Watch IMPs. Look at that. Bam. IMP's code. Always remember.
This is some theory stuff.
No. This is real. Okay. Ready?
You're not gonna have to. Unlike theory.
Okay, unlike theory. Listen. Here you go. The IMP's code was what I invented to make my experience and presumably other people's experience better on Twitter. And there are 3 rules for things you do on Twitter and 1 rule for what you don't do on Twitter. All right? The first rule, in the IMP's code, immediately stop discoursing. If you're discoursing, and what we define discoursing as is when you're talking back and forth, maybe disagreeing, maybe agreeing with people that you care about. Discourse is, it's actually having a conversation. You don't discourse with Sargon of Akkad. You don't discourse with Tucker Carlson. You know what I mean? So that wouldn't count as discourse. Discourse is when you're like having like a 20-minute conversation or 20-tweet conversation with Jack Saint over whether he should make a SpongeBob video or something like that. That's discoursing. So stop it.
He should.
Yeah, he should. I agree. Stop discoursing immediately. Then rule number 2, the M, meme and cream, which means on Twitter, it's great to put memes out. Memes are hilarious. People laugh at them. They get shared all over the place. They grow your Twitter account. People laugh. They go, haha. And there's no drama most of the time. Or it can be easily ignored. And then 2, cream. Well, we all know what that means. Twitter's great for finding porn. Let's just be like that, all right? So then we have P of the IMP's code. Rule number 3. Promote yourself and or your friends. Makes sense, right? Twitter being an ad platform is great for promoting yourself, which you do all the time, and promoting your friends, which you also do all the time, which is awesome. Super good for it. And then 4, slaughter your genuine opponents, the S, in the arena of ideas. And what that means is this used to be called dunk on your abject opponents. Dunk is when there's somebody you don't give a shit about, that you don't care to have a nice conversation with, you can dunk on them. And this code is meant to fix most of the problems of meaningless, pointless, draining, exhausting, horrible, unfun Twitter drama.
I have a problem with this.
Sure, go for it.
Yeah, this has a major hole in the logic here. What if it's really funny?
Oh, well, I mean, then it falls under number 4, right?
Which was?
Slaughter your abject opponents in the arena of ideas, also known as.
What if they're not my abject opponents? What if it's just funny?
Well,
what if you just say
all right.
something and I'm
Listen,
like, this will be really funny?
Listen, now, well, that could fall under meme and cream. See? Usually you can find a reasonable thing. The fact of the matter is that it's not a moral code, it's a technical code. It's a code that's supposed to help you enjoy Twitter better and do better at it and post better.
So it's something I could bend as much as I want until it just fulfills what I do anyway.
That would be better if it was a moral code and there was some sort of bonus cookie that you got. But it's a technical code, so if you bend it and it's not working for you anymore, well, you know. But the fact of the matter is that, like, there are times where I will engage in very, very minor discourse, but my usual rule now, following the IMPS code, is to say, like, I don't know, say somebody like, actually, there's a great example of it. Breakfast Detective didn't like a take that I had, so I said, hey, you know where to find me. Come talk to me. And then we talked via DM, and we're probably going to talk on stream sometime this week. Bam, problem solved. No big 40-tweet back and forth broken thread mess like Dario and Mel used to have. Remember those things? Remember those days? The days where your entire timeline for 3 days would be just Dario and Mel insulting each other? Yeah. So that's...
Oh, wait, you follow them?
I did. No, I do, but I may have muted at some point. Anyway.
You follow Danish people?
Yeah, well, listen. I've had some nice conversations with Dario, okay? Just never on Twitter. Never on Twitter, all right? So, yeah. Yeah, so that's the IMPS code. I'm surprised you haven't heard of it yet. I've been literally hawking it for 6 months constantly, but I guess I've never done it on Hippy Dippy, I guess. I've never had a reason to bring it up.
Yeah, I guess the IMPS code has never come up in debate. For now, I don't know why they're not teaching imp theory at school yet, but eventually they will.
They should, yeah. Yeah, the IMPS code, very helpful. Just oh, I absolutely have. Oh, okay, maybe I have. I probably have. Yeah.
So
wait, no, I think it was on Primes that I usually did. Anyway, sorry.
So what do you think about my general analysis?
I think you're largely right. I mean, I've said for a long time, and you probably know this because I've introduced myself this way on my channel. About as far as I go with identity, and this has been for about as long as I've been on this platform, is I say I'm a leftist with anarchist philosophical leanings. That's how I view, that's the most useful way that I can describe myself to people. They get a general idea of what my general beliefs are, but if they have to ask me if they want to know what I think about something specific. And yeah, so I generally agree with you. I think that a lot of people use tendencies and ideologies like badges to try and like, I don't know, buy social clout or buy respect among people who share the same beliefs, or maybe to sort of coordinate some sort of loose group. And I think it has a lot of downsides. I mean, like, for example, I've been covering originally just as like a one-off, but then it became like I became embroiled in it. What's been going on with Merrick DeVille, which is horrible. And that is largely as a result of a lot of MLs who don't all necessarily approve of one another, but they all follow one another, and they all kind of trust one another because they're from the same tendency, and so they're likely to give credence to the people in that tendency and retweet the stuff in there, and then it becomes a huge problem because nobody knows if this shit was originally started by some right-wingers. I mean, this latest wave of harassment literally involved a bunch of people that nobody seems to know at all. No one seems to know who they are. They all follow them. They don't know who they are, and this person is accusing Merrick of terrorism and advocating for people to call the SWAT and FBI. That actually happened just this last weekend. And then people tried to fucking get on me about it. It's really weird. Really weird. So yeah, I tend to agree with you. though I think you are actually very kind in some of your readings here, saying like people are still growing. I think some people do it cynically, you know? I think there are right-wingers who will slap on, they'll put a little anime girl with a new shanka and a hammer and sickle and a bunch of national flags in their bio, and they'll go out and say the most atrocious shit that they can, shocking, whatever it is, genocide, denial, you name it, whatever. And ultimately, their goal is to try and ingratiate themselves and get in where they can cause harm. And I think there are some people who are just like state stands. And so that's my thoughts on it.
If I'm completely honest, 90% of the MLs I've interacted with, how do I say this politely, have either been dense or just pushing, or just are completely ineffective overall. It's just when you throw that label on yourself or put a hammer and sickle in your next to your name or stuff like that, the amount of work you can really do politically, or the amount of relevance you can really have is greatly diminished. The most you could ever do is local, extremely local stuff, and most of that is limited by them just not knowing you have a hammer and sickle next to your name, or it's going to be with specific organizations that would look at that and shrug their shoulders, or of course certain hardcore communist blocks. And so when I see that, it always sends a signal to me of I want to stay at this level forever. I'm comfortable with staying at this level forever. I don't have any goal of pushing it forward. And usually people with that as well, and a lot of this is generalizations, of course, a lot of the tactics we have are just so distantly different when it comes to voting, for example, and the importance of voting or working within the party, or our views of the Democratic Party, or what we should do with it. So it's just, I would say that a lot of this analysis applies to MLs, I would say.
Yeah.
Specifically,
Yeah,
most specifically.
I
and not only MLs, though. I would say a lot of anarchists as well.
Yeah, I
I
think
would
there's
throw
some,
that as them as well.
Yeah, I think there's some, interestingly. I mean, it depends. Again, 7-Eleven honey cashews. Ooh, that sounds good. Sorry, that was a little bit of a distraction from chat. But yeah, no, I tend to agree by and large. I mean, one of my biggest critiques, and this is something that I've run up against, even talking with MLs and online who are in these spaces or openly MLs, is I don't know. When I find the groups doing work IRL, it tends to be loose anarchist groups, people who aren't super tied to the idea of anarchy, but they're really interested in the core tenets of doing shit. And I mean, our local massive mutual aid group is an anarchist group.
Hey, ML Direct Action is retweeting Gray Zone. Okay.
Listen, I no, don't even get me started on that. I could go off on that too. I mean, I don't know. I've been. And I haven't really. I've been planning on doing a.
I was curious on the one person I called out for canceling me over the American flag.
Yeah.
I was curious to see what they're doing these days, and I saw they were live, so I clicked on this stream, and they were watching Gray Zone videos.
Oh no! Is that this Pinko the Bear? I don't even know who this person is.
Pinko the Bear,
my god! They only have 232 followers. Holy shit!
Not very active on Twitter.
Yeah, I mean, there are some people. Okay, this is something that I've been talking about recently. I haven't talked about this on stream yet, but I guess this is as good of an opportunity as any. But something I'm very interested in is and I'm increasingly interested in this, is building shit. Making stuff. I've noticed that.
I had that phase as a kid too. I made this little machine that mixed drinks.
All right, Dylan. I get it. I see what you're trying to do. You're trying to fucking undermine me. No, I'm talking about real shit. I'm talking about real shit. You know what I mean? And
feces.
What's that? Feces? No, not feces.
You said real shit.
Oh my god, you're just trolling on me now, Dylan. What the fuck? This is Meme and Cream, yeah, but we're not on Twitter. We're not on Twitter right now. You can do other than Meme and Cream. But what? Fuck. Am I disavowing all MLs? No, I don't think that's useful. I think that would be counterproductive. However, I do think that there are serious issues with ML Twitter, but we'll talk about that in a minute. What I'm really interested in right now, And I'm increasingly interested in this in the people that
You
I'm
want to know the number one issue? Relevance. Okay.
Yeah,
sorry.
relevance. True. But yeah, like building stuff is like I noticed this as this year has gone on, as I've spent a year making content. There are some people in our spaces who are interested in making stuff. And there are, and like whether that's new content or just fucking pushing forward towards this thing, they have things they want to do. They want to bring something new into the world. And that's what I'm interested in. I'm interested in people who want to make progress. Like, even if they might not do it 100% correctly, nobody does anything 100% correctly, but I'm interested in people who are actually trying to do stuff, who actually know how to work together, how to dust up. And I don't expect everyone to get together. I don't have any beliefs about left unity or whatever, because and I don't think that people should like shy away from being willing to criticize one another. But there's a very distinct difference between saying like, here's this person and I have a very serious issue with them that I think it makes it very difficult to work with them or whatever, versus just endlessly trying to police people based on perceived violations, based on hypocrisy, say like that is like, oh well, you say you're an anarchist, but you actually are kind of a sock down, blah blah blah, and that's going to be the core of it. I think these are stupid conversations. What matters is whether people are willing to actually do stuff, whether actually to accomplish things, make a show,
This
make
Georgia
content.
Senate election will be determined about whether John Ossoff is a sock dem or actually an anarchist.
Yeah,
it will be the deciding factor.
I mean, I've said this like 100 times on my channel. I think John Ossoff is the most boring candidate that I've ever seen, and I still think he should win, and I still think we should do what we can, and I have to ensure that he wins.
Did you see him debate David Perdue?
No,
When they did have a
they
debate
finally
before
did it?
David. They had a debate.
Oh,
and then
yeah.
after they
Okay, I
had
remember
the
this, yes.
debate, David Perdue was like, "I'll no longer ever do that again."
Yeah, he made him look. I remember this one. This was the original one. I thought you were referring to one that finally happened recently. Yeah, he made him look bad, but I just don't find Ossoff as like a very compelling politician. But whatever. Like again, I don't care. What I care about is us finally breaking the chokehold that Mitch McConnell has had on the Senate for fucking ever. That's what I want. That's what I want broken. Yeah. So
I want minority leader Mitch McConnell.
Yeah, that would be great. But also like, yeah, I don't know. So yeah, I think you're pretty much on point with this shit. Like, I don't know. I never really knew Kiara Husk very well, so I can't really comment on that. But like, I do find it funny that you added people.
You are lucky.
I am lucky, I guess. I mean, I talked to her a few times. I watched her stream once and it was all right. But I did see that she fought with everybody. And that's something I'm increasingly noticing.
She went like, at the end of the day, she said like, even like, I remember it was weird because I had this, basically she thought it was a bootlicker for voting for Joe.
Oh, that's where the bootlicker thing came from.
And then from that point, it was just a bunch of spats. And eventually, like after it came out about me being raped, she was like very supportive. But then like a week later, she was right back on, like right after the cloud passed. She was like, I believe you are like a disingenuous, this with no morals, And I was like, I forget exactly. I'd have to go back and check, but all of her Twitter, all of her Twitches is all deleted now anyway. So
yeah, I don't even think. I think she's totally disengaged. I think she's left basically every server. I don't know, whatever. Like, I guess she's got her own thing she wants to do. But I have noticed, like, there are people who just can't get along with anyone, and I don't just mean can't get along like they're too critical. It's like they're just chronically incapable of ever working with anyone ever. And like, I find that, like, how the fuck do you expect, and especially when we're talking about leftism, how the fuck do you expect to build a more social society if you can't coalition with anyone? And that is a problem I have with a lot of MLs, is that they don't know how to work with anybody except for other MLs. Oh, silent hush. You work well with everyone.
Look. I mean, if you're not denying the Holodomor, how can I trust you?
Yeah, I mean, listen, hot take. I think it's bad to deny genocides. I think,
if your only mutual isn't Max Blumenthal, then I'm sorry.
Oh my fucking god. Oh my god. Well, yeah. I mean, I'm glad I haven't made your cancel list yet, and I would hope that you would fucking smack me down if I was out of line. But I know you would. I know you'd tell me.
I like the message I put at the end that was like, you're looking at this list and you're like, oh, man, I love how Dylan's dunking on him. No. you should be thinking to yourself, is this you? I love that.
Yeah.
I fucking love it. I put that at the end.
Yeah, it's threatening. It's
Yeah.
power. It's wielding your clout. Well, I mean, to be fair, Dylan Burns was the first person ever to cancel me, actually. Believe it or not. I know. Ancient history now. But Dylan called me out on my poor coverage of North Korea. Or rather, not my poor coverage, but my poor interview. But to be fair, I didn't know much about interviews.
Oh
that
yeah,
time.
I remember that. It was because you interviewed Mel, and I listened to it, and Mel gave a very one-sided history of the Korean War that was like, this is all the evil things America did. Here's all the evil things the South Korean dictatorship did. Anyway, so that was my history of Korea.
Yeah.
It's like, wait a second.
I mean,
Wait
to
a
be fair, like again, in my very small defense, I was incredibly tiny and hadn't learned how to do interviews yet, and I'm still learning. But I've gotten a lot better and a lot stronger, and I think I think you'll recall I took that right on the chin. I literally went on Dylan's show and let him just fucking tear me apart in front of his big audience at that point. It was fine. Didn't even bother me.
It wasn't a big audience. It was like,
It was like 45 at that time, probably.
yeah, something around that. It was fun. Man, holy shit. Oh, 45 viewers. Those were the days.
Yeah. Now we all growing here. I'm at 82 right now, but earlier today I was at like 160, and I'm at fucking hour 9.
I was almost like at 200 during a single stream today before my whole thing was DDoSed and fucked over.
Oh, that sucks. Well, hey, just for what it's worth, you shouldn't necessarily need a VPN, but you may need to contact your ISP to have them change your IP address. You might need to take some precautions to prevent your IP address from leaking back out.
But that's gonna take time.
Yeah, it should only take like 15 minutes. Like they should be able to change it pretty quick. Yeah, if you just call like Comcast or whoever you have, just call them and be like, "Hey, I think I'm getting DDoSed. I think someone got my IP address online." They'll change it for you and like that. It's one of the few things they can do quickly. Yeah, they can do it all remotely. So.
Yeah, probably. Okay, I think I'll just call Verizon tomorrow then before I stream tomorrow.
Yeah, that'd be a really good idea. They can probably fix it really quick. You might have to do some small changes, like you might have to like reconnect your computer and type in your password again, but that's about it. Most of it is pretty easy. They'll just remotely access your router and go for it. Yeah, you can do some ISPs let you do it yourself, like through their website, but yeah. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I think I agree with you. By and large, in this thread.
Do you agree with me on the specific condemnations?
Let's see. All right, look, you're calling me on the spot whether I sign on with your condemnations. Okay, let's go through the condemnations. Angie speaks. Yes. Sorry. Just do. Kiara
Easy
Husk,
one.
don't know enough about her. Drone Tech seemed like a giant coward, backed out of a debate when he got a little scared of me and Chud, so that was kind of funny. Drone Tech seems like a Weasley little asshole, but I don't know much. Redneck, holy shit. Redneck is, oh my god, so unhinged. But I don't want to talk about him anymore because anytime I even say the slightest bit, he'll go on another thing like freaking out about me, and it's really weird. Pinko the Bear, don't know. Carpe packs, never had much of an experience with Carpe packs, but I have heard some things, but that's about it. So I don't know. I can't say for that one. I just don't know him. Did you call anybody else out? Come on, you got to give me someone else on the list. Give me an exclusive. Come on, give me a Demon Mama stream 9 exclusive.
You want an hour 9 exclusive?
Give me a spicy one. Let's see. If you can. I don't want to pressure you too much.
Let me think.
Come on.
Let me
it's an
think.
hour 9.
Okay. It's not going to be extremely fucking bombastic because again, I'm thinking about it.
All right.
So I would say that the one time I tried to collab with Peter Coffin, when I tried to get him on Hippy Dippy, it felt like everything was delayed with him until the last second when he was eventually turned it down. But like he was like, "Hey, can I just be on for an hour?" And I'm like, "No, this is not an hour long show. This is a 3.5 hour long show." Oh, never mind. And it was like the last second. It was the day of when he sent that message, so I had to get a replacement. And the whole time he was kind of shifting on, "Ooh, will I be on? Will I not be on?" All until the last day, and it was just extremely unprofessional. And that's the only real interaction I had with Peter Coffin besides like once.
Oh, just real quick, just so you know, Peter uses they them pronouns now. So.
Oh yeah, I got it. They them. Sorry.
Yeah, no worries. Nothing. Just wanted to figure.
Yeah, we're also mutuals on Twitter, and I wanted to talk more policy with him a while ago, but that never really went anywhere. But that's the only experience I really have ever working with Peter Coffin. So.
Yeah. In my experience, I mean, I don't look, I don't have much personal experience with Peter Coffin. I was on with them once, I think, on a Chud night, and they made the stream mostly about themselves, which was a little bit weird. But I have had a lot of engagement, a lot of contact with their Twitter presence and their messaging on YouTube. Yeah, good call out. Fair. Totally fair. I have a lot of negative thoughts about the way Peter Coffin goes about things. And at this point, Peter Coffin more or less is indistinguishable from like an anti-SJW poster on Twitter these days. What with the like making fun of woke racism and blah, blah, blah. Oh yeah, and Silent did have a fictional correspondence with Peter Coffin in our Christmas poem, and they were very rude in that one. It's true.
Wow.
The Christmas poem was amazing. Oh, I gotta make the reading of the Christmas poem. I have to make that clip into a TikTok. I gotta put that down on my little TikTok list. Oh, it was so funny. Silent wrote this amazing Christmas poem that was just fucking hilarious.
You want to know something weird that happened recently?
What?
When I was talking to a local activist, actually president of a local Democratic club for like a county, I mentioned that I was going to Georgia, and they jokingly said, "What, with Destiny?" And I said yes, and they thought, and he was like, "Oh, I thought you were joking. I heard about all that DSA stuff." And I had to basically give him a runner on what actually happened.
Oh, well, if you ever want to give them a runner on what actually happened, you can point them to my DRAMAMA on exactly that. We did a full DRAMAMA on it.
A full DRAMAMA? Well,
Yep.
I could also point them to my interview and talking conversation with Polar about what happened, who was actually on the ground. So
I'm going to one-up you again, because guess what? I talked to one of the people who was directly involved in working with them. Literally interviewed one of the DSA members.
Well, I literally talked to Lenin himself, who I guess
shit.
So I mean, he founded socialism or something.
True,
so.
he did something like that, something along those lines.
Yeah, so
Socialism is when the government does stuff,
and the more stuff it does, the more communisms.
Yeah. No, so yeah, no, but yeah, honestly, you might like that one. I've been doing some I've been feeling very proud of my work on the DRAMAMA stuff lately. But yeah, we did that one. Yeah, it's been wild. It's been a wild, but I tend to agree with you. Yeah, I don't really like the purity testing. Grime Dango says, as if, Dylan, I saw Lennon the other day.
And Lennon was canceling me.
Lennon was canceling, yeah. Lennon had a lot of things to say about your latest video.
He had a lot of things to say about me, and he had a lot of things to say about the N-word Andy drama.
Oh boy, here we go again. Yes, I believe that is true, Violet Licorice. I do believe that's the case. Also, I don't know. There's some weird shit been going on. I don't know how to feel about them. Yeah, well, damn. I hope you publish your Angie call-out list. Because again, I'm not above a few call-outs myself, but I am doing my best to.
I think I like to maintain working relationships with people or just stay out of it. I quite frankly looked at the list and said, who are people I don't care if hate me?
Hey, there you go. There you go. Well, damn. Definitely a fire-ass thread. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Fuck. We got the theory in the chat right now. Silent. Oh, yeah? Well, I'm Vosh's ponytail, so there. Well, you did write the theory, after all. Vosh's ponytail was literally the pen with which all theory was written.
Vosh's ponytail?
Yeah, Vosh's ponytail.
But do you see the Vosh and whoever person, fucking... Hakeem drama thingy? What was that?
Yeah, I did actually. On my Christmas stream, at the very tail end of it, we watched it and tried to parse it. I don't know. I guess they're going to talk sometime soon, which is kind of cool, I guess. It seemed like they were kind of talking past each other a lot, and I didn't really find Hakeem's video really very good.
I mean, I skipped all of it except for the portions about foreign policy, and I was not impressed with his foreign policy statements.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was boring, and the worst thing, if you're going to make a dunk video, the worst thing you could do is be boring. And that was what it was. It was a dunk video. It didn't introduce any new arguments, in my opinion. But I don't know. I don't have any like negative feelings. I don't know enough about Hakeem to think anything about him. Like I vaguely recall him being kind of tanky-ish, but like I don't know. Like maybe he's not. I don't know.
I gotta say, honestly, I think when this is reviewed and it's like, what, you think I'm boring? It's not gonna look good. You're gonna that's a 10-minute video right there, Demon Mama. All they have to do is point to Demon Mama, say Demon Mama said it was boring, and that was the only response you gave to my video, and then boom, you know
I mean,
what, Demon
we
Mama?
watched people can go watch my live reaction to it. We watched like 35 minutes of the 50-minute video, and I was just like, God,
You
this
even
is
watched the whole thing?
I couldn't. I got bored because he started repeating the same arguments. So I don't know.
Yeah, facts and science and logic usually bore stupid people, Demon Mama.
True, that's true. Well, I am a notoriously stupid person, so hey, there you go. Bam. Damn. Did you see any of the argument I just had with DaScrubKing? Oh my God.
No, what was it about?
So DaScrubKing posted a meme earlier today. And at first I was just like memeing, but there was a small thing. Like we saw the meme by pure chance. It was on my timeline, and I was like, the fuck? This is kind of a weird meme. It was a meme that was like, it said, he was like, oh, nuclear take. The OP in this post is correct. And it was a Facebook post with like, you know, the little like hearts, you know, like, you know, on Facebook, you can put the background on it and then it has the text. And it said, hot take. What did it say? It said, using a guy as a friend is as emotionally devastating as using a woman for sex. And I was just like, how do you use someone as a friend? Like, how do you use a friend? Like, if you're like, that sounds like.
You haven't noticed how you've been using me as a friend recently,
Damn.
Mama?
I mean, I don't know. Like, I always thought like, see, the wording was just weird to me. And so we tried to think about it and figure out like, what was the take? And I was just like, this sounds like an incel meme. Like, it sounds like it's like, oh, well, what it sounds like it's saying is that like, if a woman is a friend and doesn't put out, well, whatever. So anyway, I said, this meme is really weird. You want to talk about it? And so DaScrubKing came on, and unfortunately, I can't help but feel like my fears were a little bit confirmed. That conversation went some weird places, and it ended up really heated. But, well, it was fun nonetheless. It definitely got really weird. But yeah, might be a fun watch if you ever want something to review, because it got real spicy.
Fun watch.
Yeah, fun watch. I mean, I don't know. Like, at the end of the day, I feel like, much like.
Oh, Demon Mama, oh my God, I forgot. I actually can cancel you.
Oh, how? Tell me what I'm being canceled for.
1 second.
Oh boy. Cancel me.
Okay. So, I got a real cancellation here.
Okay, real cancellation coming in.
Do you think you ever act unfair towards counterpoints?
Towards counterpoints?
Yeah.
No. I'm sorry, no. No,
You
that
don't?
guy has been so fucking rude to me. Holy shit, no. He freaks out the moment I talk on any panel.
Do you
Why?
think
Did you think I was mean
hate
to him
him?
today?
Do you think you hate him because he has a beard?
Do I think I hate him because he has a beard? No.
Yeah.
I hate him because the way that he engages with things is to is this weird like hyper performative anger that isn't actually performative, because it's very clear he's actually angry. And then he will say really insulting shit, and if you say anything back to him, he loses his shit even more. And every single panel I've been on with him, including the first time I was ever on, he's called me either a bitch or an asshole or a piece of shit every single time, no matter, without fail. And yeah, no, so I don't think I'm really that bad. Is that what I was gonna be canceled over?
To be fair, Demon Mama, have you considered the fact that maybe you gave him a weird look?
Yeah, maybe I should have paid him more compliments, and that would have made him feel better. And
I
then he
think
wouldn't
so.
have been so weird. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, mostly I think he's harmless. Like, I don't put him on the level of like redneck, you know? But not at all. I just think he gets way too fucking angry, and then he's just like, he will go off the rail. Like today, he fucking went off the hinge. Like, he fucking flew off the handle at me, and it was like nothing, for over nothing. And I was simply pointing out that it's funny because you hosted the last conversation I had about this topic, which was terrorism, and how you define terrorism is like almost the entire conversation around terrorism.
So complicated, yeah.
Yeah, it's so complicated, and if you're not careful, then you end up just painting whoever
Like-
you want as the bad people, which
Yeah,
is
oof,
exactly what he
everybody I
did.
don't like is a terrorist. Yeah,
Yeah, I mean,
it's why when people are like, Dylan, you fought those Proud Boy terrorists. I'm like, don't call them terrorists. Even like, I despise the Proud Boys, and I don't even know if I would call them terrorists.
Yeah, like, I mean, and that's the thing. I'm very careful with that term because of how it's used. And like the whole conversation that we had on Primes was that like he went off talking about how like, oh, we need to focus on jihadi terrorism. And I'm like, wait, like, and he's like, oh, it's the question was, you know, should we treat different sources of terrorism differently, or should they all be treated the same, and why? And he argued that we ignore. This is the where it started to test my patience, where he was like, he's like, in America we just try to look the other way whenever a Muslim terrorist does something. I'm like, dude, we literally profile people. We profiled children in New York. They sent CIA agents to infiltrate youth groups, Muslim youth groups that had no evidence of terrorism, to be spied on in their like rafting expeditions that they did as a youth group. Like, what do you mean we look the other way? So anyway, I got a little frustrated about that. He got fucking pissed, ended up calling me an asshole and all kinds of other stuff. But at that point I was kind of like, nah, I'm gonna dunk on him a bit. So yeah.
Do you think you would want to have a one-on-one with that individual?
About what?
Honestly, I think anything you two talk about could possibly be nuclear.
Why, yes. You have indeed piqued my interest. That would be very fun. I don't know how well it would go, but I think it could be fun. So yeah, sure, let's do it.
It could be. And Demon Mama, what do you think about the idea of a tournament?
A tournament? Huh.
A tournament.
You know, a tournament sounds really good, honestly. A tournament sounds amazing, Dylan.
What about it? 16 hand-picked people, content creators, streamers, all fighting for a custom-made hippy-dippy belt, championship belt.
Now you're speaking my language. When you say championship belt, I think, ooh, think of all the glitz and glory that I could win for the imps, for my imps. I want to take that thing home for my imps.
As a G-Fold sponsored $10,000 prize.
What?
Anyway,
no, you're kidding.
So there's one last thing I need to cancel you about.
Sure, cancel me.
I'm streaming, but once I'm done with that, provided I'm not wiped, I'd be down. You set this at 2 p.m. today. It is now 3 a.m. where I live.
Okay. Are you too tired?
Stop streaming to
well,
watch?
No. I'm talking to you right now, so I mean, I was, you know, probably going to do a little send off to my chat and then call it for the night because we've done a lot of content tonight.
Wonderful.
So if you're still up for it, I would probably like to go smoke with my partners, and then whatever you'd like to do, I'd be up for it because I know you wanted to watch something, right?
Sure. Yeah, I have a few things we could watch.
Sick. Yeah. That'd be fun as fuck. Damn. Take good care of my Take good care of my belt for me. That'll be great. So yeah, fuck yeah, that'd be cool as shit. Count me in. For both of those things. I would love to have those conversations. You might want to make sure that I don't want to be too mean, but I don't know. Counterpoints, I don't think he's doing so good today. He wasn't doing so hot. Smoking is bad for me, but it's okay. It's only weed. It's only smoking weed. It's not cigarettes.
Anytime I talk to Counterpoints one-on-one, I always have a polite and respectful discussion.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think it might be the lack of woman.
Yeah.
I mean,
Got a little bit of a feeling about that as well, you know? He doesn't really talk like that to anybody. Although he did get real mad at Fnatic today, but he also blamed me for something that like a huge rant that Fnatic went on. Fnatic went on like a 20-minute rant, and then
Fnatic is on my list. That's the name I'll say.
Oh really? Damn. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, I think maybe he could use some state mandated compliments. Yeah, true. Dylan, what is your thoughts on state mandated women compliments from women to solve the crisis of men being ridiculously sexually aggressive towards women in public spaces?
That seems extremely based.
Damn.
Demon Mama. I'm waiting.
You're waiting? Oh, for me to end stream?
from my state mandated compliment.
Oh, okay. Well, Dylan, you have fucking amazing hair. I love your creative style, and you have been one of the most influential people this year.
I'm overdosing. I'm overdosing. I could have had a crisis there. You could have killed me.
All right.
You went overboard.
But seriously, though, thanks for being a big part of the growth of my stream. It's been wonderful working and making content with you, and I look forward to building shit together in 2021. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I deeply appreciate that.
Yeah, seriously.
Speaking of compliments, randomly today,
Mhm.
from a number my phone didn't recognize, someone started texting me like, and it opened with "Hello Beefcake," right? Which was a weird open. It's like, how you doing? I was like, "Hello, who's this?" And they say like one like a first name, and it's a first name I don't recognize, and it's also very common. And then they try to tell me about their workout regimen, and I'm like, holy shit! And they're like, what do you want me to work out on tomorrow?
Silence says it's CTV.
It's not CTV.
Hey,
I'm
CTV was in our Christmas poem too.
It's Chris. Oh, really? Aw, that's
Yeah,
great.
He made it. Yeah, CTV
Was I in
made
the
it.
poem?
No, because it was mostly people who
I wasn't
were.
in the.
Yeah, unfortunately, no. Not this poem, but that's probably a good thing because most of the people in the poem were being mocked. So yeah, so you avoided the ire of the Christmas mockery. Just saying, it's pretty good. Well, all right, Dylan. Any other hot memes you want to drop before I go to wrap up with my chat? Dylan? Dylan left. He disappeared. He's straight up like fully disconnected. Oh no. They got him. They got him. Dylan, no. I hurt his feelings. Oh, no. It wasn't me. I didn't write the poem. Blame Silent. Blame Silent. Thank you, Silent. Thank you for patching up this relationship. He wanted in the poem. Well, listen, there might be another one next year. All right, listen. Today has been a big fucking pile of hot and spicy memes. Has today not been incredibly full of memes? Today has given our wonderful editor a lot of stuff to edit. I'm sorry, Danny, but thank you. I hope you enjoyed the content nonetheless. And, yeah, you have so much to do. It's going to be great. And guess what? I'm also coming together with some great TikTok ideas, which would be fucking cool. Yeah, I got some TikTok clips. Who's the Stardust of the tournament? Listen, I'm going to be the Undertaker. No one's going to beat me. 25-1. I'll pass it off to a worthy heir someday. 25 wins. Win after win after win. Oh, I got to watch the baby before we go. I'm just going to watch the babies. Oh my God, babies. More baby. Look, more baby, everyone. Elak, have a good night. Meow. Oh my God. Smooch. What a fucking winner, dude. Still winning. Look at these babies. A kiss. Mwah. Good babies. Oh my God. That's so cute. Gayfesh, you can't do that. They have an age gap. There's an age gap. I'm going to cancel you. Holy fuck. You fucking... Ugh. You're the next to be canceled. How dare you? Problematic age gap. All right, listen. We've had a lot of fun today. Thank you all for everything. Don't forget to join my Discord on the Discord if you're not already there. And I'm just going to give everyone a quick couple of seconds. If anybody wants to do any last minute donos or gifts or anything, it would be greatly appreciated. I have a lot of content coming for you. Oh, the donate command is broken still. Oh, much love to you too, Lumpton Prol. No parasocial Reno, but much love to you. Yeah, thank you all. Today was really wild and fun. I had a good time, even though it was some really intense stuff, huh? I thought that debate with ScrubKing was fun. I didn't expect it to go so off base. But, yeah. 4 win streak in Hades? Holy shit. Yeah, we had a nice variety, too. We did a lot of stuff. Hey! Yay! Piftle Cakes, thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much, Piftle Cakes. There we go. Thank you. Pog. Yeah, really? You think this is the best stream yet? I do think there was some good content here, but guess what? I keep telling you, I'm only going to get better, and that's true. Listen, it might seem, you might go, how the fuck can Demon Mama keep getting better? But then you realize I'm only at like this point, and I have this much more to go. Holy shit. You have no idea how cool it's going to be, okay? So much love to all of you. No parasocial Reno, but love in the community way, you know? Like I keep saying, we need other words. Yeah, exactly. I'm like Shaggy. I'm only using 1% of my power. I have yet to fully ascend. 100K viewer streams. Maybe someday. Who knows? Listen, I'm not saying it's possible that I could become a greater influence on the world than Rush Limbaugh. I don't think that's the case. But if it can be done, I will do it. This is me for the tournament. All right, let's check it out. What we got? Business or pleasure? Combat. Yes, that is totally me. That is 100% me. 100%. Holy shit, Crime Dango. Right on. That's me. Business or pleasure? Combat. Amazing. Oh, we need to figure out somebody to raid. Let me find a raid real quick. Don't run away quite yet. You might be surprised by who we raid. Let's find out. You know who we haven't raided in a while? What's this? What's this? Chud isn't streaming right now. Chud isn't streaming. I think Supreme is on, and I haven't. Uh-oh.
We had this dog, his name was Doggy Boy, and like,
oh god. Okay, so Supreme is doing some cringe content. Really funny. Okay? Look, Supreme is doing cringe, looks like cringe content. That should be fun, okay? We're gonna raid out to Supreme. Give your love to Supreme, and I will see you all very, very soon, okay? So hang out on the Discord, and I'll see you all real soon, okay? Mwah. See you soon. Boink.